Traversing a fantastical realm, one becomes the master of a peak in the Qingyang Sword Sect. After suffering betrayal from a once-beloved disciple, the protagonist awakens a system for returning teachings. Years later, when countless foes approach, intent on obliterating the Sword Pavilion, an unassuming gatekeeper emanates an aura of terror akin to that of an immortal emperor. Master, I wish to leave the peak. Lin Xian gazes at the retreating figure of the young man from Xingyun Peak, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. This scene has replayed countless times over the past 3 years, numbing him to the pain of loss. Thus, only 5 remain at Xingyun Peak? Lin Xian mused, including himself in that count. 3 years prior, Xingyun Peak thrived with over 10,000 disciples, standing as the 13th peak of the Qingyang Sword Sect, with aspirations of breaking into the top 10. Yet, in less than 3 years, it plummeted to 33rd place, an alarming decline in a sect with only 36 peaks. This downfall stemmed from a calamity that transpired 3 years ago. Lin Xian's most cherished disciple, Nangong Yaoyue, vanished during an expedition. Initially frantic with worry, he feared for her safety. However, 3 days later, a letter arrived, penned in her own hand, revealing that his concerns were unfounded. She had met a person claiming to be the master of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, who, recognizing her exceptional talent, sought to take her as a disciple. She accepted. Reading the letter, Lin Xian remained silent for a long time before a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, a dominant force in the Xian domain, held its master, Fairy Qi Yao, as one of the 10 strongest individuals. Comparatively, while the Qingyang Sword Sect was among the 10 major sects of the Tangqing Empire, the disparity was stark. The vastness of the Xian domain dwarfed nations like the Tangqing Empire. In the Tangqing Empire, not a single emperor-level figure existed, while in the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, there were several revered beings. This revelation struck Lin Xian profoundly, becoming a source of inner turmoil. He had nurtured Nangong Yaoyue with unwavering dedication, only to watch her depart in pursuit of greater prospects. This incident directly resulted in Lin Xian's failed attempt to break through to the King realm, causing him to regress 2 stages instead. Following this, he secluded himself to heal, neglecting the affairs of his peak, which consequently began to decline. Within 3 short years, Xingyun Peak was left bereft of new disciples, and even the remaining ones gradually departed for other peaks. The fleeting passage of time had wrought significant change. Regarding Nangong Yaoyue's perceived betrayal, opinions within the Qingyang Sword Sect were divided. Some labeled her as ungrateful, while others sympathized with her choice, recognizing the allure of a revered master. When news broke of her ascension on the potential dragon ranking 6 months prior, many felt her decision to leave Xingyun Peak for Yaoqi Palace was justified. Observing the departing disciple, Lin Xian suddenly gasped as a virtual interface materialized above Yang Hao's head. Name: Yang Hao. Age: 17. Realm: Qi Gathering. First stage identity: True inheritance disciple of Qiyang Peak destiny. Possesses Wisdom Root, Green, Grade 6. Recent events: recruited by Elder Huang of Qiyang Peak. Intends to leave Xingyun Peak, planning one last attempt to persuade his love, Su Lianxin, to join him. Is this a system? Lin Xian, reclining in his wooden chair, focused intently. The term system felt both familiar and foreign. Since his arrival in this world, he had seen no trace of such a phenomenon. His ascent to the current tribulation realm had relied solely on his own efforts, leading him to abandon hope for any extraordinary assistance. Yet, after 27 years, this long-forgotten term resurfaced in his mind. As he withdrew his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes, envisioning a virtual interface that read: Investment Rebate System Host, Lin Xian. Age: 27. Realm: Tribulation Realm, 7th Stage Identity, Master of Xingyun Peak Destiny. Innate Sword Master, Blue, Grade 3, Disciples, 1 out of 10. To Lin Xian, well-versed in fantastical tales from his past life, the system's purpose was immediately clear. Investment rebates allowed him to select a disciple for investment, triggering rewards based on the disciple's potential. Furthermore, Lin Xian's cultivation speed would be directly tied to his disciples. Their collective progress would dictate his own. Such a prospect was undeniably advantageous. Lianxin, gather all the disciples within the peak. I have matters to address, Lin Xian instructed eagerly, eager to experiment with the system's investment function, directly communicating with one of the few remaining disciples, Su Lianxin. Though her talent was mediocre, she had remained loyal, a testament to Lin Xian's past kindness. Yes, Master, Su Lianxin replied, hurrying to summon the others when she unexpectedly encountered Yang Hao, who had just departed from the main hall. Yang Hao, perfect timing. The master summoned all disciples to the main hall for an important announcement. However, Yang Hao shook his head gently, stating, I just left the master's presence. I am no longer a disciple of Xingyun Peak. Su Lianxin paused, realization dawning, and her expression hardened as she brushed past him, intent on notifying the others. Sister Su, will you truly not join me at Qingyang Peak? Elder Huang has promised me a core disciple position on my behalf. The opportunity to become a core disciple of Qingyang Peak was one that many would covet, yet Su Lianxin remained resolute, her back turned as she walked away, determined to stay loyal to Qingyang Peak, unless Lin Xian himself expelled her. Despite her modest talents, she understood the value of gratitude. She had witnessed the events of 3 years prior and regretted her own limitations. For the past 3 years, she had tirelessly trained, hoping to one day assist her master in avenging the slight against Nangong Yaoyue. Yet, the chasm of innate talent could not be bridged by sheer effort. Shortly thereafter, within the main hall of Qingyang Peak, Lin Xian opened his eyes upon sensing an arrival, discovering only Su Lianxin before him. Senior brother Wang Yin is nowhere to be found, and Sister Chu has gone to Qingyang City, though I have already sent word. They should arrive shortly, Su Lianxin explained, anxious to clarify any misunderstandings. Nodding slightly, Lin Xian pondered that since they had yet to arrive, he might as well begin with her and experiment with this investment rebate system. Su Lianxin left a considerable impression on Lin Xian. Although her innate talent was mediocre, her diligence in cultivation was commendable. However, when Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the virtual panel above Su Lianxin's head, he was taken aback. Name: Su Lianxin. Age: 17. Realm: 9th level of body refinement identity. Disciple of Starfall Peak Destiny. Su ancestors Imperial Blood Waste, Gold Grade. Recent events: distressed by her inability to break through to the Qi gathering realm. Su ancestors Imperial Blood, Golden Destiny. Lin Xian nearly questioned his own vision. It is worth noting that Lin Xian's own destiny was merely blue. According to the system, above blue lies purple, followed by orange, and then gold. Even his esteemed disciple, Nangong Yaoyue, probably possessed no more than an orange destiny. This seemingly unremarkable Su Lianxin actually possessed a golden destiny? No, that's not quite right. The presence of the waste label following her golden destiny indicates that it has been nullified. Indeed, if she truly had a golden destiny, Su Lianxin would not be merely at the 9th level of body refinement at the age of 17. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lin Xian began to piece together the situation. Su Lianxin must have once possessed a golden destiny, that is, the Su ancestors' imperial blood, but it had been forcibly taken from her. To validate his conjecture, Lin Xian proceeded to inquire about matters concerning Su Lianxin's family. After listening, he was nearly certain that his assumptions were spot on. In the Xian domain, ancient clans with long-standing legacies exist, and although they have diminished over time, their ancestors once basked in glory. The Su clan is one such lineage. The Su clan of the Xian domain, though not as formidable as the Qiyao Heavenly Palace, still commands respect. Even dominant powers like the Qiyao Heavenly Palace dare not offend such ancient clans with over a millennium of history. Of course, Su Lianxin did not hail from the main branch of the Su clan in the Xian domain, but rather from a branch that exists within the Tangqing Empire. Numerous similar branches exist within the Su clan. Children born into these branches are required to attend the ancestral land testing at the age of 10. If they gain the ancestral land's approval, they may remain in the main branch for cultivation, which is a dream for many Su clan branch descendants. Su Lianxin had also participated in the ancestral land testing, but her mediocre talent led to her being sent back to the Tangqing Empire's Su branch. Lin Xian scoffed. The main branch of the Su clan was indeed ruthless. They not only stripped Su Lianxin of her awakened Su ancestors' imperial blood in the ancestral land, but also altered her memories. Su Daitian. Lin Xian suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard. This Su Daitian is extraordinary. He hails from the ancient Su clan of the Xian domain and is the son of the current clan leader. A few years ago, he emerged, decisively defeating the then first-rank contender on the Hidden Dragon list. Even now, he remains the undisputed first on the list. It is said he awakened the Su clan's imperial blood, regarded as the hope for the Su clan's resurgence to the pinnacle of the Xian domain. If Lin Xian's speculations are correct, then Su Daitian's imperial blood must belong to Su Lianxin. What a tale of deception. Everything that belongs to Su Daitian was originally meant for Su Lianxin. When Lin Xian revealed this to her, she was utterly bewildered. So, she was not as mediocre as she had believed. No wonder she felt that her memories after entering the ancestral land were peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint why. Was it truly so? Lianxin, would you be willing to become my disciple? Observing the complex expression on Su Lianxin's face, Lin Xian inquired suddenly. Although Su Lianxin was a disciple of Starfall Peak, she was not yet Lin Xian's disciple. Today, he intended to formally accept her as his disciple. Although her golden destiny had been nullified, its continued presence in the destiny column suggested. Lin Xian wished to test this. But my qualifications. Su Lianxin stammered, somewhat flustered. She certainly desired to become Lin Xian's disciple. It had been her ambition for years. While she had once possessed imperial blood, that was in the past. Now, she was merely a 17-year-old who had yet to break through to the Qi gathering realm. I only ask if you are willing. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's eyes reddened, and she nodded emphatically. I am willing. Master, I bow to you, she declared, kneeling before Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not intervene, but instead tossed a small jade vial. Inside the vial was a drop of phoenix blood he had obtained in a secret realm, which could facilitate a transformation in her bloodline, enhancing her innate talent, a rare and precious gift. Looking at the small vial, Lin Xian sighed inwardly. This phoenix blood was originally meant for Nangong Yaoyue. This is your initiation gift. Accept it. Thank you, Master. Just as Su Lianxin received Lin Xian's gift, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in phoenix blood, receiving a rebate of Ice Phoenix True Blood, Gold 9 grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit, receiving an additional rebate of Innate Primordial Sword Body, Red 1 grade. Chapter 2. The Imperial Stairway Technique. The Great Tao Golden Core. The True Blood of the Ice Phoenix. The Innate Primordial Sword Body. One possesses a golden 9th grade fate, while the other holds a crimson 1st grade fate. Truly remarkable. Could this be regarded as an exploitation of a system glitch? After all, strictly speaking, Su Lianxin has lost her imperial bloodline and is merely an ordinary person, yet the system still grants her a return of golden quality credentials. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xian pondered another potential exploit. If the system's returns could be gifted to a disciple, would that trigger another return? If so, could this not lead to an infinite loop of rewards? Gazing at his newly accepted disciple, Lin Xian felt as if he were staring at an immense treasure trove. However, Su Lianxin, under Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze, felt somewhat self-conscious, her cheeks slightly flushed. Disciple, consume the contents of this jade vial. Lin Xian tossed a jade vial, which contained the true blood of the Ice Phoenix. As Su Lianxin received the vial, curiosity welled within her, yet she hesitated not. Directly swallowing its contents without a shred of concern that Lin Xian might harm her. Not only did she trust him, but even if he intended to do her harm, given their disparity in strength, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Alas, the expected prompt from the system did not resonate, leaving Lin Xian somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the notion of endlessly exploiting the system had been overly ambitious. Such an apparent glitch would surely not be permitted by the system. Meanwhile, shortly after consuming a drop of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, Su Lianxin began to feel an unsettling chill envelop her. Though this sensation did not linger long before returning to normal, this indicated that the true blood had fully integrated within her being. Yet, Su Lianxin sensed something amiss. Why was her absorption of spiritual energy progressing at such an astonishing rate? It was exceedingly rapid, far surpassing her previous absorption speed. Master, what exactly have you made me consume? The curiosity within her could no longer be contained. A single drop of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix. Despite its modest quantity, it was Phoenix blood, and its value far exceeded that of your extracted imperial blood. This was self-evident, while the Su imperial bloodline was not lacking. It was merely of the golden 1st grade. In contrast, the true blood of the Ice Phoenix stood at the golden 9th grade, a full 9 tiers above. What? More precious than my extracted imperial blood? Su Lianxin exclaimed, Master, this is truly too precious. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xian interrupted her. I shall give you a goal. In the future, I want to see you trample Su Daitian beneath your feet. If you can achieve this, it will justify my bestowal of such invaluable true blood upon you. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you, she declared fervently, not only Su Daitian, but also Nangong Yaoyue. Of course, the latter part of her declaration remained unspoken in her heart. Although she was unaware of the origins of the drop of true blood, she understood the boundaries of inquiry. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xian began to take on an aura of profound mystery in Su Lianxin's eyes. The true blood of the Ice Phoenix, such a rare treasure, is not something that even the small Qingyang Sword Sect can possess, let alone the main branch of the Su family. This is a treasure that ought not to exist within the realm of the profound. After Su Lianxin merged with the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, Lin Xian distinctly felt that his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated exponentially, truly deserving of the 9th grade destiny. Upon glancing once more at Su Lianxin's profile, he noticed that the column for destiny indeed now included the Ice Phoenix True Blood, 9th grade. Consequently, it appears that the talent of this newly accepted disciple has been significantly enhanced. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Within his storage ring, he possessed another remarkable item, a fragmentary cultivation manual known as the Dongxuan True Method. This was something Lin Xian had acquired years ago through a substantial expenditure of spirit stones at an auction. He He had hoped to glean insights from it. Yet its incompleteness rendered it nearly indecipherable. For years, he had endeavored to comprehend it, but to no avail. Lin Xian was convinced that the Dongxuan true method was of considerable grade. Had it not been a fragment, it would surely belong to the rank of esteemed techniques. Alas, its incomplete nature was its downfall. One could only ponder how it had ended up in Lin Xian's possession. A technique of such caliber would not easily be within his means. This is a fragmentary technique that I have attempted to decipher for many years without success. I will bestow it upon you. With that, Lin Xian retrieved the incomplete Dongxuan true method from his storage ring, concocting a casual excuse as he handed it over to Su Lianqing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Investment in the fragmentary Dongxuan true method has yielded a return of the fragmentary Qingdi classic. Lin Xian couldn't help but curse internally. How cunning this system is. I invest in a fragment, and you return another fragment to me? Fortunately, upon glancing at the returned Qingdi classic, he discerned that although it too was a fragment, it differed from the Dongxuan true method. The latter was flawed from the outset, with defects scattered throughout, rendering it nearly impossible to cultivate. In contrast, the Qingdi classic was mostly intact, with only the latter sections missing. It seems this broken system possesses some semblance of conscience. The Qingdi classic, a sacred level technique. The first 5 tiers are complete, while the 6th and 7th are incomplete. Sacred level technique. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. Is this the result of Su Lianqing's soaring talent? Truly, you are an exemplary disciple. I merely provided you with a fragmentary esteemed technique, and in return, you bestow upon me a sacred level technique. Though it too has its flaws, it is of little consequence to Lin Xian at present. Casting his gaze upon his storage ring, Lin Xian sighed. Over the past few years, in pursuit of healing, he had depleted his resources entirely. He was bereft of spirit stones and elixirs alike. At this moment, he possessed little of value for further investment. Only a few elixirs remained. Without further deliberation, Lin Xian promptly retrieved them and presented them to Su Lianqing. Gathering Qi Pill, Enhancement Pill, and Breakthrough Pill. Ding. Investment in Gathering Qi Pill yields a return of the 6 Transmutation Profound Spirit Pill, 7 patterns, x1. Ding. Investment in Enhancement Pill yields a return of the Sword Intent Pill, 4 patterns, x2. Ding. Investment in Breakthrough Pill yields a return of the Grand Dao Golden Pill, 9 patterns, x1. The returned elixirs all boasted a grade of 6 or above. The medicinal pills are categorized into 9 grades, each corresponding to various realms, such as the Qi Gathering Pill, the Yuan Enhancement Pill, and the Boundary Breaking Pill, all of which are investments of Lin Xian. Among them, only the Boundary Breaking Pill is a 4th grade elixir, while the rest are classified as 3rd grade. Furthermore, the pills returned as rebates are all of the Danwen level, with some even boasting 9 patterns. The presence of even a single pattern is exceedingly rare. As ordinary alchemists cannot concoct such pills, each pattern significantly enhances potency. Commonly available pills in the market seldom exhibit patterns, and if they do, they typically possess only 1 or 2. The 6th Transformation Mystic Spirit Pill is a 6th grade elixir capable of significantly elevating cultivation, suitable for use below the Imperial realm. The Sword Intent Pill, a 7th grade elixir, aids individuals in comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship, a coveted treasure for countless sword practitioners. However, this pill remains a mere legend, with no one having ever witnessed its existence. The Great Dao Golden Pill is a 6th grade elixir, an ancient spiritual pill long lost to time, which assists the user in comprehending at least 9 Great Daos during their breakthrough to the King realm. This Great Dao Golden Pill, and particularly its 9 patterns, holds immense significance for Lin Xian, who has previously attempted to break through to the King realm. Though classified as a 6th grade pill, its rarity surpasses that of most ordinary 8th grade pills. Typically, those in the Tribulation realm must comprehend at least 1 Great Dao when breaking into the King realm. The vast majority of King realm experts, like Lin Xian, have only grasped a single Dao during their breakthrough. In his earlier attempts, Lin Xian sought to understand the Sword Dao to ascend to the King realm, but ultimately, he failed. King realm practitioners who comprehend 2 Great Daos are exceedingly rare and are significantly stronger than their peers who grasp but 1. As for those who comprehend 3 Great Daos, they are even scarcer. Even those newly ascended to the King realm possess strength comparable to 2nd or 3rd tier King realm experts. The Great Dao Golden Pill can enable Lin Xian to comprehend at least 9 Great Daos, excluding the Daos he has already understood. This is no mere 6th grade pill. It rivals the legendary 9th grade Imperial Pill. At this moment, Lin Xian's emotions are beyond the scope of any words to describe. Just then, the other 2 disciples, whom Su Lianqing had recently informed, arrived, compelling Lin Xian to suppress his overwhelming excitement. They are Wang Yan and Chu Yumeng. Among the 2, Wang Yan is Lin Xian's disciple, possessing a commendable talent. Chu Yuming, however, is not Lin Xian's disciple. She joined the Starfall Peak a year ago. Lin Xian found it curious that, despite her mediocre talent, she opted for Starfall Peak over several other peaks with higher rankings. At the time, Lin Xian was preoccupied with healing, thus he paid little attention to her. Utilizing the system's investigative function, Lin Xian examined the profiles of both individuals. Name: Wang Yan. Age: 19. Realm: Qi Gathering. Second layer identity: Starfall Peak disciple, Lin Xian's apprentice. Destiny: Strength to move mountains, green. Grade 1. Recent events: engaged in cultivation. Preparing for the Qingyang Sword Sect Grand Competition in 6 months. Name: Chu Yuming. Age: 17. Realm: Earth. Profound. 3rd level identity: Disciple of Starfall Peak. Destiny: Dark Water. Mysterious body, orange. Grade 8. Recent events: recently obtained a supreme level cultivation technique from the soul of a celestial sovereign. Preparing to cultivate. Wang Yan's information seems fairly normal. But what is the situation with Chu Yuming? Earth. Profound. 3rd level? Goodness. If it weren't for the system's probing function, Lin Xian would have truly been deceived by her. The realm she displayed outwardly is merely the 1st level of Qi Gathering. And a celestial sovereign's soul? Could it be that a fallen celestial sovereign's soul is concealed within her? The ranks of sovereigns are divided into 3 realms: Sovereign, Earth Sovereign, and Celestial Sovereign. At this level, the disparities between each realm are immense. While there are some sovereigns in the profound domain, the vast majority are at the sovereign level, with only a handful achieving the Earth Sovereign realm, and not a single one at the Celestial Sovereign level. A personal elder from the Celestial Sovereign realm? This Starfall Peak of mine truly harbors hidden talents. One Su Lianxin, one Chu Yuming, and only Wang Yan seems to be an ordinary person. Chu Yuming, a 17-year-old at the Earth Profound 3rd level, possesses an extraordinary talent that is anything but ordinary. Even when compared to Lin Xian's former disciple, Nangang Yaoyue, she may well surpass her. With her aptitude, which grand sect in the profound domain could she not join? Why has she come to this humble Qingyang Sword Sect? And why has she chosen to join my Starfall Peak? Perhaps she is plotting something. Nevertheless, Lin Xian has no intention of exposing her for the time being. Regardless, during her year at Starfall Peak, she has not committed any actions detrimental to it. The presence of a celestial sovereign's soul is indeed intriguing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at Chu Yuming, and said, I have summoned you here to formally accept you as my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? Though he is uncertain of her true intentions, Lin Xian is unconcerned. He only cares that Chu Yuming can significantly enhance his cultivation speed. With an orange grade 8 destiny, her talent likely surpasses that of Nangang Yaoyue from years past. To refrain from accepting her as a disciple and to miss out on such an opportunity for cultivation speed would be truly regrettable. As for what the future holds, that is a matter for another time. Accepting a master? Lin Xian's words left Chu Yuming momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had never considered the possibility of taking Lin Xian as her teacher. She had endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible, presenting a talent akin to that of ordinary disciples to ensure she was not noticed. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. This subtle change, however, did not escape Lin Xian's keen observation. There's no harm in agreeing to him. We still have some time to spend in this Qingyang Sword Sect. A venerable voice echoed within Chu Yuming's sea of consciousness. Master, I am here. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuming no longer hesitated and knelt to pay her respects to her master. After the apprenticeship, Lin Xian could distinctly feel his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased significantly. Previously, his cultivation speed was roughly on par with Su Lianxin's, but now it was poised to exceed hers. Subsequently, Lin Xian bestowed upon his 3 disciples the first volume of the Qingdi Sutra's cultivation technique. With the system in place, one can anticipate the attainment of superior techniques in the future, hence there was no hesitation in sharing this initial layer of the Qingdi Sutra. However, Lin Xian cautioned the 3 not to disclose it to others. He refrained from declaring the Qingdi Sutra as a sacred tier technique, for such a claim would be rather astonishing. In the diminutive Tangxing Empire, the emergence of a technique surpassing the imperial tier is indeed extraordinary. Once they have cultivated it, they will undoubtedly recognize the exceptional nature of the Qingdi Sutra. Su Lianxin, possessing the bloodline of a true phoenix, coupled with this sacred tier technique, is likely to experience an astonishing surge in her cultivation speed. Consequently, Lin Xian's own cultivation rate will also ascend several levels. As for Chu Yuming, she may not necessarily pursue the Qingdi Sutra. Just as Lin Xian had anticipated, after receiving the technique from him, Chu Yuming cast it aside without a second glance, relegating it to a corner of her storage ring. In her eyes, Lin Xian was merely the master of a peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Not even at the king tier. What value could his gift possibly hold? in comparison to the esteemed tier technique recently bestowed by her master. The techniques given by Lin Xian, even those revered within the Qingyang Sword Sect, appeared as mere refuse. Not only was she disinterested in practicing it, but she could scarcely muster the energy to even glance at it. Had it not been for the pretense of propriety, she would have been reluctant to accept it, taking up space in her storage ring. Upon learning that the entity residing within her sea of consciousness was once a formidable being of the heavenly sovereign realm, Chu Yoming's standards had risen considerably. Ordinary items no longer captured her attention. Observing the astonishment and elation on the faces of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin upon receiving Lin Xian's technique, Chu Yoming found it somewhat amusing. A technique she could not even be bothered to examine brought them such joy as if they had found a treasure. With less than 6 months remaining until the grand sect competition, she hoped they would diligently cultivate and secure a commendable result for her. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Xian dismissed them, ready to begin assimilating the treasures he had acquired, including the 3 spiritual pills and the red tier destiny, along with the innate mixed origin sword body. Chapter 3. Capable of battling King Tier. Comprehending 18 paths. Innate mixed origin sword body, minor completion, sword path comprehension speed, 1000 sword path divine ability power, 1000 upon fully integrating the innate mixed origin sword body. Lin Xian was astounded by its enhancements. A comprehension speed of 1000% for the true essence of the sword path. A divine ability power of 1000% for the sword path. How extraordinary. Is this the nature of a red tier destiny? And this is merely at the minor completion stage of the innate mixed origin sword body. It seems almost too formidable. However, the astonishing developments did not cease there. As Lin Xian endeavored to comprehend the sword intent, he received notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first level of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the second level of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the third level of sword intent. 3 levels of sword intent. It must be noted that Lin Xian is a sword cultivator. For many years, he has incessantly pondered the sword intent, yet he had not even grasped its rudimentary form. This illustrates just how challenging it is to comprehend the true essence of the sword path. Yet now, he has instantaneously comprehended 3 levels of sword intent. What does 3 levels of sword intent signify? Even within the esteemed Qingyang Sword Sect, only one individual has comprehended the essence of the sword, and that is the revered Elder Xianjian. Yet, even he has only grasped the first level of sword intent. Notably, even the sect leader of Qingyang has merely attained the embryonic form of sword intent, rather than the true essence. In contrast, Lin Xian has not only comprehended sword intent, but has also achieved the remarkable feat of mastering the third level of sword intent. Sword cultivators are renowned for their formidable lethality, and those who have grasped sword intent are figures that countless practitioners prefer to avoid. The Qingyang Sword Sect's prominence among the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire is largely attributed to the presence of the unparalleled sword cultivator, Elder Xianjian. Today, even a true King Realm powerhouse would find themselves challenged. A brilliant light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. This was the absolute confidence bestowed upon him by his innate primal chaos sword body, coupled with the third level of sword intent. However, should this notion be revealed to others, it would undoubtedly elicit derision. A 7th level tribulation realm against a king realm? What a preposterous jest. The chasm separating the tribulation and king realms is vast. Even a complete 9th level tribulation realm cultivator would be effortlessly subdued by a genuine king realm powerhouse. The assertion that all beneath the king realm are akin to ants is not merely a saying. Even 10 9th level tribulation realm cultivators could not stand against a single king realm expert. As time flew by, 3 months swiftly passed. During this period, Lin Xian diligently refined the immense cultivation bestowed by the 6 transformations mystic spirit pill. In this brief span, his realm ascended from the 7th to the complete 9th level of the tribulation realm. Reflecting on this achievement, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. He had once faced a setback in breaking into the king realm, plummeting from the complete 9th level of the tribulation realm back to the 7th. He had believed that he would never tread this path again. Yet, years later, he found himself once more at this threshold. Now, he aimed to challenge the king realm again. However, unlike his previous attempt, this time Lin Xian was brimming with confidence. Over the past 3 months, his gains extended beyond mere cultivation. His sword intent had elevated from the 3rd to the 4th level. He retrieved the precious 9-pattern Great Tao Golden Pill from his storage ring. His ambitions were not solely to breach the king realm. He aspired to enter it through multiple great avenues. The Great Tao Golden Pill would enable Lin Xian to comprehend 9 great avenues. And with the terrifying sword comprehension speed afforded by his primal chaos sword body, he had additionally grasped 7 more avenues within the sword domain, including fire sword, water sword, an ice sword. Furthermore, he was currently delving into the thunder sword and wind sword, bringing his total to 18 great avenues. To enter the King realm through 18 great avenues is a feat that, throughout history, is unlikely to have been achieved by anyone. For an ordinary complete 9th level Tribulation Realm cultivator, comprehending even one great avenue is immensely challenging, let alone a second. Those who manage to grasp 2 avenues to enter the King realm are truly exceptional. A King realm powerhouse who has comprehended 2 avenues is significantly stronger than one who has grasped only a single avenue. As for those who ascend the King realm through 3 or 4 avenues, such individuals are even rarer, with the difficulty of such feats increasing exponentially. In the manner of Lin Xian, one who aspires to ascend to the realm of kings through the comprehension of 18 great paths is likely a rarity. Once I successfully grasp the thunder sword and wind sword, I shall commence my pursuit of the royal realm. Contemplating this, Lin Xian began to envision the magnificent spectacle that would accompany his breakthrough into the royal domain. He first secured the great Tao golden elixir, then retrieved the jade vial containing 2 sword intent pills. Although these pills were originally of considerable value, they held little significance for Lin Xian at present. Having already attained the comprehension of 3 levels of sword intent, the sword intent pills merely assist the user in grasping the first level of sword intent. After some thought, Lin Xian resolved to bestow them upon Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. As for why he chose Wang Yan over the more gifted Chu Yumeng, it stemmed from his lingering distrust of her. Despite her having taken him as her master, the true goddess soul within her remained an enigma. After summoning Wang Yan and Su Lianxin, Lin Xian presented them with the 2 sword intent pills. In the 3 months since their last meeting, both had experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation, particularly Su Lianxin, who possessed the true blood of the Ice Phoenix. With a golden 9th grade fate coupled with a sacred level technique, her rate of advancement was nothing short of astounding. In just 3 months, Su Lianxin had surged from the 9th level of body refinement to the 9th level of qi gathering. During this period, she felt as if she were living in a dream. To break through 8 or 9 realms in merely 3 months, the Ice Phoenix true blood was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, the technique bestowed upon her by her master, the Qing Emperor's scripture, although its precise grade was unknown, undoubtedly surpassed the cultivation methods of the Qingyang Sword Sect she had practiced before by an immeasurable margin. The more she cultivated, the more astonished Su Lianxin became. What manner of person was her master? As for Wang Yan, though his innate talent paled in comparison to Su Lianxin's, his advancement through a sacred level technique was still significant. In 3 months, he had ascended from the 1st level of qi gathering to the 5th level. Lin Xian was quite pleased with this progress. In roughly 3 months, the sect's grand competition would commence. Lin Xian was not overly concerned with the superficial accolades, but rather with the extraordinary rewards that awaited, particularly for the top 3. After receiving the sword intent pills from Lin Xian, neither Wang Yan nor Su Lianxin inquired further. They had unreserved trust in Lin Xian, and without his prompting, would not question the gifts he granted. These 2 sword intent pills might enable them to comprehend sword intent before the sect competition. Even if they did not fully grasp sword intent, they would surely attain its embryonic form. While it was uncertain for Wang Yan, should Lianxin grasp the embryonic form of sword intent, she would undoubtedly place in the top 3 of the upcoming competition. If she were to fully comprehend sword intent, none would be able to contest her for the first position. In contrast, Chu Yumeng had spent little time at the peak over the past 3 months, returning only once or twice. Her advancement had been the least among Lin Xian's 3 disciples, having moved from the 3rd level of Earth Realm to the 4th. This pace was not inherently slow, but it was all relative. Compared to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who had cultivated the Qing Emperor scripture, her progress could be deemed exceedingly sluggish. Even Wang Yan, whose innate talent was inferior to hers, had experienced far greater advancement over the past 3 months. This is by no means an exaggeration, as it indeed transcends the imperial level to reach the sacred realm of martial arts. Even the first tier is incomparable to the esteemed techniques practiced by Chu Yumeng. It is evident that she has not cultivated the sacred technique bestowed by Lin Xian, namely the Qingdi scripture. However, that is her choice. While Lin Xian provided the technique, whether or not she chooses to practice it is entirely her affair. I wonder how she will react one day when she suddenly realizes that Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who were once far beneath her, will soon surpass her. Subsequently, Lin Xian continued his seclusion, delving into the comprehension of the thunder sword and wind sword. Yet, scarcely 2 days into his retreat, an unexpected visitor arrived at Xingyang Peak, the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 4 Alliances, Threats. Tianyuan Peak ranks 9th among the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The masters of the top 10 peaks are all at the King realm, while the majority may only be at the 1st level of the King realm. The distinction remains significant. Those not within the king realm, even if they have attained the 9th level of the tribulation realm, are regarded as inconsequential as ants in their eyes. The arrival of the Tianyuan Peak Master puzzled Lin Xian, as he had little interaction with this esteemed figure. He was unsure of the purpose behind this visit. Nonetheless, given the stature of the visitor as a genuine powerhouse of the king realm, it was only right to extend the necessary courtesies. Lin Xian welcomed him, apologizing for not having received him properly. However, the Tianyuan Peak Master merely nodded in acknowledgement, then, taking the initiative, stepped into the main hall as though he were in his own domain, disregarding the fact that he was a guest at Qingyang Peak. This action caused Lin Xian's brow to furrow slightly. Once inside the main hall, before Lin Xian could inquire about the purpose of the visit, the Tianyuan Peak Master spoke first. I have come for one matter. Qingyang Peak Master, would you have any interest in joining the Sacred Sons faction? Lin Xian was taken aback by this proposition. To join the Sacred Sons faction? Was this an attempt to win him over? He was somewhat familiar with the rivalry between the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden within the sect. The Qingyang Sword Sect is not of a singular mind, but is instead divided into two major factions that balance each other. The Sacred Son lineage and the Sacred Maiden lineage stand opposed, led by Lu Tianxing and Li Fufeng, respectively. The Sacred Son is backed by the second Peak Master, while the Sacred Maiden enjoys the support of the first Peak Master. While it is often described as a contest between the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden, it is more accurately a struggle between the second and first Peak Masters. This power struggle has been ongoing for quite some time. Historically, the Sacred Maiden faction held the upper hand until a year ago when the second Peak Master broke through to the 3rd level of the King Realm, altering the balance. The Qingyang Sword Sect boasts over 10 King Realm experts, yet most are at the 1st level. Only the masters of the top 3 peaks are above the 2nd level of the King Realm. The reason the Sacred Maiden faction has consistently held the advantage is largely due to the fact that the first Peak Master, who supports her, is a formidable 3rd level King Realm expert, making him the strongest individual in the sect aside from the sect leader and the elder. Meanwhile, the second Peak Master is at the pinnacle of the 2nd level, ensuring that the Sacred Maiden's faction retains its edge over that of the Sacred Son. However, everything changed 6 months ago, after the second Peak Master achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the King Realm. Particularly, there has been a rumor within the sect that the usually uninvolved 3rd Peak is now showing a tendency to align with the 2nd Peak. This shift has left the Saintess in a position of disadvantage, rather than advantage. Should the rumor prove true, and the 3rd Peak Master genuinely joins the Saint Sun's faction, the superiority of the Saint Sun's faction would become overwhelming. Throughout this period, Lin Xian maintained a stance of neutrality, or rather, was forced into neutrality, as no one had sought to win him over, especially after his failure to break through to the King Realm, resulting in his decline to the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. Now, however, it seemed that someone was attempting to court his allegiance. It appears the dispute between the factions is nearing its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian inquired, "What benefits would I receive if I were to join?" The Master of Tianyuan glanced at Lin Xian and replied, "Benefits? Once you become the young sect master, you will still retain your position as the master of the Starfall Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned icy. He was not foolish and clearly discerned the underlying implication in the Tianyuan Master's words. Was this a benefit? It felt more like a veiled threat. The implication was clear. If Lin Xian were to join the Saint Sun's camp, he would maintain his position as the master of Starfall Peak after the Saint Sun triumphed over the Saintess and was appointed young sect master. Conversely, should Lin Xian refuse to join, his position would be directly forfeited. What kind of enticement was this? It felt more like intimidation. The Tianyuan master continued, "You must understand that individuals of your caliber at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm are not scarce. Yet there are many among them who covet your position as master of Starfall Peak." Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he replied solemnly, "Is this your personal stance, or that of the Saint Sun?" The Tianyuan master smirked coldly, "It is both my stance and that of the young master. Now, I await your response." The Tianyuan master was beginning to lose patience. He believed that his personal visit to persuade Lin Xian was already a significant favor. To leave empty-handed and resort to threats was unacceptable. Even a clay figure retained some temper. How much more so Lin Xian? The Lin Xian of the past would never have yielded, let alone the Lin Xian of the present. Oh, Lin Xian's response evidently caught the Tianyuan master off guard. In his view, the assurance of retaining his position as master of Starfall Peak after the Saint Sun's ascendance to young sect master was already a considerable benefit. Yet, Lin Xian appeared to be lacking in appreciation. "Very well. I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." With that, the Tianyuan master did not linger and departed. "And you as well," Lin Xian remarked coldly as he watched the master's retreating figure. In response, The Tianyuan master merely sneered dismissively, paying Lin Xian's words no mind. Would he regret it? What a jest! Upon returning and reporting this matter to the saint's son, Lu Tianxing, the Tianyuan master merely smiled, unfazed. It matters not. A mere 7th level of the tribulation realm cannot alter the tide of the larger scheme. Since the other party is disinterested in the position of the Starfall Peak Master, he does not insist. Elder Jean, I have heard that you recently achieved a breakthrough? The master of Tianyuan Peak suddenly turned his gaze toward a white-robed elder not far from him. Upon hearing this, the elder slightly cupped his hands toward the master of Tianyuan Peak, reporting to the master, I have just recently broken through to the 6th level of the tribulation realm. The master of Tianyuan Peak nodded, then turned to Lu Tianxing. Your Highness, why not let Elder Jean take on the position of the Starfall Peak Master? Lu Tianxing was taken aback, then quickly understood the subtle intentions of the master of Tianyuan Peak, smiling and shaking his head. Why not? The master of Tianyuan Peak laughed heartily. The 6th level of the tribulation realm is somewhat lacking for a peak master. This action is primarily to vex Lin Xian. This is the consequence of rejecting him. What does it matter if one's realm is lower? Choosing the right master can still lead to the position of a peak master. The master of Tianyuan Peak harbored some anticipation. He imagined the expression on the face of the Starfall Peak Master when he sees Elder Jean, who is of a lower realm, replacing him. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin's aged face revealed a hint of color, and he excitedly bowed to Lu Tianxing and the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 5, 22 Paths of the Tao. After bidding farewell to the master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian continued to contemplate the Tao. However, just a few days after entering seclusion, another visitor arrived at Starfall Peak. This guest was also a peak master, the master of the 8th peak. He, too, was a formidable figure of the King realm, and arguably even stronger than the previous visitor, the master of Tianyuan Peak. Moreover, if Lin Xian recalled correctly, the master of the 8th peak should be aligned with the saintess Li Fufeng. Was he here to win him over as well? When did his fallen realm of the 7th level of the tribulation realm become so sought after? However, unlike the master of Tianyuan Peak, while both were of the King realm, the attitude of the master of the 8th peak was entirely different. Lin Xian did not detect any disdain from him. Rather, he approached with sincerity. The saintess stated that should you wish to join, you would receive a spirit-nourishing pill. The spirit-nourishing pill, a 5th-grade elixir, is exceedingly precious, especially those related to the restoration of the soul, and would be particularly effective for Lin Xian's prior soul injury from failing the tribulation. Although Lin Xian no longer required it, it was evident that the other party genuinely meant well. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Recalling the earlier master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian felt a surge of anger. Look, this is what sincerity looks like. This is what winning someone over entails. Initially, Lin Xian had no desire to involve himself in the strife between Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing. Their life-and-death struggle was of no concern to him. He merely wished to comprehend the remaining 2 paths of the Tao and subsequently break through to the King realm. Who wins or loses was irrelevant to him. Once he achieves the King realm, the world will be his oyster. Yet now, Lin Xian's mindset had shifted. I accept. However, could this elixir be exchanged? My injuries have healed, and I no longer have need of the spirit-nourishing pill. The master of the 8th peak squinted his eyes and chuckled. Certainly. What elixir does Master Lin wish to exchange for? The Path Understanding elixir. The Path Understanding elixir? The 8th peak master pondered for a moment. The Insight pill, also a 5th-grade elixir, is even more precious than the spirit-nurturing pill, primarily utilized to aid in comprehending the Great Tao. It has always been a coveted treasure for those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of tribulation, who are endeavoring to grasp the Great Tao and seeking to break through to the King realm. This master of the Starfall Peak, having just recovered from his injuries, immediately began preparations for his future attempt to ascend to the King realm. However, he harbored little optimism. Those who fail to break through to the King realm find the second attempt significantly more challenging and fraught with greater risks, leading many to shy away from a second endeavor. Often, individuals who fail their first breakthrough lack the courage to attempt a second, unless they are driven by desperation as their time approaches its end. If you cannot decide on this elixir, you may consult with others and provide me with a response later. Lin Xian spoke slowly. It is of no consequence. Although this elixir is indeed precious, I can still make the decision. I shall agree on behalf of the saintess. Half an hour later, the 8th peak master departed from Starfall Peak, satisfied. Lin Xian, too, felt considerable contentment. The Insight pill, while of minimal significance to Lin Xian, who has already comprehended several paths, pales in comparison to the 9-pattern Tao Golden pill he possesses. However, the Insight pill could serve as an investment, triggering a return when gifted to Su Lianxin. The Tao Golden pill was the result of Lin Xian's investment in a 4th-grade breakthrough elixir. If a 4th-grade elixir could yield such results, He felt a sense of anticipation regarding the prospects of investing in a 5th-grade elixir. On another note, when the 8th Peak Master returned to report to the Saintess, he found Li Fufeng wearing a troubled expression. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for her. Should the 3rd Peak Master truly side with the Holy Sun, it would spell a significant blow for both her and her faction. She had sought out the 3rd Peak Master on multiple occasions, not to solicit an alliance, but merely to request that he maintain neutrality. Yet, she was met with outright rejection. After several attempts, she finally secured an audience. But the 3rd Peak Master's demeanor confirmed the rumors. He was indeed contemplating joining the Holy Sun's camp. Although they had met, the 3rd Peak Master maintained a consistently aloof demeanor, stating bluntly that, in his eyes, Lu Tianqing's potential surpassed that of the Saintess. While it was not impossible to sway him toward neutrality, it would require Li Fufeng to demonstrate equal or even superior potential to the Holy Sun in the forthcoming sect competition for him to reconsider. Observing Li Fufeng's distressed countenance, the 8th Peak Master sighed. The pressure on the Saintess was undeniably substantial. Your Highness, good news. Master Lin has agreed on his end. However, the elixir has been changed to the Insight Pill, and I have taken the liberty to consent. At this moment, beside Li Fufeng stood another figure, the Master of the 14th Peak. Although not at the King realm, he had also achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of tribulation, and not just any ordinary attainment. Upon hearing the words of the Tianyuan Peak Master, he could not help but snort derisively. Their strength is lacking, yet their demands are considerable. The Insight Pill is nearly equivalent in value to 2 spirit-nurturing pills. Regarding the recruitment by the Holy Maiden, he harbored little optimism from the outset, particularly as she audaciously demanded a comprehension elixir. In his view, a mere 7th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator did not warrant such exorbitant costs for persuasion. A solitary 7th-level Tribulation Realm individual, whether he joined or not, would hardly affect the larger scheme of things. Given our current disadvantage, how could we expect others to risk opposing Lu Tianqing without some sacrifice? Li Fufeng spoke slowly. At Qingyang Peak, Lin Xian's side received no false promises from the Holy Maiden, who promptly delivered a comprehension elixir. The moment he obtained the elixir, Lin Xian hesitated not, summoning Su Lianxin to present it to her, advising her to consume it when she attempted to break through to the King realm in the future. In truth, the elixir was not something Su Lianxin could currently utilize, yet Lin Xian could not wait until she reached the 9th-level Tribulation Realm before bestowing it upon her. So he fabricated an excuse to deflect the matter. Su Lianxin, on her part, thought little of it, feeling deeply grateful that her master was already preparing for her future breakthrough to the King realm, despite her recent advancement to the Earth realm. Observing Su Lianxin's touched expression, Lin Xian felt a flush of embarrassment and coughed lightly, urging her to resume her cultivation. Ding. Investment in the comprehension elixir. Returning the array Dao Xiandan, 8 patterns, X1. The array Dao Xiandan, a 7th-grade spiritual pill, upon consumption, grants insight into 4 sword array paths: the Azure Dragon Sword Array, the White Tiger Sword Array, the Vermilion Bird Sword Array, and the Black Tortoise Sword Array. Lin Xian's pupils contracted, and his breath quickened. Another 4 paths. Moreover, these were exceedingly rare sword array paths. Thus, with 18 paths leading into the King realm, this was not his ultimate limit. Adding these 4 sword array paths would culminate in 22 paths. Lin Xian could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power he would possess upon breaking through to the King realm. Chapter 6. The progress of the disciples. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Xian awoke from his seclusion, his eyes sparkling with vitality. 2 months prior, he had consumed the Grand Dao Golden Pill and the array Dao Xiandan, and his comprehension of the Grand Dao had reached 20 paths. Only 2 remained, the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword paths. Once successfully comprehended, Lin Xian would begin his assault on the King realm. Even without breaking through to the King realm, his strength, having comprehended 20 paths, was indeed formidable. What tier is my strength at now? Lin Xian mused, gently shaking his head, uncertain and unable to estimate. However, he was certain that the Tianyuan Peak Master who had come to invite him would fall to his sword with ease. Of course, this was merely Lin Xian's own belief. Having never battled a true King realm expert, he could not ascertain the true extent of his power. In a buoyant mood, Lin Xian extended his consciousness across the peak. Over the past 2 months, both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin had made significant strides in their strength. Wang Yin has ascended from the 5th level of Qi Gathering to the present 9th level, while Su Lianxin has achieved an even more formidable feat, directly advancing from the 9th level of Qi Gathering to the current 3rd level of Earth Profound. The only gap remaining between her and Chu Yumeng, who harbors the soul of a celestial venerable, is but a single rank. Reflecting on a few months past, there was a disparity of nearly 10 realms between the two. Yet in less than 3 months, this gap has almost vanished. This remarkable progress is attributed not only to Su Lianxin's possession of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, but also to the sacred-level technique I bestowed upon her. The Qingdi Scripture. Had Chu Yuming also practiced the Qingdi Scripture, after half a year, her cultivation would undoubtedly have surpassed this point. Additionally, the sword intent pills gifted by Lin Xian have been consumed by both. However, Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback, as he had presumed that the more talented Su Lianxin would grasp the sword intent first. Contrary to his expectations, it was Wang Yan, whose talent is far inferior to Su Lianxin's, who comprehended the sword intent, while Su Lianxin only grasped its rudimentary form. Lin Xian's expression was peculiar. He had not anticipated Wang Yan possessing such aptitude in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, despite comprehending sword intent, Wang Yan still lags significantly behind Su Lianxin in strength. Of course, the sword intent has somewhat narrowed the gap between them. As the upcoming sect competition approaches, Lin Xian initially held hopes solely for Su Lianxin to secure first place. However, it now appears that Wang Yan may also have a chance to contend for a top 3 position. Moreover, having just emerged from seclusion, Lin Xian received news that the rewards for this sect competition have been announced. The sect has truly invested heavily. The individual who secures first place in the competition will be awarded a single Xianlong pill, which bears a medicinal pattern. The Xianlong pill is a 6th grade elixir. And even for the Qingyang Sword Sect, this pill is exceedingly precious, making its selection as a reward for the sect competition quite astonishing. Furthermore, the first place winner will also gain the opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm, where all treasures obtained shall belong to them. The Qingyang Secret Realm, established by the founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, is filled with numerous opportunities and treasures and has never been opened to disciples. Only the sect master and the supreme elders possess the qualifications for entry, and even the holy sons and daughters are not eligible. In comparison to the 6th grade Xianlong pill, the opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm is the true highlight of this competition. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire sect was in an uproar. Not only the others, but even the holy son and daughter, Lu Tianxing and Li Fufeng, exhibited fervent desire in their eyes upon hearing this news, determined to secure first place in this sect competition. In a secluded corner of Xingyun Peak, Chu Yuming, who was in seclusion, also learned of this news. Before she could react, the celestial venerable soul within her was already stirred with excitement. The voice was exceedingly solemn. Disciple, you must seize this first place. The reason she had brought Chu Yuming to the Qingyang Sword Sect and this Xingyun Peak was precisely for the Qingyang Secret Realm. Chu Yuming's beautiful eyes flickered. Rest assured, Master, regardless of whether it is Li Fufeng or Lu Tianxing, they are no match for me. This first place shall not be taken from me. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an unwavering confidence. The so-called prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect, whether it be the holy son Lu Tianxing or the holy maiden Li Fufeng, have never truly commanded her regard. Not only does she overlook the Qingyang Sword Sect, but the entirety of the Tangqing Empire fails to pique her interest. Only those exceptional talents listed on the Xuanyu Qianlong ranking beyond the Tangqing Empire are deemed worthy adversaries in her eyes. As for the insignificant position of the top youth in the Qingyang Sword Sect, it is a title she could easily claim should she desire it. As the sect's grand competition draws near, the atmosphere within the sect has shifted notably from the past. Disciples from various peaks seldom venture outside, dedicating themselves to preparation for the impending contest. Every increment of strength gained could potentially elevate their standing in the competition and yield greater rewards. However, just under a month before the competition, an unexpected piece of news erupted across the Tangqing Empire, reverberating even through neighboring nations. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm is stirring and set to open. This announcement swiftly eclipsed the forthcoming sect competition, becoming the focal point of discussion among the sect members. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm is the site of the demise of a formidable figure from millennia ago, the Burning Heaven Sovereign. Within its bounds lie countless opportunities, treasures, and even the legacy of the Burning Heaven Sovereign himself. Situated beyond the borders of the Tangqing Empire within the Yingyue mountain range, this realm spans 7 great empires, thus being referred to as the 7 nations of Yingyue. The Tangqing Empire is one among these 7. The sovereign exists in 3 realms: Sovereign, Earth Sovereign, and Heaven Sovereign. The presence of Earth Sovereigns is exceedingly rare throughout the Xuanyu, with only a handful, such as the esteemed leader of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, ranking among the top 10 powers of the Xuanyu, yet merely being at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, not an Earth Sovereign. This illustrates the allure the Burning Heaven Secret Realm holds for the surrounding nations. When the time comes, not only the 7 nations of Yingyue, but also forces from beyond will likely be drawn to it. Legends surrounding the Burning Heaven Secret Realm are innumerable. For instance, the Morning Dawn Empire, which ranks first among the 7 nations of Yingyue, owes its rise to its monarch, Emperor Shi, who obtained a fragment of Earth's sovereign inheritance within the realm. In just a few decades, he transformed the Morning Dawn Empire from the lowest to the highest among the 7 nations. Emperor Shi is celebrated as the mightiest among them today. Such instances abound, which is why the world is so fervently captivated by the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. Each opening attracts countless seekers. Nevertheless, the opening of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm does not adhere to a fixed schedule. It may occur every 10 or even 20 years, typically exceeding a decade. However, this time is different. Only 7 years have passed since its last opening. For the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, this secret realm holds far greater significance than the sect competition, especially for the ordinary disciples. While the rewards for the upcoming sect competition are indeed generous, they predominantly cater to the top 10 or the first place, leaving little hope for the ordinary disciples to contend for a top position. In contrast, within the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, even ordinary disciples like them might stumble upon astonishing fortuitous encounters. Upon receiving the news, the Qingyang Sword Sect promptly summoned its elders and disciples to embark on the journey. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, upon emerging from his seclusion, learned of this development. However, by that time, most of the 36 peaks had already departed, leaving only a handful yet to set forth. The circumstances of these remaining peaks mirrored Lin Xian's own. Either their peak masters were in closed-door cultivation, or other matters had delayed their departure, preventing them from joining the main sect's expedition. Although he was a few days late, Lin Xian found himself unable to hasten his departure, for he had reached a pivotal moment in comprehending the Windsword path. To interrupt this process would likely lead to a complete loss of his progress. Now, he had successfully grasped the Windsword path. Next, only the final path, the Thundersword path, remained, and he could then begin his ascent to the King realm. Upon his emergence, a female elder who had been waiting at the Starfall Peak for quite some time approached Lin Xian, her expression rife with dissatisfaction. She had grown increasingly impatient after several days of waiting. She had resolved that if Lin Xian did not emerge today, she would depart and report back to the Peak Master, no longer willing to linger at Starfall Peak. "Ah, Lin Peak Master, your tardiness has certainly tested my patience." The visitor scoffed coldly, her displeasure unmistakable to anyone present. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize for making Elder Quan wait." This elder, whom Lin Xian recognized, hailed from the 10th peak, Qingwei Peak. The disciples of Qingwei Peak were predominantly female, with few male disciples present. Qingwei Peak was renowned among the 36 peaks for its abundance of beauty and was highly favored within the sect. The Peak Master, Fairy Qingwei, a recently ascended King Realm powerhouse, was celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect, with admirers scattered throughout, including several Peak Masters. Notably, both Qingwei Peak and Starfall Peak stood united in their support of the saintess Li Fufeng. The reason Qingwei Peak did not join the main force to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm was due to Li Fufeng's directive. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm, located at the very heart of the moonlit mountain range, posed extreme dangers during the journey, particularly within the depths of the range, where even King Realm practitioners risked perishing. Starfall Peak had only Lin Xian, a 7th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator, making the expedition to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm fraught with peril. Aware of this, Li Fufeng had arranged for the Master of Qingwei Peak to remain behind and accompany Starfall Peak on their journey, which explained Elder Quan's prolonged wait at Starfall Peak. Although Lin Xian's current strength rendered him capable of traversing the dangers of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm without external protection, Li Fufeng's consideration was indeed appreciated. Now that Lin Peak Master has emerged, I shall return to report to the Peak Master. I kindly request you to make preparations, as we shall depart tomorrow. Elder Quan stated with a stern countenance before departing from Starfall Peak. After Elder Quan's departure, Lin Xian sent a message to his 3 disciples, instructing them to prepare as well. However, as Lin Xian scanned the surroundings of Starfall Peak with his spiritual sense, he noticed the absence of Chu Yuming. Afterward, Lin Xian learned from Su Lianxin that Chu Yuming had departed from the sect following the announcement of the rewards for the sect's grand competition, leaving behind only a letter instructing her to inform Lin Xian. This was within Lin Xian's expectations. He had never truly regarded her as his disciple, having taken her under his wing merely for the remarkable enhancement she could provide to his cultivation speed. The following day, early in the morning, the flying vessel of Qingwei Peak docked at the plaza of Xingyang Peak. This colossal craft resembled a floating palace, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. Such a vessel was not a luxury afforded to just any peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Only the top 10 peaks, which housed formidable kings, could possess one. This was not only due to the exorbitant cost of the vessel itself, but also its maintenance, which required significant amounts of spiritual stones for each operation. As they beheld the magnificent vessel, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin exhibited expressions of awe. It was their first encounter with the sect's flying ship, having only heard tales of it before. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingyang Peak aboard the vessel noticed the naive expressions of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, and subtle smirks of pride flickered across their faces. Once the two disciples boarded the vessel, Lin Xian's gaze first fell upon a serene woman on the deck. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her features delicate as white jade. An unparalleled beauty that seemed to have stepped out from a painting, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect. She was none other than the peak master of the 10th peak, Qingwei Fairy, and the youngest king within the sect. A few days prior, Lin Xian had been preoccupied with a pivotal moment of enlightenment, causing a slight delay, and he offered a polite explanation to Qingwei Fairy and the others. However, upon hearing his words, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Before she could respond, several elders from Qingwei Peak beside her erupted in laughter. Enlightenment? What could a 7th-level tribulation realm be enlightened about? Couldn't you have conjured a better excuse? Remarked one middle-aged elder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, enlightenment? May I inquire what great Pathmaster Lin is striving to comprehend? Perhaps we could engage in a discussion? The derision in their words was palpable to all. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged elder, but chose to remain silent. Engage in a discussion with you? Are you worthy of it? He had already stated his reasons, and whether they believed him was of little consequence. After offering a slight bow to Qingwei Fairy, Lin Xian departed from the deck to the quarters arranged for him at Qingwei Peak, intent on continuing his cultivation. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Qingwei Fairy shook her head. She was aware of Lin Xian's circumstances, having suffered betrayal from a direct disciple and subsequently experiencing a failed breakthrough to the king realm. He was indeed a pitiable figure. Initially, she had felt a measure of sympathy for him. However, his recent remarks had swiftly altered her impression of him. If he had merely been delayed a few days, it would not have posed a significant issue, and Qingwei Fairy had no intention of reprimanding him. Yet, being in the wrong and refusing to acknowledge it was unacceptable. Not only did he refuse to admit his fault, but he also fabricated a lie about enlightenment for the sake of pride, which was truly disappointing. At that moment, the flying vessel roared to life, rising into the sky, breaking through the clouds as it soared toward its destination, the Yingyue mountain range. On the attic, numerous disciples of Qingwei Peak gathered in clusters of 3s and 5s, yet among them, two individuals appeared somewhat restrained, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, the brother and sister duo. Lin Xian had already attained the state of fasting and required no sustenance, unlike Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Feeling the occasional glances from the surrounding Qingwei Peak disciples, the pair sensed a degree of discomfort. Is this young lady a disciple of the Peak Master Lin? At that moment, a male voice emerged from the side. Su Lianxin and Wang Yin turned their gazes to see a youth clad in immaculate white, exuding an air of delicateness. Approaching with a smile and brazenly taking a seat opposite them, Su Lianxin's beauty rivaled that of the ethereal Qingwei Fairy, though she had yet to fully mature. Nevertheless, even amidst the plethora of beauties at Qingwei Peak, her countenance was among the finest. The youth's gaze upon Su Lianxin was unmistakably filled with admiration. With her brows slightly furrowed, Su Lianxin perceived his demeanor as exceedingly rude and refrained from verbal response, merely nodding in a clear display of disinterest in further conversation. Unfazed, the youth continued with brazen familiarity. I am Yang Xuan, a direct disciple under Elder Xuan of Qingwei Peak. May I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden? Su Lianxin. Oh, so you are Miss Su. I observe you are likely a swordsman, as am I. I humbly possess some insights into the sword path and may be able to offer you guidance, Yang Xuan remarked, fanning himself gently. His words instantly ignited a flurry of excitement among the onlookers, who cast envious glances towards Su Lianxin. Indeed, Brother Yang, you are far too modest. With your swordsmanship, you are undoubtedly among the elite of Qingwei Peak. To say you possess some skill is an understatement, one disciple interjected. Yes. If Brother Yang's prowess is merely some, then what does that make us? Mere wastrels who cannot even wield a sword? Another added. This junior sister is fortunate to receive Brother Yang's personal guidance. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Countless individuals at Qingwei Peak would seek this in vain. Even many elders come to discuss swordsmanship with Brother Yang. If anyone among the disciples is likely to comprehend the embryonic form of sword intent, it must be Brother Yang. They continued, showering him with flattery, perceiving his previous comments as excessively modest. Su Lianxin glanced at the delicate youth and exchanged a knowing look with her brother Wang Yin, both nearly stifling their laughter. Swordsmanship? You? To guide me? Su Lianxin thought incredulously. Just recently, she had grasped the essence of sword intent. And within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, only her master Lin Xian was capable of providing her with true guidance. No one else, not even the sect master or the venerable elder Xianjian, held that qualification. The delicate youth before her had yet to comprehend even the embryonic form of sword intent. Yet he dared to claim he could guide her? What a farce. Indeed, Yang Zhen's swordsmanship was commendable, ranking highly among the disciples of Qingyang Sword Sect. However, comparisons mattered greatly. In juxtaposition with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, he was entirely incomparable. Thank you for your offer, brother, but I must decline the guidance. Su Lianxin stated before rising decisively and departing with Wang Yan. Yang Zhen was left in a state of bewilderment, accompanied by the disciples of Qingwei Peak surrounding him. Neither Yang Zhen nor the nearby disciples anticipated that Su Lianxin would refuse so decisively. Yang Zhen's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and confusion as he gripped his folding fan tightly. Days later, the flying vessel finally departed from the Tangqing Empire, entering the domain of the Innate mountain range. The protective formations surrounding the vessel activated silently, and the elders and disciples of Qingwei Peak ceased their previous jovial banter. The name Innate mountain range alone commanded respect, for it was a paradise for ferocious beasts. Even those at the king or emperor level faced peril within its depths. As the vessel soared above the dense jungle, it attracted the attention of countless beasts below, whose ghostly eyes peered from the shadows, observing with silent intent. Humph. The Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. It served as a warning to any beast contemplating an attack on the vessel, urging them to reconsider their worthiness before making a move. The terrifying aura instantly caused the restless beasts to retreat in trepidation. While the Innate mountain range was indeed fearsome, this was primarily confined to its inner regions. The outer areas, though populated with numerous beasts, predominantly housed those below the king level. A single 9th level Tribulation Realm practitioner was sufficient to instill fear among them. However, before the members of Qingwei Peak could exhale in relief, a horrifying sound of something slicing through the air jolted them all. From within the thicket ahead, a massive golden spike shot towards the flying vessel with a speed that defied comprehension, smashing directly into the protective array enveloping the vessel. With a sharp crack, the protective formation fractured like a spider's web before ultimately shattering. The vessel, which had been racing forward, suddenly came to a halt as if colliding with a mountain. Some of the weaker disciples aboard the vessel coughed up blood, their faces pale as parchment. It was a demon king. The elders of Qingwei Peak gasped in shock, their eyes widening with fear as they gazed toward the direction of the incoming spike, where a colossal crimson-purple scorpion, towering dozens of feet high, came into view. A single strike had breached the vessel's defenses, something even a perfected 9th level Tribulation Realm expert could not achieve. Only a demon king corresponding to the human king level could accomplish such a feat. Yet, they were in the outer region of Innate mountain range. While it was not impossible for a demon king to exist in the periphery, their numbers were exceedingly rare. What kind of luck had they stumbled upon to encounter a demon king so soon after entering the Innate forest? The black eyes of the crimson-purple scorpion fixated intensely on the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak at the forefront of the vessel. The Grand Elder, under its piercing gaze, felt the hair on his body stand on end, trembling uncontrollably. He was overwhelmed with despair, realizing all too well how he had provoked this formidable demon king. Previously, he had unleashed his oppressive aura merely to warn the low-ranking demon beasts that lurked with greedy eyes. Little did he anticipate that a demon king was concealed within this vicinity, and the pressure exerted by the Grand Elder was perceived as a provocation by the purple scorpion demon king. Boom. The sudden turn of events naturally startled the revered master of Qingwei Peak, who was in tranquil meditation aboard the flying vessel, as well as Lin Xian. The formidable aura of the king's realm erupted from the vessel, and the figure of the master of Qingwei Peak appeared in the air above, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the nearby purple scorpion demon king. Meanwhile, Lin Xian manifested on the deck of the vessel, a flicker of astonishing sword intent swirling within his eyes, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Master. The appearance of the master of Qingwei Peak brought a slight sense of relief to the elders and disciples of Qingwei Peak. I, the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak, feel unworthy. He bowed respectfully, yet the master waved his hand dismissively. This matter is not your fault. Indeed, the Grand Elder bore no blame. It could only be said that their fortune had been exceedingly poor. A low growl escaped the purple scorpion demon king, its enormous eyes darting about as if wary of something, refraining from launching another attack. Ultimately, reason triumphed over rage. With an unwilling roar, the purple scorpion demon king burrowed into the earth below. Such an action left all aboard the vessel, including the master of Qingwei Peak, momentarily stunned. Earlier, the purple scorpion demon king had appeared furious, seemingly intent on a deadly confrontation with the individuals aboard the vessel, yet after the master's emergence, it had inexplicably retreated. What a formidable master! What divine might! The disciples and elders turned their gazes toward the master of Qingyang Peak, their expressions filled with reverence. Some disciples even voiced their excitement. In their eyes, the master of Qingyang Peak was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Merely standing there had repelled a demon king. The master of Qingyang Peak opened his mouth, yet felt an odd sensation. Though the realms of kings and demon kings were the same, it was generally acknowledged that demon beasts were often stronger than human cultivators within the same realm, demon kings even more so. Typically, to defeat or slay a demon king of the same realm, at least 2 or 3 human king realm experts would need to join forces, and even then, success was merely a possibility. Just moments ago, the master of Qingyang Peak had been contemplating how to best shield the purple scorpion demon king, ensuring the safety of others from Qingyang Peak. However, before he could devise a suitable strategy, the opponent had retreated. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had considered numerous possibilities, yet had never anticipated that the foe would cower and withdraw. With lingering doubts, the master of Qingyang Peak departed the area with his disciples. Yet unbeknownst to him, 3 individuals had not followed his lead, those being Lin Xian and his 2 disciples. After leaving a note, Lin Xian, along with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, silently descended from the flying vessel. A purple scorpion demon king should be worth quite a sum, he mused, as he soared through the air with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan towards the location where they had encountered the purple scorpion demon king. Chapter 9. The Unparalleled Sword Master. Typically, only those of the sovereign realm possess the ability to soar through the skies. However, Lin Xian is an exception. Though he does not belong to the sovereign realm, the immense spiritual energy within him rivals that of true sovereign beings. Moreover, he has successfully comprehended 21 paths of the Tao. Apart from his realm not yet reaching sovereign, Lin Xian bears no distinction from the ordinary sovereigns, and may even surpass them. At present, Lin Xian finds himself in dire need of resources. Su Lianxin and Wang Yan are unaware of Lin Xian's intentions after disembarking from the flying vessel. They do not inquire further. But as they notice Lin Xian guiding them back into the air, a sudden thought strikes them. Could it be that their master intends to return to confront the purple scorpion demon king? As this notion arises, they exchange a startled glance, their hearts racing. With each passing moment, as they draw nearer to the site of their previous encounter with the purple scorpion demon king, their speculation solidifies into certainty. Indeed, their master is heading straight for the formidable foe. Their hearts race with trepidation. The creature they face is no ordinary beast, but a veritable demon king. They are aware of their master's true realm, which is not the 7th level of the calamity realm as the outside world believes, but rather the 9th. Yet, even at the 9th level, before a demon king, one is but an insect. While they understand their master to be shrouded in mystery, a flicker of concern engulfs them as Wang Yan and Su Lianxin follow Lin Xian back to the site of their encounter with the purple scorpion demon king. Boom. Upon arrival, Lin Xian swiftly unleashes a sword strike upon the ground not far away. A terrifying sword aura cleaves the earth, creating a deep chasm. In response, a furious roar erupts from beneath as a massive purple scorpion, towering dozens of feet high, bursts forth from the ground, glaring angrily at the trio, specifically at Lin Xian. Human, I previously spared you. Do you truly believe this king fears you? The purple scorpion demon king articulates human speech, its voice laced with uncontrollable fury. This proclamation leaves Su Lianxin and Wang Yan astonished. What have they just heard? I previously spared you. Do you truly believe this king fears you? Suddenly, an epiphany strikes. Their eyes widen in disbelief. During their initial encounter with the purple scorpion demon king, they had assumed that the master of Qingyang Peak had intimidated the beast into retreat. Yet, listening to the demon king's wrathful words, it seems that the truth is otherwise. The one the demon king fears is not the master of Qingyang Peak, but their own master. So that is how it is. You fear me? Of course you do. If you were not afraid, you would have attacked directly rather than waste time with idle chatter. Lin Xian replies with a smile. Human, you seek death. The purple scorpion demon king soars into the air, its long, pointed tail detaching from its body and hurtling toward Lin Xian. Simultaneously, the demon king does not hesitate but swiftly retreats in the opposite direction. This scene leaves Wang Yan and Su Lianxin utterly flabbergasted. They had anticipated an impending battle, only to witness the purple scorpion demon king choosing to flee after launching a single strike. The swiftly fleeing scorpion demon king remained oblivious to the thoughts of Wang Yan and Su Lianxin. He was acutely aware, however, that he was no match for Lin Xian. Having lived for so many years, he could discern who was formidable and who was not with just a glance. Lin Xian, a mere human, was exceedingly peculiar. Despite being only at the 9th level of the tribulation realm, he exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression that unsettled the scorpion demon king. The terrifying sword intent reflected in Lin Xian's eyes was enough to instill profound fear in the demon, even with a single glance. Clang! As the sharp spike hurtled toward him, Lin Xian remained utterly still, a glimmer of sword light flashing in his gaze. In an instant, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that cleaved the spike asunder. He then raised his hand and lightly pointed toward the void. Immediately, a colossal frost sword erupted from the ground along the path the Scorpion Demon King had fled, piercing through the demon and encasing its massive form in ice. The ice sword was one of the sword paths Lin Xian had comprehended. Initially, he believed this strike would not be sufficient to slay the Scorpion Demon King. Yet he had underestimated both the sword's power and his own current strength. The Scorpion Demon King, at the first level of the King realm, met his demise without even withstanding a single blow from Lin Xian. This profoundly shocking scene was witnessed solely by Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, leaving them both in a state of astonishment. One strike, and a Demon King falls. This was a being equivalent to a human king realm, if not stronger than many of their kind, yet it could not withstand a single blow from their master. Just how powerful was he? This was the first time they had witnessed Lin Xian in action since pledging their allegiance to him. The Tribulation Realm could vanquish a King Realm opponent with but a single sword. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. It is crucial to note that as one ascends in rank, overcoming levels becomes increasingly challenging. Being able to traverse several realms in the Earth and Heavenly Profound realms does not guarantee the same capability in the Tribulation and King realms. The majesty of that sword strike was indelibly etched into their hearts. After collecting the Scorpion Demon King's remains into his storage ring, Lin Xian chose not to escort his disciples directly to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, with some time remaining before its opening. There was little difference between arriving early or late. Arriving early would only mean waiting outside the realm in vain. Linyu City, situated at the confluence of the Reflecting Moon mountain range, was named for its proximity to the mountains and was Lin Xian's next destination. The remains and inner core of the Scorpion Demon King were of great value, yet of little use to Lin Xian himself. He was concerned that if he bestowed them upon his disciples, they would likely return with the inner core. Through several rounds of investment and returns, Lin Xian had gleaned the system's patterns. Items rewarded by the system were often of a higher tier than the invested items. For instance, if one invested in an inner core, it was highly probable that the return would also be an inner core. Although this was not absolute, it was true in most cases. Lin Xian had little need for the inner core. It would be better to auction it off or exchange it for other items of equal worth to present to Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Linyu City, due to its proximity to the Reflecting Moon mountain range, had become a refuge for many adventurers. The city lord was rumored to be a formidable being at the third level of the King realm, a presence that deterred any individual or faction from causing disturbances within the city's confines. Wang Jing's presence at the third level of the Wang realm is an undeniable force in this region. Even within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, only the sect master and the venerable Xinjian surpass him in strength, while the first and second peak masters also stand at the third level of the Wang realm. They have only recently entered this stage, and in a true conflict, they would likely not match the prowess of the city lord of Linhua. The impending opening of the Finshan secret realm has attracted a considerable influx of cultivators and factions into the already bustling Linhua city, including individuals like Lin Xian from the Tangqing Empire, as well as others from the 6 neighboring nations. The largest auction house in the city, known as the Muyu Auction House, is situated in the northern part of the city. Upon entering, Lin Xian made a beeline for it, while Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who rarely left their sect, were eager to explore the outside world. Thus, he allowed them to wander the city. The Muyu Auction House is an imposing tower, approximately 30 stories tall, standing prominently in the north of the city. As Lin Xian stepped inside, he was greeted by a charming female attendant who smiled warmly and inquired, "Welcome to Muyu Auction House. May I ask, young sir, are you here to consign items for auction?" "To consign," he replied. "Very well, I shall assist you with that." However, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze caught sight of a young man dressed in purple, gracefully entering through the main door, causing her expression to shift to one of excitement, leaving her words unspoken. The purple-clad youth exuded an air of nobility, and his presence not only exhilarated the attendant before Lin Xian, but also stirred the interest of several other staff members within the auction house. They were all eager to approach him, but the attendant before Lin Xian was quick to act. "I apologize, but I have an urgent matter. Qinghe, please come here and attend to this guest," she called, swiftly bypassing Lin Xian to rush toward the noble youth, seemingly anxious that he might be claimed by someone else. The attendant, referred to as Qinghe, was a young girl of about 16. Upon being summoned, she hastily grabbed a registration form and hurried toward Lin Xian. This scene momentarily took Lin Xian by surprise, yet he smiled gently, not overly concerned. He understood well what was transpiring. The young man in purple clearly held an extraordinary status, promising far greater benefits than merely attending to him. He bore no ill will toward the attendant. It was only natural, and she had maintained a pleasant demeanor throughout. Before long, the charming attendant was engaged in lively conversation with the purple-clad youth, both laughing as they ascended to the second floor. Their interaction drew envious glances from many surrounding staff members, who lamented their own slow response that allowed the lovely attendant to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the flustered girl named Qing, he finally reached Lin Xian, greeting him with an earnest, "Hello, young sir. My name is Qing He. Are you here to consign items for auction?" "Indeed. You won't run off again, will you?" Lin Xian lightly teased. "Oh, my apologies." Qing He's face flushed crimson as she repeatedly offered her apologies. "It is of no concern. I have not dwelled on it. This is the item I intend to auction. Please take a look. If you find yourself unable to decide, feel free to call upon the head of your auction house." Lin Xian shook his head, casually tossing out a storage ring. Upon receiving the ring, Qing He extended her consciousness to probe within. "Ah!" A startled exclamation reverberated throughout the first floor of the auction house, causing many to turn their heads toward Qing He, bewildered. Even the elegant attendant ascending the staircase and the young man in purple paused, casting puzzled glances at Qing He. What on earth is this? Qing He found it difficult to believe, her voice trembling slightly as she questioned what she had seen. Before her lay an extraordinarily enormous creature, though lifeless. It still emanated a terrifying aura that left her somewhat breathless. "This is a king-level demon beast." Qing He paled. There was no mistaking that presence. It was akin to the demon king's bones auctioned off 6 months prior, even more oppressive than the aura of that skeletal remains. Most significantly, this was a complete demon king's corpse, and upon its chest, Qing He even spotted an enormous inner core. Her heart raced with excitement. She had never imagined that she would have the opportunity to host a distinguished guest presenting a demon king's corpse for auction. Moreover, this guest was the very one who had always bullied her, Sister Li Qin, who had thrust this esteemed demon king's remains upon her. Qing He could hardly fathom the commission this would yield her. She was certain that even a lifetime spent in the auction house would not earn her such a bounty of spirit stones. King-level demon beast? An elderly man, slowly descending from the second floor, voiced in confusion. "Elder Yuan." "Greetings, Elder Yuan." The elder, who appeared to be one of the heads of the auction house, prompted all the staff on the first floor to bow in respect upon his arrival. "Elder Yuan, your timing is impeccable. This gentleman has presented a complete demon king's corpse in my storage ring, along with its inner core." Qing He, fully aware that this matter exceeded her capacity to manage, hastened to inform Elder Yuan as he descended the staircase. "What? A demon king's corpse? And a complete one at that?" Initially, Elder Yuan had been ambulating down the stairs at a leisurely pace, but upon hearing Qing He's words, he could no longer maintain his composure. With a decisive step, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing directly before Qing He, swiftly taking the storage ring from her hand. As his consciousness delved within, witnessing the corpse of the violet scorpion demon king, which was as large as a small mountain, even the well-traveled Elder Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Muyu auction house, being the largest in Linyue City, had indeed auctioned king-level demon beasts before, but the majority were merely items derived from such creatures, be it skin, scales, bones, horns, or claws. Inner cores were relatively scarce, and a complete demon king's corpse had seldom been auctioned off since the establishment of the Muyu auction house. It is essential to recognize that a demon king, on par with the human king realm, possesses strength that surpasses that of other demon kings within the same realm. Even a first-level demon king would require at least several similarly ranked human kings to have a chance of being defeated. However, to slay one was an endeavor fraught with challenges. Even a mere second-level king realm cultivator would not dare to assert absolute confidence in slaying a first-level king realm demon lord. Gazing into the storage ring, the Elder Yuan was struck with a profound sense of dread at the sight of a chilling sword scar across the chest of the demon lord. This purple scorpion demon lord had been felled by a single sword strike. Sensing the lingering essence of the sword intent upon that fatal wound, Elder Yuan felt an unsettling prickling at the back of his neck. The slayer of this demon lord was undoubtedly a peerless sword cultivator who had mastered the essence of sword intent. Elder Yuan had encountered sword cultivators who grasped sword intent before, including notable figures such as the Li Yuan Sword King of the Dan Empire and the Bai Hong Sword King of the Zhongwan Empire, each of whom had attained the profound truths of the second level of Sword Dao. However, the residual sword intent upon this purple scorpion demon lord exuded a chilling aura that surpassed that of both those renowned figures and any sword cultivator he had ever witnessed. This was undeniably a cultivator who had comprehended the third level of the Sword Dao. Elder Yuan's conviction solidified in his heart. Chapter 10. Taking disciples? Please, esteemed young master, follow me to the 7th floor. Elder Yuan's voice bore a solemn weight as he led Lin Xian and his companions up to the 7th floor, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. They had clearly heard Elder Yuan's earlier words, the complete remains of a king-level demon beast. Many individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and hurriedly departed the auction house to report this matter. A complete carcass of a king-level demon beast was an extraordinary event for any faction in this region. In the stairwell, Li Qin's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Her heart flooded with regret akin to a rising tide, her lips bitten raw. She fully understood what she had missed. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Surrounding staff members cast envious glances at Qinghe, lamenting her fortuitous turn of events. Although Qinghe had merely attended to that esteemed guest briefly, this transaction would undoubtedly be credited to her. Elder Yuan guided Lin Xian to the VIP room on the 7th floor, instructing Lin Xian to wait a moment before departing. However, it was not long before he returned, now accompanied by an alluring and dignified woman. Though she did not deliberately exude her formidable aura, the presence of her king realm essence was undeniable. I am Mu Yu, the proprietor of this auction house. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, scrutinized Lin Xian, her soft voice inviting. Lin Xian. Ah, so you are young Master Lin. I have heard from Elder Yuan that you wish to auction a king-level demon beast carcass. Might I be permitted to take a look? Lin Xian nodded and tossed the storage ring containing the purple scorpion demon lord's remains to the lady. Upon receiving the ring, Mu Yu probed within with her divine sense, only to be taken aback, her smile vanishing entirely. The purple scorpion demon lord? What astonished her was not merely the presence of a king-level demon beast's remains within the storage ring. She had been informed of that prior to her arrival by Elder Yuan. What truly shocked her was that she recognized this king-level demon beast. It is not merely recognition. The wounds inflicted by the purple scorpion demon king still linger, unhealed to this day. Years ago, she, along with 3 companions, sought to hunt this formidable beast, believing it would be a trivial endeavor. However, the reality proved far more daunting, as the purple scorpion demon king demonstrated a strength beyond their expectations, wounding 2 of them, herself included, in a fierce confrontation. The venom from its stinger remains, an unwelcome reminder of that fateful encounter. Never did she imagine that on this day, she would stumble upon the skeletal remains of the purple scorpion demon king within a storage ring. The sight of the ghastly sword scar across its chest sent tremors through her heart. I must inquire, where did you acquire the remains of the purple scorpion demon king? Young Master Lin? Of course, this stems from mere curiosity. Should you prefer not to disclose, I shall consider my question unasked, though somewhat audacious. The curiosity gnawed at Mu Yu. I killed it, Lin Xian replied softly, as if recounting a trivial incident. The beautiful woman was taken aback, as was Elder Yuan beside her, who then offered a faint smile, dismissing the comment as a reluctant excuse from Lin Xian. It was well known that even a coalition of 4 or 5 individuals at the king level would struggle to subdue such a beast, and the aura emanating from Lin Xian suggested he was merely at the calamity level. It was no wonder the beautiful woman was skeptical. No one would believe such a tale if it were to circulate. Observing their reactions, Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further. His words were the truth, and whether they believed him was of no consequence. Following this exchange, Lin Xian discussed the terms of the commission with the beautiful woman before departing the auction house. A commission of 1% reflected her sincerity, and she informed him that the auction would commence in 3 days, requesting that he remain in the city for that duration. During this time, Mu Yu Auction House would promote the remains of the king-level beast through various channels, striving to secure the highest possible bid. In the city, several grand arenas stood tall, inviting individuals to engage in combat and sparring. With the opening of the Burning Sky Secret Realm, numerous outsiders flooded into Linyu City, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with talents from the 7 kingdoms, all eager to showcase their prowess. Among them, a striking young woman clad in white captured attention not solely for her beauty, but also for her recent triumph, having dispatched a formidable opponent who had just achieved 5 consecutive victories with a single sword strike. This young woman was Su Lianxin. After parting ways with Lin Xian, she began to wander through the city, eventually finding herself at the arena. Watching the battles unfold ignited a desire within her to participate. Although her strength had been rapidly advancing through rigorous training on Starfall Peak, Su Lianxin lacked practical combat experience. Her intention in stepping onto the stage was not only to seek sparring partners of comparable strength, but also to accumulate valuable real-world experience. That girl is impressive, remarked a middle-aged man in splendid attire seated in a nearby pavilion alongside an elder with a youthful visage and white hair. They exchanged glances while raising their cups, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the arena below. Behind them stood several young men and women, presumably their disciples. The middle-aged man was the one to speak. The moment when Su Lianxin defeated her opponent with a single stroke was entirely witnessed by him. Haha, this young girl is indeed remarkable. What? Are you thinking of taking her as a disciple? The elderly man with white hair, sitting opposite the middle-aged gentleman in splendid attire, stroked his beard and inquired. In response, the middle-aged man merely smiled, stating that for her to aspire to become a disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, her current performance was still inadequate. Fortunately, their conversation went unheard by others. Otherwise, it would have certainly caused an uproar. The Yuan Su Sword King. He is one of the few sword cultivators at the king level in this place. Although he has yet to comprehend the essence of the sword, he has already perfected the embryonic form of sword intent, rendering him unmatched among his peers at the same level. Countless sword cultivators desire to become his disciples. Yet this Yuan Su Sword King possesses remarkably high standards, making it difficult for ordinary talents to catch his eye. It seems this young girl must strive to excel in her upcoming performances. The elderly man chuckled, fully aware of his old friend's discerning eye, and hoped that the girl would indeed showcase even greater prowess henceforth. Subsequently, Su Lianxin faced several more challengers. However, to her disappointment, the opponents she encountered were all thunderous in reputation, yet lacking in substance. They claimed to be the true disciples of certain nations and sects, each boasting a more impressive name than the last, yet none could withstand even a single strike from her, even when she was holding back. Luhan, you go. If she can withstand one of your strikes, I shall accept her as my disciple today. The middle-aged man in splendid attire instructed one of his disciples behind him. Yes, master, replied the young man named Luhan, who then leaped directly onto the stage where Su Lianxin stood. Luhan, the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, was at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm. My master intends to take you as a disciple, but the premise is that you must withstand one of my strikes. If you can endure a strike from me, you shall be deemed qualified. Given our equal standing, this request should not be overly demanding. Chapter 11. Who can withstand whose strike? The appearance of Luhan immediately stirred a commotion among the onlookers. Clearly, both the Yuan Su Sword King and Luhan were well-known figures. The Yuan Su Sword King is one of the few sword cultivators at the king level here, and he has thoroughly grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, standing just a step away from fully comprehending it. Once he does, he will rank among the top-tier powerhouses like the Lord of Lingyue City. Even without having comprehended sword intent yet, his strength surpasses that of many king-level cultivators, including the owner of the Muyu auction house. Countless individuals yearn to become his disciples, yet the Yuan Su Sword King maintains exceedingly high standards, having only accepted 2 disciples to date, Luhan being one of them. When Luhan's words were uttered, many cast envious glances towards Su Lianxin. This girl is truly fortunate. It remains to be seen whether she can withstand a strike from young Master Luhan. As the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, Luhan possesses extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. It is said that even cultivators of higher realms may not stand a chance against him. To withstand his strike, a seemingly simple request, is, in reality, quite formidable. Observing the youth who immediately began to speak for himself, Su Lianxin was utterly speechless. When did I ever express a desire to take your master as my mentor? With unwavering gaze fixed upon her counterpart, Su Lianxin slowly began to speak. Firstly, I am entirely unaware of who your master is, nor have I ever contemplated taking him as my teacher. Her words trailed off abruptly, replaced by a magnificent beam of sword light that suddenly cut through the air beside Luhan, the chilling gust of wind stinging his face. The unexpected sword strike rendered the arena silent. On the platform, Luhan stared in astonishment at the white-clad maiden before him, his expression filled with disbelief. He had not even had the time to react to that singular strike. In other words, had that sword been aimed at him, he would have met his demise. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished him was the profound essence of swordsmanship he sensed within that radiant blade. The mere hint of sword intent sent shivers down his spine. Even the sword at his waist trembled as if it had encountered some unspeakable terror. As a swordsman, he was all too familiar with that essence, which was precisely the sword intent he had longed to comprehend. Not merely the nascent form of sword intent, but the genuine article. The sensation derived from that essence surpassed even that of his master by countless degrees. His master, the Sword King Yuan Su, had achieved perfection in the understanding of the nascent sword intent, and the next step would lead to true sword intent. Yet, within the sword light unleashed by Su Lianxin, he discerned a sword intent that far exceeded that of his master. What did this imply? It indicated that the white-clad maiden before him had not merely grasped the nascent form of swordsmanship, but had attained genuine sword intent. A mere girl of 16 or 17, possessing such sword intent, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Luhan would have found it utterly implausible. It was common knowledge that even his master, a king-level swordsman, had yet to attain true sword intent. This girl, whose cultivation level was comparable to his own, had somehow comprehended the sword intent that even his master, the Sword King Yuan Su, had not grasped. In that moment, it was not only Lu Han who was taken aback. Even the Sword King Yuan Su, watching from the loft, rose to his feet, the teacup in his hand reduced to dust. The astonishment of the Sword King was no less than that of his disciple. The closer one drew to understanding sword intent, the clearer one became of the arduous journey it entailed. Despite the external rumors claiming that Yuan Su was on the verge of comprehending sword intent, only he understood the true difficulty of that final step. Countless swordsmen remained trapped at this stage, many spending their entire lives without ever grasping true sword intent. Yet, what had he witnessed? A mere girl of 15 or 16 had actually comprehended sword intent. What kind of prodigy was this? Such an extraordinary talent could hardly be conceived within the realm of the moonlit Seven Kingdoms. This transcended the bounds of mere genius. One strike? Seeking to take her as a disciple? After delivering that strike, Su Lianxin turned and departed, leaving behind two sentences that pierced the hearts of Lu Han and the Sword King Yuan Su alike. Ironically, Yuan Su harbored the delusion of accepting her as a disciple. Who was to take whom as a disciple? A mere grasp of nascent sword intent dared to claim a disciple who had achieved true sword intent. It is truly a perplexing situation, akin to defying the heavens. It leaves one speechless. Su Lianxin's decision to accept him as a disciple seems somewhat justifiable. 3 days later, the auction commenced as scheduled. The populace of Linyu City could distinctly sense an influx of visitors today, significantly greater than usual, with even a few experts of the royal realm among them. Lin Xian, accompanied by his 2 disciples, made his way to the auction house. Upon presenting the token bestowed by the auction house's proprietor, Lin Xian and his companions were graciously escorted to a VIP section to await the commencement of the event. This is the auction list for this session. Please peruse it. The attendant in charge of receiving Lin Xian handed him a tome, detailing all the items slated for auction, including Lin Xian's coveted purple scorpion demon king's remains, which were reserved as the grand finale of the event. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of valuable items. Indeed, the Muyu auction house rightfully held its reputation as one of the largest in the region. As time progressed, the semicircular, tiered seating of the auction house soon filled to capacity, signaling that the auction was on the brink of commencing. When all lights converged upon the main stage, a graceful and enchanting woman emerged from behind the curtains. Welcome to the Muyu auction. I am Su Yi, the auctioneer for today's event. Without further ado, let us delve directly into the proceedings. The first item for auction is the Lingying grass. Lingying grass, a mid-level 4th-tier spiritual herb, serves as the primary ingredient for crafting the Lingying pill and can also be utilized for various other purposes. Following Su Yi's introduction, a flurry of bidding erupted from all corners of the auction house. However, the Lingying grass merely served as an appetizer for this auction, eliciting only a moderate level of competition, and it was ultimately secured for the sum of 3,600 spirit stones. Lin Xian did not participate in this bidding, as it did not align with his objectives. The subsequent item, however, piqued Lin Xian's interest. The second item presented was a patterned gathering spirit pill, an advanced 4th-tier elixir renowned for its ability to concentrate the essence of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating the cultivation process. This pill, crafted by the esteemed Qingmu Pill King, was entrusted to the auction house for sale, with a starting bid of 80,000 spirit stones. The contrast was stark. While the first item concluded at a mere few thousand, the second commenced at a staggering base price of 80,000. Su Yi offered little elaboration on this elixir. The name of Qingmu Pill King spoke volumes. As anticipated, upon revealing that this pill was forged by the illustrious Qingmu Pill King, an immediate stir arose within the auction hall. Indeed, the Qingmu Pill King, a master of the pill-making realm, not only possessed formidable strength, but also wielded profound and inscrutable alchemical skills, being one of the rare alchemists capable of crafting pattern-grade elixirs. 90,000, 100,000, 120,000. The emergence of the gathering spirit pill incited fervent competition among a multitude of cultivators. Given its inherent rarity and the added prestige of being a pattern-grade pill crafted by the Qingmu Pill King, the allure was undeniable. The price rapidly escalated to 200,000 spirit stones, at which point many participants withdrew, leaving only a handful still engaged in the fierce contest. 200,000 spirit stones. This price is already considerable, for one must know that the worth of an ordinary practitioner at the robbery realm is scarcely more than this. 230,000. As the voice of a young girl seated in the prestigious box number 26 rang out, accompanied by a young man and several attendants, all of whom were also practitioners at the robbery realm, Their noble status was unmistakable. The auction house fell into silence following the girl's proclamation of 230,000 spirit stones. While a single pattern spirit gathering pill is indeed precious and rare, the sum of 230,000 spirit stones evidently exceeded its intrinsic value, 250,000. However, just as everyone believed that the single pattern spirit gathering pill belonged to the girl, a voice emerged from box number 67, Lin Xian's voice, slow yet resolute. Although Lin Xian himself had little need for the spirit gathering pill, he considered it a worthy investment that could potentially yield returns in the form of valuable pills he could utilize. Chapter 12, Seeking Death, 270,000. The girl frowned slightly, her gaze shifting towards box number 67, 300,000. Lin Xian stood his ground. Although he possessed scant spirit stones at present, he anticipated an influx of at least 3 to 4 million spirit stones upon the auction's conclusion, given the undeniable value of the purple scorpion demon king's remains. 310,000. The voice from box number 26 reemerged, but this time it was not the girl speaking. It was the young man in the dark robe beside her. This caused the girl's frown to deepen. Mu Lang, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Yet Mu Lang merely chuckled. How can this be deemed meddling? As long as it is something you desire, I will ensure it comes to you. What is one mere spirit gathering pill? The girl was left speechless. Seeing this, Mu Lang turned his attention to Lin Xian in box number 67, stating, I am Mu from the Holy Sun Empire. Might I request, out of respect for the Mu family, that you grant me a modicum of favor and allow me to acquire this pill? The dark-robed young man feigned politeness. Yet it was evident to all that it was a blatant threat. The names of the Holy Sun Empire and the Mu family were well known to all present. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Dawn Empire stood at the pinnacle, with the Holy Sun Empire beneath it. The Mu family was one of the foremost clans within the Holy Sun Empire, boasting no fewer than 10 warriors at the King Realm, among whom the Mu family's ancestor had even reached the 4th stage of the King Realm. A being of such caliber was virtually invincible within Lingyue City. The dark-robed youth smiled at Lin Xian, confident that Lin Xian would grant him this favor. However, Lin Xian's subsequent words caused his expression to change dramatically. 320,000. Lin Xian merely cast a sidelong glance at him before speaking again. The dark-robed youth fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, his expression darkening. Yet he refrained from raising the bid further. Instead, he instructed a servant behind him, once the auction concludes, notify Elder Lu to come. Yes. The servant clasped his fists in acknowledgement, silently mourning the young man in box number 67. Was it worth sacrificing one's life for a single pill? However, the young girl could not help but smirk coldly within her heart, deeming him to possess the intellect of a mere swine. That individual, fully aware of your lineage as a member of the Mu family, had the audacity to make a bold offer, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary character and that his background was likely formidable. Yet, the girl refrained from warning Mu Lang. In fact, the thought of utilizing this person's influence intrigued her, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. This minor episode did not disrupt the ensuing auction. Ultimately, Lin Xian secured the 1-pattern spirit gathering pill for the sum of 320,000 spirit stones. This act elevated the regard of those present towards Lin Xian in the VIP section, numbered 67. A person who dared to offend the Mu family indeed possessed a measure of courage. However, it remained uncertain whether he could depart from Lingyue City alive. The demeanor of the young master of the Mu family suggested he had no intention of letting matters rest. Subsequently, several items were auctioned off, although none piqued Lin Xian's interest, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a state of tranquility. As the auction approached its climax, the final item was presented. It was a storage ring, and at that moment, everyone recognized that the piece de resistance of the auction had arrived. Many in attendance had undoubtedly come specifically for this item. With a graceful wave of the auctioneer's delicate hand, an enormous form appeared upon the auction stage, nearly engulfing the entire platform. The visual impact was staggering. This was the carcass of a royal-grade beast. Many were taken aback, even in death. The immense body emanated an oppressive aura that left numerous cultivators astounded. However, what was even more startling was the ghastly sword mark located on the chest of the royal-grade beast. This scar almost bisected the creature entirely, and the faint sword intent radiating from it sent shivers down the spines of those present. This was the essence of sword intent. Among the assembly were many sword cultivators, who instantly sensed the subtle sword intent emanating from the scar. This royal-grade beast had been slain by an extraordinary sword master who comprehended sword intent. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. In the eyes of all, a flicker of shock was evident. Although this royal-grade beast was classified as level 1, to slay it with a single strike was no simple feat, even for someone at level 2. Defeating it was one thing. Killing it was an entirely different matter. Royal-grade beasts were not easily vanquished. Otherwise, the mere presence of a royal-grade beast's remains would not elicit such a significant commotion and be regarded as so precious. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the auctioneer, clad in elegant attire, offered a slight smile and announced, "First up for auction is the inner core of this royal-grade beast. With a starting bid of 2 million, each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000. Now, let the bidding commence." Boom. Just as her words fell, a terrifying pressure engulfed the entire auction hall, causing a palpable heaviness in the hearts of all present. 2,100,000. I shall take the inner core of this royal-grade beast. All eyes turned towards seat 1361, where a bald elder slowly rose to his feet, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. This unforeseen development sent chills down the spines of those who had been preparing to bid, causing them to swallow their words in an instant. This pressure was unmistakably that of a perfected second realm king. It was the king of the Nether Void. A wave of terror washed over many gazes directed at the bald elder. The king of the Nether Void was renowned in this region, infamous for his ruthlessness. Few who had offended him met a favorable fate. To incur his wrath meant doom not only for the individual, but for their entire clan, as he could annihilate families and sects with the ease of sipping cool water, having acquired an unparalleled evasion technique within the Burning Sky secret realm. Even those stronger than him in the King's realm could not capture him, which emboldened his malicious endeavors. Previously, the king of the Nether Void had been in hiding for some time, leading to speculation about his demise or departure from the area. Yet, unexpectedly, he re-emerged. At this moment, those who had come seeking the essence of the king-level beast felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. They had even prepared millions of spirit stones to secure the beast king's essence, only to find themselves in such a predicament. Truly, having wealth meant little in such circumstances. What is your intention, king of the Nether Void? Before he arrived, the auction house master, Moonlight, appeared on the stage, his expression grave as he regarded the bald elder at the top of the steps. Moon King. Su-yi bowed deeply to Moonlight, her face drawn with concern. This sudden turn of events was beyond her capability to manage. Within the auction hall, several recognized the Moon King, but they could only manage bitter smiles. The Moon King was indeed a top-tier powerhouse in Lingwei City, yet no one believed his presence could alter the situation. For he was facing the king of the Nether Void. Even the third realm master of Lingwei City could not contend with him, let alone her. Is there something wrong? I am merely participating in the auction. Is that a crime? Have I disrupted the rules? Have I prevented them from bidding? Tell me, is that the case? The king of the Nether Void scanned the room, and when he saw no one dared to respond, he laughed heartily, his laughter laced with arrogance. Everyone felt their frustration but remained silent. At that moment, a pure white beam of sword light answered him. Chapter 13. You shall die too. Buzz. From the 67th VIP seat, Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike, aimed directly at the king of the Nether Void. The pure white sword light, like a meteor, illuminated the dark auction hall as if it were midday. This strike captured the attention of everyone present. No one expected that someone would dare to draw their sword against the king of the Nether Void. What audacity! This strike also took the king of the Nether Void by surprise. He truly did not anticipate that someone within the auction house would have the audacity to defy him. It was nothing short of courting death. The gaze was firmly fixed upon the youth seated in the VIP section 67, intent on disregarding the impending sword light and crushing the young man with unrelenting force. However, the king of the void soon sensed an unsettling shift. As the sword light drew ever closer, the terrifying sword intent within became palpable to him. In an instant, a chilling aura of death enveloped him, as if he were being targeted by an unimaginable terror. Alarmed, the king of the void had no time for contemplation. He swiftly invoked his escape technique and retreated at an astonishing speed. Yet, he was outpaced by the sword light, which was swifter still. With a shocking sound, the king of the void's right arm was severed by the blade, blood gushing forth and staining the crimson carpet beneath him even more vibrantly. This scene unfolded with such rapidity and surprise that it left him reeling. Clutching his severed limb, he stared in terror at Lin Xian, his eyes reflecting not only fear but also profound confusion. Who was this young man? What a terrifying strike! Others might remain oblivious, but the king of the void alone understood that if he had not swiftly employed the advanced escape technique he had acquired from the Burning Heaven secret realm, he would have faced far worse consequences than merely losing an arm. He would have perished. The onlookers, including the auction house's master, the Moon King, were rendered speechless by Lin Xian's formidable strike. Notably, the Moon King recognized Lin Xian. He was the young man who had brought the remains of the purple scorpion demon king, entrusting her with their auction. She recalled inquiring about the origin of the remains, only to be told that he had slain the creature. At the time, she dismissed it as an evasion of the truth, an excuse not to divulge the reality. Now, however, A bitter smile crept across her face. It was clear that there was no jest in his words. The absurdity of it had simply led her to disbelieve. Yet the truth was undeniable. The sword intent within the blade aimed at the King of the Void was identical to that lingering in the faint scar on the chest of the purple scorpion demon king. They sprang from the same source, proving that he was indeed the unparalleled sword cultivator. In VIP Section 26, Mu Lang and the young maiden beside him were equally astounded and terrified, cold sweat soaking their garments, their spines chilled. A profound sense of dread washed over them. One sword strike had incapacitated a complete arm of a second-stage king? How reckless it was to have contemplated revenge against him. Truly a suicidal endeavor. Not even the sixth elder could have aided them. Not even the second elder or the grand elder would suffice. The young maiden beside Mu Lang shared in his astonishment. Initially believing Lin Xian to possess an extraordinary background or some form of support that would deter him from offending Mu Lang. Little did she realize that his support was none other than himself. The elegance of that singular strike left her heart racing wildly, unsure whether it was fear or trepidation. He had managed to withstand her first blade. Yet, what would happen with the second? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xian's face, followed swiftly by his intent to strike with a second sword. Wait, I bear you no grudge. Why seek to bring about my demise? The king of the underworld, in terror, pleaded for mercy. The first strike had not only severed his arm, but also shattered his pride. He realized that the youth before him was vastly superior to him in strength. No grudge? Perhaps not. Allow me to elucidate. The remains of the royal grade beast upon the stage are mine. With that declaration, Lin Xian unleashed his second strike without the slightest hesitation. You have cut off my means of livelihood. If you do not perish, who shall? In that moment, the king of the underworld comprehended the situation. So it was. The onlookers in the auction house finally understood why Lin Xian had suddenly attacked the king of the underworld. You had suppressed the auctioned items to a mere 200,000 spirit stones. How could the other party not be incensed? How could they not be furious? The royal grade beast's remains, which could have fetched 300,000 to 400,000, were now worth only 200,000. The second beam of sword light sliced through the air, traversing the entire auction house toward the king of the underworld. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Hold! Following closely was an oppressive force more formidable than that of the king of the underworld. To many present, this aura was all too familiar. The lord of Lin Yu City had arrived. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the city lord, a formidable being of the third tier of the king realm. However, he had arrived too late. At the instant of his appearance, Lin Xian's sword light had already thoroughly pierced the king of the underworld. The life force of the king of the underworld was swiftly waning. Hold! Lin Xian, having completed his task, cast a malevolent glance at the city lord. He then struck out once more, but this time, the blade was aimed not at the deceased king of the underworld, but at the city lord himself. Moreover, this strike was even more terrifying than the one that had slain the king of the underworld. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason behind this action. Yet, Lin Xian's subsequent words elucidated their confusion. You did not intervene when this man caused chaos. Now that I seek to slay him, you appear. You and he cannot be in collusion, can you? Thus, you too shall perish. Chapter 14, Rebate. The imperial grade celestial demon shadow, the sword light, cleaved through the air, and the lord of Lin Yu City reacted with remarkable speed. A shield burst forth from his storage ring, expanding rapidly until it stood before him. Clang! The sharp sound of collision was deafening. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the sword light sliced through the shield as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. A profound disbelief appeared on the city lord's face. This was his strongest defensive measure, yet it could not withstand even the slightest fraction of the strike. In a state of confusion, the city lord was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. The third-tier king realm lord of Lin Yu City was dead. The expansive auction house fell into a chilling silence, the spectators still reeling from the astonishing events they had just witnessed. First, the second-tier king of the underworld had perished, and now the third tier, a paragon among them, the lord of Lin Yu City, had also been struck down by Lin Xian's sword. These were not mere insignificant figures, but formidable beings, now laid to waste without a trace. The astonishment felt by the crowd was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. It was conceivable that the atmosphere in Lin Yu City would soon undergo a drastic transformation. The auction continued unabated, ignoring the collective shock of the audience. Lin Xian returned to his seat after dispatching two individuals and collecting their storage rings. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity in the hushed auction hall. Young master, should we still send a message to Elder Lu? A hesitant servant, seated in the VIP area behind Mu Lang, inquired. At this, Mu Lang shot a fierce glare at the servant. Send a message? To your mother. The anger within him had dissipated entirely after Lin Xian's swift execution of the king of the underworld and the Lord of Linyu City. Reflecting on the earlier moment when he had warned Lin Xian, Mu Lang felt a shiver of fear. He had indeed danced perilously close to death. In another VIP section of the auction house, the Sword King of Yuan Su and his disciples had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Master, does that young lady behind the esteemed elder not resemble the one you wish to accept as your disciple, Lu Han? One of them remarked, gazing intently at Su Lianxin, who stood behind Lin Xian. Their focus had previously been solely on Lin Xian, thereby overlooking Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Now, they recognized the girl behind Lin Xian as the prodigious young lady who, at merely 16 or 17 years of age, had comprehended the essence of sword intent during a recent duel. It is indeed her. The Sword King of Yuan Su immediately recognized Su Lianxin. How remarkable. So she is a disciple of this esteemed elder. No wonder my earlier thoughts were so naive, he mused with a self-deprecating smile. After the auction concluded, Lin Xian, accompanied by his 2 disciples, departed the Twilight Auction House under the respectful guidance of the auction's proprietor, the Moon King. This auction had proved fruitful for Lin Xian. The remains of the purple scorpion demon king he had consigned fetched an impressive 5.63 million spirit stones. After deducting the 320,000 for the auction of a spirit gathering pill, he was left with a staggering sum of 5.31 million, a veritable fortune. In addition to this substantial sum, Lin Xian had unexpectedly acquired the storage rings of 2 powerful kings. However, the ring belonging to the king of the underworld yielded little of value, containing merely a king-level evasion technique known as the Celestial Pung Shadow. What a pauper, Lin Xian scoffed inwardly, before probing the storage ring of the Lord of Linyu City. In stark contrast, this ring was considerably more affluent, boasting over 7 million spirit stones. Moreover, it contained numerous valuable items, including spiritual armor, pills, and spiritual herbs. What a windfall. The treasures from the Lord of Linyu City far surpassed the worth of the purple scorpion demon king's remains he had auctioned. From initially possessing only a few 100,000 spirit stones, he now held 10 million. 10 million spirit stones could procure a 7th grade pill. Though it may be of the lower tier, it was still a 7th grade pill. If invested in his disciples, could it not potentially yield an 8th grade pill, or even a 9th grade one? The more Lin Xian contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Upon returning to the inn, he summoned Su Lianxin privately and bestowed upon her the spirit gathering pill and the Xianzong step. It cannot be said that Lin Xian is biased. Yet who can deny that Su Lianxin's talent far surpasses that of Wang Yan? If he were to bestow his gifts upon Wang Yan, although it would trigger a return, the bestowed items would be considerably inferior to those granted to Su Lianxin. Of course, Lin Xian would compensate Wang Yan in other ways. After all, they are both his disciples. He cannot claim to be completely impartial, but he will strive to consider Wang Yan as much as possible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the Gathering Spirit Pill, returning the Gathering Heavenly Profound Pill, 7th pattern. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the Profound Tracing Step, returning the Heavenly Demon Shadow, Imperial. Good disciple, my good disciple. You never fail to meet the expectations of your master. The Gathering Heavenly Profound Pill has effects identical to that of the Gathering Spirit Pill, albeit the latter is a 7th grade spiritual pill while the former is merely a 4th grade elixir. As for the Heavenly Demon Shadow, it is an Imperial grade evasion technique that can be employed not only for escape, but also for combat. The Heavenly Demon Shadow comprises 9 levels. At the first level, one can conjure 10 shadow clones, each possessing 1/10 of the original strength. Though they are clones, they are indistinguishable from the original aside from their power, making it exceedingly difficult to discern any flaws. They can be utilized for both retreat and to deceive enemies during an assault. And unless the opponent's realm far exceeds that of the host, it is challenging to uncover weaknesses. Moreover, this is merely the effect of the first level. As Lin Xian examined the subsequent levels, he discovered that the Imperial grade evasion technique grows increasingly formidable. At the 4th level, one can summon 10 shadow clones, each with 2/10 of the original strength. At the 7th level, 3/10, until the 9th level, which brings forth a qualitative change. At the 9th level of the Heavenly Demon Shadow, only 1 shadow clone can be conjured, yet it possesses 90% of the original's combat power. This is somewhat monstrous. Chapter 15. Brother, it is time to depart. After resting for a day, they were to set off the next day. Once Su Lianxin had retired, Lin Xian eagerly began to practice the Heavenly Demon Shadow. As for the Gathering Heavenly Profound Pill, he intended to reserve it until he reached the King Realm. The spiritual energy required for a breakthrough to the King Realm is exceedingly formidable. The last time Lin Xian attempted to break through, he nearly exhausted all his resources. Although he has not yet begun his ascent, he must prepare the necessary elixirs in advance. This endeavor to reach the King Realm differs significantly from the last. Previously, He merely attempted to comprehend a singular path towards this realm. However, this time, he is faced with a full 22 paths. The spiritual energy required is daunting. While it may not be 22 times that of the last attempt, it is certainly at least 5 or 6 times greater. Lin Xian must adequately prepare himself lest he find himself unable to break through due to insufficient spiritual energy, leaving him with nowhere to lament his failure. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian contemplated the heavenly demon shadow, Wang Yin encountered several acquaintances within a dining establishment in the city. Hong Air, following Wang Yan's gaze, one could see a round table in a corner of the dining hall occupied by 5 or 6 individuals. Among them sat a woman clad in a deep red gown. While her beauty may not be striking, her figure was undeniably exquisite, evident from the envious glances of the surrounding diners. Upon hearing her name called, the woman in the red dress looked up and spotted Wang Yan. Yinggu? Her voice carried a note of surprise and delight. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Wang Yan, the individuals beside the woman in the red dress also caught sight of Wang Yan. Yet their expressions did not reflect surprise. Rather, they frowned upon his presence. Who could it be? Ah, it is that young lad Wang Yan. Is he also heading to the Burning Heaven secret realm? A middle-aged man, resembling the woman to some degree, slowly spoke. His tone was neither cold nor particularly warm. Wang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yin hailed from a small town named Yunxi City, located on the outskirts of the Tangqing Kingdom. Though modest in size, the city boasted considerable influence, home to 8 prominent families, among which was the Wang family to which Wang Yin belonged, alongside the Li family of the red-dressed woman. The man next to her, who bore a resemblance to her, was Li Yuan, her father and the head of the Li family. Notably, within the hierarchy of these 8 families, the Wang family ranked 7th, while the Li family stood 2nd. Li Hong, originally named Li Hong, had grown up alongside Wang Yan, and their bond had blossomed into love, with the two secretly pledging their futures to one another. However, Li Yuan and others within the Li family harbored reservations about their union. Such opposition was not surprising, for the Li family, being the second among the 8 esteemed families of Yunxi City, possessed greater resources and stronger members than the Wang family. It was widely believed, including by Li Yuan, that Wang Yin was unworthy of Li Hong. In contrast, Yang Song, the son of the city lord, appeared to Li Yuan as a fitting match for his daughter. Not only was he the eldest son of the city lord, but he also exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, surpassing all his peers in Yunxi City. Most importantly, he harbored a strong affection for Li Hong. In comparison, Wang Yin, in Li Yuan's eyes, fell significantly short of the mark when juxtaposed with Yang Song. Had it not been for Li Hong's resolute insistence on marrying Wang Yin, Li Yuan would have reluctantly acquiesced to their relationship. Even after learning a year prior that Wang Yin had joined the Qingyang Sword Sect and had taken on a master at the 7th level of the robbery realm, Li Yuan's sentiments remained unchanged. In fact, he felt only regret. The reason for this lay in the recent news that the city lord's son, due to his exceptional talent, had been taken as a direct disciple by the 6th elder of the Xuanji sect. The Xuanji sect, along with the Qingyang Sword Sect, ranked among the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire, and it even surpassed the Qingyang Sword Sect in prestige. The 6th elder of the Xuanji sect was a genuine powerhouse at the King realm. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuan was consumed with regret. Had he not been so lenient, the Li family might have secured the favor of the city lord's household. The prospect of having a direct disciple of a King realm expert was boundless. This mounting regret only intensified Li Yuan's disdain for Wang Yin. Uncle Li, have you encountered some difficulties? Wang Yin had noticed earlier that the Li family members were seated together, their dishes untouched and conversation absent, displaying a demeanor of distraction. It's not that person who is being unreasonable, Li Hong exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. It turned out that the journey from Lingyue City to the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm would pass through several perilous locations, where lower-tier cultivators faced tremendous risks. Only those of King realm stature possessed a modicum of self-protection. The number of cultivators wishing to venture into the fiery heaven secret realm is exceedingly high, prompting some powerful figures of the Wang realm to seize this opportunity. By paying a certain amount of spirit stones, one could secure the escort of a Wang realm expert to the fiery heaven secret realm. The Li family had negotiated a price with a direct disciple of such an expert. However, just as they were about to depart, the price was suddenly raised. Originally requiring 50,000 spirit stones, the new demand was a staggering 100,000. Even the initial sum of 50,000 was a considerable amount for the Li family, let alone the latter figure. Despite the Li family's rank as the second among the 8 prominent families in Yunxi City, it is merely a small town with a population of around 200,000. The strongest member of the Li family, Li Yuan, is merely at the 8th level of the celestial profound realm, far from the tribulation stage. 50,000 spirit stones represented their entire fortune, and the prospect of gathering an additional 50,000 seemed impossible. The abrupt change in the agreed price incensed Li Yuan, who demanded the return of their spirit stones and sought alternative options. Yet, the disciple merely scoffed, uttering a single statement. You have two choices: pay the additional 50,000 spirit stones or leave. The implication was clear: a refund was out of the question, as the spirit stones had already been pocketed. Faced with this ultimatum, Li Yuan felt an anger he could not express. A Wong realm expert was not someone they could afford to offend. This bitter pill had to be swallowed. With 50,000 spirit stones already rendered useless, his remaining wealth amounted to merely a few thousand. How could they find another Wong realm expert to escort them? Without such protection, given their meager celestial and earthly profound powers, they would likely perish before they had traversed half the distance, falling prey to the beasts of the wilderness. This was indeed outrageous, a dignified Wong realm expert allowing their disciple to act in such a manner, devoid of integrity. Wang Yan, upon hearing this, was naturally filled with fury. How could he not be enraged when his beloved faced such indignities? He resolved to seek his master's intervention and demand an explanation on their behalf. Yan, no. Li Hong quickly stood and grasped Wang Yan's arm. They are Wong realm experts. We cannot provoke them. Moreover, they have already departed for the fiery heaven secret realm and are no longer in the city. Kid, you mentioned that your master is still in the city? What of your sect's team? Li Yuan, upon hearing Wang Yan mention his master, immediately showed a glimmer of hope and inquired. The sect's team is not here. My master and senior sister did not accompany the main force, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Yuan's eyes. If memory served correctly, Wang Yan's master was only at the 7th level of the tribulation stage. Nonetheless, Li Yuan understood that, given the circumstances, having a 7th level tribulation expert nearby was better than having none at all. He promptly suggested, Yan, could you possibly discuss with your master about bringing us along? Wang Yan nodded, having intended to raise this very matter, believing his master would likely agree. He swiftly sent a message to Lin Xian, receiving a positive response. Yes. For Lin Xian, accommodating a few extra individuals posed no inconvenience. In the storage ring of the city lord of Lingyue, he had even discovered a large flying vessel, comparable to the one they had previously used at Qingwei Peak. After receiving the consent of his master, Wang Yan spoke up. Master has agreed. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Yan, replied Hong. Is there a need for such formalities between us? By the way, Uncle Li, have my father and the others arrived? Wang Yan suddenly inquired, recalling something important. They have, but they headed to the burning sky secret realm before us, Li Yuan responded. He cast a deep glance at Wang Yan. Did your father not inform you of the situation at home? Wang Yan was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. What has happened at home? Your grandfather returned from his journey gravely injured and has fallen into a coma. We are uncertain of the cause. In an effort to treat him, your father has sold off several family properties, yet it remains insufficient. The early opening of the burning sky secret realm has given your father a glimmer of hope. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Yan's eyes. How did they make their way there? They teamed up with several adventure groups. Not everyone possesses enough spirit stones to hire a Wong realm expert for protection. Like Li Yuan and his companions, who offered 50,000 spirit stones to join the ranks of such a powerful guardian. This is, after all, a minority. Those without sufficient spirit stones who still wish to venture into the burning sky secret realm have started banding together, as it offers a better chance of safety compared to braving the Moonlight Mountains alone. Hearing this only deepened Wang Yan's worries, leaving him uncertain about what to do. The vastness of the Moonlight Mountains made the task of locating his father akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, leaving him to place his hopes on encountering them during the journey to the burning sky secret realm. Brother Yan, let us take a walk, suggested Li Hong. Sensing Wang Yan's unease, the two had not met in a year. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Do not wander too far. The Moonlit City is currently rather unstable. Rumor has it that the city lord perished in the Twilight Auction House, causing chaos throughout the city, Li Yuan cautioned, allowing the two to go but offering a word of warning. Indeed, the Moonlit City was fraught with unrest. With the city lord's demise, various factions stirred, and the public order visibly deteriorated. Initially, upon hearing of the city lord's assassination, Li Yuan and the others were skeptical, but as more eyewitnesses came forward, disbelief turned to acceptance. Many claimed to have witnessed the act, asserting that the assailant was an extraordinary sword cultivator who dispatched the city lord with a single strike. This news left Li Yuan and his companions feeling particularly insignificant. Even a Wong realm expert could fall, and what chance did they, mere practitioners of the celestial realm, have? They were also intensely curious about the true strength of this unparalleled sword cultivator. The city lord of the third Wong realm was slain with such ease. It was indeed terrifying. On the following dawn, the members of the Li family arrived early at the city gates, awaiting the arrival of Wang Yan's master. The area was already bustling with individuals, fellow cultivators preparing to embark on their journey to the Burning Sky secret realm. The expressions on their faces were grave, for the perilous journey ahead left their survival at the mercy of fate. With a resounding sound that pierced the heavens, a grand flying vessel, reminiscent of an aerial castle, soared into view, capturing the envious gazes of countless onlookers in the city. Among those standing beside Wang Yan were members of the Li family, equally entranced. Such a magnificent vessel could only belong to a formidable figure of the Wang realm or someone of significant stature. This vessel seemed strangely familiar. Was it not the lord of the city's craft? Many locals of Lingyue City quickly recognized it as the very flying ship of their deceased city lord. Thus, the owner of this craft must be the unparalleled swordsman who had slain the city lord. Awe and reverence shimmered in the eyes of the multitude. Regrettably, they were unable to behold the individual, deprived of witnessing their splendor. To everyone's astonishment, instead of soaring past the city gates, the vessel suddenly came to a halt upon reaching them. This unexpected turn of events left the crowd momentarily speechless, just as confusion swept over the throng. A breathtaking maiden appeared on the deck, clad in white, her visage as frosty as ice. Her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon a young man, none other than Wang Yan. "Senior brother, we have departed," she called out, instantly drawing the collective attention of the crowd, including Li Yuan and others nearby. "Senior brother?" Li Yuan and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Li Hong gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless by the revelation. This exquisite maiden addressed Wang Yan as her senior brother? Wait a moment. The legendary swordsman who had slain the city lord was her master? Li Yuan and his companions had recently heard so much about this figure that they felt their ears were nearly calloused. They had believed such a personage was leagues beyond their reach. "Brother Yan, is that unparalleled swordsman who vanquished the city lord truly your master?" Li Hong asked, voicing the unspoken question of the others. Wang Yan nodded affirmatively. As the vessel ascended swiftly toward the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm, the members of the Li family on deck felt as though they were trapped in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality before them. The thought that they could one day board a royal flying vessel was something they had never dared to imagine. Li Hong cast a somewhat resentful glance at Wang Yan. "Brother Yan, you have deceived me most grievously. When you returned a year ago, did you not say that you had merely taken a peak master of the 7th stage of tribulation from the Qingyang Sword Sect as your mentor? How does this fit into the narrative?" she inquired, pointing toward the highest chamber of the vessel, where Lin Xian was currently in seclusion. Wang Yan scratched his head, at a loss for words to explain. "My master was indeed only at the 7th stage of tribulation a year ago." Li Yuan regarded Wang Yan with a gaze laced with complexity. Previously, he had considered Wang Yan to be far inferior to the esteemed young master Yang Song of the city lord's estate. Yet now he pondered, was Wang Yan truly less than Yang Song? Had Wang Yan elevated himself above his own daughter? Who was truly superior? Who had ascended to greater heights? At that moment, the answer was strikingly clear, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in resplendent hues of orange and yellow. Wang Fu gazed upon the twilight before him and let out a faint sigh. As night approaches once more, it heralds the imminent arrival of peril. After conferring with several adventuring parties, a group set forth towards Lingyue City, venturing into this treacherous territory. The Yingyue mountain range, a haven for monstrous beasts, harbors internal regions where even those of the King realm risk falling. Initially, while traversing the periphery of the Yingyue mountain range, the journey was manageable. Although they encountered numerous beasts, the majority were below the tribulation realm. With more than 10 practitioners of the celestial profound realm among their ranks of over 20, they could contend with even the formidable beasts of the 9th layer of the celestial profound realm, provided they did not encounter any tribulation realm creatures. However, upon entering the depths of the Yingyue mountain range, Wang Fu and his companions discovered that nearly all beasts encountered were above the tribulation realm. The temporary assembly of over 20 individuals found their progress severely impeded. Particularly at night, they dared not kindle a fire, for any attention drawn from a beast could spell their utter annihilation. This cautious approach rendered their expedition agonizingly slow, yet they had no choice but to proceed with trepidation. With beasts of the tribulation realm lurking everywhere, any failure to evade them would lead to catastrophic consequences. And this was merely the second day since their entry into the Yingyue mountain range, with the entrance to the Burning Heaven secret realm still a considerable distance away. At this moment, bewilderment clouded the eyes of the group. Would they truly survive to reach the secret realm's entrance? Brother Wang Fu, do not dwell on such thoughts. We shall undoubtedly reach the Burning Heaven secret realm safely. Here, have a drink. A burly man approached Wang Fu, clapping a hand on his shoulder and offering a cup of liquor, displaying a more optimistic demeanor. The man's name was Qingyang, the leader of the fierce tiger adventuring party, one of the 3 groups present, and he had attained the 8th layer of the celestial profound realm, making him the strongest among the temporary assembly of over 20. His extensive experience in the Innate mountain range allowed him to guide Wang Fu and the others away from numerous dangers. Having developed a camaraderie with Wang Fu, he often sought him out for drinking during their rest periods, and once again, he was here. As Wang Fu accepted the cup, poised to drink with Qingyang, a piercing cry suddenly broke the tension, causing all to stiffen with alarm. They looked up towards the western horizon, where a colossal bird, entirely white, was swiftly approaching. Its dark eyes fixated intently on Wang Fu and Qingyang, who were concealed within the woods below. The cloud-weaving bird, a beast of the tribulation realm. As seasoned adventurers familiar with the Innate mountain range, Qingyang and the others recognized the creature at once. Their eyes reflected not just fear, but an overwhelming sense of despair. It was this recognition that deepened their hopelessness. The cloud-weaving bird, a mid-tier beast of the tribulation realm, was dubbed the nightmare of adventurers due to its incredible speed. To be targeted by it was to entertain the luxury of escape as an unattainable dream. Even practitioners of the late tribulation realm found themselves at a loss when faced with this creature. Its unparalleled speed and ability to soar could exhaust even the most seasoned human cultivators to their demise. The cloud-swallowing bird is not a gregarious beast, and its numbers are quite limited. Under ordinary circumstances, it is exceedingly rare to encounter one, unless, of course, one is particularly unfortunate. As was the case with Wang Fu and Qingyang. Qingyang never anticipated that after he had just consoled Wang Fu, the next moment would bring forth a resounding buzz. At that very instant, when despair clouded the faces of Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others, a blood-red sword, resembling a shooting star, darted swiftly from the east, and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it struck the cloud-swallowing bird with unerring precision, without the slightest resistance. The bird was felled from the sky by this immensely terrifying sword, impaled into the earth, and immediately, a vast wave of sword pressure emanated outward in an arc. Wherever it passed, numerous beasts of the wild appeared to be gripped by profound terror, fleeing in a frenzy. What an imposing sword! While Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others were still reeling from shock, unsure of what had just transpired, a grand flying vessel, enveloped in ethereal light, soared towards them from the east, growing larger as it approached, ultimately hovering above the treetops. Upon the vessel, a young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression shifting as he retrieved the luminous sword that had slain the cloud-swallowing bird, storing it within his ring. A single strike had vanquished the cloud-swallowing bird. It had no chance to resist. What kind of power was this? Such feats were beyond the capabilities of the Calamity Realm. Even the 9th level of the Calamity Realm could not achieve this. The speed of the cloud-swallowing bird was such that even when faced with a formidable opponent of the 9th level of the Calamity Realm, it could escape. Unless it was a practitioner of the Royal Realm. This young man in white was undoubtedly of the Royal Realm. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. Qingyang was the first to regain his composure, immediately clasping his fists in gratitude for the life-saving assistance. Yet, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sturdy youth standing behind the white-clad swordsman. Father! The exclamation startled everyone below, including Qingyang. Wang Fu, too, was jolted back to reality by this excited voice, turning his gaze to the youth beside the white swordsman. You know? Chapter 17. If you can withstand my single strike, this spring shall be yours. Wang Fu opened his mouth, his expression filled with disbelief. Not only was he astonished that Wang Yin had appeared here, but he was also taken aback by the fact that Wang Yin was aboard this flying vessel. Moreover, on the deck of the vessel, he recognized several familiar figures. Li Yuan, his future daughter-in-law Li Hong, and others from Lin Xian's group. Since departing from Lingyue City, Wang Yin had shared his concerns with Lin Xian, who, upon learning this, had flown over, deliberately extending his consciousness. Thus, shortly after entering the Innate mountain range, he had discovered the presence of Wang Yan's father, resulting in the earlier strike. Lin Xian also felt a sense of relief, grateful that his awareness had sensed the situation in time. Had he been even a moment later, it could have been dire. Qingyang and the others exchanged glances between Wang Fu and Wang Yin aboard the vessel, engulfed in boundless astonishment. Brother Wang Fu, you actually know the esteemed individual aboard that vessel? Nay, it is far more than mere acquaintance. However, during the conversation with Wang Fu along the journey, it became clear that Wang Fu hailed from a small town on the outskirts of the Tangqing Empire, with his clan's strongest member not even reaching the Calamity Realm. How could he possibly have any connection to those of the Wang Realm? If such a relationship truly existed, Wang Fu would not have found himself in their company. Before long, Wang Yin leaped from the flying vessel and engaged in conversation with Wang Fu. Observing the two, Lin Xian did not rush them. "Yenner, who is this esteemed elder?" Wang Fu finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind, his gaze shifting to the extraordinarily handsome swordsman in white at the front of the deck. "Father, allow me to introduce my master," he replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded towards Wang Fu with a smile. Wang Fu, taken aback by Lin Xian's warm demeanor, hastily clasped his fists in greeting. Wang Fu pays respects to the esteemed elder. It was no surprise he reacted this way. A Wang realm expert was a presence far beyond his reach. Although he had seen such figures before, he had never conversed with one, nor had any ever regarded him with acknowledgement. To them, even those of the Calamity realm were as insignificant as ants, let alone someone of his meager heavenly profound level. There is no need for such formality. "Since you are Wang Yan's father, you are one of us. Please, come aboard," Lin Xian invited. Thus, Wang Fu, accompanied by several equally astonished members of the Wang family, boarded the flying vessel. "You all may come aboard as well." Just as Qin Han and the rest of the adventurer group expressed their envy, Lin Xian's voice resonated once more. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder." After collecting the corpse of the cloud shuttle bird, the flying vessel soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of the burning sky mountains. Lin Xian had returned to his chamber to enter seclusion, sensing that he was on the brink of comprehending the final path. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, Wang Yin, and the others stood on the deck, gazing at the receding scenery, their hearts filled with emotion. In times past, they had struggled to move within the mountains, living in constant fear, unable to rest soundly at night, trembling at the slightest noise. Now, above them hovered a long sword, radiating an incredibly terrifying sword intent, which allowed the vessel to sail unimpeded. Any beast encountered would instinctively steer clear, watching in terror as the vessel flew overhead. This was something that previously Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the other members of the adventurer group could scarcely have imagined. Any beast they encountered in the past had driven them to hide, fearing to provoke it. Yet now, they soared directly over the beasts, which dared not make a single move. It was truly astonishing. Within the perilous depths of the Innate Mountains, the area now resembled a private garden for the flying vessel. "Brother Wang Fu, thanks to your good fortune, I, old Qin, have also had the privilege of riding a Wang-level vessel," Qingyang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. 2 days later, the flying vessel arrived at the entrance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm. Contrary to expectations of a bustling crowd, there were only a handful of cultivators, like Lin Xian and his companions, who had just arrived. "It seems the entrance has opened earlier than anticipated, though not by much," Wang Fu observed, gazing at the entrance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm, which emanated a haunting violet glow. Fortunately, they boarded the esteemed Master Yan's royal flying vessel. Otherwise, even if they managed to arrive safely, they would likely have missed the closing of the secret realm by a considerable margin. "Master, we have reached the entrance to the secret realm," Su Lianxin communicated telepathically to Lin Xian, who was situated within the upper deck of the vessel. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he appeared significantly stronger than he had been a few days prior, having fully comprehended the path of Thunder Sword during this time. With all 22 paths mastered, he was ready. All that remained was to find a place rich in spiritual energy and prepare sufficient recovery elixirs to break through to the King realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian had also attained the 4th layer of comprehension of the Imperial level evasion technique, the Heavenly Demon Shadow. Now he could manifest 10 shadow clones, each possessing 2 layers of his own combat power. It is important to note that Lin Xian had already mastered 22 paths, and even with just 20% of his strength, he was not to be underestimated compared to an ordinary King realm. This meant that, should he desire, he could summon 10 King realm level shadow clones at will. Whether for combat or retreat, they would prove remarkably effective. Let us proceed inside as well. Take these 2 black jade stones. Should you encounter a life and death crisis, shatter them. Each of these jade stones concealed one of Lin Xian's shadow clones, though he did not disclose this, hoping that Wang Yin and Su Lianxin would never need to rely on them. With that said, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the secret realm, not entering alongside Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. Upon entering the Burning Heaven secret realm, one would be randomly teleported to any location within the realm. Thus, it mattered little whether they entered together, as even simultaneous entry would not guarantee their arrival at the same location. The moment he stepped into the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm, darkness enveloped him. When his surroundings came into focus once more, Lin Xian found himself amidst a vast desert, with nothing but yellow sand stretching endlessly before him. He immediately expanded his spiritual awareness, but was soon taken aback. He realized that his perception within the Burning Heaven secret realm was severely restricted. He could only detect a few miles around him, a stark contrast to his capabilities in the outside world. Yet, despite this limitation, Lin Xian discovered a place rich in spiritual energy within his limited range. Is that a spiritual spring? Not far ahead, there lay a small oasis. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true significance was that within the oasis, there was indeed a spiritual spring. And not just any ordinary one. It was exceptionally potent. What incredible fortune! Lin Xian was astonished by his own luck. He had initially thought that if he could gather half of what he needed to break through to the King realm during this expedition, it would be worthwhile. Little did he expect that upon entering, he would encounter such a pure spiritual spring. Estimating the potential of this spring, Lin Xian realized it could entirely fulfill his requirements for breaking through to the King realm. No, it could even far exceed those needs. This meant he could directly attempt to reach the King realm right here. How could he not feel exhilarated? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian wasted no time and surged swiftly towards the oasis ahead. The journey through the distance was but a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian arrived before the oasis and the spiritual spring. However, before he could examine the scene closely, two piercing sounds of air slicing through followed swiftly. Lin Xian turned to see two young female cultivators who had arrived here, merely a step behind him. To his surprise, they were delayed by just half a step. The leading figure, a young woman clad in a green dress, exuded an ethereal charm, appearing to be no more than 20. She carried a verdant long sword on her back and regarded Lin Xian from a distance with a teasing glint in her eyes. Following her was a girl in a white dress, seemingly younger and less striking in appearance. A closer inspection revealed that although their garments differed in color, the patterns were identical, indicating they hailed from the same faction. Despite their youth, both possessed astonishing prowess, each at the 9th level of the Tribulation realm. Achieving such a level at their age was unparalleled across the 7 nations of the Moonlit Reflection. It was likely that these two did not originate from any of the nations within the Moonlit Reflection, but rather from beyond the 9 nations. Even across the entire Xian domain, few could attain the 9th level of the Tribulation realm at such a tender age. Sister Chu. The white-dressed girl was about to step forward, only to be halted by the green-dressed woman. The white-dressed girl pouted in displeasure, believing that such a minor character was unworthy of her sister's intervention, as she could easily handle the situation herself. Though not a prodigy of the Xian ranking, she felt that any typical 9th-level Tribulation cultivator would be no match for her. This spiritual spring is mine to claim first. You two should seek your fortune elsewhere. If it were anyone else, Lin Xian would have simply told them to leave. However, the individuals before him were evidently not ordinary. Such prodigies, one could say, were rare even in the Xian domain, let alone among the nations of the Moonlit Reflection. To his surprise, Lin Xian's words elicited a peal of laughter from the green-clad girl, her amusement laced with scorn. Chu Yuechan narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian and replied, "My dear sir, you jest. Indeed, this spiritual spring was first discovered by you, but treasures such as these are claimed by those capable, not merely by those who arrive first. Since you have cultivated to this level, surely you understand this principle? Thus, let me extend you an opportunity. I perceive your cultivation to be on par with mine. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall grant you 30% of this spiritual spring. If not, I kindly ask you to vacate the premises. What say you?" The green-dressed girl beside her could hardly contain her amusement, casting a sidelong glance at her senior sister. "Sister, is this what you call an opportunity? While enduring a strike from me might be conceivable, withstanding a strike from a prodigy of the Xian ranking, the Xian domain is vast, and there are surely hundreds of nations akin to the 7 nations of the Moonlit Reflection, teeming with talents. Yet, the Xian ranking comprises but 100. Those who ascend are undoubtedly exceptional prodigies. Take Sister Chu, for instance. Although she is at the 9th level of the Tribulation realm, her prowess rivals that of a true Monarch realm warrior. To receive her sword strike is akin to facing a blow from a monarch, perhaps even more formidable. In this small realm of the 7 nations of Moon Reflection, few dare to claim they could withstand a single strike from Sister Chu at the same level of cultivation. What kind of opportunity is this? Sister Chu, you are quite mischievous. One can easily discern the absolute confidence the woman in white possesses regarding her own strength. Similarly, Lin Xian harbors immense confidence in his capabilities as well. Shaking his head, he declined her proposal. "No, however, I have a suggestion of my own." "Oh?" Chu Yuechan looked at Lin Xian with mild surprise. "What is your proposal? Please, do tell." Lin Xian gazed directly at her, a jade-white longsword having appeared in his grasp unbeknownst to her. "If you can withstand a single strike from me, this spring shall belong to you." Chapter 18, Assault on the Monarch Realm. Crimson Thunder Tribulation. At these words, Chu Yuechan and the girl in green behind her were momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Lin Xian's audacious declaration. "Withstand your strike? Do you know who stands before you?" Buzz. However, Before she could utter a mocking retort, Lin Xian's sudden sword strike interrupted her words with unyielding force. Intriguing. Chu Yuechan indeed found Lin Xian quite intriguing. He appeared so diminutive yet exuded such confidence. Yet, she soon realized the situation was not as amusing as it seemed. Initially, she had dismissed this strike as trivial, assuming it would barely breach her protective sword aura. Yet, when the sword light drew within 10 paces, she finally sensed something amiss. A surge of terrifying sword intent erupted from the radiance, sending chills down her spine. Is this sword intent? Her lips parted slightly, and the nonchalance on Chu Yuechan's face vanished, replaced by profound astonishment. The aura contained within the sword light was all too familiar to her, for she too had comprehended sword intent, thus rendering her perception of it particularly acute. To her astonishment, the sword light not only harbored sword intent, but was also exponentially more powerful than the level she had grasped. How can this be? In this insignificant 7 nations of moon reflection, there exists someone capable of comprehending sword intent beneath the monarch realm? Moreover, given Lin Xian's age, he must be under 30. Or perhaps, this individual is not from the 7 nations of moon reflection at all, but rather hails from beyond the 7 nations, just like herself? Before she could ponder further, Lin Xian's strike had already reached her. Chu Yuechan seized her sword and unleashed her own sword aura with all her might. At this moment, she dared not harbor even a flicker of disdain. This strike was executed with her utmost effort. Boom! As a thunderous sound resonated, Chu Yuechan's slender form was propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, blood spurting from her mouth. The scene left the girl in green nearby utterly astonished. What did she just witness? Was she directly sent flying by a single strike? This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Sister Chu, the unparalleled prodigy she had always regarded as a rival, astonishingly failed to withstand that man's sword strike. The girl in the green dress even questioned whether she was hallucinating at that moment. With a gasp, Chu Yuechan, who had been sent flying a great distance, clutched her chest, her shock rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the girl in the green dress. At the critical moment, she realized she could not endure the blow and unhesitatingly shattered a life-saving talisman. Yet, this talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 3rd-tier king, could not withstand that one sword. What manner of monster is this? 9th tier of the Calamity Realm? A single strike surpassing the full force of a 3rd-tier king? Such strength would be unattainable even for those within the top 10 of the profound rankings, would it not? Her father had always warned her that there are always greater beings beyond, and one should never underestimate anyone. However, as a genius, she had taken little heed of such advice. Yet today, she truly comprehended the weight of those words. What terrifying sword intent is this? 2nd tier? Certainly not. The 2nd-tier sword intent could not possibly be this fearsome. 3rd tier? It is highly probable. The 9th tier of the Calamity Realm, not only has he comprehended sword intent, but he also wields a 3rd-tier sword intent. Such an absurdity, even if spoken aloud, would be met with disbelief. Yet she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Moreover, it did not end there. Even if the 9th tier of the Calamity Realm had grasped the 3rd-tier sword intent, it was inconceivable that he could unleash a strike surpassing the full force of a 3rd-tier king. This individual is truly a monster. Recalling her earlier bravado in suggesting he should receive her blow, Chu Yuechan could not help but laugh, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping her lips. She clasped her fists toward Lin Xian, made no further delay, and departed with the girl in the green dress. Today had indeed dealt her a heavy blow. As they left, the girl in the green dress remained in a daze, clearly still reeling from the shock of Lin Xian's victory over Chu Yuechan, struggling to regain her composure. Watching the 2 women depart, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the spiritual spring below. The value of this spiritual spring, if placed in the outside world, would be beyond estimation. This secret realm of heaven's fire truly lives up to its reputation as the resting place of revered beings. Of course, it is also a testament to his extraordinary fortune. The rarity of this spiritual spring ranks among the finest within the entire secret realm of heaven's fire. Now, it is time to strive for the king realm. A fervent glint flickered in his eyes. After several years, he had once again arrived at this juncture. However, this time is entirely different from the last. Previously, he had attempted to ascend to the king realm through the path of the sword, but had failed. This time, he had comprehended 22 paths. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian began to operate the sacred level technique, the Azure Emperor Sutra. Above, the skies darkened with dense clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Below, the waters of the spring transformed into tendrils of mist, penetrating Lin Xian's body. A crystal-clear spirit pill soared from his storage ring and was swallowed by Lin Xian. This pill was the Gathering of Heavenly Mysteries pill. Upon consuming the Gathering of Heavenly Mysteries pill, Lin Xian's absorption rate of the spiritual spring surged once more, and the spring itself visibly diminished. This thunder tribulation gazing at the heavens, suffused with purplish-red lightning, Lin Xian felt a shiver of trepidation within his heart. The current situation is magnitudes greater than his previous attempt to ascend to the king realm. The purplish-red tribulation lightning seems intent on reducing all things to mere dust, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Boom! As the first bolt of purplish-red lightning struck, the ominous night sky was instantaneously illuminated. Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike, directly cleaving toward the oncoming tribulation lightning. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. Lin Xian's arm slightly bent, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Here it comes again. Boom! The second bolt of lightning followed swiftly, even more fearsome than the first. Above the oasis, a figure was fervently enduring the baptism of the tribulation lightning. One terrifying bolt after another cascaded down, each targeting Lin Xian alone, intent on erasing him from existence. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. Before the stormy clouds began to slowly dissipate, a ray of sunlight pierced through the remaining clouds, illuminating the disheveled Lin Xian. Yet, despite his disarray, a smile graced his face, revealing his current elation. He had achieved the completion of the first level of the King Realm. Chapter 19, Apologies. I disagree. Gazing at the nearly depleted spiritual spring below, Lin Xian reflected on his underestimation of its power. He initially believed that a single breakthrough to the King Realm would suffice, yet unexpectedly, he had ascended to the completion of the first level of the King Realm. Naturally, his Crimson Destiny, innate mixed elemental sword body, and the sacred level technique, the Qingyang scripture, had all played significant roles. Moreover, this time, Nangang Yaiwe was no longer his inner demon. He had relinquished that bond of master and disciple. After assessing his current physical condition, Lin Xian offered a wry smile, casting a glance at the now dissipated tribulation lightning in the sky. Such a ferocious tribulation lightning, even the one that descends during a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, might not possess such might. This tribulation was clearly not meant to be traversed easily. Had it not been for Lin Xian, any other individual would likely have perished beneath the weight of this lightning. Even Lin Xian, bearing the red destiny and the innate mixed elemental sword body, practicing the sacred level Qingyang scripture, and having comprehended the fourfold sword intent, barely managed to endure this tribulation. Conversely, it must be said that had Lin Xian not been so extraordinary, entering the King Realm through the 12 pathways, he would not have attracted such a terrifying tribulation lightning. Beyond the King Realm lies the realms of comprehension and unity. Lin Xian was somewhat knowledgeable about the cultivation following the King Realm. Typically, comprehending a single pathway allows for ascension to the King Realm, which is the most ordinary form of the King Realm. Following this, one begins to integrate the comprehended pathway, commonly referred to as unity. In ancient times, the King Realm was also known as the Unity Realm. Once a pathway is thoroughly integrated, one achieves the completion of the first level of the King Realm. Subsequently, one embarks on the comprehension of a second pathway, and successfully grasping it marks the attainment of the second level of the King Realm. This process continues until 9 pathways are integrated, culminating in the completion of the 9th level of the King Realm. Of course, there are prodigies capable of comprehending and integrating more than 9 pathways during their time in the King Realm, their power far exceeding that of a typical 9th level completion. Strictly speaking, they belong to the King Realm, yet simultaneously, they do not. After all, the 9th level of the King Realm is merely a threshold. Yet they have already comprehended and integrated over 9 great pathways. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the King Realm, one can begin to sense the impending thunder tribulations. To ascend from the King Realm to the Emperor Realm, one must endure 9 tribulations, each corresponding to the 9 pathways one has comprehended. The further one progresses, the more terrifying these tribulations become. Countless individuals at the 9th level of the King Realm have perished beneath these 9 tribulations. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with challenges, akin to scaling the heavens. This is precisely why there has yet to be a single emperor within the 7 kingdoms of the moonlight. However, due to Lin Xian's understanding of 22 great pathways, while others at the 9th level of the King Realm require only to endure 9 tribulations to ascend to the Emperor Realm, Lin Xian must face 22. This is assuming he does not further comprehend and integrate additional pathways in the future. Should he continue to delve into more pathways, the number of tribulations he must face will only increase. He could very well end up bathing in thunder tribulations. Lin Xian could not help but jest. First, he needed to recuperate. His current physical condition was dire. He could barely summon a wisp of spiritual power, rendering him utterly powerless. Within the secret realm of the burning heavens, danger lurks at every corner, and no one knows what awaits them in the next moment. After consuming 2 pills to restore his spiritual power, Lin Xian glanced at the dwindling spiritual spring below. Taking out a small jade bottle, he prepared to collect the remaining precious water to bring back as a gift for Su Lianxin. Although Lin Xian was unaware of the exact nature of this spring, its capability to support his breakthrough to the first level of the King realm, and indeed to its perfection, speaks volumes of its immense value. If auctioned, it could fetch a price in the millions, perhaps even higher, and Lin Xian would not be the least surprised. This spring is undoubtedly extraordinary. Its worth rivals that of 7th-tier spiritual materials. If gifted to Su Lianxin, it could potentially yield an 8th-tier item in return. With a stroke of luck, a 9th-tier item is not beyond possibility. A 9th-tier item is akin to a holy relic of the Emperor realm. Even if it only returns an 8th-tier item, it would still be considered a treasure of the respect tier. However, just as Lin Xian was about to collect the spiritual spring, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air, and several figures rapidly approached, appearing within Lin Xian's line of sight. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. There were 4 individuals in total, 2 men and 2 women, making a total of 6 people present, including Lin Xian and his shadow clone. Each of these 4 individuals possessed formidable strength, all being of the King realm. Lin Xian's earlier breakthrough had caused a significant stir. Anyone who witnessed it believed a great treasure had emerged. The 4 individuals, being the closest and capable of flight, naturally arrived here faster than others. Upon seeing the spiritual spring radiating an extremely rich aura of spiritual power below, a fervent glimmer flashed in their eyes. Although none recognized this spring, the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy were sufficient for them to comprehend its preciousness. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Unbeknownst to him, his shadow clone had already materialized behind him. After Lin Xian had just endured the terrifying thunder tribulation, his physical condition had reached a critical point. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was utterly powerless. However, fortunately for him, Lin Xian had not exhausted all his options. He possessed the celestial demon shadow. Although this shadowy manifestation behind him only held 2/10 of Lin Xian's strength prior to his breakthrough, specifically at the 9th level of the Tribulation realm, it was sufficient to contend with ordinary King realm opponents. The reason this shadow only wielded 2/10 of Lin Xian's strength was that it had not yet been updated since his recent breakthrough. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of activating the celestial demon shadow. The current manifestation was formed before Lin Xian ascended to the King realm. Thus its power was reflective of his state before that, rather than his present condition. Though the individuals before him were all in the King realm, they were merely at the first level and posed no real threat to Lin Xian. However, the commotion caused by his breakthrough was so significant that onlookers might mistakenly believe a precious treasure had emerged. Undoubtedly, more individuals were approaching, but they had yet to arrive. Remaining further afield, Lin Xian could still manage the situation at hand, but that would not hold true for long. Nonetheless, Lin Xian remained calm. His spiritual energy and injuries were gradually recovering. Once he gathered a modicum of spiritual power to refresh the shadow, he would not fear even those in the 5th level of the King realm or higher. Although he was currently unsure of his full potential, he was confident that ordinary King realm practitioners at the 3rd or 4th levels were no more significant than ants in his eyes. Even those at the 5th level or higher, he felt entirely capable of battling against and potentially defeating. This confidence stemmed from an unassailable strength. With a complete mastery of the 1st level of the King realm, having comprehended 22 paths and fused one, combined with his innate primordial sword body and the 4th level of sword intent, Lin Xian dared not even imagine how terrifying his current prowess was. This spring, I shall take 30%. I trust no one objects? Spoke the enchanting woman among the 2 men and 2 women, narrowing her eyes as she slowly articulated her demand. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her being. Boom. The 1st level of the King realm perfected, feeling the immense weight of her presence. The other 3 exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus and acquiescing to the enchanting woman's claim of 30%. I will take 20%. I too shall claim 20%. The other 2 men chimed in simultaneously. Though their auras were not as formidable as that of the enchanting woman, they were not far behind. Thus, only 30% remained. The enchanting woman and the 2 men turned their gazes towards Lin Xian's shadowy manifestation cloaked in black robes, obscuring its features, as well as the final figure. The woman in purple, Lin Xian, in stark contrast, was naturally overlooked. His aura was so faint that he was likely mistaken for a junior of the shadowy figure. How about you 2 share the remaining 30%? The enchanting woman suggested, and the others, being far from foolish, recognized the wisdom in avoiding a clash over the treasure. Should a conflict arise over the spiritual spring, they would likely end up with nothing when the reinforcements arrived. The woman in purple nodded slightly. Her strength was somewhat inferior to that of the enchanting woman and the two men, and it mattered little if she yielded half a portion. I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Ignored by the others, Lin Xian felt no anger. Instead, he shrugged and took a step forward. Chapter 20. The farce must end you? A fleeting glance at Lin Xian caused several brows to furrow slightly. From the beginning, they had not regarded Lin Xian with any seriousness, viewing him merely as a junior of the cloaked figure. However, it now appeared otherwise. The dynamics seemed to pivot around the young man in white, Lin Xian. We have no time to waste. Others are on their way. Here's the deal. I will give you half a portion, and you can take 2 portions. The enchanting woman expressed her impatience, fearing that delays would attract other powerful entities. The 3 others turned their gazes toward Lin Xian simultaneously. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian shook his head once more. Kid, don't push your luck. Do you believe that if we team up, we can eliminate the one behind you before the others arrive, leaving you with nothing? The middle-aged man with a sinister air fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Lin Xian. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xian maintained a smile, his eyes reflecting disbelief towards the sinister man. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from the sinister man, who gripped his long knife, preparing to strike at Lin Xian. Wait. The enchanting woman raised her hand to halt the sinister man, despite his nonchalant words. The truth was that even if the 4 joined forces, they might not be able to subdue the one behind Lin Xian in a short span. Those who had cultivated to the realm of kings were not to be trifled with. With a cold stare at Lin Xian, the enchanting woman spoke again. What do you propose for the division? To her surprise, Lin Xian looked at her with a puzzled expression and declared boldly, Division? Who said I would share with you? This spiritual spring is entirely mine. As for you, depart. You think you deserve a share? A mere handful of first-level kings believed they could share spoils with him? Even before breaking through to the realm of kings, Lin Xian had no fear of these individuals, let alone now. You seem quite arrogant, remarked Lin Xian, directing his attention to the sinister middle-aged man, a smirk gracing his lips. He then commanded his shadow clone, Go, slay him. Buzz. Upon hearing the command, the shadow clone drew its sword and charged at the sinister middle-aged man without a hint of hesitation. The shadow clone possessed no independent will. It simply obeyed Lin Xian's instructions. Bang. No one anticipated that Lin Xian would act so decisively, and by the time they reacted, the sinister middle-aged man had already been sent flying by the shadow clone's strike. The trickle of blood escaping from his lips revealed the ferocity of that single blow. Everyone, what are you standing there for? Join me and subdue this impudent one. You heard the insolent words of that little beast. Only by eliminating them can we claim this spiritual spring. A few coughs escaped the sinister middle-aged man, who clearly felt intimidated. Aware that he was no match for the shadow clone, he began to rally the others. The enchanting woman and the other 2 exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they launched a simultaneous attack on the shadow clone. The shadowy doppelganger exhibited no fear, transforming into a streak of black light that surged forth. It charged directly into the midst of several individuals, standing its ground against 4 adversaries with unwavering tenacity. Meanwhile, Lin Xian continued to consume elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, playing the role of a mere spectator as he quietly observed the unfolding chaos. On several occasions, the alluring woman attempted to break free from the doppelganger to strike at Lin Xian, but each time she failed. Whenever it sensed an intent to disengage and attack Lin Xian, the shadowy doppelganger would retaliate fiercely. Among the 4, none suffered more than the sinister middle-aged man. He narrowly escaped death at the hands of the doppelganger on multiple occasions. Had it not been for the enchantress and her companions restraining it, he would likely have already met his end. Suddenly, after the enchanting woman unleashed a formidable wave of fire that forced the doppelganger back a step, the sinister man seized the moment, vanishing from sight only to reappear close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his complexion turning pale, terror flickering in his eyes. The sinister man, witnessing this, reveled in delight, his gaze ablaze with madness and resentment, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Xian. He then erupted into maniacal laughter. You little beast. Are you afraid now? What happened to your earlier arrogance? Dare to kill me? I shall strike you down first. The sinister man roared, lunging fiercely towards Lin Xian. The terrified Lin Xian retreated 2 steps, but in the next moment, the fear dissipated, replaced by a faint smirk. You are mistaken. As he spoke, a shadow suddenly materialized before Lin Xian, resolutely blocking the sinister man, who was now only a few steps away. Yet, those mere steps became an insurmountable chasm for him. The figure clad in black robes, its face obscured, caused the sinister man to falter. Wasn't this shadowy figure already preoccupied with the 3 enchanting women? The sinister man turned to see the trio indeed assaulting the first doppelganger, leaving him puzzled about the one before him. Are you in despair? Lin Xian's voice resonated slowly. The heavenly demon shadow had been cultivated by Lin Xian to its 4th level, which enabled him to summon 10 doppelgangers. Excluding the 2 that were with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, he still had 8 at his disposal. Lin Xian had initially thought that 1 doppelganger would suffice to handle the group, but he had underestimated the situation. Summoning an additional doppelganger required him to expend more spiritual energy, which he desperately needed to heal his own wounds. If it were not for dire circumstances, he would have preferred not to summon a second. Are you in despair? Upon hearing this, the sinister man felt a profound sense of helplessness arise within him. One cloaked figure was already a significant headache. Now there was another. The terror and pallor on that little beast's face had all been a ruse. A self-deprecating smile emerged. How ironic it was that the true jester was himself. The 3 enchanting women, who were currently engaged in the skirmish with another doppelganger, stood utterly dumbfounded at this turn of events. Originally, the 4 of them could contend evenly with the figure in the black robe, but now, with the absence of the middle-aged shadow vulture, the pressure has intensified. They could only hope that the shadow vulture would swiftly deal with Lin Xian. However, when their peripheral vision turned towards Lin Xian's location, they were met with the sight of another figure cloaked in black. In that instant, the 3 enchanting women were left utterly stunned, a profound sense of despair welling up from their hearts. This moment of distraction was seized upon by the shadowy clone that was engaged in battle with the 3, unleashing a formidable strike. The woman in purple was instantly obliterated by the blinding sword light. Subsequently, with the combined might of the 2 shadow clones, the remaining individuals found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Within moments, only the enchanting woman remained. At that moment, she was in a dire state. Having exhausted all her life-saving trump cards, gazing at the 2 black-robed figures blocking her escape, despair etched in her eyes. Just as she succumbed to hopelessness, convinced of her impending demise, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. More individuals were arriving, and not just a few. There were as many as 8. Moreover, all 8 were of the King realm. This was to be expected. Only those of the King realm could reach this place in such a short span of time. Everyone, that unparalleled treasure is with this person, she urged, pointing at Lin Xian. While the 2 shadow clones had been decimating the enchanting woman's companions, Lin Xian had already stored the spiritual spring into a small jade bottle, placing it within his storage ring. It's never-ending, Lin Xian couldn't help but remark. Yet no trace of anxiety marred his expression. The spiritual energy within him was recovering, albeit slowly. However, once he gathered a modicum of that energy, he would not fear these 10 or so kings, nor even dozens of them. The newly arrived 8 were acutely aware that the longer they delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged at Lin Xian. The 2 shadow clones, undeterred, met them head-on, positioning themselves before Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian summoned 2 more shadow clones. Faced with the 8, not counting the enchanting woman, there were 9 in total, including 1 at the 2nd level of the King realm. The 2 shadow clones would likely struggle against them. Soon, the 4 shadow clones clashed with the 9, the outcome proving difficult to discern. Before long, more and more individuals converged. Upon discovering that the treasure causing the commotion was in Lin Xian's possession, they too joined the fray against him. As the 4 shadow clones were gradually being overwhelmed by the assault of over 10 kings, Lin Xian summoned another 4 shadow clones. With their arrival, the previously unfavorable situation was once again reversed. Damn it, how are there still more? Bellowed a king who had been sent flying and spitting blood. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a vast beam of sword light descended upon him, cleaving him in twain and obliterating his very soul. A monumental battle unfolded, involving over 20 sovereign realms, as cultivators from all directions were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Such grand-scale confrontations are typically only witnessed among the top 10 sects of various nations. Patriarch, shall we truly refrain from intervening? You too have witnessed the disturbances caused by that treasure. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact, and if we miss this opportunity. However, not all sovereigns present chose to engage. Among them, the Yin family of the Silver Frost Empire observed from a distance. The Silver Frost Empire, one of the 7 nations of the Moonlit Realm, is home to the Yin clan, a prestigious family of sovereign rank, boasting for formidable sovereigns. The clan leader, Yin Song, is a dual-path sovereign of the Second Realm. At this moment, he and the clan's second elder watched the battle unfold from afar, abstaining from joining the assault on Lin Xian. In truth, the second elder was eager to participate, having clearly witnessed the prior disturbances. The artifact was indeed remarkable, for such phenomena could not arise without cause. Yet, Yin Song firmly restrained him, preventing any action, leaving the elder in a state of anxious frustration. Although Lin Xian, flanked by 8 shadowy figures, did not appear to falter against the nearly 20 sovereigns, the increasing number of arrivals signaled inevitable defeat for the 8. The white-clad youth could not endlessly summon the dark-robed figures. It was highly likely that the 7 he commanded were his utmost limit, rendering defeat merely a matter of time. If they did not seize a share of the spoils now, what claim would the Yin family have once it concluded? The second elder's words caused a flicker of struggle in Yin Song's gaze, yet after a moment of deep contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. The memory of Lin Xian's earlier feat in the moonlit city, where he had slain both the king of the void and the city's lord with a single sword strike, remained vividly etched in his mind. It was not that he did not wish to partake, rather, he feared the consequences. Indeed, Yin Song had been present at the moonlit auction house during that pivotal moment. Witnessing such power firsthand was what compelled him to restrain the second elder. While treasures are invaluable, what worth do they hold if one loses their life? Everyone assumed that the white-clad youth relied solely on his 8 dark-robed figures, unaware that the true terror lay within him. Alas, sighed the second elder, harboring profound disappointment towards Yin Song. As more sovereigns arrived, Lin Xian's 8 shadowy avatars began to falter. Regardless of their strength, these avatars were merely a manifestation of Lin Xian's power prior to breaking through to the sovereign realm, representing only 1/5 of his potential. To withstand such an onslaught for this long was indeed remarkable. Die. With the first avatar extinguished, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The remaining 7 avatars fell one by one. It was only when the last avatar was vanquished that this grand conflict, involving over 30 sovereigns, finally came to a close. The battle was undeniably fierce, with the majority of the besieged kings suffering injuries, whether severe or minor. In this conflict, 5 formidable kings fell at the hands of the 8 cloaked figures. Kings are regarded as absolute powerhouses throughout the realms of the 7 nations. Yet this battle witnessed the demise of 5. It was over. Observing Lin Xian, who had refrained from summoning the cloaked figures again, everyone understood that this must be Lin Xian's limit. Without the cloaked figures, Lin Xian was merely a fish on the chopping board. Indeed, it was time to conclude. Lin Xian shook his head, acknowledging that it should come to an end. With a single step, he instantaneously ascended into the air, and an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth. Boom. Under this oppressive force, all present felt an instinctual urge to prostrate themselves. The 20 or so kings, locked in by this overwhelming pressure, spat out blood and fell to their knees, struggling to lift their gazes to the ethereal youth before them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heaven, what a terrifying aura this was. Some gasped, realizing that merely the pressure had caused a multitude of kings to kneel. What kind of power was required for this? It became clear that the 8 cloaked figures were not the most fearsome. The true terror resided in the young man clad in white. Senior, the strongest elder among the 20 kings, a second-layer king, was about to plead for mercy when Lin Xian, without allowing him to finish, unleashed a sword strike. Chapter 21, Viceholm Master. The horrifying sword chi swept through, extinguishing the lives of the 20 kings. Those who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock. Those were 20 kings. Patriarch, not far away, at the Yin clan. The second elder of the Yin family spoke bitterly, realizing in that moment that the patriarch's intervention was an attempt to save him. Yin Song shook his head, his own astonishment rivaling that of anyone else. He knew Lin Xian was powerful, having witnessed his strength firsthand at the Twilight Auction House. Yet he never anticipated Lin Xian would reach such heights. After departing from the oasis, Lin Xian began to wander aimlessly through the desert, simultaneously recovering from his injuries. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulation would not heal in a short time. To return to his peak condition would require at least a day or several days. However, the more he could recover, the greater his ability to ensure his safety within the secret realm. Having broken through to the King realm and secured the Spirit Spring, Lin Xian felt no urgency. Even if he encountered no further opportunities, the gains from this expedition had already far exceeded his expectations. However, Lin Xian's subsequent fortune did not hold. Several hours passed without any further encounters of significance. Instead, he encountered a few cultivators attempting to seize his possessions. Boy, hand over everything you have. Several Earth Realm cultivators blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. His injuries were not yet healed, leaving him in a notably weakened state, even weaker than those at the Earth Realm, which was precisely why they targeted him. And if I refuse? Lin Xian smiled. The Earth Realm cultivators were simply too weak. So weak that he felt no inclination to engage them. Then you shall die? The leader scoffed, launching an attack. Just then, a sword chi surged from the distance. In an instant, the earthly realm cultivator, who intended to strike at Lin Xian, was sent flying. Am I, a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Someone you can simply bully? Following the voice, Lin Xian beheld several figures swiftly approaching, both male and female, all adorned in attire identical to his own. Clearly members of the Qingyang Sword Sect. As Lin Xian lowered his previously raised hand, He pondered whether they were referring to him. However, after some reflection, he understood. Though he held the title of the Peak Master of the Falling Star Peak, he had rarely appeared within the sect since the incident involving Nangong Yaoyue a few years prior. Consequently, most of the new disciples who had joined the sect during that time were only aware of his existence, but had never laid eyes upon him. Get lost. Among the Qingyang disciples, a slightly older and gentle woman chided, casting an indignant glare at the person she had just sent flying. You have no luck, leave. Realizing they were no match for her, the group fled in disarray. Before departing, they shot Lin Xian a fierce glare, as if to convey that he was merely fortunate this time. Are you all right, junior brother? Among the Qingyang disciples, the gentle woman, seemingly their leader, turned to Lin Xian with genuine concern after witnessing the others retreat. Lin Xian shook his head, feeling rather perplexed. Junior brother? However, upon further thought, since his ascension to the king realm had significantly extended his lifespan, he appeared indeed younger than her. Junior brother, which peak do you belong to? Falling Star Peak. Upon learning that Lin Xian hailed from Falling Star Peak, the others expressed mild surprise. They were aware that Falling Star Peak was one of the least esteemed peaks in the entire sect, reputed to have very few disciples. Thus, encountering one within the secret realm was genuinely rare. The woman named Yi Han showed little reaction, but the others, upon realizing Lin Xian's affiliation, could not help but let a trace of disdain flicker in their eyes. In the Qingyang Sword Sect, the hierarchy was stark. It was entirely normal for disciples from higher-ranked peaks to look down upon those from lower-ranked ones, especially considering that Falling Star Peak was among the least esteemed. Oh, so you are a junior brother from Falling Star Peak. I am Yi Han, a disciple of the Xianshui Peak, and this is junior sister He Jing from Jinghua Peak. The leading Yi Han, after a brief moment of surprise, introduced Lin Xian warmly, not allowing his affiliation with Falling Star Peak to diminish her regard for him. In her eyes, while competition existed within the sect, outside, all disciples belonged to the Qingyang Sword Sect. Junior brother, why not join us? We can look out for one another, Yi Han suggested eagerly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, He Jing and the others behind her furrowed their brows, clearly less than welcoming of Lin Xian's inclusion. Aside from his origin from Falling Star Peak, his aura barely reached the earthly realm, making it somewhat blunt to say that accompanying them would only be a burden. The notion of looking out for each other was merely a courteous remark from senior sister Yi Han. Naturally, they were unwilling to venture into the perilous secret realm with such a liability in tow. However, due to the fact that the speaker hails from the fifth peak and is the most formidable among them, Yi Han, they refrained from expressing their discontent too vocally, though their dissatisfaction was evident in their eyes. I am Lin Xian. As for joining you, let us forego that, as I am accustomed to my solitary ways. Lin Xian shook his head, unwilling to accompany him along with a few burdensome companions. Having said this, he did not wait for a response and turned to leave. Lin Xian's rejection took Yi Han and the others by surprise. They had not anticipated such a refusal. Logically, one would expect Lin Xian to be overjoyed and accept without hesitation. As they watched Lin Xian's retreating figure, Yi Han felt a mix of astonishment and concern, but no anger. Sister Yi Han, do not fret over him. He is quite rude. You previously rescued him, and yet he offered not a single word of gratitude. Now, he has declined your invitation. In my opinion, he should be left to fend for himself. Lin Xian's actions stirred considerable discontent among the others. They believed that had they not arrived in time, Lin Xian would have lost not only his belongings, but perhaps even his life. To finish the ordeal without uttering a word of thanks was truly a case of good intentions met with ingratitude. Sister Yi Han, while your strength is formidable, your flaw lies in your excessive kindness. It cannot be deemed a fault, yet such a disposition may, in the future, lead to your detriment. After parting ways with Yi Han and the others, Lin Xian resumed his exploration of the secret realm. However, it wasn't long before he sensed a powerful reaction emanating from the sect token within his storage ring. This was a distress signal from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Nearby, a member of the Qingyang Sword Sect was in peril. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian hastened in the direction of the signal. As the master of Starfall Peak, he could not stand idly by. In a vast desert, a towering tree, reaching over 10 zhang in height, stood defiantly amidst the endless yellow sands, its lush greenery appearing particularly striking. The tree bore numerous crystal-clear fruits, glistening and tantalizing, with at least hundreds visible at a glance. Beneath the tree, two factions confronted each other, neither willing to yield. Each side boasted a powerful figure at the King Realm. If Lin Xian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of the female King Realm experts as the master of Qingyang Peak, who had previously guided him and his companions to the entrance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm. Behind her stood several disciples of the Sword Sect, including Yi Han and He Jing, whom he had recently parted ways with. Shortly after separating from Lin Xian, They encountered the master of Qingyang Peak engaged in a fierce battle with another King Realm expert, quickly joining the fray. At that moment, they all held several fruits in their hands, which they had gathered during the chaotic skirmish. The master of Qingyang Peak furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she gazed at the opposing faction. More specifically, her attention was drawn to a middle-aged man in a blue robe leading them. Like her, he was at the first level of the King Realm, and during their earlier clash, she had gained no advantage over him. This group hailed from the Holy Sun Empire's Lingxiao Hall, with the blue-robed elder at their forefront being one of its King Realm elders. The Lingxiao Palace, though not among the top 10 powers of the Holy Sun Empire, is reputedly positioned around the 15th or 16th place. In contrast to the esteemed Qingyang Sword Sect, which ranks among the top 10 within the Tangqing Empire, the Holy Sun Empire stands as the second most powerful nation, surpassed only by the leading Dawn Empire of the Seven Kingdoms, boasting a considerably stronger overall might than the Tangqing Empire. Thus, while Lingxiao Palace may not rank within the top 10 of the Holy Sun Empire, its strength is not vastly inferior to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Following a fierce battle, the leader of Qingyang Peak and the middle-aged man in a blue robe from the King Realm found themselves in a stalemate, each unable to best the other, and thus resorted to sending signals for assistance. Initially, the leader of Qingyang Peak proposed a fair division of the spiritual fruits on the tree, yet the other party was unwilling, offering only a mere 10%. How could this be acceptable to the leader of Qingyang Peak? Now, both sides awaited reinforcements. Each had signaled for help, and if a powerful member from their respective sects were to arrive, they would surely come swiftly. It now remained to be seen which side would enjoy the fortune of timely support. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Take the spiritual fruits you possess and leave this place at once. Otherwise, once the vice leader of Lingxiao Palace arrives, you may find that not a single spiritual fruit remains for you, remarked the blue-robed middle-aged man with a sly grin. The leader of Qingyang Peak responded with a cold snort. We are not fools. Such clumsy tricks are best left aside. Would you believe me if I said that the leader of my sect is en route? The blue-robed man shrugged. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing both parties to hold their breath. At that moment, the arrival of reinforcements for either side would spell disaster for the other. Against the backdrop of yellow sands, a youthful figure slowly emerged, and upon recognizing the newcomer, the leader of Qingyang Peak froze. Lin Fengzhu? Indeed. The individual was none other than Lin Xian, who had swiftly come to this location upon receiving the distress signal. Is it really him? Not only the leader of Qingyang Peak, but also disciples from the Qingyang Sword Sect, including Yi Han and He Jing, felt their hopes deflate upon realizing that the person before them was the very junior they had previously encountered. A profound disappointment washed over the leader of Qingyang Peak. She had hoped fervently that the newcomer would be a peak leader from the top 10, for only they could sway the battle's outcome. The good news was that the arrival was indeed from the Qingyang Sword Sect. The bad news was that the newcomer was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. While not weak, he could not significantly influence the current situation. Meanwhile, the previously anxious blue-robed middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Xian. Although he was from the opposing side, his aura was exceedingly weak, not even reaching the level of the earthly realm, merely a false alarm. Junior brother, come here. Yi Han beckoned to Lin Xian. Junior brother? The leader of Qingyang Peak was taken aback. Peak Master, this is the junior brother we encountered not long ago. We even invited him to join us, but he declined. Yi Han explained with a wry smile. The master of Qingyang Peak regarded Lin Xian with a peculiar expression, glancing at him as he approached leisurely. Then turning his gaze to Yi Han and the others. You seem to be under some misapprehension. This individual is not your junior brother, but rather the master of Qingyang Peak. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han and her companions were momentarily taken aback. What? The master? The master of Qingyang Peak? They had previously considered Lin Xian merely a junior disciple of Qingyang Peak. Now, the master of Qingyang Peak was asserting that he was, in fact, their leader, a master. That must imply he was at least a formidable figure at the higher echelons of the Tribulation Realm. Wait a moment. Did that mean that her earlier attempt to rescue him was utterly superfluous? Yi Han's fair complexion flushed a visible crimson, and she wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. He Jing and the others were equally stupefied. Their junior brother had suddenly transformed into the master of Qingyang Peak. They had looked down upon Lin Xian before. What did that signify now? It was no wonder that after Yi Han had saved him, he had not uttered a word of gratitude. He had not been in need of their assistance at all. How ridiculous it was for several individuals in the Earth Profound Realm to attempt to save a powerful figure in the Tribulation Realm. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xian arrived, a potent aura followed closely behind. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair. His presence was as deep as an abyss, and merely standing there exuded immense pressure upon the master of Qingyang Peak and her companions. This individual was no less than a sect master. A chill ran through the heart of the master of Qingyang Peak. The master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, a powerful figure at the fourth stage of the King realm. The oppressive sensation he evoked was comparable to that of the sect master, indicating that this elder was undoubtedly a being of at least the fourth stage of the King realm. The Vice Hall Master. Initially, the master of Qingyang Peak and her companions were on high alert due to the arrival of the elder, but upon hearing the title of Vice Hall Master, their spirits plummeted. The Vice Hall Master? The master of Qingyang Peak thought to herself, it's over. This elder was actually the Vice Hall Master of the Lingxiao Hall. She silently lamented, her face etched with bitterness. She had not awaited a single King realm member from the Qingyang Sword Sect, but instead, the Vice Hall Master of the Lingxiao Hall had arrived. Even if the sect master were present, they might not stand a chance against this elder. A wave of regret washed over the master of Qingyang Peak. Had she known this would transpire, she should have agreed to the middle-aged man in the blue robe and departed with the spiritual fruits she had gathered. Despair and unwillingness enveloped her. The arrival of a fourth-stage King realm figure signified grave implications, and they all understood that. However, to their astonishment, the first words uttered by the Vice Hall Master were not an admonition directed at them, but rather, we shall leave this place. Chapter 22. Can we fight elsewhere? You disrupt me. We shall leave. At this proclamation, not only did the master of Qingyang Peak and her companions freeze in disbelief, but even the middle-aged man in the blue robe from the Lingxiao Hall was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Vice Hall Master. He even questioned whether he had misheard, doubting the reliability of his own ears. Vice Hall Master, this is... I said, follow me and leave this place. Do you not comprehend human speech? Shall I repeat myself? The Vice Hall Master cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man in a blue robe before turning away, as if oblivious to the spiritual fruits adorning the enormous tree, showing no sign of reluctance. Indeed, the blue-robed man and the other disciples of the Lingxiao Hall were utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Despite the fact that the arrival of the Vice Hall Master had seemingly turned the tide in favor of Lingxiao Hall, why would he choose to depart? Confusion and doubt clouded their minds, yet they dared not disobey the Vice Hall Master's orders, resigning themselves to follow him. Casting lingering glances at the spiritual fruits they were leaving behind. What on earth was transpiring? The Peak Master of Qingyang and his companions were equally bewildered. While the retreat of their adversaries was undoubtedly a positive development, it was accompanied by a sense of inexplicable mystery. Did they fear the Qingyang Sword Sect? That seemed improbable. Although formidable, the Qingyang Sword Sect was confined to the Tangqing Empire, and the Peak Master did not believe Lingxiao Hall would cower in fear. Despite racking their brains, they could not fathom the reasons behind the enemy's withdrawal until a faint voice resonated beside them. Did I permit you to leave? Instantly, the gaze of the Peak Master of Qingyang and Yihan converged upon Lin Xian, the speaker. Yihan nearly cried out in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Although they were unaware of why their opponents had retreated, it was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for them. And now Lin Xian was obstructing their departure? Was he courting danger? Lin Hall Master, please. The Peak Master of Qingyang exclaimed, his face paling in shock. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. As Lin Xian's words hung in the air, the Vice Hall Master truly halted his steps, placing the spiritual fruit he had been holding aside. Leave. What? The members of Lingxiao Hall, already on the verge of explosive frustration, nearly spewed blood in shock. Leave the spiritual fruits behind. We are departing. Observing the Lingxiao disciples relinquishing the fruits one after another left the Peak Master of Qingyang and his companions utterly speechless. They had complied with Lin Xian's request? This series of anomalies surpassed the limits of their comprehension. When had a formidable figure of the fourth level of the Wang realm become so amenable? The Peak Master felt an itch in his mind, overwhelmed by confusion. Once they had distanced themselves from the enormous tree, the Vice Hall Master gradually came to a halt. Having exited the tree's vicinity, he glanced back, fully aware of the lingering expressions of dissatisfaction and confusion on the faces of the blue-robed man and the others. Are you perplexed? Despite our undeniable advantage, we must retreat in such a disheartened manner? The Vice Hall Master inquired. The blue-robed man and the other disciples of Lingxiao Hall nodded in agreement. Their bewilderment was profound, and they could not fathom the rationale behind such an unexpected turn of events. The Vice Hall Master lifted his chin, gesturing for them to look in the direction of the giant tree. From their vantage point, they could see a streak of light rapidly approaching the tree. Undoubtedly, it was a figure of the Wang realm, and one even more powerful than himself, at least of the second level. The blue-robed man thought to himself. What followed was a scene that left him astonished. The second-tier King realm warrior, upon reaching the colossal tree, was overwhelmed with excitement. Disregarding the presence of the Qingyang Peak Master and others, he reached out to pluck a spirit fruit for examination, but before he could grasp it, The young man in white beside the Qingyang Peak Master took action. A magnificent sword light cleaved through the heavens, and the second-tier King Realm warrior, a being far stronger than himself, plummeted from the sky, the life force within him rapidly dissipating. With a single strike, the second-tier King Realm fell. "Now do you understand?" came the calm voice of the Deputy Hall Master from behind. Witnessing the entire event, the members of Lingxiao Hall fell into silence at that moment. They all comprehended the magnitude of power displayed. The second-tier King Realm was vanquished with but a single sword stroke. What extraordinary strength! Even the Deputy Hall Master of the fourth-tier King Realm could not achieve such a feat previously. I had personally witnessed him eradicate over 20 King Realm warriors with a single sword. The Deputy Hall Master's voice echoed again, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Over 20 King Realm warriors, eradicated in one strike. How terrifying that was. At this moment, the expressions of the middle-aged men in blue robes reflected no confusion or complaints. They even felt a sense of gratitude that the Deputy Hall Master had led them away. Otherwise, the fallen second-tier King Realm warrior would have been their fate. Half a day later, the Qingyang Peak Master and Yi Han gazed at Lin Xian's departing figure. Rendered speechless, Lin Xian had taken 70% of the spirit fruits harvested from the giant tree, leaving them with merely 30%. Yet the Qingyang Peak Master and her companions harbored no resentment or dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Lin Xian, they likely would have walked away with nothing. Though he had departed, the shock Lin Xian instilled in them was etched into their hearts, impossible to forget. Particularly the Qingyang Peak Master, who finally understood why the Purple Scorpion Demon King had mysteriously retreated upon their arrival at the entrance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm. At the time, she had been perplexed, doubting her ability to frighten off a Demon King. Now, everything was clear. It turned out that the Purple Scorpion Demon King had feared him. The contest between the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden had come to an end, she mused. After witnessing Lin Xian's prowess, she felt the Holy Sun had little hope of victory. Once, the Holy Sun had even sent someone to recruit Lin Xian, but to no avail. On the other hand, although the Holy Maiden had managed to win over this master of Qingyang Peak, she did not believe he could turn the tide without reaching the King Realm. He would ultimately have limited influence in this struggle. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable master of Qingyang Peak harbored such depth of strength? Such prowess might even surpass that of the ancestors of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Today's events must not be spoken of to anyone. The Qingyang Peak Master admonished those behind her. Understood. The group felt a profound sense of solemnity. Today's occurrences would remain etched in their memories. But they dared not spread word of it. None could ascertain whether this master of Qingyang Peak would wish for others to know. Should they carelessly disseminate the information and provoke his ire, the consequences would be unbearable for them all. After departing, Lin Xian resumed his aimless exploration within the secret realm. He estimated that the substantial harvest of spiritual fruits he had gathered was sufficient for him to break through to the second level of the King Realm. However, being in the midst of the secret realm, he felt no urgency. The secret realm was only open for a few days, and if he were to squander too much time on breakthroughs, he might miss out on numerous treasures hidden within. Over the next few days, although Lin Xian discovered some items, they were rather ordinary and paled in comparison to the spiritual springs and fruits he had encountered earlier. Just as he thought this journey through the secret realm was nearing its end, his spiritual sense detected a location radiating an exceptionally powerful spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lin Xian made his way there swiftly. Upon arrival, he found a considerable number of individuals already gathered, seated in a circular formation around a withered tree at the center. The source of the intense spiritual energy was indeed that very tree, situated at the heart of the assembly. Lin Xian marveled internally. Though the tree was on the verge of decay, it still emanated such potent and pure spiritual energy. It was hard to fathom what it must have looked like before its decline. Soon, Lin Xian noticed that the closer one was to the inner circle. The more refined the spiritual energy became. However, occupying a place in the inner circle was not something just anyone could do. The individuals present were predominantly at the King Realm. Strikingly, there was one person among them, a woman who, despite being in the inner circle, was not at the King Realm, but rather exuded an aura of the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. Yet, what puzzled many was that none dared to target her. Even those at the King Realm positioned in the outer circle, who did not even dare cast a glance in her direction. This left some newly arrived cultivators bewildered. Only those who had witnessed her power could comprehend her formidable nature. The memory of her decisively defeating 2 King Realm opponents still lingered in their minds. To defeat a King Realm cultivator while at the Tribulation Realm was beyond the description of mere prodigy. This was precisely why even those at the King Realm refrained from considering her an option. She was an extraordinary talent, potentially a figure listed on the mysterious rankings of the Xian domain. Though not yet a King Realm cultivator, Her strength surpassed that of many at that level. Her presence rendered those self-proclaimed geniuses from the Seven Nations dim and self-conscious in comparison. Did they even deserve to be called geniuses in her presence? Even the numerous King Realm cultivators within the inner circle regarded her with great caution. Such a person could not have emerged from the moonlit Seven Nations. Nor could any ordinary force have nurtured her. She must certainly be backed by a formidable entity. After surveying the scene, Lin Xian's gaze ultimately settled on the woman. He recognized her. She was the very sister, Chu, who had attempted to contest him for the spiritual spring when he first entered the secret realm. Lin Xian recalled that she had been accompanied by a girl in a green dress, who was now nowhere to be found, leaving only her. A hint of amusement flickered across Lin Xian's expression as he approached her. Those who witnessed this scene, after a brief moment of astonishment, began to sneer derisively. Another fool seeking death had arrived. Did he truly believe that she, merely at the tribulation realm, was easy prey? It was wise to consider why the inner circle was dominated by King Realm cultivators, with her being the sole exception. In the outer circle, several individuals at the King Realm dared only to observe, refraining from provoking trouble. Some secretly mocked, while simultaneously beginning to mourn for Lin Xian. Previously, there had been attempts to usurp the lady's position, even by those of the King Realm, yet all had met with disastrous fates, either death or grievous injury. Notably, one such king was defeated by the lady in 3 strikes, fleeing in a severely wounded state. Had he delayed even slightly longer, he might well have lost his life there. Lin Xian, still recovering from injuries inflicted by the Thunder Tribulation, exuded an aura only comparable to that of the 9th layer of the Tribulation realm. As he approached the lady in the white dress, many turned to watch, their gazes reflecting a mix of incredulity and derision, anticipating a spectacle. When Lin Xian reached her, Chu Yuechan, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened them, her delicate brows knitting in displeasure. In her heart, she seethed. Why was someone so foolish as to seek their own demise? However, as her gaze rose and she recognized the visitor, she was taken aback. It was he? How could she forget Lin Xian? He was the only one who had ever managed to defeat her within the same realm, and he had done so with but a single strike. The impact of that defeat weighed heavily upon her pride. Proud as she was, she never envisioned a day when she would fall to someone of the same tier. In that moment, Lin Xian simply regarded her silently, without uttering a word, yet his intent was unmistakable. Relinquish your position. Just when everyone anticipated that Chu Yuechan would suppress Lin Xian in a manner akin to her previous encounters with the king, she unexpectedly turned and walked away, relinquishing her rightful place to him amidst the incredulity of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, the crowd experienced a momentary mental lapse, their mouths agape, rendered speechless by shock. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. When had Chu Yuechan become so accommodating? In her previous encounters with other challengers attempting to seize her position, she had shown no such leniency. Each of those who had dared to challenge her had met with a dismal end, bar one king who had managed to escape. The rest had perished on that very spot. Even the esteemed king had fled in a battered state. Yet Lin Xian's aura was not even that of a king. This was unfathomable. Confusion enveloped their minds, struggling to comprehend how events had concluded in such a manner. They envisioned countless possibilities, yet none aligned with this outcome. As for Lin Xian, he remained oblivious to the peculiar stares around him. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the Qingdi Sutra, diligently cultivating while also focusing on mending his internal wounds. Thus, half an hour passed. Suddenly, the tranquility of the surroundings was shattered by the arrival of a king. This was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, exuding an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary first-layer king. He was the esteemed elder of the Mingyu sect of the Holy Sun Empire, known as the Mingyu Elder. Gasps of recognition erupted from those present, for it was said that he had attained perfection at the 2nd layer of the King Realm, standing but a step away from comprehending the 3rd path and advancing to the 3rd layer of the King Realm. Though this place was home to numerous individuals of the King Realm, most were merely at the 1st level, and the arrival of a 2nd-level king would inevitably usurp a position within the inner circle. As the ancient figure, known as the Old Bone, approached, many in the King Realm began to feel a sense of unease. However, they soon realized their apprehensions were unwarranted. Upon his arrival, Old Bone's gaze fixed upon an individual within the inner circle, and without further ado, he unleashed a palm strike. This individual, who also appeared to be an elder, seemed even more aged than Old Bone, and was one of the few 2nd-level kings present. His cultivation was by no means inferior to that of Old Bone. You seek your own demise, old fool. The elder bellowed, and the two engaged in fierce combat. This elder, known as Kang, hailed from the Holy Sun Empire, just like Old Bone, and served as a supreme elder of the Yueming sect, a faction that harbored a deep-seated enmity with the Mingyu sect. Any encounter between the two would result in a life-or-death struggle. A cultivator from the Holy Sun Empire slowly remarked, elucidating to the onlookers the reason behind Old Bone's immediate aggression toward Kang. Hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Most of the King Realm individuals within the inner circle were at the first level. Should Old Bone set his sights on them, their positions would be in jeopardy. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the skies above, the residual energy alone left the onlookers trembling with trepidation. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the first and second levels of the King Realm. Within this realm, each tier represented a significant gap in power. Some reflected, the King Realm comprises 9 levels, with each level representing a world unto itself. Although ascending to the King Realm is a formidable challenge, the corresponding increase in power upon breaking through is equally astounding. A second-level king can effortlessly crush several first-level kings, such as the chasm between them. The clash between the two disrupted the spiritual energy in the area, yet none dared to intervene. Either combatant was far beyond their capacity to challenge. Could you possibly engage elsewhere? You are disturbing my cultivation, came a voice, though soft. It resonated clearly through the enhanced spiritual energy, reaching everyone, including the battling Old Bone and Kang. Both fighters paused, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to interject at such a moment. They turned their attention toward the source of the voice, where stood Lin Xian, clad in white garments. Old Bone and Kang were astonished, as were the others. Who could be so foolhardy as to speak so boldly to them? Upon recognizing that the audacious speaker was none other than Lin Xian, who had previously compelled Chu Yuechan to relinquish her position in the inner circle with a single word, their expressions became even more bewildered. What on earth is this fellow up to? Young man, what did you just say? Old Bone's gaze turned frigid as he detected Lin Xian's aura, which was merely at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, inciting a surge of murderous intent within him. It seemed he was incapable of understanding human speech. As Lin Xian's words settled, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he suddenly drew his sword. The sword's aura surged forth like a rainbow, slicing through the heavens with the speed of thunder. With a resounding buzz, a torrent of sword energy engulfed Old Bone. Then, there was nothing more to unfold. As the sword's aura dissipated, the figure of the Elder of the Underworld vanished from the air, his presence eternally lost to the vastness of the universe. All that remained were the astonished onlookers, including Zhang He of the Yuan Ming sect, who had previously engaged the Elder in combat. He could hardly fathom that the Elder, who had entangled him for years and whom he had endeavored to eliminate by any means, had fallen so easily, struck down by a single sword. The gazes of the crowd turned towards Lin Xian, as if he were a creature of legend. Indeed, he was a monster. It was only now that they comprehended the reason behind Chu Yuechan's earlier decision to yield her position to Lin Xian. Everything suddenly made sense. I do not wish for any further conflict to arise here, Lin Xian declared as he sheathed his sword. This warning was directed not only at Zhang He but at all present, an admonition that should they choose to fight, it must not occur in this place, lest they meet the same fate as the Elder of the Underworld. A chill surged from the depths of Zhang He's heart, rendering him numb. Luckily, his temperament was not as volatile as that of the Elder, though he had previously harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Lin Xian's words. How could a mere 9th level of the Calamity Realm dare to speak to them in such a manner? Originally intent on confronting Lin Xian, he now realized he was a step too late, and fear gripped him as he reflected on how close he had come to death. If the Elder could not withstand that sword strike, he doubted his own ability to endure it. After bowing respectfully to Lin Xian, Zhang He returned to his designated position. At last, the area around the withered tree fell into a profound silence, so much so that one could hear a pin drop, all afraid to make the slightest noise that might disturb this monstrous figure. Just how powerful was he? Chu Yuechan's emotions were tumultuous. How could such a being emerge from the diminutive realm of the moonlit 7 kingdoms? To her, Lin Xian appeared as an unfathomable abyss. Just when she thought she had witnessed his limits, he revealed that what she had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. After defeating her with a single strike, he had now bested a perfect 2nd level of the Monarch realm with another, comparing him to the top 10 of the Xian rankings. One could hardly deem them geniuses in light of his prowess. It must be said that the spiritual energy contained within the withered tree was astonishingly immense. Even with the collective efforts of over 10 monarchs drawing from it, it took nearly half a day for it to finally deplete. Gazing at the now lifeless tree, the crowd felt a lingering sense of yearning. The hours spent cultivating here equated to months or even years of training in the outside world. Lin Xian, too, reaped significant benefits. Not only had his injuries nearly healed, but his cultivation had also progressed further. He had ascended from the 1st level to the 2nd level of the Monarch realm, now merely a step away from perfecting the 2nd level, awaiting only the fusion of his 2nd path. Remarkably, It had only been a few days since he had begun breaking through to the monarch realm. This achievement was also due to Lin Xian's early comprehension of the 22 paths, which had spared him the most arduous task of understanding the paths. As the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving behind only a handful of individuals, Lin Xian, fully recovered, rose to his feet, prepared to depart. But just then, a resounding explosion halted his departing steps. Before him, the once lifeless giant tree emitted faint signs of revival. Soon, the tree disintegrated, transforming before the astonished eyes of the onlookers into a bronze-armored wooden figure positioned atop a colossal wooden platform. It stood there at one end of the platform, seemingly awaiting a challenger to ascend and engage in a duel. This bizarre spectacle left the few remaining cultivators in the vicinity utterly astonished. What was this? A bronze-armored wooden figure, crafted from gold, silver, or bronze. Some expressed confusion, while others widened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. The trial of the ancestor tree. This is the trial of the ancestor tree. Indeed, it was a wise choice to remain here. The trial of the ancestor tree? The legendary trial of the ancestor tree? Good heavens! Some had heard of it, while others had not. Yet any who had heard the tale could not help but exclaim in surprise. According to legend, within the Burning Heaven secret realm lies an ancestor tree, said to have been acquired by the Burning Heaven sovereign from the desolate seas of the heavenly wasteland. It had been hundreds of years since the last sighting of this tree, and since then, it seemed to have vanished, never to reappear. It was no wonder that even in its desiccated state, it still harbored such pure and rich spiritual energy. It is said that those who successfully navigate the trial of the ancestor tree will receive exceedingly precious rewards, and that the so-called trial must indeed be this bronze-armored wooden figure. The figure's strength would fluctuate in accordance with the challenger's realm, whatever realm the challenger possessed. The wooden figure would mirror. Several individuals were eager to test themselves, their eyes gleaming as they regarded the bronze-armored figure. The thunderous noise had attracted numerous cultivators from the surrounding areas, and before long, the crowd began to swell once more. Yet, one figure surged ahead of all others, appearing atop the platform before anyone else, the one and only Lin Xian. It was he. At that moment, the crowd had shifted numerous times, and thus, very few recognized Lin Xian. Among those who did, each held their breath, their gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 24. Unrivaled in the same realm. Upon ascending the wooden platform, Lin Xian wasted no time. He drew his sword and struck at the wooden figure. A brilliant sword light raced along the platform toward the bronze-armored figure. The figure, however, responded without delay, launching its fists in an attempt to meet the sword with brute force. Boom! It soon became evident that this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the pure white sword light, the wooden figure was sent flying, shattered into pieces. One strike, and it was defeated. Immediately thereafter, a diagram of a sword formation slowly imprinted itself into Lin Xian's consciousness. This was the reward for defeating the bronze-armored figure? Lin Xian was taken aback. The reward was a diagram of a sword formation? Without further thought, Lin Xian descended from the platform and closed his eyes to contemplate. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively reacted with disbelief. Was the bronze-armored figure truly that weak? They had anticipated that the legendary trial of the ancestor tree would be exceedingly challenging, yet it had been so effortlessly vanquished. I shall take my turn. As I gazed upon the gradually restored bronze-armored wooden figure, witnessing Lin Xian effortlessly vanquish it and claim his reward, a restless anticipation stirred within the crowd. Following Lin Xian's lead, a brawny man with sinewy muscles and a broad blade strapped to his back leapt onto the wooden platform. He was none other than Qin Wu, the blade demon of the Silver Frost Empire, a figure renowned for his ferocity. Is that the blade demon Qin Wu from the Yenblade sect? Indeed. He was one of the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation within the Silver Frost Empire. It was said that 6 months prior, he had grasped the rudiments of the blade intent, and now his prowess was unfathomable. My anticipation for the upcoming grand competition of the 7 nations grew ever stronger. The imposing figure that ascended the platform was no ordinary challenger. As soon as he stepped up, many recognized him. For those unfamiliar with him from other nations, the mention of the blade intent's rudiments hinted at the extraordinary nature of this contender. Positioned on the platform, Qin Wu brandished his enormous blade, and with a fierce gust of wind, he struck decisively at the wooden figure. The bronze-armored wooden man responded with a punch that mirrored its previous confrontation with Lin Xian's sword light. With a thunderous clash, the giant blade met the dual fists, erupting in a cacophony reminiscent of clashing metal. Qin Wu let out a muffled groan, feeling a terrifying force surge through the blade into his hands, propelling him uncontrollably backward. As the surrounding scenery whirled past him in a blur, the impact sent Qin Wu crashing, leaving a long trail of blood along the ground. A sight that left the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. Had Qin Wu been defeated? Moreover, had he not even withstood a single attack from the bronze-armored wooden man? The shock resonated particularly among those from the Silver Frost Empire, who found it hard to accept that their esteemed Qin Wu had been so easily overpowered. The crowd's gaze collectively shifted towards Lin Xian, who sat cross-legged, eyes closed in contemplation. It became clear that it was not the wooden figure's weakness that was at play, but rather Lin Xian's formidable strength that had triumphed over the challenge. In a single exchange, one had emerged victorious while the other had been soundly defeated. Lin Xian, engrossed in deciphering the sword formation diagram, paid little heed to the unfolding drama. Subsequently, several others, undeterred by the earlier failures, stepped forward to challenge the wooden figure, only to suffer fates akin to, or even worse than that of Qin Wu. It soon became evident to all present that the might of the bronze-armored wooden man far exceeded their expectations. Not only was defeating it a daunting task, but even surviving a single blow was a rarity. Thus far, only Lin Xian had achieved such a feat. Even the illustrious Qin Wu had been unable to endure even one strike from the wooden figure. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered, with prodigies from all directions converging upon the scene. The arrival of a young man clad in splendid attire sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. It was none other than Prince Qingyang. Unlike Qin Wu, whose recognition was limited primarily to those from the Silver Frost Empire, Prince Qingyang was a figure known far and wide, captivating the attention of all present. The great Jin Empire ranks third among the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection, and this Prince of Qingyang is the 9th son of the Emperor of Jin, undeniably the most remarkable prodigy of the great Jin Empire, whose renown has even reached the other 6 nations. However, before the crowd could fully express their awe, another formidable prodigy appeared. This was a stunning woman, adorned with a guqin on her back, the celestial maiden of the Lingzhen Empire. The Lingzhen Empire, ranked 4th among the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection, may not boast the same lineage as the Qingyang prince, yet the fame of this celestial maiden is certainly on par with that of the prince. She does not practice swordsmanship or blade techniques. Instead, she has devoted herself to the way of the Qin, and since her emergence, she has steadfastly held the title of the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, a position that has never been challenged. Her presence incited a flicker of intrigue among many attendees. Not long ago, the Qingyang prince had raised quite a stir by inquiring about the younger generation of the Lingzhen Empire. Beginning from the 10th challenger, he systematically defeated the prodigies of the Lingzhen Empire, achieving victory after victory. Just recently, he triumphed over Gu Yu, the 2nd prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, in a mere 3 strikes. This sensational victory reverberated across the 7 nations. Gu Yu, the 2nd prodigy of Lingzhen, was anticipated to lose, but none expected such a dismal defeat. He could barely withstand 3 moves against the Qingyang prince. Following this battle, the reputation of the Qingyang prince soared. Everyone recognized that his next challenge would undoubtedly be the celestial maiden of the Lingzhen Empire, renowned as the premier prodigy. Indeed, this was the case. Yet just as the Qingyang prince was poised to confront Yun Yi, the secret realm of the burning heaven unexpectedly opened, delaying their impending duel. Upon Yun Yi's arrival, the Qingyang prince raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with a hint of provocation. Yet, throughout the encounter, Yun Yi never cast a glance at him. The Qingyang prince had bested 9 prominent prodigies from the Lingzhen Empire, including Gu Yu, who fell to him in merely 3 moves. The outside world generally believes that the upcoming battle favors the Qingyang prince. However, what they do not realize is that she has never regarded him as a worthy opponent. Since comprehending the essence of the Qin, Yun Yi's vision has long transcended the confines of the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection. Whether it be the Qingyang prince or the one from the Dawn Empire, they appear woefully insignificant in her eyes. Of course, this insight eludes the public, which fuels their anticipation for the confrontation between her and the Qingyang prince. Noticing Yun Yi's indifference, the Qingyang prince scoffed, thinking that had it not been for the sudden opening of the burning heaven secret realm that disrupted his plans, she would have already succumbed to him. Their failure to engage directly left many onlookers yearning for excitement, yet soon they began to harbor a sense of eager anticipation. Although a direct clash did not occur, the upcoming ancestral tree trial would likely witness a series of indirect confrontations between the two. Their presence had become the focal point of the gathering. While a small number of individuals occasionally cast glances toward Lin Xian, who was immersed in contemplation, the assembly of individuals present in this locale now exceeds several-fold compared to before, predominantly comprising newcomers who have yet to witness the spectacle of Lin Xian vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden man. Consequently, in their eyes, Prince Qingyang and the celestial maiden Yun Yi appear to be the most likely candidates to triumph over this formidable opponent. However, unbeknownst to them, prior to their arrival, someone had already subdued the bronze-armored wooden man. To these onlookers, the wooden man seems invincible, with few able to withstand even a single strike. Just moments ago, before Lin Xian, it had been utterly powerless, easily crushed as if it were nothing more than an obstacle beneath Lin Xian's prowess. The fervor in the vicinity reached its zenith with the arrival of Prince Qingyang and the celestial maiden Yun Yi, the former being the first to ascend the stage. Upon his arrival, he was inundated with tales of the wooden man's might, with many asserting that hardly anyone could endure even a single blow, let alone achieve victory, an endeavor deemed nearly impossible. Yet, in the mind of Prince Qingyang, the issue was not the wooden man as strength, but rather the inadequacy of those who had previously challenged it. It was said that the wooden man's power fluctuates in accordance with the realm of the challenger. Thus, if the challenger is of a certain caliber, so too is the wooden man. Unperturbed by whether the wooden man could comprehend his musings, Prince Qingyang murmured to himself, in other words, "It is of the same realm as I am. How fortuitous. Within this realm, I have yet to encounter any adversary." With that thought, a glimmer sparked in Prince Qingyang's eyes as a long spear materialized in his hands. Chapter 25, Unconquerable? Buzz. A shard of cold light shot forth as Prince Qingyang surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. In the face of his onslaught, the bronze-armored wooden man remained impassive, delivering a simple yet forceful punch, reminiscent of its prior confrontations. Clang! The clash between fist and spear resonated with astonishing vigor. A muffled grunt escaped Prince Qingyang's lips. The heat radiated through his hands gripping the spear, propelling him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps before he could regain his footing. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What he had initially surmised, that the previous challengers were merely weak, leading him to believe the wooden man was formidable, now seemed misguided. While his initial strike had not been executed with his full strength, it still possessed 70% of his power, enough to instantly defeat even the top-tier paragons of the 7 kingdoms. Yet, the wooden man not only remained unvanquished, but had also repelled him. This scene was anticipated by some. Those who had previously challenged the wooden man were all proud and self-assured in their capabilities, convinced that it was not the wooden man's strength, but their own weakness that led to their downfall. One by one, they had been humbled, and now, even the foremost prodigy of the great Jin Empire was no exception. The more formidable the wooden man proved to be, the more it highlighted the terrifying prowess of Lin Xian, who had previously defeated it with a single sword strike. Onward! Prince Qingyang's fighting spirit surged anew as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging once more at the bronze-armored wooden man. Instantly, the two engaged in combat once again. This time, Prince Qingyang held nothing back, unleashing his full force. As he wielded his spear, the sound of a dragon's roar faintly echoed through the air. Yet, the Prince of Qingyang is formidable, but the copper-armored woodman is even more so. Upon observing it, one cannot discern any grandiose techniques. Rather, it is the sheer simplicity of each punch and each movement that relentlessly forces the Prince of Qingyang to retreat. Ultimately, after nearly 10 exchanges, the prince was sent flying off the wooden platform, defeated. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were profoundly astonished. They were not only taken aback by the prince's immense strength, but also by the terrifying prowess of the copper-armored woodman. In his full capacity, the Prince of Qingyang, at the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm, was capable of contending with those at the 9th level. Even practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th level would hesitate to claim they could vanquish him, yet the copper-armored woodman accomplished just that. In that moment, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, especially for those who had recently arrived. If even the Prince of Qingyang could be bested, who among them could possibly defeat this copper-armored woodman? The prince, now reeling from his devastating defeat, found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. This battle marked his first loss against a peer, and though his opponent was not a living being, he found it difficult to accept. "Your Highness, do not doubt yourself," an elder advised. "If I may say, the trials devised by the Lord of Heaven and Earth were never intended to be surmountable. Even if the Lord were alive, would he dare claim he could defeat this woodman in the same realm? Indeed, Your Highness, do not succumb to despair. This trial of the ancestral tree may not be about brute strength, but rather cunning. To last until the 10th exchange before succumbing is no small feat. I ask, who among us could achieve such a thing? You have already performed admirably." Observing the prince, who was now shaken and lost in thought, several esteemed cultivators from the great Jin Empire spoke up. The Prince of Qingyang had always been a source of pride for countless cultivators in the empire and was the emperor's chosen successor. If this encounter were to tarnish his resolve, it would indeed be a grave loss, prompting them to offer their encouragement. There is indeed a possibility. While their words were meant to console, they also served as a reminder. Perhaps success in this trial does not hinge solely on brute force. This woodman is astonishingly strong. They could not fathom who might defeat it, leading to the consideration that perhaps triumph in the trial requires more than mere strength. How could I have overlooked this? Someone exclaimed, slapping their thigh, convinced of its validity. Yuan Yi, too, was lost in contemplation, having observed the battle between the prince and the copper-armored woodman. She realized she had underestimated the prince's capabilities. His arrogance was not without merit. While she still believed she could defeat the prince, replicating the woodman's 10 strikes would likely prove challenging. If she were to engage, she might endure longer than the prince, yet ultimately, overcoming the woodman would still be a formidable task. Thus, her thoughts aligned with the majority. Perhaps to succeed in the ancestral tree trial, one must indeed employ methods beyond sheer strength. Had she not witnessed the woodman being defeated by Lin Xian's sword, she might have been swayed by such arguments. Only those who had seen Lin Xian's sword triumph over the copper-armored woodman could shake their heads in wry amusement. If they had not been witnesses to that moment, would they have truly believed such fanciful claims? The notion itself was absurd, a mere excuse to comfort themselves in their own inadequacies. As their gaze shifted towards Lin Xian, who was engrossed in deciphering the dragon diagram, they found him already with his eyes wide open, fixed on a certain direction. Following his line of sight, they beheld a breathtaking young woman, her long sword slung across her back, approaching with graceful strides. Her beauty was unparalleled, rivaling that of the previously renowned Yuan Yi, the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, perhaps even surpassing her. Her presence went unnoticed by all save Lin Xian and the cultivators who had turned to follow his gaze. The reason Lin Xian's attention was drawn to her was due to a familiar aura that had just manifested in his spiritual perception. That familiar essence belonged to the young woman bearing the long sword, none other than his disciple, Su Lianxin. However, amidst the throng of people gathered, Su Lianxin remained oblivious to Lin Xian's presence, observing her as she walked towards the wooden platform where the armored wooden figure stood. Lin Xian refrained from calling out to her immediately, though Su Lianxin's cultivation had not visibly advanced, remaining at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm. She emanated a newfound strength that was markedly greater than when she entered the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. Clearly, she had encountered significant opportunities within that realm, stirring Lin Xian's anticipation for her forthcoming performance. As the young woman ascended the wooden platform, nearly all eyes turned towards her, a mix of astonishment reflected in their gazes. Since the defeat of the Prince of Qingyang from the Great Jin Empire at the hands of the armored figure, no one had dared to step onto that platform again, not even the illustrious Yuan Yi of the Lingzhen Empire, who had seemingly accepted the undeniable truth that the wooden figure was invincible. Its might was beyond the reach of those within the same realm. Even a genius like the Prince of Qingyang had failed to withstand more than 3 strikes, rendering any attempts to challenge it a mere invitation to humiliation, with the very real possibility of being struck down in an instant. Thus, Su Lianxin's ascent to the platform was met with utter surprise. Furthermore, upon glancing around, they realized that none recognized her, indicating she was not a renowned figure among the 7 nations. It was evident she had just arrived and was unaware of the terror that the armored figure instilled. "Hey, young lady, I advise you to retreat swiftly. The armored figure is beyond your capacity to confront." Even the Prince of Qingyang met a dismal fate. Some compassionate cultivators cautioned her. Yet, the white-clad maiden atop the platform remained unfazed, gradually drawing the long sword from her back. As the crowd witnessed her disregard for their warnings, preparing to engage in battle, they shook their heads in resignation, already foreseeing the grim outcome that awaited her. However, what transpired next diverged sharply from their expectations. The sword emitted a low hum, and a terrifying sword intent coalesced around the blade as it struck fiercely at the armored figure. Contrary to the anticipated scenario where Su Lianxin would be sent flying off the platform, during the initial clash between sword and fist, she stood resolute and unmoved. In stark contrast, the armored figure was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters. This singular event starkly contrasted with the recent challenge posed by the Prince of Qingyang against the wooden figure. It is essential to note that the Prince of Qingyang, after a fierce clash with the bronze-armored wooden man, staggered back 3 or 4 steps before barely regaining his composure. Yet, the unassuming girl before him, whose name no one could recall, managed to send the bronze-armored wooden man flying with her sheer force. The onlookers were left agape, as if they could fit a duck egg into their mouths. At that moment, even the Prince of Qingyang and Yuan Yi wore expressions of disbelief, their astonishment directed towards the white-clad, sword-wielding maiden standing upon the wooden platform. Amidst their shock, the young girl unleashed another sword strike, sending the yet unsteady bronze-armored wooden man hurtling off the platform. The wooden man was vanquished by 2 strikes. Chapter 26, Saint Tyr, slaying immortal sword array. This astonishing scene rendered the surroundings utterly silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Just moments before, they had confidently asserted that the bronze-armored wooden man was invincible, claiming that no one of the same realm could possibly defeat it. Invincible? What, then, was this spectacle unfolding before their very eyes? Su Lianxin, through her actions, demonstrated a profound truth. The bronze-armored wooden man was not insurmountable. Their belief in its invincibility stemmed solely from their own inadequacies. The Prince of Qingyang's expression darkened to an extreme, while the previously comforting cultivators from the great Jin Empire found themselves in an awkward predicament, wishing they could simply vanish into the ground. The girl's formidable prowess had transformed the prince, who had previously suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the bronze-armored wooden man, into a complete laughingstock. Indeed, one must remember that a swordsman, once the sword is drawn, can shatter mountains and rivers, advancing fearlessly with not a hint of hesitation, a cardinal sin. A voice shattered the silence, belonging to Lin Xian. To others, the maiden's 2 strikes against the bronze-armored wooden man appeared flawless. However, Lin Xian perceived a flaw. She possessed the strength to defeat the wooden man with a single strike, but ultimately used 2. His critique struck the ears of the crowd as painfully discordant. To them, the girl's ability to vanquish the bronze-armored wooden man with 2 strikes was already an exaggeration, yet Lin Xian declared it imperfect? Was he deliberately seeking fault? Who did he think he was to offer such commentary? Before they could voice their mockery, the white-clad maiden's subsequent words compelled them to swallow their retorts. "Your guidance is invaluable," she said, bowing slightly to Lin Xian, her demeanor one of humble acknowledgement, leaving those who had previously harbored scorn for Lin Xian in a state of bewilderment. "Master, this youth is her mentor?" Some gasped in astonishment. "Let us depart. There are no opportunities left for us here," Lin Xian declared, turning to lead Su Lianxin away. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Lianxin presented the reward she had earned for defeating the bronze-armored wooden man, a precious tome, respectfully offering it to Lin Xian. With immense gratitude for his generosity, she had long sought an opportunity to repay him, and, having finally found it, she showed no reluctance in her gift. Lin Xian cast a deep glance at Su Lianxin, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the tome from her hands without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian discerned that this diagram differed from the sword formation he had previously acquired after defeating the bronze-armored wooden man. It seemed that each reward obtained from vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden man was unique. Su Lianxin's additional diagram was a compilation of the insights of the revered burning heaven on the sword path, indicating that this esteemed figure was indeed a practitioner of the sword. After imprinting this diagram in his mind, Lin Xian returned it to Su Lianxin, concurrently bestowing upon her the sword formation he had received from defeating the bronze-armored wooden man. The contents of the sword formation had already been firmly lodged in Lin Xian's memory, rendering it superfluous to retain. It was far more beneficial to present it to Su Lianxin and see what returns might ensue. After all, to a certain extent, the stronger the disciple, the stronger Lin Xian would also become. Investing in the Star Sea sword formation returns the Holy Tier technique, the Slaughter Immortal sword formation. The mention of the Slaughter Immortal sword formation stirred Lin Xian's heart, a Holy Tier technique that dared to proclaim the slaughter of immortals? Whether he could master it to perfection and achieve such feats remained uncertain, yet he recognized the significance of possessing a complete Holy Tier technique. It was worth noting that the Qing Emperor Sutra he had previously obtained, while also Holy Tier, was but a fragmented scripture. "Master, is something amiss?" At this moment, even Su Lianxin sensed Lin Xian's emotional fluctuations and inquired about it. Lin Xian composed himself and shook his head. In the time that followed, aside from continuing to explore the secret realm with Su Lianxin, he devoted the remainder of his time to comprehending the Slaughter Immortal sword formation. Once unleashed, this formation would allow Lin Xian to transform his spiritual power into countless Slaughter Immortal swords, annihilating all adversaries that dared to confront him. Although Lin Xian was not yet capable of such feats, it ignited boundless imagination within him. The potency of the Slaughter Immortal sword formation hinged upon the caliber of the sword he utilized as its foundation. Presently, the most formidable sword in Lin Xian's possession was merely a 5th-tier sword, which he had painstakingly crafted years ago. Investing substantial resources and enlisting the services of a renowned swordsmith from the Qing Empire, utilizing this sword as the foundation, Lin Xian could summon only 100 or so Slaughter Immortal swords. However, should he replace it with a 6th-tier sword, he would be able to command 1,000 or even several thousand Slaughter Immortal swords, and they would be far more formidable. Lin Xian let out a rueful smile. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his financial constraints. A 5th-tier sword was barely sufficient for Lin Xian in his previous state, but it now felt somewhat beneath him after his breakthrough to the King realm. Conversely, a 6th-tier sword, particularly one of exceptional quality, often commanded a staggering price. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his current strength, bolstered by the Slaughter Immortal sword formation, had seen a significant enhancement. Now, Lin Xian found it increasingly difficult to estimate the extent of his power when fully exerted, as he had yet to encounter an opponent capable of prompting him to unleash his full potential. As Lin Xian and Su Lianxin intended to continue their exploration, they suddenly felt a powerful pull. Lin Xian recognized this as an omen of the impending closure of the secret realm. Sure enough, merely after a stick of incense had burned, the two felt darkness envelop them, and then they emerged from the secret realm. At the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm, individuals were continuously being teleported out, including Lin Xian and Su Lianxin. Upon their emergence, Lin Xian extended his consciousness and discerned Wang Yin among them. The three had entered simultaneously and emerged almost at the same moment. However, Wang Yin's countenance appeared somewhat grim. Upon noticing Lin Xian and Su Lianxin approaching, he exhibited signs of anxiety, evading their gaze. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What troubles you?" Wang Yin stuttered, "Master, I seem to have caused a calamity." Lin Xian remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "In the secret realm, I stumbled upon a high-tier spiritual herb, and just as I was about to harvest it, another individual appeared and without hesitation attempted to seize it. Naturally, I resisted, leading to a conflict. Blades are blind, and to my astonishment, he was so weak that he couldn't withstand even a single strike from me." At this revelation, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Was it not possible that the individual was not feeble, but rather that Wang Yin was exceptionally strong? Although Wang Yin's prowess did not match that of his junior sister, Su Lianxin, he had cultivated the Qingdi scripture and had already comprehended the essence of sword intent. Despite being at the 9th level of Qi gathering, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd level of Earth Profound. Wang Yin's voice grew somber as he continued. "Only afterwards did I learn that the person I had slain hailed from the Dawn Empire and belonged to a significant power therein, possessing an extremely noble status. Master, I have brought great calamity upon our sect and upon you. Please impose punishment." With that, Wang Yin knelt before Lin Xian, seeking forgiveness. "I had thought the matter grave." "Punishment? Who suggested I should punish you?" Lin Xian waved his hand, and a tremendous force lifted Wang Yin from the ground. "Moreover, this incident is not your fault. Furthermore, should he dare to strike at you, it indicates he was prepared to face the consequences. Had he been significantly stronger, it would have been you who perished. So, where lies your fault?" Wang Yin gazed at Lin Xian in astonishment. In his heart, he believed he had committed a grave error against the sect and his master by slaying someone he should not have. Yet, to his surprise, he heard no blame from Lin Xian. This revelation filled him with both shock and immense gratitude. "Rest assured, should the sky collapse, I shall bear the weight. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation and do not let this incident hinder your progress," Lin Xian reassured, patting Wang Yin's shoulder. Days later, Lin Xian returned to the Qingyang Sword Sect with his 2 disciples. Others from the sect also gradually returned. While some were filled with joy, others bore sorrow. Some returned from the secret realm with bountiful gains, while others returned empty-handed and disheartened. Nevertheless, Lin Xian still did not catch sight of Chu Yumeng within the Starfall Peak. Could it be that she had perished in the secret realm? Unlike Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, there existed no genuine master-disciple bond between Lin Xian and Chu Yumeng. Merely a nominal relationship. He accepted her as a disciple solely for the advantage of her enhancing his cultivation speed. However, when Lin Xian glanced at the disciple section of the system, Chu Yumeng's name remained, indicating that she had not fallen but simply had not returned. Following the Burning Heaven secret realm, the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect loomed on the horizon. The rivalry between the saintly Li Fufeng and the divine Lu Tianxing has rendered this edition of the Qingyang Sword Sect competition quite extraordinary. Amidst the fervent anticipation of countless spectators, the sect's grand competition has finally commenced. Prior to the event, both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin managed to achieve remarkable breakthroughs. Su Lianxin ascended from the 3rd level of the Earth Profound realm to the 5th. Meanwhile, Wang Yin successfully advanced from the 9th level of the Qi Gathering realm to the Earth Profound realm. Such astonishing advancements left both individuals in awe. On the Grand Plaza of the sect's main hall, platforms constructed of gold and stone arose from the ground. Surrounding these arenas stood throngs of eager disciples of the Sword Sect, their spirits ignited, eyes gleaming with determination, having dedicated years of cultivation for this very moment. On the elevated platform, the leaders of various peaks and high-ranking members of the sect took their seats, with Lin Xian positioned somewhat further back due to the seating arrangement based on the peak's rankings. Naturally, the Starfall Peak, ranking low among the 36 peaks, could not occupy a front-row position. As a radiant cascade of 7-colored light descended from the heavens, illuminating the high platform, the multitude of disciples below fell silent, their gazes uniting upon the newcomer. A middle-aged gentleman clad in elegant robes exuded an aura of authority merely by his presence. His arrival compelled the leaders of the various peaks and high-ranking officials seated in the observation area to rise and bow in respect. The identity of this distinguished figure was unmistakable. He was none other than Qingyang, the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect. In the absence of the venerable ancestor Xinjian, he stood as the most formidable force within the sect. It is said that his cultivation has reached the 4th level of the King realm. Having entered the mid-stage of that realm, the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect has commenced. Following Master Xianyang's arrival, the elder presiding over the event wasted no time in announcing the start of the competition. The rules had been sufficiently explained prior. The first round of the competition would be determined by a lottery system, with each disciple possessing their own numbered token, and the draw would dictate who would compete. Number 136 would face number 225. Upon the elder announcing the two numbers, Su Lianxin, among the crowd, was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed the 225th participant, and little did she expect to face off in the very first match. A figure from the 5th peak, the Xianling Peak, leaped onto the stage. Su Lianxin, not one to yield, elegantly stepped onto the platform as well. Was that not Yang Jin? How unfortunate for the young lady of Starfall Peak. While the disciples of the various peaks knew little of Su Lianxin, they were well acquainted with Yang Jin, the prodigy of the 5th peak, whose strength ranked among the top 5 disciples of Xianling Peak. Some spectators mused that perhaps it would be wise for Su Lianxin to concede, preserving her strength for later rounds, as there might be a chance of advancing if she drew opponents of lesser or equal strength. Amidst the lamentations about Su Lianxin's ill fortune, others began to devise strategies for her. Nearly everyone believed that Su Lianxin stood no chance. They were unfamiliar with her, but well acquainted with Yang Jin. Hailing from the unremarkable Xingyu Peak of the Qingyang Sword Sect, which had languished at the bottom of the 36 peaks, they were acutely aware of its dismal circumstances. There were hardly any disciples, let alone prodigies. In stark contrast, Yang Jin emerged from the 5th peak, renowned for its top 5 talents. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. However, as Yang Jin ascended the arena, he was filled with confidence, determined to secure a victorious debut. Yet, upon recognizing that his opponent was Su Lianxin, his heart sank, and a chill ran down his spine. How could it be her? Indeed, Yang Jin was familiar with Su Lianxin, and his memories of her were vividly etched in his mind. He had witnessed her in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, where she single-handedly defeated 5 adversaries in a fierce contest for a treasure, with but a single stroke of her sword. The brilliance of that moment lingered in his thoughts to this day. It was crucial to note that each of those 5 attackers surpassed him in strength. At that time, he had been intensely curious about this sword-wielding maiden, clad in the garb of the Qingyang Sword Sect, yet he had no recollection of her. When had such a paragon emerged from the Qingyang Sword Sect? Could she be a disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder? Now, Yang Jin could scarcely fathom that his first match in the sect competition would pit him against her. What ill fortune! Especially as he listened to the sycophantic praise surrounding him, he could not restrain a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, it seemed he had resolved to make a momentous decision. I concede. Chapter 27. Chu Qiuming vs. Su Lianxin. These simple 3 words, uttered from Yang Jin's lips, rendered the cacophony outside the arena abruptly silent. Almost everyone stared in disbelief at Yang Jin, who leapt from the stage after declaring his surrender, their eyes wide with incredulity. Wait, what? Surrender? Did they truly hear him correctly? They had anticipated that someone might yield in this battle, but never did they expect it would be Yang Jin. The one conceding was Yang Jin, not that female disciple from Xingyu Peak. How could it be him? How was this even possible? Confusion reigned. At that moment, even the esteemed elders and peak masters on the high platform were taken aback. Clearly, this outcome had far exceeded their expectations. You dare to utter such a disgraceful admission? You have brought shame to Xuanling Peak, remarked a younger, exceptionally handsome disciple of Xuanling Peak, his gaze icy as he regarded the returning Yang Jin. His name was Chu Xiao, a true disciple of Xuanling Peak, whose prowess was on par with Yang Jin's. Their rivalry had always been tense, and now, witnessing Yang Jin's unceremonious surrender, mockery was inevitable. As for Yang Jin, he merely cast a cold glance at him, choosing not to engage further. His concession was backed by his own reasoning. Against Su Lianxin, victory was an impossibility. Even if he were to exert every ounce of his strength, he could not prevail. The likelihood of him being unable to withstand even a single strike from her was alarmingly high, resulting in a grievous defeat. Rather than proceeding in such a manner, it would be more prudent to conserve one's strength for the upcoming contests. As for the opinions of others, that is their affair. Whether they perceive themselves as timid or consider it a disgrace to Xianling Peak is of little consequence. Moreover, has she truly brought shame upon Xianling Peak? That remains uncertain. In due time, When the multitude comes to recognize this young woman's genuine prowess, they will understand how sagacious their current choice was. At long last, she arrived, breathless and radiant, amidst the fervent proceedings of the sect's grand competition. It was none other than Chu Yuming, who had not graced Xingyan Peak, or even the Qingyang Sword Sect, with her presence for quite some time. Lin Xian, perched upon the high platform, sensed her arrival immediately. However, he was taken aback, not by her mere presence, but by the inexplicable absence of the celestial sovereign soul's resonance within her. Had the celestial sovereign soul within Chu Yuming perished? Or perhaps not. With a furrowed brow, Lin Xian scrutinized Chu Yuming's current state. Her cultivation still remained at the 4th level of the Earth Profound realm, unchanged in that regard. Yet her aura was undeniably far more potent than it had been a few months prior. It was evident that she must have encountered considerable opportunities during this interval. Yet, as this thought crossed Lin Xian's mind, he couldn't help but chuckle. While Chu Yuming's recent fortunes may have been substantial, they paled in comparison to those of Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Had Chu Yuming undertaken the training of the Qingdi Sutra back then, given her innate talent, ascending to the celestial realm might not have been out of reach. Alas, it was her own choice. At this moment, Chu Yuming seemed to sense something amiss. Upon noticing Lin Xian, she immediately clasped her fists and bowed in greeting from a distance. Although this esteemed master of hers was merely a nominal title, it was still important to maintain appearances within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Her master was entrenched in slumber, the time of awakening uncertain, but she thought little of it. With her current strength, securing first place in this grand competition would be a mere trifle. Master, await my good news, Chu Yuming declared confidently. The master she referred to was, of course, not Lin Xian, but the celestial sovereign soul that once resided within her. On arena number 1, contestant 365 faced off against contestant 255. When Su Lianxin ascended the platform once more, she was taken aback upon recognizing her upcoming opponent. Senior sister? Junior sister? Su Lianxin gazed across the arena at Chu Yuming, offering a resigned smile. For this junior sister, who had entered their master's tutelage at the same time, she knew little. Chu Yuming had always been enigmatic, rarely appearing within the sect, and despite their nominal sisterhood, the two had exchanged scarcely a handful of words over the past few months. With only 3 disciples, including herself, from Xingyan Peak, the odds of drawing someone from her own sect were infinitesimally small. Yet, such unlikely fortune had indeed brought them together. How extraordinary. Chu Yuming had not anticipated that her first battle would be against her own sect sister. Senior sister, I beg your pardon. Though she held the nominal title of senior sister, she had no intention of showing mercy. After all, she was determined to claim the top position in the upcoming sect competition and had pledged to her master that she must secure first place. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted around her. It turned out that the 5th arena was hosting a highly anticipated battle. Shi Hao from the 5th peak was set to face Zhang Lan from the 6th peak. Both individuals were formidable. Shi Hao was hailed as the chief disciple of the 5th peak, while Zhang Lan equally held the title of chief disciple of the 6th peak. Their impending clash instantly became the focal point of attention, with nearly all eyes converging upon the 5th arena. At that moment, even the elders and peak masters seated in the high stands turned their gazes towards the 5th arena, rendering the results of the other 4 arenas utterly inconsequential. This battle represented not only a confrontation between the strongest disciples of the 5th and 6th peaks, but also the inaugural pinnacle contest between the factions of the Saintess and the Saint Sun. Indeed, the 5th peak aligned with the Saintess, while the 6th peak stood with the Saint Sun, which was the principal reason for the intense scrutiny surrounding this duel. This clash was significant for the honor and morale of each faction. Regardless of who triumphed, it would substantially impact the morale of the opposing camp. Chu Yuming was acutely aware of this, shrugging her shoulders, indifferent to the attention of others. Gazing at the girl on the opposite side of the arena, wielding a longsword, she found it somewhat amusing. If her junior sister were to discover that her cultivation was not merely at the 1st level of Qi gathering, but rather at the 4th level of Earth Profound, would she still possess the audacity to draw her sword against her? Be cautious, junior sister, Chu Yuming thought, her disdain evident in her eyes, which did not escape Su Lianxin's notice. Of course, she had her own grounds for pride. The 4th level of Earth Profound, if not for the divine ice phoenix blood bestowed by her master and her training in the Qing Emperor Sutra, she might not have been a match for her junior sister. Alas, the current her was no longer the same as she had been 6 months prior. With a slight tremor in her sword, Su Lianxin took the initiative, launching a sweeping strike infused with the sound of phoenix cries, darting towards Chu Yuming with astonishing speed. The rapidity of the attack momentarily caught Chu Yuming off guard, but she quickly regained her composure, lightly tapping her foot against the ground. Instead of retreating from the incoming sword strike, she advanced, raising her sword to meet it head-on. This clearly demonstrated her confidence in her own strength. Though the swiftness of Su Lianxin's attack was surprising, her self-assured nature compelled her not to evade but to confront it directly. She did not wish to waste time and aimed to conclude the battle with a single stroke. As for revealing her true strength, she was unbothered. After all, she had no intention of concealing it any longer. To seize first place in the competition, revealing one's capabilities was inevitable. Clang! The clash of metal resonated sharply, followed by a thunderous sound as a figure was sent flying, hurtling off the arena and leaving a long trail on the ground. In but one strike, the victor was determined. Her right arm tingled slightly, still trembling, nearly unable to maintain its grip on the sword. Chu Qiuming stared blankly at Su Lianxin, who stood unwavering on the platform, her eyes betraying an overwhelming shock. I have been defeated? Chapter 28, Regret. She could hardly fathom her failure, especially at the hands of Su Lianxin, a senior sister she had never held in high regard. Moreover, it had all been accomplished with just a single strike. This was something she found utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, the surge of spiritual power unleashed by Su Lianxin during that single sword strike had eclipsed her own, surpassing the Earth Profound realm. At the very least, she had reached the 5th layer of Earth Profound. Chu Qiuming's mind was a blank slate. 5th layer of Earth Profound. How could this be possible? Just a few months prior, she distinctly remembered her so-called senior sister being only at the 9th layer of body refinement, not even having achieved chi gathering. How could she have advanced to the 5th layer of Earth Profound in merely 6 months? The disparity in realms was unfathomable. What on earth was happening? Such a pace of advancement seemed utterly astonishing. Ironically, moments ago, she had contemplated concluding the battle with a single strike. Indeed, a single strike had determined the outcome. But the victor was not Chu Qiuming, the junior sister. As she gazed at Chu Qiuming, who had been unceremoniously thrown off the platform, disbelief etched across her face, Su Lianxin shook her head. Had you cultivated the Qingdi Sutra, I would undoubtedly have been no match for you. Indeed, it was astonishing that her junior sister had been far superior in cultivation just months ago, and now she had surpassed her. Reflecting on this, Su Lianxin turned her gaze toward her master, Lin Xian. All of this was a gift from her mentor. The Qingdi Sutra? Chu Qiuming was not foolish. Su Lianxin's words were clearly indicating the source of her remarkable progress over the past 6 months. But what was the Qingdi Sutra? Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Qiuming. 6 months prior, Lin Xian's own mentor had bestowed upon the three of them a particular cultivation method. At that time, having just received the transcendent technique from her master, the revered Yunli Tianzuan, she had dismissed Lin Xian's offering as inconsequential, carelessly tossing it aside as though it were refuse. After all, she had perceived Lin Xian merely as a peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, and one of the least esteemed at that. Surely, the technique he provided could not be of great value, likely unworthy even of the rank of a king-level technique, especially when compared to the exalted method bestowed by her master. With this realization, Chu Qiuming's consciousness surged into her storage ring, swiftly locating the technique Lin Xian had given her. The words Qingdi Sutra were clearly visible, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. As she opened the text, Chu Qiuming's amazement deepened. Since becoming a disciple of Yunli Tianzuan, her standards had naturally risen. Ordinary techniques no longer captured her interest. Yet, the more she read the Qingdi Sutra, the more astonished she became, to the point of being utterly shaken. She discovered that the rank of this technique far exceeded her expectations. Even the Xianbing Ju bestowed by her master paled in comparison. It is imperative to recognize that the Xianbing formula has already reached the pinnacle of the esteemed tier, and beyond that lies the imperial tier of martial arts. The imperial tier? This Qingdi scripture, is it truly an imperial tier technique? Chu Yuming paused in her breath, her eyes wide with astonishment. The technique bestowed upon her and her companions by Lin Xian merely half a year ago is of imperial rank? Is this scripture the very reason for Su Lianxin's remarkable progress over the past months? Yet, how could Lin Xian, the mere peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, possess an imperial tier technique? Regardless of her disbelief, the truth stands before her. The Qingdi scripture is indeed an imperial tier technique. Chu Yuming suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had she not taken the time to peruse this scripture upon receiving it? A mere glance would have revealed its extraordinary nature, just as Su Lianxin had articulated. Had she also cultivated the Qingdi scripture back then, she would not be consumed by this overwhelming sense of remorse now. The contest on the first arena garnered little attention. Save for a handful of individuals like Lin Xian, disciples and elders alike were primarily focused on the 5th arena, where Shi Hao was engaged in battle with Zhang Lan. At this juncture, their duel was nearing its conclusion. As both sides revealed their hidden cards, it was Zhang Lan who ultimately gained the upper hand, sending Shi Hao soaring off the stage. The 6th peak claims victory. Zhang Lan, hailing from the 6th peak, is aligned with the faction of the Holy Sun. Impressive. Zhonglan. Bravo, brother Zhonglan. The morale within the Holy Sun's camp surged, with countless voices raised in exuberance. In this most formidable clash between the factions, it was indeed the Holy Sun's side that triumphed. Conversely, the morale on the Holy Maiden's side plummeted. Even Li Fufeng revealed a flicker of discontent in her beautiful eyes. This battle was of paramount importance for her and her faction. Sure Hao had several opportunities to defeat Zhonglan, yet he ultimately failed to seize them and was vanquished. Closing her eyes, Li Fufeng endeavored to shield herself from the turmoil. It was not yet time to succumb to despair. If she could conquer Lu Tianqing, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Upon reopening her eyes, she found Lu Tianqing gazing at her, a cold smirk gracing his lips, tinged with mockery, as if to convey that this is merely the beginning. The clash of their gazes ignited an unspoken tension. At that moment, an elder upon the high platform called out two numbers once more. Arena 1, number 13, facing off against number 79? As the elder announced the numbers, a hint of hesitation crept into his voice. The audience fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the tense atmosphere. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing, while they might not remember the numbers of others. The identifiers of Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing were etched clearly in their minds. Indeed, Li Fufeng was number 13, and Lu Tianqing was number 79. What is happening? What a coincidence. Li Fufeng against Lu Tianqing? The final battle is set to unfold prematurely? Chapter 29, Master Lin, are you satisfied? At this moment, even the expressions of Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing were tinged with a measure of bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, the two figures darted forward, simultaneously appearing on the first arena. A terrifying aura erupted from both of them. Li Fufeng had reached the 5th level of Earth Profound, and so had Lu Tianqing. In terms of realm, they stood unparalleled among the younger generation of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Having attained the 5th level of Earth Profound at such a tender age, a talent so rare that it was virtually unmatched within the sect. To his surprise, the battle commenced with such swiftness. However, it suited his intentions perfectly. It was time for a decisive conclusion between them, and before the esteemed elders and disciples. He intended to demonstrate that he, Lu Tianqing, was the most qualified candidate for the position of the young sect master, while Li Fufeng was unworthy. With a smile, Lu Tianqing acknowledged that although the encounter had arrived sooner than anticipated, it did not bother him. In his eyes, the outcome of this battle was immutable. For Li Fufeng, it was merely a question of whether defeat would come sooner or later. Qualification would be determined by their true capabilities in combat. As he spoke, a chilling sword intent surged forth from Li Fufeng, causing many watching disciples to shudder, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. This was the embryonic form of sword intent. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them, even drawing the attention of high-ranking officials. Within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, only the venerable elder, Xuan, had comprehended sword intent. Those who had grasped its embryonic form were few, numbering fewer than 10. Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing were among this elite group. The Qingyang Sword Sect had always been predominantly comprised of sword cultivators, and comprehending sword intent was the ultimate aspiration of countless disciples. However, the challenge of grasping sword intent was akin to scaling the heavens. Many spent their entire lives striving for even a rudimentary understanding. For instance, among the elders seated on the high platform, the vast majority had delved into the sword path for years, yet had not even comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. Sovereign Xianyang, sensing Li Fufeng's chilling sword intent, raised an eyebrow in approval. Remarkable. At such a young age, he had brought sword intent to this level. The leaders and elders of the Saintis faction exchanged knowing smiles. The greater Li Fufeng's strength, the more it confirmed they had not misjudged him. However, Lu Tianqing, facing this sword intent on the arena, exhibited neither fear nor retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his long sword trembling lightly. In an instant, a more ferocious sword intent erupted, surging directly towards Li Fufeng's vital points, sweeping across the entire square in a heartbeat. Compared to Li Fufeng's sword intent, Lu Tianqing's was colder, sharper, and more menacing. Although both were merely embryonic forms of sword intent, discerning eyes could easily see that, at least in this contest of sword intent, Li Fufeng was at a disadvantage. This sword intent was even more formidable than that of the Saintis. With the Holy Sun present, the future ranking of the Qingyang Sword Sect within the Tangqing Empire could very well shift. The clash of sword intents occurred in an instant. The exchanges among the spectators and peak leaders did not affect Li Fufeng in the slightest. Her gaze remained steady, her footwork an intricate dance, akin to a startled swan or a soaring dragon, as she aimed directly for Lu Tianqing's vital points. If she chose to strike, she would hold nothing back. This was the essence of Li Fufeng's sword. Yet, Lu Tianqing was no pushover. Wielding his sword, he met her head-on. With a flourish of his fifth-tier spiritual sword, dazzling afterimages were cast, unleashing a violent aura that indiscriminately targeted all living beings on the arena. In an instant, the two combatants clashed fiercely. Their realms were comparable. Yet Li Fufeng suffered a slight disadvantage due to her inferior sword intent, resulting in Lu Tianqing maintaining the upper hand. Although he had the advantage, he found it difficult to vanquish Li Fufeng, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Suddenly, Li Fufeng, who had been more passive, let out a soft sigh. To her astonishment, despite her long preparation, she found herself outmatched in cultivation and sword intent by Lu Tianqing. Reluctantly, she had to acknowledge that his innate talent surpassed her own. With a hint of crimson staining her lips from biting them, she pressed them tightly together. Filled with a sense of unwillingness, what other trump cards remained? She must unleash them all, lest she risk defeat. A note of provocation slipped from Lu Tianqing's lips. For as long as he could remember, he and Li Fufeng had been hailed as the twin prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect. He was unaware of her feelings regarding this title, but he harbored a strong aversion towards it, believing that Li Fufeng had no merit to stand beside him. Today, he intended to make it known to all that there were no twin prodigies in the Qingyang Sword Sect. The only one deserving of the title of prodigy was he, Lu Tianqing. Following a fierce exchange, Li Fufeng retreated to the edge of the arena. Unfazed by Lu Tianqing's provocation, her expression remained impassive as she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, an unsettling aura emanated from her. As you wish, Li Fufeng spoke softly, and the sudden surge of spiritual energy caused many spectators, both on and off the stage, to change their expressions, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even an elder suddenly rose, trembling with disbelief and excitement. With a sharp crack, Lu Tianqing could barely react as he beheld Li Fufeng's delicate hand grasp the sword's hilt, her sword intent ascending in powerful waves. Countless sword lights flickered around the arena, nearly engulfing Lu Tianqing, spilling over the edges of the stage. The disciples gathered at the periphery recoiled in fear. Yet they could not help but gaze up at Li Fufeng, who stood gracefully above, her body radiating tangible sword intent. Was this sword intent? No. This was the Qing Mountain Sword Art. It was the signature skill of our Qingyang Sword Sect, the final form of the Qing Mountain Sword Art, the Long Sword Waterfall. Unbelievably, the saintess had comprehended the highest level of the Qing Mountain Sword Art. In that moment, even the master of Xianyang could no longer remain seated, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the serene girl on the stage. One of the sect's ultimate techniques, the Qing Mountain Sword Art, at its highest level, could purify sword intent, transforming it into a tangible force, as if it were an extension of one's own body. However, the requirements for comprehension were exceedingly high. Even a slight deficiency in talent could render one incapable of grasping it. Once successfully understood, the likelihood of truly comprehending sword intent in the future would be greatly enhanced. Elders within the sect, those with slightly lesser strength, could only reach the third level of the Qing Mountain Sword Art. Yet Li Fufeng, at such a tender age, had achieved the fifth pinnacle. What an extraordinary prodigy! The celestial fairy murmured softly, her joy evident in her expression. Meanwhile, the master of the third peak furrowed his brow as Li Fufeng showcased her extraordinary skill, realizing he had underestimated her. However, she had remarkably mastered the Qing Mountain Sword Art, a technique that many of them had yet to fully comprehend. It had never been mentioned before. She had concealed her abilities too deeply. It seemed that the saintess truly surpassed all expectations. On the stage, the elder and peak master marveled, while the disciples of the sect below were utterly astounded, as they beheld the myriad of sword shadows cascading like a waterfall. The resplendent sword light filled their hearts with nothing but reverence. The Qingshan sword technique. Moreover, it was the fifth tier of the Qingshan sword technique. Such comprehension was overwhelmingly terrifying. Envy was futile. It was indeed an envy beyond reach. Had the saintess not fallen, she would undoubtedly have become the second of the Xinjian ancestor, a true blessing for our sect. The high threshold of this technique, though redeemable through sect contributions, left many disciples stranded at the first or second tier, unable to grasp its essence. The saintess, having regained her confidence, transformed her earlier despair into determination. Lu Tianqing, he was bound to lose. Just as they entertained such thoughts, an unsettling realization struck them. Where was Lu Tianqing? Each sword shadow cascading down was no mere illusion. To touch them would bring harm, and the sword shadows enveloped the arena, dense and seamless. Yet, Lu Tianqing was nowhere to be seen. Had he already succumbed to the saintess's hand? Speculation ran rampant in the crowd, but below, the peak master of Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Amidst the myriad sword shadows, a figure emerged, and scathed. His calm demeanor after brushing his palm across his face was shocking. Lu Tianqing. Not only was he unharmed, but he had also emerged from Li Fufeng's cascading sword with ease, his aura even rising. Impossible. At that moment, Li Fufeng's fingers trembled, her gaze quivered, as if she beheld something inconceivable. She had comprehended the Qingyang Sword technique to the 5th tier and was the one most aware of its terrifying power. Yet how could this be? Not only had she failed to defeat him, but she had also been unable to inflict any injury. Lu Tianqing effortlessly extricated himself from the sword shadows, sword in hand, pointing it at Li Fufeng, his face betraying no astonishment, only a serene confidence. Are you surprised? The Qingyang Sword technique is not solely in your possession. Clad in white, as striking as a cold pine, Lu Tianqing wore a light smile as he emerged from the sea of sword shadows, only to vanish in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Li Fufeng. Drop by drop, blood dripped from the tip of Lu Tianqing's sword, and soon a shocking crimson mark appeared upon Li Fufeng's collarbone. Li Fufeng had been defeated. The master of Xingyang, sensing the scattered sword intent around him, suddenly burst into laughter. This was the 6th tier of the Qingyang Sword technique. Though only a glimpse of its essence, Tianqing had perfectly fused sword intent with the sword, penetrating deeply. Though no sword intent was visible, it permeated the atmosphere. The peak master of Xianyu landed beside Xingyang, his expression inscrutable. But was the Qingyang Sword technique not limited to 5 tiers? Where did the 6th tier come from? If not for this, the match would surely have been a guaranteed victory for the Saints. Those of their caliber, with a mere glance, could discern the outcome of the contest. Yet this awareness only deepened their reluctance. In the Scripture Pavilion, the Qingyang Sword technique was clearly recorded to have only 5 tiers. This was not the case. The peak master of Tianjian, in high spirits, cast a glance at his opponent, noting their ashen countenance, which felt as refreshing as a draught of icy spirit liquor on a scorching summer day. He could not conceal his joy and explained with a smile. In the beginning, the venerable ancestor of Qingyang created the Qingyang Sword technique, which indeed comprised only 5 levels. The so-called 6th level, known as the Sword of the Heart, was never formally established. That Tianqing could comprehend the 6th level speaks volumes of his extraordinary insight. Implicitly, this pointed to the instability of the Holy Maiden's resolve. The master of Xianyu Peak discerned this, but felt herself outmatched. A flicker of suppressed anger crossed her face as she coldly remarked, "A petty person revels in their triumph." The master of Tianjian Peak chuckled, "No matter. Feel free to express your ire. I cannot prevent a loser from reveling in their verbal victories." This remark only served to darken the countenance of the Xianyu Peak master further. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Fufeng's lips turned pale. "I have been defeated." To be so utterly crushed by Lu Tianqing, rendered powerless, was a bitter pill to swallow. The prior stalemate now appeared to her as nothing short of a farce. Deep resentment flickered in her eyes as she clenched her fists, knuckles whitening, only to relax them weakly moments later. The Qingyang Sword technique, which consisted of merely 5 levels, seemed incredulous as Lu Tianqing grasped the 6th level. Had she been fortunate to comprehend the 5th? What of Lu Tianqing? Was he blessed with similar fortune? Or was his innate talent simply extraordinarily formidable? After observing Li Fufeng's changing expressions for a while, Lu Tianqing sheathed his sword and teased, "Did you truly believe victory was assured? Alas, in strength, you cannot match me. In sword intent, I surpass you, and even the Qingyang Sword technique. I have reached its pinnacle before you. Isn't that utterly despairing?" He savored the fluctuating emotions on Li Fufeng's face. Feeling a release of pent-up frustration from years of being compared to her, a sense of relief washed over him, and his aura seemed to ascend anew, as if with the slightest opportunity, he could break through his current limits. Witnessing Lu Tianqing's breakthrough, Li Fufeng shut her eyes heavily, shielding her despair. Her form trembled lightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. After striving for so long, it all amounted to naught. All her aspirations had dissolved into mere illusions. Even the sect competition had transformed into a means of elevating another to the position of junior sect master, a bitter irony that filled her with both anger and sorrow. The abrupt shift in this battle took everyone by surprise, not just the surrounding disciples, but even the peak masters, who were momentarily stunned. Initially, as Li Fufeng revealed her trump card, the peaks supporting the Holy Maiden erupted in jubilant cheers. However, after Lu Tianqing defeated her with a single strike, the atmosphere plummeted rapidly, akin to freezing temperatures. The Holy Maiden has lost. The peaks standing with her, 1st, 5th, 10th, and 14th, were in disbelief, their morale plummeting in an instant. As countless disciples became flustered, they understood all too well what her defeat meant for those who had backed her. A wave of sorrowful negativity spread through the crowd, uncontainable by anyone. In stark contrast, those supporting the Holy Sun erupted with excitement. The contest for the position of junior sect master had finally reached its conclusion. The Holy Sun, indeed deserving of his title, had comprehended the 6th level of the Qingyang Sword technique, a truly astonishing feat. The title of Junior Sect Master was rightfully his, although Li Fufeng endeavored to mask her emotions. When she turned to descend the stage and encountered the disappointed gazes of those close to her, her eyes inevitably glistened with unshed tears, revealing a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Upon the high platform, the master of the 3rd peak observed the unfolding events with a gentle shake of his head. He had anticipated this outcome long ago and was not surprised by it. Earlier, he had promised the saintess that if she triumphed in the sect's grand competition, he would consider maintaining his neutrality. However, despite his promise, the master of the 3rd peak harbored doubts about her capabilities, particularly in overcoming Lu Tianxing. It now appeared that she had indeed failed to deliver any unexpected results. Fate, it seemed, had favored the saint's son. Although the elder had yet to announce the final results, it was evident to all discerning eyes that the victor of this contest had already emerged. The master of Xian Yu Peak exhaled a sigh of frustration, her gaze fixed upon the spirited Lu Tianxing, her expression growing increasingly grave. This duel, seemingly a mere contest among the younger generation, was far from simple. It represented a clash between her and the master of the 2nd peak, a battle of both overt and covert struggles. The defeat of the saintess left her unwilling to accept the outcome, her heart filled with discontent. The contest between the saint's son and the saintess had captivated the attention of all within the sect, with the conclusion appearing inevitable. The master of the 9th peak laughed heartily, casting a provocative glance towards Lin Xian, who stood not far away. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with this match, Master Lin?" he mocked, patting his head in a gesture of feigned regret, though his eyes glinted with malice, relishing the opportunity to deride. "Ah, forgive my forgetfulness, Master Lin. I nearly overlooked your allegiance to the saintess. I wonder if you now regret your initial choice? Your position as master may soon come to an end. Alas, one cannot purchase regret from the divine. Even if you wish to, it would be too late." Chapter 30, Su Lianxin, entering battle. Regret? Lin Xian smiled inwardly. His gaze remained steadfast, never once drifting towards the master of the 9th peak. The latter's scornful jibes failed to stir any emotional response within him. Instead, he continued to observe the resurgent battles unfolding on the arena. The master of the 9th peak, feeling ignored and treated as mere air, struggled to maintain composure. A frustrated huff escaping his nostrils as he harbored malevolent thoughts. Just wait and see. For now, he could maintain his facade of indifference. But he was eager to witness how Lin Xian would respond when his position was usurped by an elder of lesser caliber. The very thought brought an uncontrollable smile to the 9th peak master's lips, his mood delightfully buoyed. After a brief interval of despondence or fervent exhilaration, the disciples within the sect regained their confidence, fiercely contesting for their rankings. The 5 arenas filled once more with fierce competition, the dazzling sword lights mesmerizing. While several promising disciples garnered the quiet approval of the elders, who subtly pondered the prospect of taking on apprentices, everything was returning to normalcy. As the first arena was cleared of both winners and losers, the elders on the high platform swiftly soared forward to announce the next match. In Arena 1, Contestant 79 faces Contestant 129. Contestant 79, of course, was none other than the saint's son. Lu Tianxing did not anticipate being summoned so swiftly once more. Though momentarily taken aback, a smile of understanding soon graced his lips. Casually casting aside his snow-colored cloak, he presented himself with an air of ease, a light laugh escaping him as he stepped onto the stage, performing a flourish with his sword. The graciousness and grandeur inherent to the son of the sect were unmistakable. Apart from the unyielding expressions of the saintess faction and Li Fufeng, the other disciples of various sects predominantly displayed admiration and reverence. Who could number 129? To have encountered His Highness, the sun? One could only hope for a strong contender, lest they be vanquished by a single stroke from the sun, allowing us to witness more of his sword intent. Each viewing enriched our understanding immensely. You are overthinking it. Even the saintess was effortlessly defeated by His Highness. As for others, let us not even entertain the thought. Indeed, the sun is unparalleled, undoubtedly the foremost among us. But who is this 129? Which junior disciple is it? With Li Fufeng's defeat, scarcely anyone within the sect believed anyone could rival Lu Tianxing. Henceforth, every announcement of names was merely a formality for him. Any disciple who faced Lu Tianxing immediately conceded. Without question, the title of champion in the sect's grand tournament belonged to Lu Tianxing. No one dared to doubt this. Even Lu Tianxing himself regarded the impending duel with indifference. Below the arena, Su Lianxing glanced at the number tag in her hand, 129. Unperturbed by the circumstances, she nodded slightly in the direction of Lin Xian. Master, I shall proceed. In the next moment, Su Lianxing soared onto the stage. exuding poise as she clasped her hands in greeting. I am Su Lianxin, the direct disciple of the Lord of Xingyun Peak. I humbly request your guidance, son. With her back straightened and her sword in hand, she was undeniably prepared for battle. Xingyun Peak? Lu Tianxing's gaze darkened, a hint of tarnish marring his previously pleasant mood. Was this not the very peak that had spurned his overtures and shown a lack of appreciation? Indeed, both Lin Xian and this Su Lianxin were particularly irksome. Su Lianxin's appearance on stage caused quite a stir. Her beauty was a rarity within the sect, and her proclamation of lineage only added to the astonishment. Xingyun Peak held a considerable, albeit unfavorable, reputation in the Qingyang Sword Sect. The Peak Lord's failed breakthrough had led to a decline in status, with the most talented disciple, Nangong Yaoyue, abandoning him, leaving behind only a motley collection of ordinary and mediocre disciples. Some disciples opined that Xingyun Peak's fall from a once promising position among the top 10 peaks to nearly the bottom, alongside Nangong Yaoyue's departure, was due to the incompetence of the Peak Lord, Lin Xian. If not for his inadequacies, would Nangong Yaoyue have left? Of course. This notion was held by only a small faction. As for Su Lianxin, she was not entirely unknown within the sect. Her sole claim to fame was her beauty. Coupled with a talent that hardly matched it, her abilities were shallow and her potential limited. Yet, here she stood, challenging the sun without conceding? This was indeed unexpected. Was this junior sister perhaps deluded? What audacity she possessed to dare battle the sun. Did she truly believe that her looks would elicit mercy from him? How foolish. The Starfall Peak has indeed fallen into a state of decline, with its disciples now appearing dazed and confused. Their courage is commendable, yet lacking in prudence. With the prowess of the Holy Sun, even a mere flick of his sword would be beyond her capacity to withstand, and should she sustain an injury, her prospects in the subsequent contests would be dire. To concede and conserve one's strength would be the judicious course. In an unexpected turn of events, Lu Tianxing found himself momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly. You refuse to concede? He inquired, only to receive a gaze from Su Lianxin that suggested he was a fool. Why should I concede? Simply because you are the Holy Sun? In response, Lu Tianxing's irritation at the provocation intensified, though he maintained a facade of amusement. He shrugged and replied, how intriguing, but I will show no mercy. However, in light of your commendable spirit, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first. He feigned contemplation before adding, given the decline of Starfall Peak, should you manage to force me back within 10 strikes, I shall personally invite you to join the second peak. Su Lianxin smiled. 10 strikes? No. A single sword will suffice. As her words resonated, before Lu Tianxing could utter another syllable, Su Lianxin, without hesitation, executed a swift and decisive strike. This sword seemed to stir no ripples, lacking the deceptive calm of Lu Tianxing's concealed lethality, nor the tumultuous force of the Holy Maiden. Light as a feather. It was inconspicuous, yet in the blink of an eye, the sword's brilliance was upon him. Instinctively, Lu Tianxing attempted to counter, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his hand and a chill in his heart. Bewildered, he cast his gaze downward, only to find himself at the very edge of the arena. He had been unwittingly cleaved from the stage. The searing pain in his palm jolted him back to reality. Had he lost? Lu Tianxing was incredulous, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Lianxin calmly sheathed her sword and remarked, Thank you, Holy Sun. Upon finishing her words, Su Lianxin turned to glance at Lin Xian. Upon seeing the admiration in his eyes and his subtle nod, a small smile broke across her face. Yet, all attention had shifted from this mentor-student pair. When Lu Tianxing fell from the arena, the audience was left in shock, rising in unison, their astonishment palpable. Even the sect master of the Xianyang was no exception. He lost. Lu Tianxing, who had comprehended the sixth form of the Green Mountain sword technique, had effortlessly defeated the Holy Maiden, ascending to become the foremost figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect. How could he have lost? And to Su Lianxin, no less. In a single strike. How is this possible? Chapter 31. A stinging defeat. Li Fufeng was filled with astonishment, her eyes wide as she stood up in shock. Realizing the inappropriateness of her reaction, she slowly retook her seat, yet the disbelief in her gaze remained undiminished. The Holy Sun Lu Tianxing, whom she deemed unreachable, had lost? It was hard to believe. Her eyes fixated on the enchanting young woman on the arena, struggling to reconcile the image of someone capable of defeating Lu Tianxing. Yet, the reality unfolded before her, leaving no room for doubt. Moreover, she had achieved this with but a single strike, sending Lu Tianxing tumbling from the arena, rendering him utterly defenseless. This was a being that even she, expending all her strength and utilizing her trump cards, would find difficult to vanquish. The vast disparity left Li Fufeng grappling with acceptance. The master of Tianjin Peak was so astounded that he nearly tore his own magnificent beard. He struggled to maintain his composure as the master of the peak, yet the shock and disbelief in his eyes were undeniable. Were it not for the presence of numerous elders from various sects, who, like him, rose in utter amazement, he might have thought himself ensnared in a dream. How could Lu Tianxing, who effortlessly triumphed over the Holy Maiden, be defeated by a disciple of Qingyang Peak? And not just defeated, but utterly vanquished. Struck down by a single sword from the disciple of Qingyang Peak, before he even had the chance to react. How could this be possible? The Holy Prince had actually lost. Despite having comprehended the hidden move of the Qingyang sword technique, and never having tasted defeat since entering the path. He had even grasped the embryonic form of sword intent long ago. Yet, no amount of words could alter the stark reality of Lu Tianxing's defeat. I lost. As Lu Tianxing slowly regained his senses, the three words that surged in his mind nearly incapacitated him, striking him like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He could not suppress the astonishment on his face as he gazed up at Su Lianxin, who still stood on the arena. He was compelled to concede that even from a subordinate perspective, her features were flawless, as radiant as jade, and her visage akin to blossoming peach flowers. But what a joke! He felt as though his previous words were resounding slaps against his face, each one painfully stinging. Surrender? To be repelled within 10 moves? And you may enter the second peak? Such audacity to grant you the opportunity. Reflecting on these absurd words, the reality was stark. It took but a single move. Not to defeat him, but to graciously request his departure from the arena. The gazes around him seemed to shift in an instant, turning mocking and derisive, piercing Lu Tianxing like daggers. Overwhelmed by rage and humiliation, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Disheveled and wild, he resembled a madman, struggling to maintain his sanity. Su Lianxin, observing the dramatic transformation of the Holy Prince below, had no inclination to admire it. She sheathed her sword and, with swift strides, leaped down from the arena, leaving behind a single remark as she passed Lu Tianxing. Excessive pride is not a virtue. She then swept away, while the others remained ensnared in their astonishment. That astonishing sword strike had shattered Lu Tianxing's defenses and dismantled the long-held perceptions of Qingyang Peak within the sect. Only after Su Lianxin left the arena did they collectively regain their senses, erupting into a flurry of discussions. This junior sister is a disciple of Qingyang Peak? Isn't that the peak notoriously at the bottom among the 36 peaks of our sect? How could we have never heard of this Su Lianxin before? She must be extraordinarily gifted. Chu Xiao, still reeling from the chorus of admiration around him, had yet to fully comprehend the situation. He gazed at Su Lianxin, unable to contain his astonishment. Is this the reason Yang Jin surrendered? Previously, he had claimed that Yang Jin's surrender brought shame to Qingyang Peak. At that moment, he had wished to take Yang Jin's place and personally compete to restore honor to Qingyang Peak. Now, upon reflection, Chu Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing that if the Holy Prince could not withstand the might of Su Lianxin's sword, how could he? If it were to come to that, the outcome would surely be more dire. Including himself, the others had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yang Jin, a prodigious talent ranked among the top 5 of the Qianling Peak, chose to concede before Su Lianxin, an obscure disciple from the Qingyang Peak. His surrender was not an act of cowardice or weakness, but rather a recognition of the futility of the confrontation. The crowd stood in a daze, realizing that if even the Holy Prince was vanquished by a single strike, Yang Jin's attempt would only lead to further humiliation. Did you already know of Su Lianxin's true prowess? Chu Xiao could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. The other disciples of Qianling Peak also leaned in, eager for Yang Jin's elucidation. Yet, deep down, they already harbored their own conclusions. Yang Jin must have been aware of Su Lianxin's capabilities long before, hence his decision to forego battle. Surrendering is often deemed an act of the weak, deserving of scorn. However, to voluntarily concede before an insurmountable opponent, thereby preserving one's strength, could be deemed a wise strategy. After all, defeat was inevitable. It would be prudent to conserve energy for future contests, aiming for a commendable ranking and ultimately bringing honor to Qianling Peak. The disciples of Qianling Peak soon came to this realization, initially aligned with Chu Xiao's sentiments. They had cast disdainful glances and mocked Yang Jin following his concession, feeling he had brought shame upon their 5th peak. Now, they were struck with the profound understanding that they had been grievously mistaken. Brother Yang, I apologize, echoed voices filled with regret, as many cast sheepish looks laden with remorse. Yang Jin remained silent, merely snorting in disdain. He had awaited this moment for far too long. He was no sage, and thus could not disregard the derision of others. In the face of a beast of Su Lianxin's caliber, his concession was a judicious choice. Who felt the most incredulous and pained? It was undoubtedly the master of the 9th peak. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in mocking Lin Xian, never anticipating the swift slap of reality that followed, nearly choking him with shock. The humiliation he faced was palpable. His countenance was a mask of awkwardness and rigidity, his emotions roiling with indignation. A torrent of humiliation surging forth like a spring. Throughout it all, Lin Xian had not spared him a single glance. Indifferent to both his earlier boastfulness and the subsequent humiliation he endured, to Lin Xian, it seemed as if everything was but a fleeting moment, devoid of significance. In that instant, the master of the ninth peak truly grasped the meaning of profound shame. He felt like a jester, performing a farcical act alone, while the audience remained utterly unmoved, not even granting him a single glance. The face of the ninth peak master flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 32. The True Essence of the Sword. The Holy Prince has fallen. Many elders upon the high platform remained in disbelief, struggling to accept this shocking reality. They were enveloped in the memories of the recent duel, replaying Su Lianxin's every move, reflecting on the Holy Prince's defeat. Lu Tianxing stood rigidly at the foot of the platform for an extended period. As time elapsed, his expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers white-knuckled and bloodied from the pressure. Even after some time has passed, he remains unable to accept that he was defeated by an ordinary disciple. How could he come to terms with such a humiliation? After all, he is the illustrious Saint's son, the very hope of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Years of arduous cultivation, every moment fraught with diligence. He has traversed countless hardships in comprehending the Qingyang sword technique, even facing backlash that nearly led him astray. Having finally mastered the sixth style, he finds himself dealt a crushing blow within mere hours, vanquished by a disciple from the lowest peak, an unremarkable female disciple at that. How could he accept this? How could he bear it? The entourage that typically surrounds Lu Tianxing remained silent, barely daring to breathe, one person even cautiously offering his cloak, careful not to provoke him in the slightest. Hearing the commotion, Lu Tianxing cast a cold glance their way, their anxious expressions almost igniting his fury anew. However, recalling that this was a sect-wide competition, he suppressed his simmering rage, darkening his expression as he turned back to his seat. He could neither express nor dare to unleash his fury here. Seated, he endured the scrutiny from all sides, his inner turmoil intensifying, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The atmosphere of the entire sect competition gradually grew bizarre. Even when someone took to the stage to compete, the excitement was notably absent, each sword move emanating a sense of trepidation and caution. After all, it was evident to anyone that Lu Tianxing's mood was dreadfully poor. He sat with a cold demeanor, silent, the thrill of triumph over his longtime rival long dissipated. His fingers drummed anxiously against the chair's back, a manifestation of his inner agitation. He desperately sought an outlet to vent his pent-up anger. On stage 1, number 79, your turn. The moment he heard the call, Lu Tianxing straightened his back, his intense gaze roaming over the other sect disciples. Who could it be? No matter who it was, he finally had a means to unleash his wrath. Facing number 222. Upon hearing the number, Wang Yin below the stage was momentarily taken aback, his surprise quickly morphing into delight. At last, it was his turn. He stood up, mimicking Su Lianxin's demeanor, and smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Master, I shall secure a victory for you." After receiving a nod from Lin Xian, Wang Yin excitedly leaped onto the stage, bowing with his sword in hand. Wang Yin, direct disciple of the Starfall Peak, seeks guidance from the Saint's Son. As Lu Tianxing stepped onto the stage, his heart filled with resentment as he coldly uttered, "Starfall Peak." The words emerged heavy with malice. His gaze fixated on the unremarkable Wang Yin, and a murderous intent surged within him. Once again, it was Starfall Peak. Lu Tianxing was infuriated, his anger almost causing him to lose composure as the Saint's Son. Su Lianxin had dealt him a crushing defeat, a loss that had disrupted all his plans. What had initially appeared to be an assured victory, all the advantages he had labored so long to secure, were now rendered null and void. As he took to the stage, he instinctively cast a glance at the third peak master seated above. Alas, fate was unkind. Upon meeting Lu Tianxing's gaze, the third peak master promptly averted his eyes, directing his attention instead towards the distant sect boundary stone. This evasive and elusive demeanor extinguished the last flicker of hope in Lu Tianxing's heart. A wave of despondency washed over him, and his barely contained fury threatened to erupt. As he turned back to the stage, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. The Starfall Peak. Everything stemmed from the Starfall Peak. It thwarted his ambitions. In a sudden moment of recollection, Lu Tianxing reflected on his recent endeavor to woo Lin Xian through the master of the ninth peak. Lin Xian's rejection had not weighed heavily on his mind. The outcome of the overture seemed inconsequential to him. After all, a peak ranked at the bottom, like Starfall Peak. Shifting allegiance would not alter the grand scheme of things. At that moment, He had never anticipated that Lin Xian and his Starfall Peak would emerge as the most formidable obstacle to his ascension to the position of Junior Sect Master. Gazing at the unremarkable Wang Yan before him, a fusion of new grievances and old vendettas surged within Lu Tianxing, and his wrath found an outlet. With a sharp sound, he unsheathed his fifth-grade sword, a tempest of malevolence sweeping across the arena, akin to divine wrath, causing countless weaker disciples to shrink back in trepidation. It was evident that this battle would not merely be about overcoming his adversary. Wang Yan, facing Lu Tianxing's overwhelming aura, adapted seamlessly. This mere hint of sword intent paled in comparison to the might wielded by his master when vanquishing that scorpion. As he stood amidst the onslaught of ferocious sword energy aimed directly at him, the warmth of his smile gradually faded, replaced by a steely resolve. He scoffed lightly, grasping the hilt of his sword with determination. Indeed, his prowess was no match for the gifted Su Lianxin. Yet what was Lu Tianxing to him? Unable to best Su Lianxin, he sought to unleash his frustrations upon Wang Yan, drawing forth the long sword adorned with azure tassels. Wang Yan could only conclude that Lu Tianxing had chosen the wrong opponent. He, Wang Yan, was not easily trifled with, nor was Starfall Peak. No one paid heed to Wang Yan's internal musings. Upon his entrance, as a disciple of Starfall Peak, and sensing the strength he exhibited, many spectators mourned silently for him. They could only surmise that Wang Yan was doomed. A mere first-level practitioner facing an enraged sun at the fifth level of the Earth Profound Realm. This confrontation could only end in tragedy for him. As expected, the moment both combatants appeared, the irate Lu Tianxing wasted no time, launching a direct and ruthless assault without even exchanging pleasantries. The burgeoning sword intent enveloped him as he initiated the sixth stance of the Green Mountain Sword technique, leaving Wang Yan no opportunity to respond. The fury that erupted from Lu Tianxing rendered him almost frenzied, instilling fear in onlookers, most of whom retreated several steps to evade his wrath. In such a tempestuous state, Wang Yan's stillness became particularly conspicuous. Why did he not move? Perhaps he was paralyzed by fear. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at his lineage from Starfall Peak. Some spectators looked down upon Lu Tianxing's actions, considering it shameful to unleash his wrath on other disciples of Starfall Peak simply because he could not best Su Lianxin. Such behavior was indeed contemptible. Only the recent sect master of the Qingyang seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow in sudden apprehension, though no one took notice. On the arena, faced with the silent yet ferocious approach of the sword light, Wang Yan exhaled softly, retreating his right leg to firmly anchor himself in place. With a swift grip, he drew his long sword, standing resolutely, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. Lu Tianxing initially believed that with this strike, he could effortlessly crush Wang Yan and avenge his prior defeat. How could he not surpass a mere first-level Earth Profound cultivator, especially after being bested by Su Lianxin? However, an inexplicable sensation arose unexpectedly, causing Lu Tianxing's hand, which held the sword, to tremble slightly, as if the weapon had slipped from his control. Amid his astonishment, he heard Wang Yan's low murmur from across the arena. I may not be as skilled as Sister Su, but I will exert my utmost effort. Su Lianxin's overwhelming victory over Lu Tianxing was purely a matter of swordsmanship. Although Wang Yan did not consider himself inferior to Lu Tianxing, he was acutely aware of his slight disadvantage in cultivation. Even after studying the Qingdi Sutra, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Thus, he dared not underestimate the challenge ahead. Consequently, Lu Tianxing launched a powerful strike, and Wang Yan responded in kind. The moment Wang Yan's sword was fully unsheathed, the expressions of those present transformed dramatically. Particularly on the high platform, several elders rose to their feet, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief. Sword intent's embryonic form? No, this was true sword intent. Chapter 33, Who Regrets? Sword intent is familiar to all. The Qingyang Sword Sect, bearing the title of a sword sect, naturally focuses its teachings on the art of the sword. Most elders within the sect are also sword cultivators. However, while becoming a sword cultivator is relatively easy, merely requiring a sword, the path to mastering swordsmanship is exceedingly difficult. Within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, few can even comprehend the embryonic form of sword intent, let alone the true essence of sword intent. In fact, only one person within the sect has truly grasped sword intent, the formidable Xinjian ancestor. Even the sect leader of Xinjiang has only managed to grasp the embryonic form of sword intent. Achieving perfection in the embryonic form merely signifies it is still in its nascent state, lacking the true spirit of sword intent. Both elders and peak masters stood in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the figure within the arena. There could be no mistake. As they sensed the surrounding aura of sword intent intensifying, calmness was lost. Even the peak masters exhibited uncontrollable envy upon witnessing such talent. This young man, under 20, a first-level Earth Profound cultivator, had already comprehended sword intent. The disciples of all sects surrounding the arena were equally incredulous, eyes widened in disbelief. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a 19-year-old first-level Earth Profound cultivator could grasp sword intent. This was no trivial matter. It was sword intent. Even seeing it firsthand, they found it hard to fathom that someone could silently comprehend sword intent and only reveal their prowess during the sect competition. The sect leader of Xingyang gazed intently at Wang Yan, feeling the increasingly rich and profound sword intent in the air. After the initial shock, admiration and delight became evident on his face. He stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze towards Wang Yan brimming with uncontainable fervor and excitement. Within the sect, such prodigies exist. First, there was Su Lianxin, who defeated the Holy Sun with a single sword strike. Now, Wang Yan, who, at such a tender age, has grasped the essence of sword intent. Truly, the Qingyang Sword Sect is blessed. The gaze of the Qingyang sect master flickered with contemplation, a stark contrast to the swift realization and uncontainable expressions of the peak masters and elders from the Holy Sun's faction. Faced with Wang Yan, who has comprehended sword intent, does the Holy Sun stand a chance? Even with several realms of superiority over Wang Yan, the arena bore witness to a tempestuous outpouring of sword intent. Wang Yan, with his sword poised before him, lunged forward, enveloped by a torrent of sword energy, launching a relentless assault. In that moment, he was the sword, and the sword was he. The ferocity of the sword intent was terrifying. Upon realizing Wang Yan's mastery, Lu Tianxing's heart raced with trepidation. Despite his several realms of advantage, he was no match for the current Wang Yan, retreating step by step under the onslaught, soon adorned with numerous shallow wounds. His splendid attire stained crimson. Boom. With each strike, each technique, the swords were fierce, each move razor-sharp, exuding a formidable aura. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lu Tianxing, who had been desperately holding on in the arena, was sent flying by a single sword strike. Unlike his previous battle against Su Lianxin, where he at least managed to descend the stage on his feet, this time he was propelled backward uncontrollably. Upon landing, a heavy thud echoed as Lu Tianxing braced himself on his arms, collapsing partially to the ground, only to violently expel a mouthful of blood, his vitality severely diminished. A dismal defeat, not merely a defeat, but one accompanied by grievous injuries. Alas, the sword knows no mercy. The sole rigid stipulation of the sect's grand competition is the prohibition of taking a fellow sect member's life. Regardless of Lu Tianxing's indignation, he could only swallow his resentment. The blood staining the bluestone floor was a vivid scarlet, and Lu Tianxing's eyes brimmed with profound shock as he glared at Wang Yan. His emotions fluctuating, the turbulence of frustration and hatred flickering wildly in his gaze. He had sought to unleash his fury upon Wang Yan, only to be met with overwhelming humiliation, reduced to a pitiful state. The surging malice and disgrace nearly drove Lu Tianxing to madness. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Was this truly the Qingyang Sword Sect he once knew? One Su Lianxin was not enough. Now there was a Wang Yan, who had humiliated him to such an extent. Clutching his chest, Lu Tianxing coughed up another mouthful of blood. Others presumed it to be mere congestion. Yet he alone understood that it was the result of his pent-up rage manifesting violently. "I concede, Your Highness the Holy Sun," Wang Yan said, bowing slightly before gracefully descending from the arena. He too had not anticipated the Holy Sun's fragility, unable to withstand his own sword intent and succumbing to bloodshed. Despite the disparity of several minor realms between them, his overestimation of the Holy Sun had led him to underestimate the formidable power of the Qingdi Sutra and sword intent. Victory for number 222, the referee announced, his expression peculiar as he seemed to have just regained his composure, wiping cold sweat as he announced the next match. Next up, on Arena 2, number 65 versus number 89. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxing was assisted back to his position, receiving a healing elixir, gradually calming the tumult within his body. His injuries healed swiftly. After all, he was the Holy Sun, and the resources at his disposal were far from lacking. Yet, while his injuries have healed, the humiliation he endured remains indelibly etched upon his heart. His fingers tightly curled into a fist, Lu Tianxing exhaled the stagnant air from his chest, striving to soothe his restless spirit. On the third arena, competitor number 79 faced off against number 255. As the draw concluded, both summoned fighters wore expressions as solemn as the depths of the ocean. Upon ascending the stage, Lu Tianxing squinted slightly upon seeing the opponent who leaped onto the platform. Whether due to sheer fortune or misfortune, he found himself once again pitted against a disciple of the Starfall Peak, none other than Chu Yumeng. Could he never shake off this fate? This singular thought consumed Lu Tianxing's mind at that moment. Surely, he would not face defeat again. The onlookers, already desensitized, bore witness to Lu Tianxing's second defeat. If he were to lose once more, it would only affirm the adage, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. In this confrontation with Chu Yumeng, Lu Tianxing suffered an even swifter defeat. 2 strikes were all it took for Chu Yumeng to decisively vanquish him. Had it not been for timely intervention, he might have lost a piece of flesh from his neck. Sheathing her sword, Chu Yumeng did not spare Lu Tianxing a glance. Her gaze lowered as she descended the stage with ease. There was no joy in her demeanor. Her thoughts lingered on the previous defeat at the hands of Su Lianxin. The disciples and elders observing from the periphery had become numb. The leaders of the Heavenly Sword Peak wore expressions as dark as stormy waters, their faces betraying a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Only then did they suddenly grasp a disconcerting truth. The Holy Sun had suffered 3 consecutive defeats and was thus barred from the final battle. How would the competition for the position of the junior sect master be resolved? Lu Tianxing, the Holy Sun, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, had failed to reach the finals and instead bore the weight of 3 defeats. Who would dare believe such news? And now, with 3 losses to his name, his fate was sealed, rendering him unable to contend for the championship. Before the grand competition commenced, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Who would have dared to entertain the thought? Prior to this, Lu Tianxing had been lauded as a genius with a significant chance of claiming victory. His triumph over Li Fufeng had been almost effortless, positioning him as the presumptive winner. Yet now, he found himself unable to even enter the finals. Surely, this must be a fever dream. The disciples of the second peak were in a daze, pinching their thighs in denial of the truth, feeling a sense of wistful helplessness. As if caught in a fleeting illusion, one thought resonated within them. How could this be possible? Their gazes turned toward the Starfall Peak, filled with profound shock and reverence. 3 prodigies from a single peak had triumphed over the Holy Sun, with one even surpassing the majority of the peak masters and elders by comprehending the essence of the sword at the tender age of 19. How had Starfall Peak achieved this? Why had they remained so obscure until now? It was perplexing, unfathomable. Many turned their eyes toward Lin Xian upon the high platform, their expressions increasingly intricate. This seemingly inconsequential peak master, whom they had underestimated, had his 3 disciples defeat the Holy Sun they had so fervently supported, an astonishing narrative that seemed almost surreal, especially for those disciples who had left Starfall Peak for what they believed to be more promising prospects. Their emotions were overwhelmingly complex. Did others not know? How could they remain unaware? Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, previously regarded as rather unremarkable, would have been lost in a crowd were it not for Su Lianxin's striking beauty. Yet, how things have changed. They have transformed, leaving everyone far behind, their dust barely visible in the distance. A vague sense of regret has begun to seep and spread, with Yang Hao feeling the most conflicted of all. Initially, he believed that Xingyun Peak held no future and resolved to leave. Out of admiration for Su Lianxin, he could not bear to see her languish at Xingyun Peak and personally urged her to leave with him, only to be met with dismissal. His anger was undeniable. He had anticipated the dissolution of Xingyun Peak, envisioning a heroic moment to rescue the fair maiden. However, upon their next encounter, the world had shifted. He remained the same Yang Hao, stagnant, while the once admired Su Lianxin had evolved into someone he could only look up to. Even expressing admiration for her felt like an affront. A whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within Yang Hao, as if a dye vat had burst, staining his heart. He could not help but chuckle bitterly at himself, mused that he had waited for her to regret her choices, but it seemed the one deserving of regret was he. The outcome of the sect competition was devoid of suspense, yet replete with the bizarre. Even the seasoned sect master of Xingyang could not resist glancing repeatedly at Lu Tianxing upon seeing the list of victors. Lu Tianxing, with his head bowed and eyes downcast, revealed only the tightness of his lips, his expression inscrutable. Yet, it was evident that his mood was likely dismal. With a sigh, the sect master ascended to the high platform, surveying the eager disciples, particularly those gathered around Su Lianxin. After a brief pause, he spoke with authority to announce the results. One by one, he called the names of the disciples. Each hearing their name could not help but clench their fists in excitement, while others held their breath in anticipation. As the top 5 were revealed, the 4th place was claimed by the saintess Li Fufeng, the 3rd by Wang Yan of Xingyun Peak, the 2nd by Chu Yumeng of Xingyun Peak, and the 1st place went to Su Lianxin of Xingyun Peak. Although the outcome had been anticipated, eyes inevitably turned to Lu Tianxing, who remained expressionless, though the tension in his lips and the veins on his forehead betrayed the turmoil within. Wang Yan, however, took the news well. He had not expected to place highly at all, so securing a position among the top 3 exceeded his expectations and filled him with joy. Losing to Chu Yuming did not trouble him. After all, they were fellow disciples of the same peak, both students of the same master. As for Saintess Li Fufeng, upon hearing her name called, she slowly lowered her gaze, her heart a tumult of emotions. After diligently practicing day and night, she had only achieved 4th place? A bittersweet smile graced her stunning features. Such as fate, fortune, and destiny, this outcome was likely unforeseeable by anyone. Yet, after regaining her composure following the announcement of the top 3, Li Fufeng accepted the reality, even allowing a light laugh to escape, releasing pin-up frustration. What did it matter that she was 4th? Lu Tianxing had not even made it to the finals. And those in the top 3 were all from Xingyang Peak, her own people. The meat ultimately found its way into one's own pot, and it matters not who consumes it. Moreover, today marks a decisive blow to the brazen arrogance of the Holy Sun's faction from this moment forth. It is unlikely that Lu Tianxing will be able to hold his head high for quite some time. The positions of both factions will undergo a complete reversal, transitioning from offense to defense. Amidst this relief, Li Fufeng also experiences a tinge of trepidation. On that day, she had not given much thought to Starfall Peak. Unlike Lu Tianxing, she was not so arrogant, believing that even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Thankfully, she thought this way, otherwise. Had Lin Xian joined the Holy Sun's faction, the mere thought of such a scenario sends shivers down her spine. She certainly does not wish to endure the same treatment as Lu Tianxing. For every ounce of relief, there is an equal measure of regret. Take Lu Tianxing, for example. Suppressing his madness beneath a calm facade, yet seething with rage intermingled with humiliation and resentment. And then there is the master of the 9th peak, whose countenance darkens as the results of the competition are revealed. At this moment, seated not far from Lin Xian, he suddenly perceives that perhaps being regarded as inconsequential by Lin Xian is not so bad after all, as it spares him a modicum of embarrassment. Just as he contemplates this, he suddenly hears a light laugh from beside him. The owner of the laughter is none other than Lin Xian, who turns to look at the master of the 9th peak with a half-smile and utters slowly, "It seems that my position as peak master may never be attained. It is now abundantly clear who harbors regrets. Would you not agree?" Chapter 34, Return. The 9 nether infernal flame body. The expression of the master of the 9th peak darkens like murky waters. Failing to deliver a slap to the face, he instead finds himself on the receiving end of one, his face turning the color of liver before the eyes of all. The sect competition concludes with an outcome that no one anticipated, yet no one dares to question it. After the dispersal, Lu Tianxing remains silent for a considerable time, gazing at the departing figures of the Starfall Peak disciples, his face a stormy mask as he turns to leave. Following this, Starfall Peak undergoes a transformation from its previous desolation to a lively hub. The visitors are primarily those disciples who had previously turned their backs on Starfall Peak. To outsiders, the emergence of the exceptional talents Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and Chu Yuming from Starfall Peak is attributed solely to their innate brilliance. However, those who had once been part of Starfall Peak understand the truth. Not to mention Chu Yuming, Su Lianxin, and Wang Yan were merely ordinary disciples within the peak, not even the true inheritors. Yet now, they have ascended to become prodigies capable of overshadowing the Holy Sun. It is simply implausible to believe that this transformation did not involve the efforts of Peak Master Lin Xian. Their purpose for returning is abundantly clear. They seek to rejoin Starfall Peak. Their strength and talent are not lacking. In fact, they surpass the previous Wang Yan. And they are willing to offer their loyalty and trust to the current Starfall Peak, all for a chance at redemption. Yang Hao is among them. After several twists and turns, he finally finds Su Lianxin. Su Junior sister, Yang Hao swallows nervously, his eyes betraying his unmasked desire. Yet, before he can utter a word, Su Lianxin interrupts him. "Brother Yang, you have not come to ask me to plead your case to our master for your return to Starfall Peak, have you?" Caught in the act of having his intentions revealed by Su Lianxin, Yang Hao's face flushes with embarrassment. He indeed felt a sense of embarrassment as his thoughts were so bluntly shattered. Yet, he perceived nothing amiss. It is only natural for water to flow downward and for individuals to strive for higher grounds. His previous departure was merely a reflection of human nature. Moreover, his talents were commendable. Even Elder Huang had praised him. If Brother Yang shared such sentiments, it would be best to forego any further discussion. Su Lianxin regarded Yang Hao with a cold indifference. Though he had yet to utter a word, she discerned his thoughts immediately, and her tone grew increasingly frigid. With unwavering resolve, Su Lianxin dismissed him, leaving no room for ambiguity. The Starfall Peak is not a place one can come and go as they please. Since you have chosen to forsake Starfall Peak and betray your master, we shall not welcome such treacherous individuals. Brother Yang, may you travel well. I shall not see you off. With her words hanging in the air, Su Lianxin's expression was stern, clearly conveying her emotions with no possibility of retreat. Yang Hao's face darkened, engulfed by the embarrassment of rejection, yet he understood that Starfall Peak had indeed changed. Despite his humiliation and anger, he found himself powerless and could only turn away. As he walked away, Su Lianxin's voice resonated softly behind him. Brother Yang, did you not once urge me to leave with you? You claimed I would regret it. Now, I return those very words to you. Do you regret it now? Regret? Yang Hao paused momentarily, neither turning back nor speaking a word as he departed in silence. He undoubtedly regretted it. If he had not, he would not have returned. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. After watching Yang Hao leave, Su Lianxin turned back to seek Lin Xian, facing her master within the hall. She bowed respectfully. Master, Wang Yin and I have successfully intercepted all the disciples wishing to return, ensuring they did not disturb your tranquility. Excellent. Lin Xian commended Su Lianxin. A faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Since the conclusion of the sect competition, he had come to a clear realization. Both Starfall Peak and he himself did not require an abundance of disciples. He sought not quantity, but rather the emergence of exceptional talents among his disciples, those who would truly embody the essence of greatness. Starfall Peak shall accept no one who is not extraordinary. Disciples wishing to re-enter the sect had been turned away, thus preserving Lin Xian's peace, yet tranquility was short-lived. Master, the saintess seeks an audience. Wang Yin had intercepted other disciples, but brought forth the request of the saintess and the leader of Xianyu Peak. Upon granting permission, he allowed them entry. Unlike the previous occasion when a minor peak leader was sent to negotiate, this time, it was Li Fufeng and the foremost peak leader who had come in person. Greetings, Peak Master Lin, Li Fufeng said with utmost respect, her demeanor punctilious. Although her status as the saintess rendered her under no obligation to bow before Lin Xian, she still performed the gesture of reverence. Lifting her head, Li Fufeng conveyed her purpose. Today, I have come to present a gift in celebration of your peak's 3 disciples achieving first place. Her smile was gentle, radiating warmth. Adorned in a gown of moonlight white silk, she stood gracefully, exuding the poise of a true prodigy. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Li Fufeng conjured forth a jade box, which she solemnly presented to Su Lianxin, who in turn offered it to Lin Xian. Once the exquisite box was in Lin Xian's possession, Li Fufeng continued to elucidate her intentions. This was a top-tier healing elixir of the 5th grade, a prized possession acquired during an auction a few years prior. The reason for bestowing it upon the Peak Master was one of gratitude. Had it not been for the assistance of Qingyang Peak, she would have undoubtedly found herself in an irretrievable predicament, for which she was immensely thankful. This was her greatest fortune. Had her actions faltered and allowed Lu Tianxing to gain the upper hand, with the 3rd Peak Master aligning himself with Lu Tianxing, her situation would have become perilous. The mere thought of the 3rd Peak Master prompted Li Fufeng to reminisce about how he had initially rebuffed her advances. Yet after the competition concluded, he had sought her out at the 1st peak, his demeanor courteous and sincere, devoid of any inclination towards Lu Tianxing. The shift was so profound that it left one questioning whether he had undergone a transformation. It was worth noting that when she had initially sought an audience with the 3rd Peak Master, it took her 3 attempts to elicit a response. Yet now he was making every effort to engage with her. Such was the capriciousness of fate, all thanks to Qingyang Peak. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Li Fufeng's eyes. Unlike the foolish Lu Tianxing, she would not carelessly offend seemingly unremarkable leaders. The realm of cultivation had seen many dark horses emerge in recent years. She had a premonition that the individuals from Qingyang Peak would undoubtedly redefine everyone's perceptions, leaving them astounded. As for her, she would seize the opportunity to ascend to the position of Vice Master, ensuring it would not fall into Lu Tianxing's hands. With her lofty aspirations in mind, Li Fufeng departed, leaving the atmosphere at Qingyang Peak charged with anticipation. Shortly after her exit, the Grand Master Xianyang arrived, albeit somewhat belatedly. The Grand Master, who had previously been unseen, now exuded an extraordinary warmth, his gaze towards Wang Yin ablaze with fervor. However, as a Grand Master, he maintained decorum and composure, casting a few appreciative glances at Wang Yin before redirecting the conversation to the purpose of his visit. I have come to deliver the rewards of the sect competition to the victors, Grand Master Xianyang stated with a smile, producing 3 storage bags. His demeanor was exceptionally cordial as he distributed the bags to the 3 disciples of Qingyang Peak, refraining from uttering any unnecessary words. These 3 outstanding disciples nurtured by Peak Master Lin truly bring honor to my Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian reciprocated the compliments, pleased to engage in mutual praise. Thus far, he had not encountered malice from his sect, save for the arrogant Lu Tianxing, which spoke volumes of Grand Master Xianyang's adept governance. After a brief exchange of flattery, Grand Master Xianyang excused himself, as if his sole purpose for visiting was to bestow rewards, something any individual could accomplish. He chose not to elaborate, and Lin Xian refrained from probing further. Master. After the Grand Master departed, Su Lianxin, unable to contain her excitement, presented the contents of the storage bag to Lin Xian. Her demeanor was exceedingly earnest, her sparkling eyes filled with affection and reverence. The disciple has not dishonored the teachings of the Master. In the grand competition of the sect, she has successfully achieved victory, securing the first place. The reward for this first prize, the disciple wishes to dedicate to her master, and she hopes her master will not disdain it. The elixir presented by Su Lianxin is the preordained reward for the grand competition, a 6th grade elixir, the Xianlong Dan. This time, the sect has indeed made a substantial investment, bestowing such a precious elixir upon the disciple as a reward. Lin Xian did not refuse. After accepting the elixir, he inquired of her, I have accepted the elixir. Is there anything you desire? Meanwhile, he rummaged through his storage bag, pondering what he might bestow upon Su Lianxin. But she promptly declined. She gently shook her head, a hint of embarrassment blooming on her face as she said, the disciple requires nothing. It is said that a master has their affairs, and the disciple bears the labor. I have always caused my master concern. The Xianlong Dan is what I wish to offer to my master. If I were to seek further rewards, it would be most unbecoming of me. She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with determination, her attitude resolutely firm. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Su Lianxin, his disciple, was indeed to his liking. She understood gratitude and was worthy of the considerable investment he had made in her. However, his intention to reward Su Lianxin was not merely for the sake of bestowing a gift. The most crucial aspect was the return. The Xianlong Dan was a gift from Su Lianxin, and giving it back to her would not trigger a reward. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a 5th grade elixir from the jade box. Without waiting for Su Lianxin to refuse, Lin Xian stated, this 5th grade elixir is of no use to me. You will inevitably venture out for training. It would be prudent to keep it for protection. This is not a reward, but rather a gesture of my concern for you. He had just received the elixir from Li Fufeng, and without hesitation, he passed it on, feeling no regret whatsoever. Upon receiving it with heartfelt gratitude, he immediately reaped the return. Ding. Investment returns the Spirit Reshaping Dan, 8 patterns, X1. The Spirit Reshaping Dan, an ancient elixir of the 7th grade, can assist one in reshaping their physical form. A top-tier 7th grade elixir? Though precious, it holds no value for Lin Xian, and he cast it into his storage ring. After summoning Wang Yan, Lin Xian did not hesitate and directly took out the Xianlong Dan. The Xianlong Dan, bearing a single elixir pattern, is undoubtedly a treasure, and Lin Xian bestowed it upon Wang Yan, encouraging him to strive even harder. In Wang Yan's grateful gaze, Lin Xian activated the return for the Xianlong Dan. Ding. Investment returns the 9 Nether Profound Flame Dan X1. The 9 Nether Profound Flame Dan, a remarkably unique ancient elixir, has no immediate special effects upon consumption, but can help the consumer awaken a special constitution known as the 9 Nether Profound Flame Body. Although the 9 Nether Profound Flame Body is merely a 3rd-grade celestial fate, it far surpasses Nangong Yaoyue within the entire Xian domain. This elixir is perfectly suited for Wang Yan, whose name also contains the character for flame, suggesting a connection to him. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Xian's mind as he once again took out the 9 Nether Profound Flame Dan and presented it to Wang Yan. What is this? Wang Yan looked down at the elixir in the porcelain vial, bewildered by his unfamiliarity with it. This is the 9 Nether Profound Flame Dan. Upon consumption, it can awaken a special spirit body. It is a reward from your master for your outstanding performance in this grand competition of the sect. A special spirit body. Despite being aware of the grand gestures exhibited by their esteemed master, Wang Yan nearly forgot to breathe, his heart profoundly shaken. It is universally acknowledged that a special spiritual body signifies extraordinary talent. Was this truly bestowed upon him? Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Yan did not know how to express himself. His face flushed with emotion as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Xian. Thank you, Master, for your nurturing. I shall, in the future, be willing to brave fire and water for you, as a token of my gratitude for your life-altering generosity. Although he lacked the innate brilliance of Su Lianxin, Wang Yan's honesty and loyalty rendered him a reliable disciple. Lin Xian waved his hand, instructing him to return and consume the elixir to transform his constitution. Wang Yan's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. At present, none of Lin Xian's 3 disciples could be deemed inept. All possessed destinies surpassing the orange grade, leaving the entire Xian domain in utter awe. Not to mention Su Lianxin's extraordinary golden 9th grade Ice Wind True Blood. Wang Yan was on the verge of awakening his golden 3rd grade 9 Nether Infernal Flame Body. Even Chu Yoming's orange ninth-grade ghost water profound body was an exceedingly rare and precious spiritual entity. Ironically, this rendered the once most gifted Chu Yuming the least remarkable among them. One wonders what thoughts would cross her mind if she were to learn of Wang Yan's newfound abilities. Unaware of Wang Yan's change in talent, Chu Yuming could not find joy in her own accomplishments. Following the competition, despite receiving the second-place prize, she remained despondent and listless. For others, securing second place would elicit overwhelming joy, but her aspirations were solely for first, the only position that could grant her entry into the Qingyang secret realm. How could she possibly feel happy about this? Although the rewards were substantial, they held no significance for her. Furrowing her delicate brows, she sat at the table, consumed by her discontent and growing bitterness. When Yunli Tianzuan awoke, the sight before her was one of distress. Disciple. A gentle call pulled Chu Yuming back from her reverie. Initially filled with joy, her expression quickly shifted to one of bitterness as she recalled something. What troubles my disciple? Appearing so downcast? Is there something on your mind? Accompanying her melodious voice, a pure white figure materialized beside Chu Yuming, manifesting in the form of a spiritual entity. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, slender and serene, and upon closer inspection, even more beautiful than Chu Yuming herself. Chu Yuming, already a rare beauty, seemed overshadowed by this ethereal being, reminiscent of a graceful fairy. She was none other than the soul of Chu Yoming's master, who had finally awakened after the conclusion of the sect competition. Upon awakening, the first thing Yunli Tianzuan did was to perform a brief calculation, her face reflecting a moment of confusion. Have I truly been asleep for so long? Disciple, has the sect competition concluded? Did you, perchance, secure the first place? Chapter 35. The shock of Yunli Tianzuan. What was meant to happen inevitably arrived. Chu Yuming, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her gaze and shook her head despondently. I have disappointed you, master. I am ashamed to have not secured first place in the competition. Yunli Tianzun was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such an answer. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes, yet upon gazing at the guilt-ridden Chu Yuming before her, she ultimately exhaled softly, refraining from uttering any reproachful words. It is of no consequence, my dear disciple. I understand you have exerted your utmost efforts, and there is no need for harsh self-criticism. But who could possibly be this first if not you? Yunli Tianzun's genuine curiosity was piqued. She was intimately familiar with the so-called geniuses of the Qingyang Sword Sect, and even the two saintly figures lacked the prowess to threaten her disciple. She was acutely aware of her disciple's exceptional talent. In this sect competition, there should have been no one capable of rivaling her. Chu Yoming's face briefly revealed a hint of embarrassment. The first is senior sister Su Lianxin. Now it was Yunli Tianzun's turn to be astonished. Su Lianxin? Senior sister? She was well aware of her disciple's pride. For her to sincerely refer to someone as senior sister was indeed surprising. Was this the same Su Lianxin she knew? But how could a mere practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement possibly interfere with her disciple's victory? And to secure the first place, how could that be? She found it incomprehensible. The gap between the 9th level of body refinement and the 4th level of the earth profound realm was not merely a few minor realms, but several significant ones. To prevail through sheer strength was akin to climbing the heavens, an arduous task, if not outright impossible. Moreover, being intimately acquainted with her own disciple's capabilities, she knew that Chu Yuming had mastered many of her techniques. It was not just a matter of a small Qingyang Sword Sect. Even among the top prodigies of the same realm within the Xian domain, a battle could have been fiercely contested. The notion of failing at the Qingyang Sword Sect's competition seemed utterly preposterous. Chu Yuming, too, recognized the absurdity of her second-place finish. With a resigned sigh, she began to elucidate the matter. Master, the situation is as follows. Moments later, Chu Yoming's expression turned to one of bitter helplessness as she recounted the complete proceedings of the Qingyang Sword Sect competition. It was only after hearing Chu Yoming's explanation that Yunli Tianzun finally grasped the entirety of the situation, and the ensuing shock nearly caused her to lose her composure. Imperial-grade techniques? The profound astonishment within Yunli Tianzun was unparalleled. The technique bestowed upon her disciple by the master of Starfall Peak was of imperial grade? This was astonishing, for even at the pinnacle of her own power, when she possessed the strength of a celestial sovereign, she had never been privy to an imperial-grade technique. Such techniques predominantly resided within the supreme imperial palaces and sacred lands, far beyond the reach of a mere celestial sovereign like herself. Although she had attained the celestial sovereign realm, seemingly just a step away from the imperial realm, the chasm between them was vast, a reality only she truly comprehended. While the celestial sovereign had reached the apex of the revered realm, in the presence of imperial realm experts, the difference was akin to that between a human and an ant. The disparities grew increasingly terrifying with each successive major realm. For countless years, few had ascended to the imperial stage, and those who had were either the masters of imperial palaces or the lords of sacred lands, each a formidable figure commanding respect. The rarity of an imperial-grade technique, on par with the strength of an imperial realm expert, was indeed unimaginable. In this seemingly inconspicuous Qingyang Sword Sect, the master of the unassuming reverse peak surprisingly possesses imperial-level martial arts techniques, even bestowing them upon disciples. It is well known that even among the most formidable sects, within the imperial palace, imperial-level techniques are exceedingly rare, reserved solely for the most pivotal figures. Who exactly is this Lin Xian? However, what the esteemed Yuntian did not realize is that the Qingdi scripture is not of imperial level, but rather of saintly rank. Yet, the version held by Chu Yuming is merely the first layer of the Qingdi scripture. The Qingdi scripture comprises 7 layers, with the first 3 being of imperial rank and the latter 4 ascending to the saintly level. Yuming, take me to meet your master. Meanwhile, shortly after sending Wang Yan off to cultivate, Lin Xian was approached by a young girl whose expression betrayed her discomfort. This beautiful maiden was none other than Chu Yuming, Lin Xian's nominal disciple. Her appearance did not surprise Lin Xian. He glanced at the virtual frame above her head, fully aware of her condition. Name: Chu Yuming. Age: 17. Realm: Earth. Profound 4th layer identity: disciple of Xingyun Peak Destiny. Yushui Xian. Body: Orange. Grade 8. Recent events: discouraged due to the awakening of the heavenly soul within her. She has not secured first place in the sect's grand competition. Master. Stepping into the hall, Chu Yuming began, only to realize that she had scarcely uttered the term master more than once or twice in the past few months. In comparison to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, she not only lacked presence, but had also deliberately distanced herself from everything related to Xingyun Peak. For her, it seemed unnecessary to form deep connections with those at Xingyun Peak or even in the Qingyang Sword Sect, as she didn't anticipate staying here for long. She couldn't help but let out a wry smile, confronting the arrogance that lay deep within her heart. Although she had taken Lin Xian as her master, she had not genuinely regarded him as such. What qualification did a mere calamity realm expert, not even at the king level, have to be called her master? In her heart, only the heavenly soul of Yuntian within her was the true powerhouse, the one she acknowledged as her master. Yet now, she realized she might have been gravely mistaken, especially after perusing the Qingdi scripture. Chu Yuming came to the profound realization that her seemingly humble master was far more extraordinary than first perceived. Indeed, the term extraordinary barely encapsulated his essence. The Qingdi scripture, let alone being within the Qingyang Sword Sect, was something that should not exist even in the entirety of the Xian region. Even her master Yuntian would be astonished by its existence. Lin Xian observed Chu Yuming's awkward demeanor, discerning her inner thoughts with ease. It appeared that, having been prompted by Su Lianxin, she had returned to review the Qingdi scripture and was now seeking his allegiance. Whether her allegiance mattered was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that her calling him master felt overly forced. Very well, if you are uncomfortable, simply address me as Peak Master. I fear that if you call me master too often, your true master within you might grow displeased. With unreserved candor, Lin Xian unmasked the deepest secret that Chu Yuming had concealed within herself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuming, who had her head lowered, suddenly looked up in disbelief, her pupils constricted and her complexion turning an unnatural pale, gazing at Lin Xian in terror. The true master within her? Lin Xian knows. He is aware that a soul of the celestial sovereign realm is concealed within her. How is that possible? The terror in Chu Yuming's heart reached its zenith. Had she not possessed sufficient composure, she might have been unable to resist the urge to flee. Her master had explicitly stated that even a being of the sovereign realm would struggle to detect her presence if she chose to conceal it. What on earth is happening with Lin Xian? Not only was Chu Yuming taken aback, but even the celestial sovereign Yun Li was likewise affected. She nearly believed that her concealment had faltered, only to dismiss that thought, staring at Lin Xian with shock as his expression remained calm. How did he come to know of her existence? Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice. Although Yun Li's expression remained unseen, it was evident how startled the master and disciple were. Lin Xian smiled gently and spoke to reassure them. Yet Chu Yuming found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. And after a prolonged silence, she hesitantly inquired, "Did my master, the Peak Lord, already know?" "Naturally," Lin Xian replied with a relaxed nod. "Although I am unaware of your intentions, it is clear that you mean no harm, and you pose no threat to me. So I shall allow you to proceed as you wish. Ultimately, who isn't utilizing one another in this world? I am also leveraging your innate talent to aid in my cultivation." Of course, Lin Xian had offered compensation. The first layer of the Qingdi Sutra served as such. Unfortunately, Chu Yuming had lacked the patience to explore it further at the time, only now realizing the profound intricacies of the Qingdi Sutra. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yuming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Master, oh master, it turns out your existence has long been known to the Peak Lord. A sense of inexplicable shame surged within her. How foolish they had been to believe that in the small Qingyang Sword Sect, no one could influence them or discover their secrets. They had been utterly mistaken. Observing the myriad expressions on Chu Yuming's face, Lin Xian leisurely added, "Since I have bestowed it upon you, I shall not reclaim it. You may cultivate the Qingdi Sutra, but should you desire the subsequent layers, you must genuinely accept me as your master. Of course, this is contingent upon your other masteress approval. The latter sections of the Qingdi Sutra would not be granted lightly. The first 3 layers were merely of the emperor tier, but those beyond the 4th layer ascended to the holy tier. Unless absolute loyalty was assured, Lin Xian would not bestow them." Having been mentioned several times, Yunli let out a soft sigh from within Chu Yuming, understanding that Lin Xian sought her acknowledgement. She transformed her form, emerging from Chu Yuming, gracefully stepping into the grand hall of Xingyun Peak, and offered a respectful greeting to Lin Xian. "Yunli pays respects to my fellow cultivator. Having concealed my identity until now, I hope for your understanding." She recognized that once Lin Xian had unveiled her existence, both she and her disciple had fallen to a disadvantage. Yet at this juncture, she had no alternative. In the present moment, one can only grit their teeth and strive forward. The illustrious fairy emerging from Chu Yuming's essence lightly nodded to Lin Xian, her expression serene and amicable. She is none other than the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan, a soul of the revered realm, and the true master whom Chu Yuming had long concealed. This marks Lin Xian's first genuine encounter with the ethereal being, whose appearance, while not as otherworldly as Lin Xian had envisioned, undeniably exudes beauty. Her demeanor is devoid of arrogance. The term fellow Taoist she employs positions both herself and Lin Xian as equals, displaying no hint of superiority. Though she once held the status of a Tianzuan, before the enigmatic Lin Xian, she refrains from adopting a lofty stance. "You are indeed Yuming's master?" Neither Lin Xian nor Yunli Tianzuan harbored intentions of conflict, their meeting remarkably harmonious. However, one curiosity lingered in Lin Xian's mind. Though you are a soul, you were once a Tianzuan. Why remain concealed in this modest Qingyang Sword Sect? Even if you were drawn to Chu Yuming's potential, surely you could have taken her to a more prestigious sect within the Xian domain for superior cultivation? Upon hearing this, a hint of bitter amusement graced Yunli Tianzuan's features as she slowly shook her head. "You cannot be deceived, my dear fellow Taoist. The reason for my actions lies within a certain artifact in the Qingyang secret realm." She spoke candidly, revealing her intentions without pretense. Within the Qingyang secret realm of the Qingyang Sword Sect, only sect members may enter, and there exists a treasure that can aid me in reconstructing my physical form. A shadow of melancholy crossed her visage as she continued. "As you can see, I am not a native of the Xian domain. I hail from beyond its borders. However, I fell victim to betrayal by my disciples and was ensnared by several adversaries, resulting in my demise and the loss of my corporeal body." At this juncture, she offered a wry smile, gazing at Lin Xian and adding, "It seems we share a similar fate, fellow Taoist Lin." Yunli Tianzuan's words stirred a sense of empathy within Lin Xian, evoking thoughts of the traitorous Nangong Yaoyue from the Xingyun Peak. He looked upon the resplendent Tianzuan before him and sighed inwardly, recognizing her plight. Indeed, she too was a tragic figure. While he had merely faced betrayal, Nangong Yaoyue had not escalated her actions to the point of seeking his life. In terms of suffering, Yunli Tianzuan's circumstances were far more grievous. After losing her physical form, she had miraculously escaped with her soul, wandering the Xian domain until encountering Yuming, whose extraordinary talent captivated her. Thus, after a series of trials, she took her on as a disciple. Chu Yuming, named specifically, straightened her posture, gazing at her translucent master with a deep-seated concern etched upon her brow. "Master, is your essence becoming even more tenuous?" Yunli Tianzuan, unaware of her disciple's worry, calmly recounted her journey. Later, "I sensed that within the Qingyang Sword Sect lay an artifact capable of aiding me in the restoration of my physical form. Hence, I urged Yuming to temporarily join this sect, intending to secure that treasure before devising further plans. I had anticipated a smooth endeavor, yet unexpectedly." As she spoke, Yunli Tianzuan let out a sigh. Over the years, her dedication to nurturing Chu Yuming had been profound, despite her intentions of resurrection. She had genuinely treated Yuming as her beloved disciple, imparting all her wisdom. Alas, contrary to her desires, Chu Yuming was vanquished by an unexpected contender, rendering her unable to enter the Qingyang secret realm or acquire the coveted item. Her yearning to reconstruct her physical form transformed into a distant aspiration. However, Upon recalling Su Lianxin, the revered Yunli Tianzuan's gaze shifted, and she lowered her graceful swan-like neck, pleading in a mournful tone. Dear Lin, I have a humble request. Should you be willing to lend me your assistance in retrieving the treasure from the Qingyang secret realm that can aid in the reconstruction of my body, I am prepared to offer a commensurate reward. After my rebirth, I shall protect your path for a century. The guardianship of a Tianzuan is indeed a rare treasure. Not only would the Qingyang Sword Sect struggle to find another, but even the Tangqing Empire or the Xian domain would be unable to produce a single counterpart. A century of protection from a Tianzuan speaks volumes of sincerity. Aware of the generosity of her offer, Yunli Tianzuan gazed expectantly at Lin Xian, eager to hear the response she longed for. In the hopeful gazes of Chu Yuming and Yunli Tianzuan, Lin Xian slowly shook his head. In an instant, disappointment washed over both women, their expressions revealing a bittersweet sorrow. Yet, they could not blame Lin Xian. It was evident that a nebulous promise would hardly inspire someone to risk their life for another. The treasure needed for body reconstruction was not easily obtained. Just as the two were engulfed in despair, Lin Xian spoke again. I cannot assist in retrieving the item. But if it is merely the reconstruction of your body you seek, I possess alternative methods. Upon hearing this, Yunli Tianzuan's heart jolted. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Lin Xian. Did he truly comprehend the weight of his words? Even if she were to acquire the treasure from the Qingyang secret realm, the certainty of her resurrection remained elusive. That item was merely one of the many essentials required for the arduous journey of body reconstruction, a process that could span decades or even centuries. When she resolved to undertake the reconstruction, she had already prepared herself for the long passage of time it would entail to reclaim her path of cultivation. Yet, Lin Xian's assertion seemed preposterous. How could he claim that body reconstruction was merely a trivial matter? No wonder Yunli Tianzuan's initial reaction was disbelief. The complexity of reconstructing one's body is not to be underestimated. This is a matter of life and death. It requires several rare treasures and the intervention of an emperor-level cultivator, the cost of which is undoubtedly exorbitant. However, as her doubt flickered away, Yunli Tianzuan quickly recalled Lin Xian's enigmatic nature. He was capable of producing imperial-level techniques. Though not an emperor himself, his mysterious aura suggested that perhaps he truly possessed a means to assist her. Do you genuinely have a solution? Lin Xian refrained from elaborating, instead producing the Source Shaping Spirit Pill. This pill, known as the Source Shaping Spirit Pill, is a top-tier 7th-grade elixir that aids in body reconstruction and can even be ingested by souls. You may use this pill to return to the realm of the living. The delicate and exquisite pill rested in the palm of Lin Xian's hand, emanating a potent spiritual aura. In that fleeting moment, even Yunli Tianzuan sensed the extraordinary nature of the elixir. Although it was only a 7th-grade pill, its spiritual fluctuations surpassed those of some 8th-grade pills. Yet, the Source Shaping Spirit Pill? She had never heard of such a thing. Yet, in the next moment, the esteemed Yunli noticed the distinctly visible patterns on the elixir. Chapter 36. The News of Nangong Yaoyue. An 8-pattern spirit pill. Hiss. Even someone as well-versed as Yunli could not help but gasp in astonishment. Her eyes filled with shock. 8 patterns. Was she truly not seeing things? Was this something that should exist in the Xian domain? No wonder this elixir felt more potent than the energy fluctuations of some 8th-grade pills. After all, it was an 8-pattern spirit pill. What does this signify? Even at her peak, she had never encountered such a thing. 7th-grade pills meant little to her, but 8 patterns? While low-grade pills could occasionally exhibit a few patterns with high refinement proficiency, the higher the grade of the pill, the more challenging it was to refine and the more difficult it was to manifest patterns. Otherwise, why would the 6th-grade Xianlong pill of the Qingyang Sword Sect, with just 1 pattern, astonish so many? And this elixir, 7th-grade high tier, boasting 8 patterns. Could it be that it was personally refined by the pill emperor? No. The moment that thought entered her mind, it was swiftly dismissed by Yunli herself. Even if the pill emperor had refined it, could he truly produce a 7th-grade pill with 8 patterns? She had thought she had overestimated Lin Xian, yet she realized she had still underestimated him. Who exactly was he? An imperial-level technique, an 8-pattern 7th-grade pill. This was certainly not something an ordinary peak master could possess. Yunli was rendered speechless by the shock, while Lin Xian merely smiled, showing indifference towards the elixir in his hand. I can give you this pill, he said, observing the flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, before leisurely adding his unfinished words. However, the terms must be altered. A century is too brief. Let's change it to 500 years. Was this demand too excessive? Lin Xian's proposition was made with careful consideration. 500 years, while not overly long for a revered figure. Considering that the average lifespan of a typical revered being is merely a few thousand years, was a considerable request for Yunli. This was not a trivial favor, but an opportunity for rebirth and the reconstruction of her physical form. If she were to seek out the materials necessary for such a reconstruction on her own, not to mention the time it would take to gather all those rare treasures of heaven and earth, acquiring the assistance of an Imperial-level powerhouse was no simple feat. Imperial-level beings had long transcended the mundane. They were inherently mysterious, devoted to the pursuit of the great Tao, and elusive. Without some form of connection or karma, they were exceedingly difficult to locate, let alone persuade them to assist in the reconstruction of someone's body and bear the burden of such karma. That would indeed be a monumental task. All of these challenges had been smoothed over by Lin Xian, replaced by a single pill, round and plump, sitting before Yunli. This 7-grade 8-pattern spirit pill, possessing such an abundance of patterns, if its efficacy truly aligned with Lin Xian's assertions, would undoubtedly aid her in reconstructing a flawless physical form. Yunli could not help but let her imagination wander. Should her reconstruction succeed, she would undoubtedly be stronger than she had ever been in her prime. Furthermore, her future path would be considerably smoother, and perhaps there would even be a glimmer of hope for achieving the status of an emperor. All of this can be attained with the mere consumption of a single elixir, should she venture forth to gather those rare treasures herself. Even with favorable fortune leading her to summon a formidable emperor-level being to successfully reconstruct her corporeal form, she would merely end up with an ordinary body, one that could only rival that of a mortal. Not only would she have to commence her cultivation from scratch, but she would also need to devise methods to harmonize and enhance her innate talents. Even if she were to reach the pinnacle of her previous prowess, it would undoubtedly require countless years. Without Lin Xian, the esteemed Yunli would never have contemplated such matters. The act of dying and being reborn. The reconstruction of one's body is inherently an act against the natural order. Encountering numerous trials along the way is only to be expected. Yet, before her lies a path to transcendence. Why then should she choose to tread the treacherous and muddy road? After merely a brief moment of contemplation, the esteemed Yunli decisively nodded. Very well, I agree to your offer of 500 years of protection. After my body is remade, I shall have you by my side for 500 years, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and my inner demons as my oath. 500 years may not be a fleeting moment, but in comparison to the reconstruction of her body, every second is worth it. At this moment, the esteemed Yunli pondered whether such a span of 500 years was excessively long, yet she could not foresee that in the near future, she would not only find 500 years to be brief, but would also lament not having made a pact for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. With her heart and soul, the esteemed Yunli swore an oath, and Lin Xian readily presented her with the coveted source elixir. As she gazed at the elixir radiating potent spiritual energy, a tempest of emotions surged within Yunli. Waves of hope crashed upon her heart, fueled by a thirst for vengeance. The betrayal she had suffered was a wound she could never forget. Having lost her corporeal form and forced into a desperate escape to the Xian domain, she could not overlook the one responsible for her current plight. Thank you, dear friend Lin. The esteemed Yunli expressed her heartfelt gratitude, a faint smile gracing her lips as she held the elixir. She had always proclaimed that one day she would personally resolve the matter of that treacherous disciple. That very disciple had likely ascended to become the master of the Yun High Heavenly Palace, manipulating events to their advantage. Oh, what grand ambitions they must harbor! With such cunning methods, the people of Yun High Heavenly Palace probably believed that their unexpected demise was indeed just that. They were oblivious to the astonishment that would soon grace that disciple's face upon discovering that she still lived. In the midst of her tumultuous emotions, the esteemed Yunli's gaze towards Lin Xian grew increasingly sincere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian turned his attention to the side where Chu Yuming stood. Although Chu Yuming felt a twinge of embarrassment, the fact that her revered master had secured the opportunity for rebirth and was finally able to live once more brought her a sense of relief, making her gaze towards Lin Xian more affectionate. Master, the call rang out, melodious and sweet, prompting Lin Xian to nod slightly, a teasing lilt in his voice. This address was far sweeter than before. Indeed, it delighted him. He chuckled, not holding any grievances against Chu Yuming. She was, after all, exceptionally gifted and had never received any protection from the Starfall Peak. Observing the occasional interactions between Yun Li and her, it was evident that Yun Li held genuine affection for Chu Yuming, imparting her knowledge freely. If Chu Yuming were to betray Yun Li and abandon her, Lin Xian would not accept her. A disciple devoid of gratitude, regardless of innate talent, is destined to become but a mere shadow of Nangong Yaoyue. The Starfall Peak does not require the presence of treacherous hearts. Lin Xian's teasing caused Chu Yuming's cheeks to flush, her face pouting adorably as she turned to the esteemed Yun Li, momentarily revealing the demeanor of a young girl. This call of master was genuine and received a nod of acknowledgement from Yun Li. No, It was not merely acknowledgement, it was an indication. To Yunli, having two masters was of no consequence. Chu Yuming, endowed with extraordinary talent comparable to the top prodigies of the Xian realm, was her only beloved disciple, and she did not wish for her student to miss such an opportunity. Lin Xian's enigmatic nature eluded her understanding of his true origins. Should she let this chance slip away, both she and Chu Yuming would surely regret it for a lifetime. After all, it was merely 500 years. A life-saving grace was worth 5 centuries. After briefly reassuring her beloved disciple, Yunli turned her gaze toward Lin Xian and took the initiative to bid farewell. Taoist Lin, we must expedite the matter of the protector. I will return with Yuming to enter seclusion and absorb the medicinal power. Upon completion, I shall promptly come to assist you without hesitation. Lin Xian nodded slightly, watching the master and disciple depart. The process of reconstructing his physical form would require some time, and given Yun Li's cultivation level, it would not be overly prolonged. Thus, it was best to commence as soon as possible. Once they left, Lin Xian casually fiddled with his storage bag, a contemplative expression crossing his features. To date, he possessed over 10 million spirit stones, not an insignificant amount, yet not overly abundant. At the very least, it was sufficient for him to procure a 6th-tier royal-level spirit sword. A 5th-tier spirit sword felt somewhat inadequate for him at this juncture. Lin Xian was eager to acquire a 6th-tier spirit sword to serve as the foundation for his immortal slaying sword array. At that moment, the power of the array would undergo a transformative enhancement. Perhaps then, even a monarch could be vanquished. Just as Lin Xian was contemplating the timing of the upcoming auction, Su Lianxin hurriedly arrived, carried by the winds. What brings you here? In the hall, Su Lianxin sought an audience, yet her demeanor was hesitant, faltering as she struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, offering complete reassurance to his favored disciple. What is the matter? Speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation. After a moment of indecision, Su Lianxin finally opened her lips, anxious yet determined. Master, I have received some news. Would you care to hear it? It concerns Nangong Yaoyue. The name Nangong Yaoyue seemed to echo from a distant past. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he slightly lifted his hand, inquiring as usual, what has happened to her? Having long since relinquished the ties of their master-disciple relationship, he felt no emotional turbulence upon hearing news of Nangong Yaoyue. It was impossible for him to be consumed by concern for her. Su Lianxin observed Lin Xian's demeanor, noting his indifference, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Clearing her throat, she boldly stated, Nangong Yaoyue has recently defeated several prodigies from the Hidden Dragon rankings, forcefully entering the top 10 and creating an undefeated legend by her own strength. This matter has recently stirred considerable excitement throughout the Xian domain, with many individuals establishing platforms to wager on how far Nangong Yaoyue will progress. Is it so? How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian merely smiled, as though it were a trivial matter of no consequence. Indeed, he was indifferent. No matter how formidable Nangong Yaoyue might be, she was not his disciple. Moreover, Lin Xian held no doubt that his own disciple would not be outshone. Observing the serene expression of his esteemed master, Su Lianxin closed her mouth, refraining from further comments. Yet within her heart, she silently vowed, it is merely the potential dragon ranking. Master, fear not. I shall ensure that Nangong Yaoyue is thoroughly trampled underfoot, making her regret betraying our Starfall Peak. Even more so, she shall lament her betrayal of you. In Su Lianxin's eyes flickered concealed flames, almost capable of igniting the very dome of the Xian domain. She recognized that Lin Xian had moved past the matter of Nangong Yaoyue's betrayal. But her master's magnanimity was not a trivial reason for forgiving a traitor lightly. Throughout the years, she had witnessed her master's decline and etched it into her memory. Anyone who dared to harm her master became her enemy. While her master bore no grudges, she did. She was determined to make Nangong Yaoyue regret her actions for a lifetime, personally compelling her to apologize before her master. Although the news of Nangong Yaoyue that Su Lianxin brought did not disturb Lin Xian's composure, it indeed caused him to temporarily set aside his plans for the auction. Before he could resume his thoughts, he received an urgent summons from the head of the Qingyang sect. Such summons were reserved for significant matters. Their issuance indicated pressing urgency. Though not necessarily a matter of peril for the sect, they were seldom invoked. Upon receiving the urgent summons, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The head of the Qingyang sect not only summoned him, but also instructed him to bring Wang Yin along. The brief message revealed little, yet it was evident that something noteworthy had transpired. Bringing Wang Yin along, Lin Xian contemplated, ultimately rising to his feet, taking Wang Yin with him toward the main hall. As they approached, Lin Xian sensed an unusually tense atmosphere, far beyond the ordinary seriousness. Upon entering, he beheld the upper echelons of the sect, various peak masters, the head of the Qingyang sect, and even a venerable elder, with a head of white hair and an aura of formidable strength. This elder was none other than the most powerful figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the ancient sword master. Typically elusive, the ancient sword master had unexpectedly made an appearance today, indicating that whatever had occurred was of great significance. The solemn expressions on the faces of those present further confirmed this. As Lin Xian and Wang Yin stepped into the main hall, they instantly captured the attention of all. The gazes directed at them were a cacophony of emotions: reproach, inquiry, disdain, hatred, mockery, and derision, each more complex than the last. Unlike Lin Xian, who maintained his composure in the face of such grand events, Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling before he gulped, a vague suspicion beginning to form in his mind. Without allowing the master and disciple a moment to speak, a thunderous voice erupted near Wang Yan's ear. Wang Yan, are you aware of your transgressions? Tell me, did you slay the young master of the Lingyu sect? Your audacity knows no bounds. What punishment do you deserve? The inquiry began with a sharp accusation. Wang Yan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying a sense of panic, revealing a myriad of underlying issues even without uttering a word. The expression of the revered ancestor of the Qingyang sect darkened ominously, like the oppressive clouds gathering before a tempest. He and Xingyang were completely unaware of the situation, particularly him. The Qingyang ancestor had long ceased to involve himself in sect affairs, dedicating his efforts to cultivation in pursuit of transcendence. However, not long ago, he received a brief missive from an old friend, succinctly composed of 2 sentences. My friend, a formidable presence from the Lingyu sect approaches your sect's mountain gate, arriving shortly. It is said that a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect. True or false? Regardless, the Lingyu sect is exceedingly enraged, and preparations should be made without delay. Within the sect, a disciple has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect? Once the Xinjian ancestor grasped the gravity of the situation, an overwhelming fury engulfed him. Who possessed such audacity to commit such an act? How could one dare to kill even the young master of the Lingyu sect? Though the Lingyu sect may not rank among the top 10 sects of the Morning Sun Empire, it is nonetheless esteemed and well known. And what of the Qingyang Sword Sect? While it holds the title of one of the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire, such a comparison is laughable. The Morning Sun Empire reigns as the foremost among the 7 kingdoms of the moonlit reflection, whereas the Tangqing Empire languishes at the bottom, one a phoenix's tail, the other a mere hen's head. Is there truly a basis for comparison? Even if the Lingyu sect does not feature in the top 10 of the Morning Sun Empire, and the Qingyang Sword Sect is among the elite of the Tangqing Empire, the disparity between the two is akin to the difference between a hen and a phoenix's tail. Among the top 10 sects of the Morning Sun Empire, even the weakest possesses a 7th-tier king-level expert. The Lingyu sect, as a first-rate sect of the Morning Sun Empire, may lack a 7th-tier king-level master, but it boasts a fully realized 5th-tier king-level ancestor. The strongest of the Qingyang Sword Sect pales in comparison. The Xinjian ancestor, at the 4th-tier king level, though able to dominate the vast majority of peers through his sword intent, stands no chance against a 5th-tier being. Most crucially, this calamity is utterly undeserved. He remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Wang Yan, his face ashen, dared not meet the gaze of the Xinjian ancestor, yet struggled to find words to explain himself. Before he could articulate his defense, Lin Xian interjected, calmly asserting, the death of that young master is not the fault of my disciple Wang Yan. It is he. Enough. The Xinjian ancestor interrupted Lin Xian with brusque force. His gaze was penetrating, his tone brooked no dissent, each word punctuated with gravity. At this juncture, right or wrong had become irrelevant. What mattered was that the young master of the Lingyu sect lay dead, slain by a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The wrath of the Lingyu sect was imminent, threatening our sect with dire consequences. He exhaled slowly, striving to quell his inner turmoil, casting a glance around the assembly without acknowledging Wang Yan. Today, esteemed elders and peak masters are gathered here. How do you propose we address this matter? Shall we confront them or concede? Is confrontation worthwhile? If we concede, how do we assuage the fury of the Lingyu sect? What complexities does this situation entail? A voice unexpectedly interjected, laced with a hint of derision, drawing the attention of all present. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Since it was Wang Yin who killed the young master of the Lingyu sect, the blame rests squarely upon him. Regardless of whether he was aware of the identity of the slain, the fact remains that a life has been taken. Thus, it is imperative for Wang Yin to personally seek forgiveness from the Lingyu sect. Lin Xian turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting the healed Lu Tianxing, who wore a light smile that concealed none of the malice and arrogance in his eyes. As Lu Tianxing noticed Lin Xian's attention, the smile on his lips broadened. How could one man's mistake implicate an entire sect? Surely, the sect leader would not allow us all to bear the burden of your transgressions. Chapter 37 I withdraw from the sect. With a hint of provocation etched on his brow, Lu Tianqing's disdain intensified as Wang Yin cast him a glance. The emergence of Lin Xian and his disciples had thwarted his plans, and any resentment he harbored had only festered. Lin Xian's refusals and his own 3 defeats in the arena, coupled with the third peak master's avoidance of him, were perceived as profound humiliations. His animosity toward Lin Xian and the Xingyun peak had reached its zenith. Now, with an opportunity to strike back, how could he let it slip away? Following Lu Tianqing, several elders voiced their opinions, most siding with the Saint's son. The Saint's son was correct. Wang Yin acted alone, so why should the sect bear the consequences? Handing over Wang Yin would quell the anger of the Lingyu sect, a straightforward resolution. To rally the entire sect against the Lingyu sect for the sake of one individual would be utterly unfair and unjust to the other disciples. The sect leader ought to prepare for this eventuality. The higher-ups of the peaks aligned with Lu Tianqing were unanimously in his favor, their words further darkening Wang Yan's countenance. However, after a moment's hesitation, the Qingyang sect leader furrowed his brow and whispered something into the ear of the Xianjin ancestor. This Wang Yan is no ordinary disciple. He is the young man I previously mentioned, who shone brilliantly in the sect's grand competition and has comprehended the essence of sword intent. The Xianjin ancestor paused, casting a deep glance at Wang Yan. To grasp sword intent at such a young age is to be a prodigy among prodigies, with proper cultivation. He is destined to surpass others and become a pillar of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Yet, the Lingyu sect before the Xianjin ancestor could articulate his thoughts. A woman standing opposite Lu Tianqing stepped forward, radiating fury. Lu Tianqing, how can you utter such words? What is your true intention? Li Fufing's chest heaved as her alabaster face flushed crimson with indignation. Clenching her teeth, she shot a furious glare at Lu Tianqing and turned to address the Xingyang sect leader. This matter is by no means Wang Yan's fault. In the course of external training, is there a guarantee of survival? Blades are blind. It is merely that the young master of the Lingyu sect was outmatched. Should we surrender Wang Yan, how will the world perceive our Qingyang Sword Sect? In the future, who would dare to join our ranks? They might mock us for lacking the ability to protect even a single disciple. Such an outcome would only dishearten our members. Her words rang with conviction, unwavering in their delivery. As she refused to glance at Lu Tianqing's shifting expression, Li Fufing declared, I propose we fight to the death against the Lingyu sect. Though the Lingyu sect is formidable, our Qingyang Sword Sect is not without the strength to confront them. Moreover, the Lingyu sect is a force of the Dawn Empire. Should war break out, the imperial family will undoubtedly intervene. Li Fufing's conviction is unwavering, her gaze sincere and resolute. It is not merely because Lin Xian stands by her side that she offers her assistance. Today, even if the transgressor were an ordinary disciple, Li Fufing would still step forward. This is her steadfast belief, unyielding and firm. One might deem her foolish. Yet she remains obstinately convinced that if a sect cannot protect its own disciples, what significance does its existence hold? Even an ordinary disciple should not be surrendered merely because another sect demands it. However, as Li Fufing lowered her gaze, she took note of the silence surrounding her, and a chill crept into her heart. She had spoken so boldly, yet no one stepped forward to support her. In that moment, she suddenly gained clarity about the sect's hierarchy and, just as abruptly, found the position of the vice sect leader that she had long yearned for to be less significant than she had imagined, even repugnant. How naive. Before long, a voice erupted within the hall, but it was not the response Li Fufing had anticipated. The peak master who confronted her wore a scornful expression, unable to suppress his derision. The holy maiden, having been elevated for too long, seemed oblivious to the sufferings of the world and the difficulties of managing the sect. What contributions has Wang Yin ever made for the sect? For his sake, countless lives would be sacrificed. How foolish. How naive. His reprimands echoed through the hall, nearly drowning out all other voices. Even so, some peak masters and elders aligned with the holy maiden chose not to voice their objections. Nor did they intend to unite with Li Fufing against a common adversary. Clearly, in the eyes of most, this matter held no personal significance. If it does not concern them, it is naturally viewed as a distant issue. Is it necessary to risk the entire sect's existence for a single disciple? Even if this disciple possesses extraordinary talent, what of it? Countless prodigies exist in this world, yet only those who survive are deemed geniuses. How many talents have fallen before their rise has even begun? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the individual who failed to recognize the gravity of their actions, who took the life of one who should not have been harmed. Ultimately, it is their belief that the Lingyu sect is simply too powerful. Should war ensue, the Qingyang Sword Sect stands no chance of victory. To hope for the Tangqing imperial family to intervene? One can only say that such expectations are exceedingly naive. With these thoughts, Many peak masters and elders could no longer contain themselves, speaking out in chorus. Your Highness, we do not wish to sacrifice our lives for the errors of others. Indeed, if one wishes to court death, they should step forward alone and not involve the innocent. One must take responsibility for their own actions, the Holy Sun rightly stated. In an instant, the hall erupted into fervent debate, emotions soaring and crashing. Yet as Li Fufeng listened to these words, her heart grew colder and heavier. A bitter smile of extreme irony crossed her face. Is this the sect she had longed for? Amidst the clamor, the venerable ancestor of the Xinjiang spoke, silencing all with his authoritative presence. His dignity commanded respect, and for a moment, the hall fell into a profound stillness. Li Fufeng could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. What thoughts occupied the mind of the ancestor? Since there are differing opinions, let us proceed to a vote. If you agree to surrender Wang Yan, please take a step forward. A sudden clap resonated. The crowd turned their gazes. Lu Tianqing remained composed and took a step forward, disregarding those standing in the center of the hall, his stance unmistakable. Following suit were the second peak master, the ninth peak master, and the majority of the peak masters, who swiftly aligned themselves behind Lu Tianqing, including some from the Saintist faction. The light in Li Fufeng's eyes extinguished. Those peak masters averted their gazes from her. Yet they felt no remorse for their choices. What wrongdoing had they committed? Even though they belonged to Li Fufeng's faction, they found more resonance with Lu Tianqing's perspective on the matter. To surrender a disciple to quell a disturbance, what a fair exchange. After all, it was Wang Yan who had initiated the violence. Surrendering him was entirely justified. The outcome was glaringly evident. Witnessing all of this, along with the peak masters who dared not meet her gaze, Li Fufeng felt utterly disheartened. She never imagined that the sect she had devoted herself to for so many years, for which she had sacrificed everything, could be so heartless and ungrateful. Did they not consider that today, the sect could forsake Wang Yan, and tomorrow, they could just as easily abandon them? No. It was not that they did not ponder this. Rather, they believed that the flames of this conflict would never reach them. Li Fufeng let out a derisive laugh. How absurd it now seemed that she had fought tooth and nail with Lu Tianqing for the position of junior sect master. At that moment, a clear voice abruptly shattered the silence in the hall. There is no need for further deliberation. Lin Xian gazed at the unwavering crowd, his eyes glinting with coldness. The farce must come to an end. Everyone, there is no need to vote. I, Lin Xian, and my disciple, hereby withdraw from the Qingyang Sword Sect. From this day forth, our fates are our own, entirely unrelated. Chapter 38. The Doomed Ones. With that single proclamation, Lin Xian turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Wang Yan followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. He opened his mouth to speak, but was promptly silenced by Lin Xian. What good would further words do? If they were of no use, then there was no need to utter them. Guilt surfaced in Wang Yan's eyes as he struggled to close his mouth. He did not wish to implicate his master due to his own troubles. However, in Lin Xian's view, to blame his disciple for an unfounded accusation, even to abandon him, was beyond his capabilities. What crime had Wang Yan committed? Furthermore, what was a mere Lingyu sect to fear? Though the Qingyang Sword Sect might tremble, Lin Xian had never feared them in the slightest. Initially, Lin Xian had intended to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect at the Seven Nations competition, aiming to secure a commendable rank for the sect. Yet now, that seemed unnecessary. Neither master nor disciple looked back, feeling no lingering attachment to this heartless sect. As the two figures of Lin Xian and Wang Yan receded into the distance, Lu Tianqing's gaze flickered with uncertain thoughts. He opened his mouth to voice something, but was halted by the Grandmaster of the Xinjiang. The Grandmaster shook his head slightly. Let them go. Ultimately, they shall have no further ties with our Qingyang Sword Sect. In his view, Lin Xian had embarked upon an irretrievable path. For the sake of a single disciple, even one of considerable talent, what significance did it hold? Whether it was Wang Yan or Lin Xian, they were both destined to perish. Thus, there was little to be gained from further deliberation. Let them be. Without the Qingyang Sword Sect, they were but ants that could be easily crushed by the Lingyu sect. Pitiable in their oblivion to the very source of their audacity to confront the Lingyu sect, severing ties with the Qingyang Sword Sect might serve to awaken them, allowing them to avoid living foolishly in their final moments. Although Lu Tianqing felt a twinge of reluctance, he could only fall silent and retreat to the back at the behest of the old ancestor of the Xinjiang. What the two were unaware of, however, was that they should be grateful for not having forcibly retained Lin Xian and his disciple. Otherwise, a graceful figure would have brushed past them, heading in the opposite direction. Standing before the old ancestor of the Xinjiang and right in front of Lu Tianqing, Li Fufeng, grateful for the sect's nurturing over the years, implored the sect leader and the old ancestor for understanding, expressing her desire to leave the sect alongside Lin Xian and the others. Her choice stunned all present. leaving them momentarily speechless. She offered a graceful bow to the sect leader of the Xianyang and glanced back at the master of Xianyu Peak, a fleeting smile betraying a hint of nostalgia, before bowing to the old ancestor and resolutely pursuing Lin Xian. The sect's ideology diverged greatly from her own sentiments. She refused to compromise herself, unwilling to become the less esteemed disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect and be assimilated into its depths. Li Fufeng was aware that she was not a person of great stature, her words carrying little weight, yet there was a distinct difference between speaking and remaining silent. Between action and inaction. She would not conspire with the corrupt. Such a sect was one she could not abide. As Fufeng witnessed Li Fufeng's impassioned departure, the master of Xianyu Peak furrowed his brow slightly, opening his mouth to call out. Upon hearing his voice, Li Fufeng momentarily stiffened. Yet before she could utter a word, the master of Qingwei approached helplessly, blocking her path. The fairy of Qingwei looked at Li Fufeng with concern, her delicate brows knitting together. Did Fufeng truly wish to proceed thus? Should she not reconsider for the sake of a moment's impulse? However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Fufeng boldly interrupted. She shook her head. Masters of Qingwei and Xianyu, I thank you both for your support over the years. Yet my mind is firmly made up. There is no need for further persuasion. I shall take my leave, and I hope you will take care of yourselves. There was no trace of reluctance in Li Fufeng's eyes, only a serene acceptance. She bowed once more to the masters of Xianyu and Qingwei before stepping away. Observing Li Fufeng's ethereal retreat, the old ancestor of the Xianjian wore a grim expression, as did the sect leader of Xianyang. The departure of Wang Yin and Lin Xian was somewhat tolerable. However, Li Fufeng, being the holy maiden of the sect, leaving in such a manner was undeniably a blow to morale. Very well, let her go. The old ancestor of the Xianjian slowly narrowed his eyes, and once Li Fufeng had vanished from sight, he abruptly turned to address the others in the hall, posing a sudden query. Besides us, are there any others who wish to depart? Leave now, and I shall permit your exit without conflict. As his words echoed, a few moments passed. Yet no one stirred or responded. The master of Qingwei Peak lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing them. Unlike Li Fufeng, who was youthful and impetuous, capable of leaving with a mere shrug, she found herself bound by circumstances, unable to depart despite her disapproval of the actions of the old ancestor of Xinjian. A sense of melancholic loss enveloped her heart, as if she had inadvertently lost something significant. At this moment, the most triumphant individual was none other than Lu Tianqing. With the hated Qingyun Peak disbanded, and the prodigy Wang Yin expelled from the sect, the position of the young master, which had almost slipped from his grasp, now seemed destined to fall upon him. It was a truly delightful turn of events. A radiant joy played upon Lu Tianqing's face, which took him a moment to suppress. Only the head of Xinjiang sect sighed genuinely, lamenting the loss of Wang Yan's exceptional talent. What a pity, he mused, but the old ancestor of Xinjian interjected sternly. There is nothing to mourn. The old must make way for the new. My Qingyang Sword Sect possesses the fortitude to endure such losses. After all, a genius must survive to be deemed as such. Those who perish leave behind only regret. Pausing slightly, the old ancestor produced several items that captured the attention of all present, a hint of satisfaction evident in his demeanor. These treasures were acquired during my recent venture into the Burning Heaven secret realm. The loss of a few disciples is inconsequential. As his words fell, he revealed a jade-white porcelain vial, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Their breaths caught in their throats as they beheld the precious artifact in the old ancestor's hand. Nearly overwhelmed by joy, such an abundance of treasures. The old ancestor had indeed encountered considerable fortune in the Burning Heaven secret realm. Wang Yan, Li Fufeng, such thoughts faded from their minds as they fixated on the coveted gifts from their venerable ancestor. Lu Tianqing was among those who shared this sentiment, and the old ancestor's gaze fell upon him. Tianqing, these 2 elixirs are for you. The porcelain vial landed in Lu Tianqing's hands, and before he could ponder the nature of the elixirs, the old ancestor calmly elucidated. These are 2 dragon soul pills, each bearing a single pill pattern. Cultivate them well. Your growth is anticipated. Dragon soul pills. Lu Tianqing nearly lost his grip, almost dropping the vial in his astonishment. As he regained his composure, his eyes sparkled with disbelief and elation. Dragon soul pills. These were exceedingly rare, 7th-grade elixirs capable of enhancing one's innate abilities and significantly augmenting strength. He had obtained such a precious 7th-grade elixir so effortlessly. Lu Tianqing could hardly believe his fortune, his joy almost spilling forth in laughter. Amidst the collective gaze of awe, he steadied his demeanor, bowing his head to conceal his expression of delight, clasping his fists in gratitude. Indeed, Tianqing shall not disappoint the old ancestor's expectations. He found himself feeling a strange sense of gratitude towards Li Fufeng. Had she not departed, he might never have encountered such an opportunity. He could hardly wait to see how regretful Li Fufeng would feel upon learning of this turn of events. She must be regretting her decisions deeply. Chapter 39. Today, we flattened the Lingyu sect. The fervent gazes of everyone within the sect converged upon Lu Tianqing's hand. This was indeed a 7th grade elixir. Moreover, it bore a unique alchemical pattern, one that would entice even a sovereign. The Qingyang ancestor had acquired such a treasure, and in pairs no less. One could hardly call it mere luck. At this moment, the thoughts of other peak masters aligned with those of Lu Tianqing. If the saintess were to learn of this, how profound would her regret be? The Qingyang ancestor's authoritative gaze swept through the hall, and when it landed on Lu Tianqing, a flicker of emotion broke through his otherwise indifferent demeanor. These 2 elixirs were originally intended for you and Fu Feng. His words trailed off. Yet all present comprehended the unspoken implications. If one were to lay blame, it could only fall upon Li Fu Feng for lacking fortune. The expression of the Xianyu peak master darkened further, feeling a twinge of regret for not having urged Li Fu Feng to stay. Unfazed by the thoughts of the peak masters, the Qingyang ancestor gazed intently into Lu Tianqing's eyes, his penetrating gaze reminiscent of ancient wells, seemingly capable of peering into the depths of one's soul. 2 elixirs, sufficient to catalyze your potential transformation. Our Qingyang Sword Sect shall rely on you in the future. Those words filled Lu Tianqing with uncontainable joy. Indeed, he could hardly suppress his elation. With Li Fu Feng and Wang Yin departed, his talents would multiply, and the Qingyang ancestor's endorsement equated to an unofficial appointment as the future deputy sect master. Henceforth, no one could challenge his position. How could he not be exhilarated? But I have one request. The Qingyang ancestor's tone shifted, a sharp glint emerging in his eyes, fixating on Lu Tianqing. In the imminent moonlit 7 Kingdoms competition, I demand that you secure a place within the top 100. The rewards for this competition are extraordinary, and as the holy son of our Qingyang Sword Sect, it is only fitting that you make your mark. Can you accomplish this? The 7 Kingdoms competition. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in astonishment. Achieving a top 100 position in this competition was akin to scaling the heavens. Since the establishment of the Qingyang Sword Sect, it had participated in the 7 Kingdoms competition. Yet no genius had ever made it into the top 100. The best ranking had barely surpassed 200. Were it not for the fortunate acquisition of 2 Dragon Soul elixirs within the Burning Heaven secret realm, the Qingyang ancestor would not have even dared to entertain such aspirations. Even the royal family of the Tangqing Empire and the foremost disciples of its top 3 sects would hesitate to claim they could secure a top 100 position. The top 100 spots had always been monopolized by the prodigies of the Morning Dawn Empire and the Holy Sun Empire, making it exceedingly difficult for the lesser empires, including the Tangqing Empire, to vie for even a single spot. However, if the Qingyang Sword Sect could emerge as a dark horse and secure a top 100 placement in the 7 Kingdoms competition, it would undoubtedly shine brightly, restoring the sect's reputation and compensating for the loss of talents like Li Fu Feng. Moreover, the departure of Li Fufeng may not be a misfortune. Rather, it has inadvertently benefited Lu Tianqing, sparing him the need to share the Longpa Dan with Li Fufeng. By consuming the Longpa Dan alone, his already exceptional talent will undoubtedly surpass that of Wang Yin, Su Lianxin, and the others. Contemplating this, the elder Xianjian felt a subtle sense of regret dissipate significantly. It was only recently that he had managed to unlock the dilapidated storage ring obtained in the Burning Heaven secret realm, acquiring 2 7th-grade Longpa Dan, which consequently caused him to miss the sect competition, only hearing about it secondhand from sect master Xianyang. Initially, he had intended to focus on nurturing Wang Yin, but the turn of events had changed his plans. Upon receiving the elder Xuanjian's instructions, Lu Tianqing showed no hesitation as he bowed respectfully. Rest assured, elder, I shall not disappoint you, nor will I squander these 2 Longpa Dan. Securing a place among the top 100 is far from my limit. Had it been the Lu Tianqing of the past, he might have lacked confidence, but from this moment onward, he would be a transformed individual. Observing Lu Tianqing's ambitious and confident demeanor, elder Xianjian nodded, a sense of anticipation blooming within him. The Qingyang Sword Sect must dominate the top ranks in the upcoming competition among the 7 nations. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had returned to the Starfall Peak, closely followed by an anxious and apprehensive Wang Yin. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Su Lianxin hurried over, with Chu Yuming conveniently at her side. Both were drenched in sweat, remnants of their unresolved battle spirit evident, indicating they had been engaged in sparring prior to Lin Xian's return. Master, you're back. Lin Xian gazed at his 3 disciples and contemplated before declaring, effective immediately, I shall sever ties with the Qingyang Sword Sect. Before he could finish his statement, Su Lianxin interjected eagerly, wherever master goes, I shall follow. Chu Yuming echoed her sentiments. Master, My intentions in coming to Qingyang Sword Sect were never pure. I harbor no feelings for it. Wherever you go, I shall naturally follow alongside Master Yunli. Lin Xian refrained from elaborating on his reasons, and they did not inquire further. Nor did they care. Once they had left the confines of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Lin Xian adjusted his pace slightly and spoke slowly. Although I have parted ways with the Qingyang Sword Sect, I shall still participate in the 7 Nations competition. My objective for you in this competition is to secure a place among the top 3. Merely the top 3, he believed in his disciples' capabilities. With the blood of the Ice Phoenix, the mysterious water body, and the 9 Nether Inferno body, coupled with the Qingdi scripture he bestowed upon them. If they could not achieve even this modest goal, how could they hope to rival the prodigies of the Xian domain? I shall not disappoint, Master. The 3 responded in unison. Lin Xian, too, intended to be transparent, offering a brief explanation regarding his departure from the Qingyang Sword Sect. He refrained from embellishing the details, calmly elucidating his reasons for leaving the sect. Nonetheless, this still incited the ire of Su Lianqin and Chu Yumeng. They were ashamed to be associated with such individuals. Master, where shall we go next? To participate in the 7 Nations competition, a sect with available slots was essential, as rogue cultivators could not enter the contest. This was precisely the concern Lin Xian shared. They were currently without a sect, and thus lacked a place in the competition. However, casually joining another sect could lead to them becoming another Qingyang Sword Sect, as relying on others would ultimately pale in comparison to relying on oneself. Why not establish a sect of one's own? Why must one necessarily join another? Yet, the creation of a sect is no simple endeavor. Are you considering a place to settle? At this moment, the celestial master Yunli gracefully emerged from the body of Chu Yumeng, her gaze still gentle, yet now accompanied by a hint of a smile, a stark contrast to her earlier impatience. The dilemma of reconstructing her corporeal form, which had plagued her for an extended period, was now resolved. All that remained was to find a secure location to assimilate the medicinal energy, and she would soon possess her own body once more. The shadows that had lingered in her heart dissipated, and she no longer concealed her presence. During this time, she had become acquainted with all the disciples under Lin Xian's tutelage, often personally instructing them. Thus, Su Lianqin and Wang Yin were not taken aback by the sudden appearance of her ethereal form. Once Yunli revealed herself, she got straight to the point. If you find yourself without a temporary refuge, why not consider the Canglu Empire? I once established a faction there, though I am uncertain if it still exists after all these years. You may take refuge there for the time being and plan your next steps. Yunli's suggestion was indeed commendable, and Lin Xian nodded slightly. He truly had nowhere else to go, and since he was participating in the 7 Nations Grand Competition, he indeed required a few slots. With this in mind, Lin Xian shared his intentions with his disciples. I plan to establish my own faction, named the Sword Pavilion. But the Sword Pavilion will not easily accept disciples. Only those with extraordinary talents may enter. It is not out of arrogance. As he articulated this notion, Lin Xian had already considered it thoroughly. He intended to make the first 3 levels of the Qingdi scripture the primary cultivation method for the Sword Pavilion, available for the disciples to comprehend and practice. In the future, should he encounter more profound and formidable cultivation techniques, he would contemplate incorporating the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi scripture into the mix. It is noteworthy that the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi scripture already belong to the sacred tier. Were others to learn of Lin Xian's aspirations, they would likely be incredulous, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Qingdi scripture, albeit only the first 3 levels, as the main cultivation method of an imperial tier, such extravagance is unparalleled. Even some titans of the mysterious realms would scarcely dare to envision such a thing, let alone ponder whether they possess imperial tier techniques themselves. Lin Xian's thoughts were straightforward. If he were to establish a sect, it would certainly not be an ordinary one. He aimed to forge the Sword Pavilion into a transcendent force. He did not seek disciples scattered across the world, but he desired that the mere mention of the Sword Pavilion would invoke fear and trepidation in all. The number of disciples within the sect need not be vast, but each must be a prodigious talent capable of dominating their domain. However, recalling Yun Li's words, Lin Xian pondered. The 7 nations include the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, the Great Jin Empire, the Spirit Truth Empire, the Silver Frost Empire, the Tangqing Empire, and the Canglu Empire. The faction she had previously established was in the Canglu Empire, which was unexpected, as the Canglu Empire ranked lower than the Tangqing Empire, being at the bottom of the 7 nations. Thus, it was decided, let us venture to the Canglu Empire. He turned his gaze towards several of his disciples and instructed, you all shall proceed to the Canglu Empire and await my return. I must journey to the Qinxi Empire to attend to certain matters. Upon hearing that Lin Xian intended to personally venture to the Qinxi Empire, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he inquired hastily, Master, your visit to the Qinxi Empire is? For a moment, He hesitated to continue. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips, with a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "Isn't the Lingyu sect actively seeking us? Why complicate matters? I shall deliver myself to their doorstep." Though he spoke with a smile, anyone could perceive the underlying frostiness and depth in his words. "Master shall return swiftly. You all should accompany the esteemed Yun Li in the meantime. Farewell for now, Songlu." Yes. As they watched Lin Xian depart, Wang Yin and the others were deeply moved, especially Wang Yin, who felt immense gratitude. Knowing that his master was personally heading to Lingyu sect on his behalf, they believed that since Lin Xian dared to undertake this journey, he possessed absolute confidence. Thus, they held unwavering trust in their master, free from doubt. Then, farewell, Songlu. Days later, at the gates of the Lingyu sect in the Qinxi Empire, nestled amidst towering mountains. The Lingyu sect is renowned for its superior spiritual veins. 8 small floating peaks gracefully surround the main peak, with the air thick with spiritual energy that almost materializes. Enveloped in white mist, and an abundance of spiritual flowers and herbs flourishing abundantly. The locale is ingeniously designed, with layers of formations interwoven to contain the sect's internal spiritual energy and safeguard the gates and numerous peaks, fortified with dense prohibitions to prevent outsiders from prying. In comparison, the Qingyang Sword Sect pales in significance, with the stark contrast rendering it gray and unremarkable. Even its internal strength cannot compete. Here, a cursory exploration reveals the presence of at least 20 powerful figures of the King realm, safeguarding the sect and the mountains. While the Qingyang Sword Sect boasts merely half that number, it is no wonder that when faced with threats from the Lingyu sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect would be quick to yield. Although the Lingyu sect does not rank among the top-tier sects and is not within the top 10 of the Qinxi Empire, its strength far surpasses that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Countless disciples and elders of the sect bustle in and out, taking on sect duties. Some returning with slain spiritual beasts or bearing wounds, all receiving prompt and attentive care. Even the guards at the mountain gates exhibit a spirited demeanor. Yet, the serene tranquility outside the sect does not extend to the Lingyu sect's main hall, where the sect master resides. Over the years, the Lingyu sect master has had only one son, whom he has indulged excessively. He believed that others would fear the name of the Lingyu sect, and even if conflicts arose with his son, the sect would provide protection, ensuring no significant danger would ensue. Little did he anticipate that during a single outing, his only son would never return. How could he not be enraged? How could he remain composed? The uncontrollable fury of the Lingyu sect master surged, his spiritual energy tumultuously swirling around him, with a murderous intent etched upon his brow. "Master, calm your wrath. Elder Li and the others have already gone to the Qingyang Sword Sect to retrieve him. Upon their return, we shall ensure that scoundrel suffers a fate worse than death." The upper echelons of the sect gathered within the hall, attempting to console the master of Lingyu sect. The elder who spoke bore a visage of profound sorrow. After all, the young master had grown under his watchful eye, and now, to his dismay, he had perished. How could he simply let this go? The master of Lingyu sect's gaze turned frigid, and through clenched teeth, he uttered, "Who dares to slay my son? I shall rend that wretched beast into 1,000 pieces, casting it into the serpent's den to be refined into medicine, all to guard my son's tomb and appease his spirit in the heavens." Yet, before his words could fully dissipate, his expression abruptly shifted. A terrifying aura surged forth, sudden and extreme, sweeping across the entire Lingyu sect's mountains with an imposing and unrestrained presence, revealing the ill intentions of the intruder. Countless disciples found themselves breathless under the pressure, gritting their teeth as they gazed skyward, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, the master of Lingyu sect's fury seemed to find an outlet. He transformed, dashing out of the grand hall, arriving at the main entrance, where he looked up into the sky. There, a solitary figure clad in white stood, hands clasped behind his back, hovering outside the protective formation of the sect, gazing down upon the entirety of Lingyu sect like a deity. Witnessing this, the master's rage surged within him, and he bellowed, "Who dares to trespass upon the gates of Lingyu sect?" The figure suspended in midair was none other than Lin Xian. He cast a casual glance at the enraged master of Lingyu sect, disregarding him entirely. Instead, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his throat, projecting his voice throughout the realm of Lingyu sect. "All ordinary disciples, you have a single incense stick's time to vacate Lingyu sect. Should you remain after that, you shall perish. Today, I shall raze Lingyu sect to the ground." Chapter 40. A Sword. The formation shattered. The disciples of Lingyu sect struggled valiantly against the oppressive aura while peering through the protective formation at the white-clad sword immortal outside. Fortunately, the protective formation mitigated part of the spiritual pressure. Otherwise, the majority would have been brought to their knees, unable to rise. Such audacity! How dare he come alone to provoke Lingyu's sect? Fear not, junior brother Lu, the master and the elders are here. This individual cannot stir up much trouble. What a formidable sword intent. Thankfully, we have the protective formation. The disciples exchanged remarks, attempting to find humor amidst their plight. While the upper echelon of Lingyu's sect seethed with indignation at this brazen act. This was their sacred ground, yet they were being wronged so openly. It was intolerable. The leaders of Lingyu's sect were so enraged that their hair stood on end, their faces a portrait of fury. Whether elders or ancestors, all were within the sect. And yet someone dared to exert pressure on their gates with such blatant provocation. If they did not teach him a lesson, others might think Lingyu's sect was defenseless. Driven by their anger, the elders moved almost in unison, and several beams of golden light shot forth, directly targeting the gates. Who dares to act so recklessly at Lingyu's sect? A bold fool courting death. One by one, the elders of the King realm soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying pressure as they charged towards the white-clad sword immortal outside the gates. Hearing the roars and curses of the higher-ups within Lingyu's sect, Lin Xian, the white-clad sword immortal, remained expressionless. Nonchalantly, he drew his sword and unleashed a thunderous strike against the gates that stood before him, showing no mercy. The quadruple sword intent erupted at this moment, a terrifying force that swept away all obstacles with an overwhelming momentum. Charging forth with the might of 10,000 horses towards the gates of the Lingyu sect, the myriad lights of the sword converged at this instant. Transforming into a colossal sword of spiritual power wielded by Lin Xian, aimed directly at the sect's protective formation, which had maintained its tranquility for over a century. Delivering a furious slash, this strike was unassailable. Like a mountain collapsing under its own weight, the immense pressure descended upon the multitude of disciples of the Lingyu sect, who witnessed this apocalyptic scene, rendered utterly speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape, lost in a daze. The brilliance of this sword's prowess was enough to shatter the courage of thousands of disciples. The dazzling impact combined with the quadruple sword intent contained within the spiritual sword left them all in a stupor. With some of the weaker disciples suffering grievous injuries merely from glimpsing the sword intent, spitting blood on the spot. How audacious! To dare strike at the protective formation of the Lingyu sect. The elders of the Wang realm, whose powers far surpassed those of the disciples, were filled with astonishment and rage, their gazes fixed upon the white-clad sword immortal, wishing fervently to dismantle him bone by bone, to flay him alive. Such a brazen individual had dealt them all a stinging slap. Without uttering a word, he had taken action, seemingly intent on declaring war against their sect. This provocation suggested a relentless vendetta against the Lingyu sect. Thus, amidst the myriad expressions of anger, shock, and awe from the disciples and elders alike, the colossal sword of spiritual energy descended directly upon the protective formation. Crack, crack. Under the piercing gazes of the elders, the protective formation shattered. A dense web of cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web on the brink of collapse, manifesting above the heads of the Lingyu sect disciples, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, until it finally crumbled into sparkling shards that scattered through the air. Stunned, countless disciples and elders became like statues at that moment. Unfathomable shock. The proud protective formation of the Lingyu sect had been so easily breached, and by a single sword strike. Who was this individual? His strength was simply terrifying. At this moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, revealing the Lingyu sect's master, who had arrived late. The grief of losing a son had left him utterly devastated. And now he faced another humiliation as someone trampled upon the dignity of the Lingyu sect. Yet, the adversary's overwhelming strength made it clear, even without engaging in battle, that the sect master could sense the ominous sword intent pervading the air, and he knew he was no match for this foe. Not only he, but even if the ancestral master were present, they would surely be outclassed. The thought struck him like a dagger, nearly causing him to spit blood, his face ashen as he suppressed the fury boiling within him, feeling utterly humiliated. The pain of losing a son, the shame of being insulted, was he not regarded as human? He stifled his anger and called out to the white-clad sword immortal. Esteemed senior, our Lingyu sect harbors no grievances against you. Why must you so brazenly insult our mountain gate? He felt a profound sense of frustration, even grievance. He had seen the demeanor of this strong individual. Yet he was certain they had never met, not even once. How had such an enmity arisen? To his surprise, the white-clad sword immortal, instead of acknowledging him, merely laughed. Indeed, when one finds themselves significantly more powerful than another, the latter begins to speak of reason. How absurd. Lin Xian arched an eyebrow, observing the Lingyu sect's leader, whose face betrayed a facade of restraint. No grievances, no enmity, he remarked coolly. Did you not seek to trouble me? How curious it is that upon my arrival, you claim there are no grievances. A series of rhetorical questions, accompanied by Lin Xian's sardonic smile, made it nearly impossible for anyone not to feel vexed. And the Lingyu sect's leader felt it acutely. Troubling an elder? Surely you jest. How could my Lingyu sect dare do such a thing? The words were only half spoken when a thought surged through the Lingyu sect leader's mind like a flash of lightning, causing him to abruptly halt his speech and gaze in astonishment at the white-clad sword immortal outside. His expressions shifted multiple times before settling into one of terror as he contemplated a possibility that made his voice tremble. Elder, you are acquainted with Wang Yin of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Lin Xian's tone remained unperturbed. He is my disciple. Your Lingyu sect wields considerable arrogance, disregarding the reasons and ramifications, seeking to take someone from the Qingyang Sword Sect without cause. Now that I have come personally, what is it? Are you afraid? Lin Xian wore a smile that was neither here nor there, but his eyes held nothing but coldness, and his voice dripped with derision. The Lingyu sect leader, caught in the gaze of Lin Xian's indifference, was drenched in cold sweat. This man was, after all, the master of Wang Yin? How could this be? He had personally investigated, discovering that Wang Yin was merely an ordinary disciple within the Qingyang Sword Sect, residing on the unremarkable Starfall Peak, which ranked near the bottom. How could he possibly have such a formidable master? The strength of this white-clad sword immortal was such that, not only in the Qingyang Sword Sect, but throughout the entirety of the Tangqing Empire, there should not exist anyone of comparable might. The Lingyu sect leader's mind was nearly incapacitated. He was in a state of confusion, neglecting even the personal vendetta he harbored, awkwardly attempting to salvage the situation with a stammer. Elder, you jest. This is all a misunderstanding. How could I dare to jesting? Lin Xian interjected sharply. Who is jesting with you? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he struck once more with his sword, decisively and ruthlessly, granting the Lingyu sect leader no opportunity for defense. He was a fiercely protective individual. How could he not defend his own disciple? If one wishes to harm his disciple, they become his adversary. And Lin Xian was unfamiliar with the concept of mercy toward enemies. As for the Lingyu sect leader's display of weakness, it ultimately stemmed from Lin Xian's overwhelming strength. Had his might been insufficient, it was evident that the Lingyu sect's attitude would have undergone a dramatic transformation. It would not be the Lingyu sect that faced death, but rather himself and Wang Yin. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, Lin Xian offered no greeting, his sword descending with the swiftness of thunder, striking downwards. No one anticipated that he would be so tyrannical, initiating action without warning, leaving the Lingyu sect no time to react. Please, elder, wait. The Lingyu sect leader's anguished cry echoed, yet it failed to elicit even a glance of compassion from Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained indifferent. The time he granted had elapsed. Now, the lives of everyone in the Lingyu sect rested solely in fate's hands. The sword fell. Chapter 41. Now is the time for reasoning? It was too late. With a forceful strike, akin to the desires of the lord of the Lingyu sect, no one possessed the strength to contend. Under this assault, several elders at the king's realm were directly slain, while the sect leader himself was grievously injured, losing half of his arm, continuously spitting blood and collapsing weakly. The once vibrant and prosperous Lingyu sect's stronghold now lay in ruins. The mountain gate had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Countless disciples, caught in the aftermath of the sword's residual power, fled in panic, and the ground was stained with blood and filled with anguished cries. Those who survived prostrated themselves, pleading, "Forgive us, senior. We acknowledge our errors. Please spare us." In the Lingyu sect's plaza, chaos reigned. Observing this scene, Lin Xian found it amusing. These individuals truly had not taken their previous words to heart. Did they believe he would allow them the time to escape? The leader of the Lingyu sect, forcing a healing pill into his mouth, stood up with great difficulty, his voice trembling with indignation. "Senior, you have mercilessly slaughtered my Lingyu sect's members and created a massacre. Do you not fear the retribution of the other sects from the Seven Kingdoms? Is there no sense of right and wrong in your heart?" He accused vehemently. "I indeed harbor resentment towards your disciple for slaying my son. Yet it was your disciple who struck first. I merely sought to reclaim justice." Lin Xian was nearly amused, yet found the entire situation tedious. When he dispatched someone to retrieve the person, did he contemplate his own righteousness or the principles of right and wrong? All he uttered now was sheer nonsense. The so-called principles had always been founded upon the strength of one's fist. If one's fist was formidable, that was the only truth. Lin Xian had long recognized this. The current leader of the Lingyu sect, having no means to resist, merely feigned a posture of reason. Had his sword not been so sharp today, even if he held 1,000 justifications, the sect leader would not have granted him the opportunity to speak. Just then, the leader, who appeared to be in a state of despair, unwittingly revealed a glimmer of cruel delight and excitement in his eyes. Behind Lin Xian, An elderly man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage stealthily approached, extending his hand toward Lin Xian's nape. His hand resembled the claw of an eagle, imbued with a sinister power, inching closer, causing the leader of the Lingyu sect to flare his nostrils in exhilaration. Ancestor. The wind stirred without a sound. No one witnessed how Lin Xian moved. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared some distance away, while the elder who had stood in his original place found his round head rolling to the feet of the Lingyu sect's leader, his face still bearing the smirk of a schemer, forever frozen in a state of terror. Ancestor. The leader of the Lingyu sect was overwhelmed with grief, a heart-wrenching cry escaping his lips, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. That was their sect's ancestor, a being of the fifth realm of kings. How could he have perished so easily? The pain in the leader's heart was immense. And even the other disciples and elders who still had their wits about them were rendered speechless by shock. This was their ancestor, the very source of their confidence. Yet, he had been slain by a single sword strike. Was this a dream? Alas, the ancestral master has been struck down by a single sword? The words, uttered in a dreamlike whisper, conveyed a harrowing truth that shattered the profound silence enveloping the gathering. A wave of shock and terror descended simultaneously, rendering all disciples as though they had lost their closest kin, their hearts quaking with dread. Flee! A voice, unrecognized, heralded the onset of chaos. For every soul that fled, there were 10, 100 more. Countless disciples, forsaking the honor of their sect, were consumed by the primal instinct for survival, dashing away with their bodies smeared in blood. Desperate to escape, the farther they could run, the better. The Lingyu sect would surely be annihilated today. Many disciples, tears streaming down their faces, glanced back at what was once their revered sect, only to behold a wasteland. Who could have imagined that not long ago, the Lingyu sect, a paragon among the first-rate sects of the Dawn Empire, would be laid to waste by a solitary, enigmatic swordsman wielding but a single blade? Gazing upon the figure standing amidst the ruins, a chill coursed through the spines of many disciples, urging them to flee even faster. This scene, this individual, would undoubtedly haunt them for the remainder of their lives, perhaps even morphing into a manifestation of their innermost fears. Yet Lin Xian remained unfazed. He paid no heed to the panicked disciples, for those who had caught his attention would find no solace in survival. Senior. The master of the Lingyu sect stammered as Lin Xian's gaze fell upon him, the alarm bells ringing in his mind, instinctively grasping for a fleeting chance at survival. Noise. Lin Xian, however, was disinclined to listen to the final, desperate utterances of the doomed. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, its intent sharp, severing the head of the Lingyu sect's master, sending him to reunite with his ancestral forebears in the afterlife. Then, the wind ceased, and the sword stilled. Many elders breathed a sigh of relief, stealthily wiping the cold sweat from their brows. With the mastermind slain, surely this harbinger of death would cease his onslaught? Those elders who had previously rallied against the master, hurling insults at Wang Yin, now conveniently forgot their prior words, relentlessly cursing the fallen master for inviting such a harbinger of doom upon the Lingyu sect. However, their relief was short-lived. The sword hovering beside Lin Xian once more surged into action. By the time realization dawned upon the onlookers, it was too late. The explosive brilliance of the sword engulfed the entirety of the Lingyu sect, sealing the fate of all who remained within its bounds into eternal silence. A moment stretched into eternity. As the sword's radiance dissipated, the true visage of the Lingyu sect's stronghold gradually emerged. Those who bore witness could not help but gasp in astonishment. The mountain gate of the Lingyu sect had vanished. The entire gate, along with the task hall behind it, and the outer disciples' peak. Everything was obliterated. Amidst the suffocating ruins, the most striking figure remained that of the white-clad sword immortal. He walked through the remnants, untainted, as he floated away. The white-clad sword immortal moved with an ethereal lightness. Yet his presence was indelibly etched in the minds of all who beheld him. Indeed, it was a sight that would haunt them for eternity. One man, one sword, had eradicated a force that was considered a first-rate sect within the Dawn Empire. In the midst of the dust and desolation, someone cautiously swallowed hard and tremblingly retrieved a communication talisman from their storage pouch. It is I, bearing momentous news, indeed, news of great significance. The Lingyu sect of the Morning Dawn Empire has been utterly obliterated. The identity of the assailant remains shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that this individual, wielding a single sword, has laid waste to the Lingyu sect, akin to a sword immortal. Chapter 42. You hail from the Yuheng Sword Palace? In the borderlands of the Zhonglu Empire, after several days of arduous travel, Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination. This place is a border city known as Zhunsong City, strategically located adjacent to the Silver Frost Empire. Given the deteriorating relations between the Zhonglu Empire and the Silver Frost Empire in recent years, this city is heavily fortified. It is also the rendezvous point agreed upon by him, the esteemed Yuli Tian, and several disciples. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, Su Lianxing, who was residing in an inn within the city, sensed his presence and hurried to greet him, ushering him into the temporary lodging where they had gathered. Witnessing their master's safe return, the disciples stood up, their anxieties dissipating as they finally felt at ease. Although they had faith in Lin Xian, they were still unaware of the true extent of their master's power, and their worries were not unwarranted. Their journey to the Morning Dawn Empire had seen their master venture forth alone, armed solely with a sword. Moreover, the Lingyu sect, despite its downfall, was undeniably a more formidable force than the Qingyang Sword Sect. Wang Yan, feeling somewhat apprehensive, rose to inquire, "The Lingyu sect has been destroyed?" As Lin Xian's words hung in the air, the two simple syllables he uttered left his disciples in profound shock. Wang Yan and Su Lianxing exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment. The seemingly trivial statement from their master concealed the monumental significance of an entire sect's annihilation. How could such an event be deemed insignificant? This was no minor power. It was a sect far mightier than the Qingyang Sword Sect, reduced to naught by their master's hand. Such a feat was terrifying. At that moment, the three disciples were concurrently pondering a singular question. Just how formidable is our master? The Lingyu sect was not only superior to the Qingyang Sword Sect, but also boasted a venerable ancestor at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the Wang stage. A presence even more powerful than the Xianjian ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect. In the entire Tangxing Empire, only the royal family and the highest-tier sects could lay claim to a few such individuals. The disciples speculated wildly, but the one most profoundly affected was the esteemed Yuli Tian, who had yet to successfully reconstruct her physical form. She remained within the body of Chu Yuming, having regained consciousness in recent days and overheard the conversation among the disciples. Unlike her younger counterparts, Yuli Tian had once embodied the pinnacle of power. As a being of the heavenly sovereign realm, she had encountered numerous prodigies, far surpassing the experience of these novices. Each of those exceptional beings, when placed within the Xian domain, could sweep across the contemporary world. Even the foremost talents on the Xian ranking would pale in comparison. Yet, despite her lofty standards, she had never witnessed a prodigy of such magnitude. A being at the second realm of the Wang stage capable of annihilating a sect defended by a fifth realm ancestor? Could this truly be a prodigy born of the Xian domain? This was a first-rate sect, a dominant force within the Morning Dawn Empire. The foremost among the seven kingdoms, a truly elite power. Logically speaking, even a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the sixth realm would struggle to obliterate the Lingyu sect. While supreme combat prowess may indeed crush, let us not forget that the essence of a sect comprises far more than a mere handful of individuals. The Lingyu sect, apart from its venerable ancestor at the fifth realm, boasts several masters and elders at the fourth and third realms, with a plethora of powerful cultivators amounting to no fewer than 20 across its ranks. Otherwise, the Lingyu sect could hardly maintain its esteemed status as a first-rate power within the illustrious Morning Dawn Empire, reigning as the foremost among the seven nations. Moreover, the existence of their protective grand formation renders the Lingyu sect an impregnable fortress. Yet, astonishingly, this robust sect was annihilated. How much time did Lin Xian take for this feat? Merely the span of a single day. Even the venerable Yunjing, having witnessed countless prodigies, could not suppress a deep inhale. She had encountered talent before, but never had she beheld a genius of such extraordinary caliber. Was Lin Xian truly a paragon born of the Xian domain? Surely. Even the scions of the supreme imperial palaces and grand sacred grounds could not compare to this level of genius. As thoughts swirled within her mind, Yunjing struggled to quell the chaotic reverberations, stepping forth into the external realm. She offered Lin Xian a graceful bow, initiating a discussion of pressing matters. "Congratulations on your safe return, my friend. Regarding the matters we previously discussed, I have recently uncovered some insights." The group gathered around the table, listening intently as Yunjing, with a hint of nostalgia gracing her expression, began to recount her tale. "In my earlier days, I established a sect named the Yuheng Sword Palace. Fortune smiled upon it, for it endures to this day. Not only that, it has ascended to become one of the seven major sects of the Zhonglu Empire after years of development. Within the sect, three powerful figures of the royal realm preside, with the strongest being the deputy palace master, Hanyue, at the second realm." Wang Yan scratched his head, puzzled. If the deputy palace master is the strongest, then what of the palace master? Typically, the most potent figures within a sect are its masters, elders, and ancestors. Why is it that in the Yuheng Sword Palace, the deputy palace master reigns supreme? Chu Qiuming shot him a look of exasperation, rendered speechless. "Foolish. The palace master is Of course, a distant figure, yet ever present. Yunjing, unable to suppress a smile, lowered her gaze, warmth flickering in her eyes. From her inquiries, she learned that the authority within the Yuheng Sword Palace rests with the Deputy Palace Master, Han Yue, who has always identified herself as such since the sect's inception. The Palace Master, however, remains a mystery. No one has ever laid eyes upon her, and her existence is uncertain. While queries have arisen, they have been deftly quelled by Han Yue. Yet, unlike others, Yunjing is privy to the reasons behind Han Yue's self-identification. That once petulant girl, who would wail at the slightest provocation, has now grown capable of standing on her own. A thread of nostalgia escapes her lips, filled with fond reminiscence for an old friend. Upon learning that Han Yue was the sole Deputy Palace Master, she understood that time had passed, yet that girl never ceased to cherish her memory. Truly, Yunjing shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as she rose to her feet. Let us depart. Lin Xian has arrived, and we must set forth for the Yuheng Sword Palace. She found herself eager to reunite with that young girl once more. After years apart, she wondered what expression would grace her face upon their reunion. Yunjing was filled with anticipation. Upon the mention of the jade-balanced sword palace, the eyes of the celestial being Yunli shimmered with a gentle resolve as he spoke. I shall be away for a considerable time, with Taoist Lin by my side. I can consume the elixir to remold my physical form. I entrust the forthcoming journey to you, Taoist Lin. Naturally, Lin Xian had no objections. In the vicinity of the Zhonglu Empire, near the Xianmoon Forest, a voice echoed with a menacing finality. Cease your futile struggles, Chen Xiong, for your demise is imminent. You cannot escape, Chen Xiong. Shadows flitted through the tranquil woods, figures weaving in and out of the towering mountains. At the forefront was a burly man, his muscles taut and copper-hued skin marred by a tattered robe. Blood trickled down his beard, and though he gasped for breath, he pressed on, enduring the pain to quicken his pace. Judging by his fluctuating aura, he appeared to be at the first level of the King realm, a significant figure within the Zhonglu Empire, yet he found himself in this dire predicament. The two pursuers, both formidable at the second level of the King realm, closed in on him relentlessly. Despite Chen Xiong's desperate flight, the distance between them diminished rapidly, and it would not be long before he was overtaken. As Lin Xian sensed the commotion ahead, he cast his mind across the scene, absorbing every detail with an indifferent demeanor, choosing not to intervene as he typically refrained from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. In a fleeting moment, a disheveled figure burst forth from the woods. Upon catching sight of Lin Xian and his companions, he contemplated bypassing them to continue his flight, but instinctively sensed the aura emanating from Lin Xian. A king realm. A surge of hope washed over Chen Xiong, and he called out, Taoist, please, save me. If you assist me in escaping my enemies, I shall reward you with all that I possess. I would be eternally grateful. As he spoke, two more burly men, both at the king realm, emerged closely behind him. Upon noticing Lin Xian's unexpected presence and recognizing his cultivation level, they exchanged wary glances, their brows furrowing in caution. Yet, Lin Xian paid them no heed, ignoring their pleas for help as he continued his course without hesitation. While he had no fear of trouble, he was equally disinclined to invite conflict. Moreover, he found the worth of a first-level King Realm cultivator beneath his consideration. Lin Xian's pace remained unaltered, eliciting a flicker of despair on Chen Xiong's face. Overwhelmed with grief and indignation, he felt the severity of his injuries worsening, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. It would not be long before death awaited him on the path ahead. Is this fate's decree against me today? What a cruel twist of fortune. The two King Realm cultivators, witnessing Lin Xian's apparent prudence, felt a sense of relief and closed in on Chen Xiong with mocking smiles. Chen Xiong, cease your struggles. Your death is assured. Before you meet your end, allow me to share a revelation that is no secret. Those who conspired against the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace include not only my illusory feather sect, but also the Lingxiao sect. Have you not been curious about the identity of my companion? Today, I shall enlighten you. This is Elder Han Guang of the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect? Elder Han. Chen Xiong's expression shifted in shock, revealing a glimmer of despair in his eyes. The illusory feather sect's strength is, in fact, not much different from that of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. If it were merely the illusory feather sect, despair would not have enveloped him to such an extent. However, with the addition of the Lingxiao sect, a top-tier sect within the Zhonglu Empire, and the presence of a formidable fourth-level Wangjing expert, the comparison to the recently ascended Jade-Balanced Sword Palace is utterly disproportionate. He had not anticipated that the elder beside the illusory feather sect was, in fact, a member of the Lingxiao sect. Initially, he had speculated that it might have been someone from the Thundercloud Pavilion. No wonder Chen Xiong's expression was one of profound sorrow, his grip on the sword faltering as an overwhelming sense of despair and oppression threatened to engulf him. How could he possibly escape? What hope remained for him? At that moment, Lin Xian, who was preparing to leave, suddenly halted, casting a puzzled glance back at Qingyang. You hail from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? In Chapter 43, aren't you going to pay your respects to the Palace Master? Qingyang, enveloped in despair and resigned to his fate, was taken aback by Lin Xian's unexpected pause. He was momentarily stunned and had yet to respond when the two Wangjing pursuers turned their cold, hawkish gazes upon Lin Xian, their voices laced with menace. Friend, this is a private matter between the Lingxiao sect and the Illusory Feather sect. It does not concern you. We kindly ask that you leave at once to avoid unnecessary trouble. The warning was unmistakable. Their declaration of affiliation served as a reminder to Lin Xian to assess his own strength before meddling in affairs that could cost him dearly. With their words, they anticipated that Lin Xian would retreat. While the Illusory Feather sect might be inconsequential, the Lingxiao sect, being among the top-tier factions of the Zhonglu Empire, had few who dared to interfere with their matters. Yet, Lin Xian paid them no heed, raising a hand to lightly gesture towards the void, unleashing two invisible sword energies that shot forth with explosive force. Blood erupted forth. The two Wangjing experts, boastful of their status, had no time to react or defend themselves and fell lifelessly to the ground. The swift and lethal sword energy was accompanied by Lin Xian's indifferent voice, resonating with a domineering authority. Did I permit you to speak? As his words echoed, two bloodied heads rolled away, their eyes forever shut. Two Wangjing experts, both at the second level, had perished. Without a chance for rebuttal, they had met their end. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang stood frozen, his eyes filled with profound shock. How formidable! Despite the apparent similarity in their auras, how could one individual so effortlessly dispatch two second-level Wangjing experts? What extraordinary prowess was this? And at such a young age, when had the Zhonglu Empire given rise to such a figure? These were seasoned Wangjing experts who had plagued him for an extended period. Leaving him with no recourse, they were anything but ordinary. Thank you immensely for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. I, Qingyang, am willing to offer all my possessions in gratitude. In the presence of strength, respect is paramount. Even though Lin Xian appeared remarkably youthful, he was still a senior. And given the life-saving grace he had bestowed, Qingyang uttered the term with genuine respect. While expressing his gratitude, he began to retrieve his storage bag, intending to present all his valuables as a token of appreciation, but Lin Xian simply raised a hand to decline his offerings. Are you from the Qingyang Sword Palace? Lin Xian inquired once more. Qingyang dismissed his own background, feeling it unworthy, and extended his hand to rescue another solely for the mention of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Qingyang quickly realized, nodding affirmatively, in response to your esteemed presence, I am Qingyang, the second elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this venerable elder had ties with their sacred palace? If so, he had indeed stumbled upon great fortune. Lin Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone light and buoyant. Precisely, just as he was about to articulate further, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air, prompting a grin to spread across his face. Do you truly comprehend why I intervened on your behalf? The latter part of his inquiry was directed at Qingyang. What? Qingyang stammered. Might you elaborate, esteemed elder? At that moment, as his words faded, the figure of Chu Yumeng, who had fallen nearby, suddenly illuminated with a look of delight. My master has awakened. A figure draped in white appeared beside Chu Yumeng, no longer a mere spirit, but a corporeal being. Ethereal as a celestial maiden, evoking an air of reverence that made one hesitant to gaze directly upon her. The venerable Yun Li had successfully restored her physical form. The divine elixir had spared her the arduous process of rebuilding, allowing her to reclaim her humanity. The aura surrounding the venerable Yun Li was profound and unfathomable, akin to a vast abyss. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Yoming's gaze towards Lin Xian brimmed with gratitude. Before the venerable Yun Li could express her elation at regaining her physical form, Lin Xian pointed towards her while addressing Qingyang. With a hint of jest, he remarked, as an elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace, should you not pay your respects to the Palace Master? Chapter 44, The Avatar Descends. What a remarkable coincidence. To rescue a member of the Qingyang Sword Palace, just as the venerable Yun Li awakens. What? The Palace Master? Qingyang's expression turned bewildered as he gazed at the venerable Yun Li in disbelief. Offering a salute was trivial, he would gladly prostrate himself, for she had saved his life. However, the very notion of a Palace Master was perplexing. Since his entry into the sect, he had never encountered the Palace Master and had no knowledge of her existence, nor would he dare to question the Deputy Palace Master, Han Yu. Yet now, a figure had suddenly emerged, claiming to be the Palace Master of the Qingyang Sword Palace. How could he accept such a revelation? Meanwhile, the venerable Yun Li, having received a quiet explanation from Chu Yumeng, began to grasp the situation. She had no intention of making things difficult for Qin. Instead, she smiled and tossed him a jade tablet. Do you recognize this item? Upon its arrival, Qin hastily caught it, and as he beheld its design, his pupils dilated in astonishment. He was all too familiar with this jade tablet. It closely resembled the one worn by Deputy Palace Master Han Yu. Yet this one bore even more ornate and regal patterns. Cautiously, he probed it with a thread of spiritual energy, sensing the familiar energy patterns within, along with the unique aura of the Yuheng Sword Palace, dispelling any doubts he harbored. Elder Qin of the Yuheng Sword Palace pays his respects to the Palace Master. Without hesitation, Qin performed a deep bow, his heart brimming with excitement. Before him stood an enchanting celestial figure, the very Palace Master of the Yuheng Sword Palace, whose name he had only heard but never seen. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that his words trembled. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt an irresistible force gently lift him, preventing him from kneeling. Qin stared in astonishment, only to see the delicate hand of the Celestial Venerable Yun Li retracting slowly. The Celestial Venerable gently shook her head, saying, "There's no need to kneel before me. Simply rise and speak." Her gaze fell upon the token in Qin's hand, and a warm flicker of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. Initially, she had never envisioned the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace becoming such a formidable force, nor had she provided Han Yu with much guidance or resources. The arduous journey to elevate the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace to its current stature, ranking among the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire, was a struggle known only to Han Yu. At that moment, Qin was filled with astonishment. Not only was the Palace Master as beautiful as a celestial being, but the aura of her realm left him with no thoughts of resistance. Was she at the 5th level of the King realm? Perhaps even higher? Before he could contemplate this, he heard the Celestial Venerable's smiling inquiry. Is that little girl Han Yu currently within the sect? Is everything well with the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace? And those 2 individuals, why are they pursuing you? Speak freely. I shall advocate on your behalf. Little girl? Qin shivered at the thought. After all, she was the Palace Master. Who else would dare refer to that renowned ice beauty as little girl? He swallowed hard. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Deputy Master is currently absent from the sect. As for the reason those 2 are hunting me down, it's a lengthy tale. He hurriedly recounted the events, striving to keep his explanation concise. Eventually, Lin Xian and the others grasped the situation. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The Zhonglu Empire ranks among the lower tier in the 7 nations of Yingwe, with only 7 top sections. The Illusory Feather Sect and the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace both belong to the 7 sects of Zhonglu, with the former possessing slightly greater strength. One sect is situated in the north, while the other lies in the south, and they rarely intersect, making any conflict between disciples unlikely, a relationship devoid of enmity. However, the allure of wealth can stir the heart. Recently, the Burning Heaven secret realm opened, and 2 elders from the sects clashed in a fierce struggle for treasure, both sustaining injuries in the process. Upon leaving the secret realm, each elder held their own narrative, unable to discern right from wrong. Nevertheless, the elder from the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was fortunate enough to obtain the treasure. Consumed by resentment, the elder from the Illusory Feather Sect, upon exiting the secret realm, allied with several other King Realm members to descend upon the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, coercing them to surrender the prized possession. Naturally, the elders of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace would not acquiesce, resulting in an inevitable conflict. Although the Illusory Feather Sect boasted 4 King Realm members, Princess Han Yu, with her formidable strength, single-handedly faced 2 opponents, and even gained the upper hand against the sect's Master and Deputy Master, ultimately driving them back with force. Reluctantly, the Illusory Feather Sect departed, but the matter did not conclude there. Just days ago, the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace received covert intelligence indicating that the Illusory Feather Sect intended to join forces with the Thundercloud Pavilion, another of the 7 sects, to strike against the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. The Thundercloud Pavilion, ranking above the Illusory Feather Sect, also surpassed the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace in strength. Should the Thundercloud Pavilion enter this conflict, the situation would become exceedingly precarious for the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Upon learning of this, Han Yu would not sit idly by. She made a swift decision to send Qin to Cangnan City in search of aid. Cangnan and the Yuheng Sword Palace have always maintained a cordial relationship. Although not one of the 7 sects, it occupies a uniquely significant position. Within its city resides but a single King Mirror, who also happens to be the Lord of Cangnan, having reached the 3rd level of the King Realm. His distinctive cultivation method renders him extraordinarily powerful, making even the 7 sects hesitant to provoke him lightly. Meanwhile, Han Yu promptly set off towards the Silver Frost Empire, where a royal-level sect known as Qingfeng Valley exists. This sect owes a favor to the Yuheng Sword Palace, and if Han Yue could persuade them with this debt. Even if the illusory Feathergate and the Thundercloud Pavilion were to join forces, the Yuhing Sword Palace would stand unafraid. However, unexpectedly, Chen Xiong encountered an ambush by 2 King Realm assassins on his journey to Cangnan. One of them was an elder from the illusory Feathergate, while the other, though unfamiliar, was a second-level King Realm expert, far beyond his capability to contend with. Had it not been for Lin Xian, he would surely have met his demise. Initially, he presumed that the unfamiliar King Mirror assassin was dispatched by the Thundercloud Pavilion, only to discover that it was actually from the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect. Upon learning this, Chen Xiong nearly lost his composure. Unlike the Thundercloud Pavilion or the illusory Feathergate, Lingxiao sect ranks among the top 3 super sects in the Zhonglu Empire. How could they ally with the illusory Feathergate solely to target the Yuhing Sword Palace? In that moment, despair enveloped Chen Xiong. If the illusory Feathergate had allied with the Thundercloud Pavilion, the Yuhing Sword Palace might have still possessed a fighting chance. But with the Thundercloud Pavilion transformed into the Lingxiao sect, what could the Yuhing Sword Palace possibly do? Even combined, they would not be a match for Lingxiao sect. Should Lingxiao sect truly join forces with the illusory Feathergate, any plea for assistance from the Yuhing Sword Palace would be utterly futile and devoid of significance. Even if the Lord of Cangnan and Qingfeng Valley extended their hands in aid, it would be of no avail. In summary, Chen Xiong shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. The deputy palace master had exerted every effort, and the Yuhing Sword Palace had mobilized all available forces. Yet they were no match for Lingxiao sect. He felt a deep sense of despair. Thus, Lin Xian and his companions managed to untangle the web of connections, gaining a clearer understanding of the power distribution within the Zhonglu Empire. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian took out a black jade containing a shadow clone and handed it to Chen Xiong, instructing him, "You shall go to the illusory Feathergate, and, upon arrival, crush this jade." Chen Xiong caught the black jade, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xian's command. Him? To the illusory Feathergate? As a mere first-level King Mirror? Would he even survive the encounter? However, upon meeting Lin Xian's gaze, he tightly grasped the black jade and resolutely nodded, "Yes, I shall obey." This man was his savior, and the palace master of the Yuhing Sword Palace stood beside him. It was evident they shared a profound bond and would not wish him harm. Moreover, his life had been saved by Lin Xian, and he trusted that this elder would not send him on a futile errand. With that, Chen Xiong took the black jade, clasped his fists in farewell to the group, and departed. Observing his noble resolve, one might think he was marching to his own demise. Though he did not believe Lin Xian would lead him to certain death, a sense of apprehension lingered, as he was venturing alone into the illusory Feathergate. He hurried along, finally arriving at the stronghold of the illusory Feathergate in what he deemed the swiftest time possible. Chen Xiong did not conceal his presence, nor possessed any techniques for doing so. Upon his arrival, the formidable members of the illusionary Feather Sect almost immediately sensed his aura. "Who dares trespass upon the gates of our illusionary Feather Sect?" 3 streams of light cut through the air, landing decisively before the gates, radiating immense power. No, it was not 3, but 4. Following the 3 auras of the King Realm, a 4th stream of light shot forth, landing behind the sect leader and vice leader of the illusionary Feather Sect. However, this individual was not clad in the sect's attire nor bore its insignia. In total, there were 4, all at the king level. A chill ran through Chen Xiong, and he clenched his jaw, suppressing the fear and confusion swelling within him. For great kings, had it not been for Lin Xian's instructions, he would never have dared to come alone. Faced with the combined onslaught of 4 kings, he would have no chance of escape. Yet, among these 4, only 3 belonged to the illusionary Feather Sect. Who was the unfamiliar king? The Lingxiao sect? They had already dispatched a king to eliminate him, only to meet a tragic end at Lin Xian's hands. Were they truly sending 2 kings to assist the illusionary Feather Sect against the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace? With a slow exhale, Chen Xiong steeled himself. He reassured himself, regardless, the palace master and Elder Lin would not wish him harm. The 4 kings of the illusionary Feather Sect emerged, their overwhelming power palpable. One of the kings stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chen Xiong, suddenly bursting into a cold laugh. "Chen Xiong, you are still alive? Truly remarkable luck." This man was none other than the sect leader of the illusionary Feather Sect. At the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the King Realm, he was a formidable force, on par with the enchanting Cold Moon Fairy. Though not as powerful as her, the sharpness of his aura still sent shivers down Chen Xiong's spine. He suppressed his unease, retorting, "What, my survival disappoints you?" The sect leader scoffed derisively, his gaze toward Chen Xiong akin to that of a predator observing a dying beast, filled with disdain as he waved his hand dismissively. "The foolish bravado of an ignorant child is somewhat amusing. Although I know not how you escaped from Elder Han, Your audacity to come to my illusionary feather sect suggests you seek death. A murderous glare flashed in his eyes, his aura surging to its zenith as he launched an assault, his countenance twisted with ferocity and bloodlust. You have come today. There is no escape. Prepare to pay with your life. As the sect leader's words echoed, the other two kings coordinated their attack, encircling Qingyang from three directions, effectively sealing off his escape routes. In that moment, Qingyang was indeed fearful. Yet, swifter than his fear was his hand. With a barely audible crack, the black jade given to him by Lin Xian shattered, and a shadow as dark as ink suddenly manifested, standing before Qingyang. This shadow was Lin Xian, or rather, it was Lin Xian's shadow clone. The appearance of the shadow clone caught the immediate attention of the illusionary feather sect's leaders. The sudden emergence of this figure did not alert any of them, but it stood before Qingyang. Was it a technique? No, there was no aura of any technique. Nor did it resemble a spiritual tool or spirit. What, then, was this entity? Who are you? Sneaking about, why do you hide your true form? Are you afraid to reveal yourself? But Lin Xian paid him no heed. Upon landing, the shadowy figure wasted no time and unleashed a lethal strike towards the master of the illusionary feather sect. He intended to hold nothing back. With a single move, he sought to extinguish his adversary's life. In an instant, a vast brilliance of sword light erupted, engulfing the master of the illusionary feather sect entirely. There were no screams, no curses, and not a sound to be heard. As the blinding light dissipated, the once vibrant master of the illusionary feather sect had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind, let alone a life. The master of the illusionary feather sect was dead. Everyone present, including Qingyang, stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The master of the illusionary feather sect was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the second realm of kings, a notable figure within the entire Zhonglu Empire. Yet, after a single stroke, both his physical form and his reputation had been obliterated. The two other kings in the vicinity, along with the unfamiliar king, were equally engulfed in profound shock. A master slain in a single strike? What kind of power was this? Such strength would even surpass the abilities of the ancestral figures within their sects. The identity of this mysterious king left the spirit of the Lingxiao sect elder, who had come to discuss post-destruction benefits following the annihilation of the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, in deep contemplation. His companion, dispatched to hunt down Qingyang, had yet to return, and while he had not concluded his negotiations, the absurdity of the situation was beyond comprehension. What was the true origin of this shadowy youth? Qingyang's astonishment and confusion mirrored that of the others. He was aware that the elder who had saved him was powerful, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. The resemblance of the shadowy figure to the elder was unmistakable. It was clearly a mere doppelganger, yet it could effortlessly dispatch a sect master, a seasoned powerhouse of the second realm of kings. How formidable must the elder himself be? In that moment, the presence of the shadow instilled a sense of trepidation, leaving the entire assembly in hushed silence, not a soul daring to make a move. After vanquishing the master of the illusionary feather sect, Lin Xian's voice emerged softly from within the shadow. Within 7 days, the illusionary feather sect and the Lingxiao sect must each bring 10 million spirit stones to the Jade-balanced Sword Palace as reparations. Otherwise, neither the illusionary feather sect nor the Lingxiao sect shall have a reason to exist. Remember, this is a matter of urgency, limited to 7 days. As his words echoed, Lin Xian's figure dissipated, the dark shadow transforming into a black jade, once more resting in Qingyang's hands. Even surrounded by 3 kings, a profound sense of security washed over Qingyang, all thanks to the black jade bestowed upon him by Lin Xian. One could only ponder, should he crush the black jade, who among them would survive? With the prowess of Senior Lin's avatar, neither the 2 kings of the Feathered Gate nor the sage of the Lingxiao sect could withstand a single strike from his sword. He surveyed his surroundings, leaving no words behind, akin to a messenger conveying orders, before turning and departing with tranquility, and not a single soul dared to impede him. At the moment he distanced himself from the Feathered Gate, Qingyang nearly lost his composure in exhilaration. Venturing alone into the Feathered Gate, confronting 5 kings, slaying 1, and departing unscathed, with none daring to obstruct him. What is true strength if not this? What embodies dominance if not this? The elders of the Feathered Gate, the deputy sect master, and the elder from the Lingxiao sect were left in silence, exchanging glances as they processed the event. Eventually, the deputy sect master, the highest-ranking individual present, broke the stalemate. Elder Zhou, what should we do next? Ask me, who should I inquire? Elder Zhou shot a cold glance at the deputy sect master, pondering how he would report back to the sect leader about the death of a king. Such a loss would be unacceptable, even for the Lingxiao sect. Preoccupied with his own troubles, he had no time to concern himself with the Feathered Gate's affairs. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and exited the feathered gate, determined to return to the Lingxiao sect immediately to inform the leader that the Yuheng Sword Palace, regardless of past circumstances, would henceforth be a force they could not afford to provoke. After Elder Zhou's departure, a bitter smile crept upon the deputy sect master's lips. The sect leader had fallen, and now they were compelled to compensate with 10 million spirit stones. Even for one of the 7 great sects, the Feathered Gate, 10 million spirit stones was no trifling sum. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? They had yet to confront the Yuheng Sword Palace and were already embroiled in this predicament. At the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, as the grand competition among the 7 nations approached, the high-ranking members of the Lingxiao sect, except for those in secluded meditation, gathered in the main hall to discuss the upcoming tournament. The competition among the 7 nations was of paramount importance, and the Lingxiao sect regarded it with utmost seriousness. In contrast, the matter of forming an alliance with the Feathered Gate to confront the Yuheng Sword Palace was deemed trivial. None of the high-ranking members of the Lingxiao sect considered this a pressing issue. The Yuheng Sword Palace, a feeble entity barely managing to maintain its status among the 7 sects, was viewed with disdain. Even a few elders from the Lingxiao sect could easily obliterate it. Just as their discussions reached a fervent peak, a figure abruptly intruded into the hall. Elder Zhou, returning from the Feathered Gate. His countenance bore the weight of grave news. The sect leader and the high-ranking members of the Lingxiao sect exchanged surprised glances. Was Elder Zhou's return too swift? Could it be that the Feathered Gate had been so accommodating, resolving the matter of profit distribution with such expediency? Yet, it was the Feathered Gate that had sought out the Lingxiao sect, and given the latter's overwhelming strength. The Feathered Gate had little room to voice objections even if they were to receive a greater share of the benefits. Elder Zhou, how have you returned so soon? Has the negotiation with the Feathered Gate concluded? Elder Zhou listened intently, shaking his head with a stern expression as he bowed respectfully to the sect leader, speaking candidly. Sect leader, a calamity has befallen us. Elder Han has tragically fallen, and I must briefly recount the matter concerning the Shadow of Darkness. His tone grew grave as he concluded his account. The audacious individual demands that you personally bring 10 million spirit stones to the Yuheng Sword Palace as an apology. Or else they threaten to annihilate our Lingxiao sect. Preposterous. How dare they? Do they think our Lingxiao sect is a mere triviality? Who do they believe they are? Elder Zhou's words ignited a tempest of outrage. In that moment, it was not just the sect leader who was incensed. All the senior elders echoed his fury. Their faces flushed with indignation at the contempt shown towards them. This was no mere provocation. This was a profound humiliation. How could they, the Lingxiao sect, be treated with such disdain? Even the top 2 sects of the entire Conglu Empire would never dare to speak so brazenly to them, lest they spark turmoil within the realm. The Lingxiao sect was no small faction but ranked among the top 3 sects, boasting a multitude of powerful figures within its ranks. How could any insignificant person dare to threaten them so casually? Elder Zhou observed the fury of his former colleagues, yet he remained silent, scoffing inwardly at their words. They were unaware of the true power of the young man in the black robe. Otherwise, even with their bravado, they would not have dared to utter such threats. The clamor of indignation persisted, but Elder Zhou paid it no mind. Instead, he retrieved a recording stone from his storage pouch and handed it to the sect leader. Choosing not to elaborate further, the sect leader, still seething with anger, took the recording stone and instinctively probed it with his spiritual sense. The moment he did, silence enveloped him. In an instant, the leader, who had been brimming with wrath, deflated like a punctured balloon. All his fury dissipating as he stared vacantly at the recording stone, his pupils trembling as if witnessing something extraordinary. Silence reigned. The once palpable anger was now replaced by profound stillness. Prepare 10 million spirit stones. I shall personally visit the Yuheng Sword Palace to offer my apologies. At this moment, all the enraged elders were left dumbfounded. Had they misheard? This was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated the sect leader would assertively send someone to Yuheng Sword Palace to demand an explanation. Instead, the leader was truly contemplating taking spirit stones to apologize. What did this signify? Confusion spread among the elders. Yet as they observed the sect leader's enigmatic expression, some began to realize. Instinctively glancing at the recording stone clutched in his hand. From the moment he had viewed the stone, his demeanor had shifted. Previously, he had shared their anger, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to disrespect the Lingxiao sect. But now there was clearly something amiss with the recording stone. The eyes of several elders burned with intensity. The Lingxiao sect leader did not intend to keep them in suspense. He remained silent. Yet he tossed the recording stone into their midst. The flying stone, captured in midair, was struck by spiritual energy and shattered, instantly releasing the scene within. In the image, a solitary young man clad in black robes stood, surrounded by approaching figures, The elders of Lingxiao sect recognized him at once. He was the leader of the illusory feather sect, along with several elders, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of the king realm. Before they could even voice their thoughts, the black-robed youth calmly drew a sword and, with a single stroke, swiftly dispatched the grotesque leader of the illusory feather sect, the speed of which was so astonishing that it scarcely took a breath. In that instant, the entire hall of Lingxiao sect fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 46. Ancestor. Something grave has occurred. The elders stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. To slay a perfected second-tier king realm expert with a single sword strike? Surely even their esteemed ancestor could not accomplish such a feat. What kind of strength was this? Most alarmingly, some sharp-eyed elders discerned that the deceased was none other than the leader of the illusory feather sect, and the slayer appeared to be merely a projection. At this juncture, Elder Zhou spoke up. This must be a projection, summoned by an elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace using a peculiar stone. This declaration plunged the senior members into an indescribable shock. If such power could be wielded by a mere projection, how formidable must the true entity be? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. One elder promptly rose and proclaimed, "Sect Master, I shall immediately arrange for 10 million spirit stones to be sent to the Qingyang Sword Palace." They were not foolish, nor did they doubt the veracity of the Shadow's words. If they failed to present the 10 million spirit stones as an offering of apology, they feared that should the Shadow descend upon Lingxiao sect, the consequences would be dire. The sect master, weary yet resolute, waved his hand to dismiss the meeting. Alone in the hall, he contemplated the visage of the black-robed youth, his gaze inscrutable as he exhaled slowly. The absence of any sect insignia and the unfamiliarity of his demeanor, coupled with an unprecedented sword technique, suggested that he was likely not from the Zhonglu Empire. Yet, how could such a powerhouse possibly be connected to the Qingyang Sword Palace? He was baffled, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the Tangqing Empire, at Qingyang Sword Sect, the elders of Lingyu's sect were restless. Without the presence of their elder for a single day, they found no peace. Their resentment towards Lin Xian and his disciples intensified. Feeling unjustly burdened by the troubles he had brought upon Qingyang Sword Sect, they could not fathom why the sect master and ancestor allowed Lin Xian and his disciples to depart unchallenged. In their opinion, they should have apprehended them, and upon the arrival of Lingyu's sect, handed them over to quell the anger and prevent any backlash against Qingyang Sword Sect. Now, they could only pray that Lingyu's sect would not misplace their ire upon Qingyang Sword Sect after Lin Xian and his companions had severed ties with them. The elder of the Xian sword had abandoned any thoughts of seclusion, choosing instead to remain vigilant at the sect, awaiting the potential crisis. Ancestor, Sect Master, a grave matter has arisen. An informant disciple from Qingyang Sword Sect rushed in, breathless and filled with a peculiar excitement, upon encountering Elder Xianjian and Sect Master Xianyang. The leader of the Qingyang sect furrowed his brows slightly and admonished, "What has transpired? Why such a flurry of agitation? This is hardly befitting." The informant, panting heavily, struggled to catch his breath before hastily reporting, "Master, an incident involving our ancestor has occurred. The Lingyu sect has been annihilated." What? The expression of the Xian sword ancestor shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, fixating his gaze intently on the disciple. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed." The informant hurriedly clarified. "It is said that it was destroyed some time ago. The entire sect has been reduced to ruins, with disciples either perishing or fleeing. The news from the distant Tangqing Empire arrived late, which is why we are only now informed." The elder from the Lingyu sect, who intended to come to our sword sect to retrieve someone, turned back midway, and now their whereabouts are unknown. They say it was an unparalleled sword cultivator, who single-handedly vanquished the Lingyu sect, slaughtering nearly all of its high-ranking members, including the sect's ancestor. Everyone is dead. What? Both the Xian sword ancestor and the Xianyang sect leader were taken aback, their hearts filled with shock. The ancestor of the Lingyu sect was a formidable existence at the 5th level of the king realm, reportedly just a step away from the 6th level. How could he have perished so suddenly, without even a chance to escape? Taking a deep breath, the Xian sword ancestor felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. The unpredictability of the world is truly alarming. Even the Lingyu sect, which was considerably stronger than the Qingyang Sword Sect, was obliterated overnight. In this moment, the Xian sword ancestor increasingly felt that his initial choice had been the right one. This world is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to a fate as tragic as that of the Lingyu sect. Choices are paramount above all else. Yet, it remains a mystery how the Lingyu sect managed to provoke such an extraordinary sword cultivator. In light of this, Lin Xian and his disciples have indeed averted disaster. After dismissing the reporting disciple, the Xianyang sect leader let out a sigh. He always believed that the sect should not forsake Lin Xian and his disciple Wang Yan. But as the sect leader, he knew that significant matters were ultimately decided by the Xin Sword ancestor. The news of the Lingyu sect's destruction quickly spread throughout the Tangqing Empire, and Lu Tianqing also received the information. At that moment, he was still processing the residual effects of the medicinal pills, and upon hearing the news, his eyes suddenly widened, a shadow of gloom crossing his brow. What an unexpected stroke of fortune, he thought to himself. The master of the Tianjian Peak approached, gently shaking his head at Lu Tianqing. They are merely a pack of defeated dogs, unworthy of concern. What matters most now is the grand tournament of the Seven Kingdoms. Lu Tianqing nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath to center himself, yet he couldn't suppress a sarcastic remark. Rest assured, master, I bear no desire to settle scores with them. However, should fortune favor me with another encounter, I shall ensure their demise. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, harboring lingering resentment over the humiliation he suffered when Lin Xian's 3 disciples bested him, leaving him embarrassed in the sect's grand competition. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Moreover, do remember the guidance imparted by the esteemed ancestor during this period. Do not let him down. The ancestor harbors great expectations for you. Steady your spirit and fully absorb the essence of the 2 one-pattern dragon soul pills, leaving no remnants behind. The esteemed Xinjian ancestor has invested considerable resources, vowing that you shall shine brilliantly in the grand competition of the 7 nations, ensuring the name of the Qingyang Sword Sect resonates throughout all realms. Lu Tianqing nodded slightly, closing his eyes once more to absorb the medicinal power, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Although this significant enhancement does not stem solely from his innate talent, what of it? He feels no shame, but rather a profound sense of satisfaction, such as fate. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, despite their remarkable gifts, now find themselves far outpaced by him. He understands that, should they clash again, he could easily defeat them in the grand competition of the 7 nations. He is determined to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect and secure a position within the top 100, if not higher. As for them, they shall never again have the opportunity to compete on the same stage as him. Chapter 47. The enemy approaches. Previously pursued, Chen Xiong had fled far from the Yuheng Sword Palace, which is why Lin Xian encountered him at a considerable distance from the palace. As Lin Xian and his companions made their way to the Yuheng Sword Palace, the Cold Moon Ferry traversed thousands of miles and arrived at the Silver Frost Empire. In Qingfeng Valley. Qingfeng Valley is nestled within a lush valley abundant in wind spiritual energy, primarily cultivating the wood path, showcasing considerable strength. The Cold Moon Fairy did not wait long before meeting the master of Qingfeng Valley. She candidly conveyed the predicament facing the Yuheng Sword Palace, expressing some anxiety as she revealed the purpose of her visit. She requested merely the assistance of Qingfeng Valley, which would repay the favor owed to her from years past. Additionally, the Cold Moon Fairy produced several jade vials containing numerous precious elixirs. The aura emanating from these vials attested to the immense value of the contents within. To persuade the master of Qingfeng Valley, the Cold Moon Fairy had indeed invested heavily. Listening intently, the master of Qingfeng Valley furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. The Cold Moon Fairy, too, felt her heart sink, uncertain of the outcome, though the master of Qingfeng Valley owed her a significant favor. The trouble confronting the Yuheng Sword Palace was indeed grave. A slight misstep could lead to their annihilation. If she were not utterly desperate, she would not have resorted to such measures. However, after a moment of contemplation, the master of Qingfeng Valley gently shook his head at the Cold Moon Fairy. I am sorry, Cold Moon Fairy, but I cannot acquiesce to this matter. He sighed softly, exuding a sense of melancholy and helplessness. The conflict between the Yuheng Sword Palace and the Illusionary Feather Sect is a dispute between sects, a conflict within your Zhonglu Empire. As an external power, Qingfeng Valley cannot intervene. Furthermore, the favor I owe you is personal, not a debt of Qingfeng Valley. Should I assist you now and become embroiled in your struggle with the Illusionary Feather Sect, it would be perceived that Qingfeng Valley is also participating. I cannot risk the future of my sect. If you face other difficulties, I would be willing to assist you. His words bore the weight of righteousness. Yet upon closer reflection, it became evident that his objections were merely excuses born from reluctance. In his perspective, he indeed owed a considerable favor to the Cold Moon Fairy back in the day. Yet that favor was not substantial enough to compel him to offend the 2 major sects, the Illusory Feather Sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion. For the sake of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, although he was the master of the Clear Wind Valley, the valley was not solely under his jurisdiction. Furthermore, it was inconceivable to him that he would embroil the Clear Wind Valley in a sectarian conflict merely to repay a personal debt. Master Yang, seeing the urgency in the Cold Moon Fairy's demeanor, furrowed his brow and prepared to speak again, but the master of Clear Wind Valley waved his hand, interrupting her. There is no need for further discussion, Cold Moon Fairy. My decision is resolute. You may take your leave. Subsequently, he retrieved a precious item from his storage pouch and tossed it to the Cold Moon Fairy. Consider this as a means to settle the favor I owe you from years past. As she caught the item and gazed upon its exquisite beauty, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Indeed, Master Yang spoke the truth. The item was indeed valuable, yet with the impending doom of her sect, what worth did treasures hold? However, the master of Clear Wind Valley had clearly shut his door to her, signaling his unwillingness to engage further. Even if she were to plead endlessly, it would be in vain. Despair enveloped her as she clenched her hands tightly, gritting her teeth as she departed. Now, her only hope rested with Elder Xuan, praying he could summon the Lord of Tsangnan City. Otherwise, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace was in grave peril. With the Clear Wind Valley refusing to intervene, the Cold Moon Fairy made no further attempts to sway Master Yang and hastened back to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Upon her return to the sect, she did so without rousing any disciples. Yet witnessing the harmonious atmosphere within the sect caused her heart to ache. Her expression clouded in sorrow. How could the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, for which she had stood vigil for so long, fall into ruin before her return? Yet, what could she do? Within the council chamber of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, all the elders, including the Supreme Elder and the Steward, had gathered, their faces etched with anxiety and despair. Just then, upon seeing the Cold Moon Fairy's return, they turned their gazes toward her, urgently inquiring, Deputy Palace Master, what news do you bring? Is Clear Wind Valley willing to assist us? The Cold Moon Fairy initially fell silent, then took her seat and shook her head. Her silence cast a shadow over the elder who had asked, whose face quickly paled as he returned to his seat, looking ashen. What shall we do now? The Cold Moon Fairy's lips twisted in bitterness, as despair pervaded the council chamber, enveloping it in a mournful atmosphere. She forced a faint smile and asked with a heavy heart, what has been the response from our disciples? They remain unaware of the situation, one elder replied. Elder Li and I have kept the news contained. The collaboration between the Illusory Feather Sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion has not yet leaked. One elder, initially responding, then continued with a glimmer of hope. Does Clear Wind Valley truly refuse to aid us? We can offer spirit stones. We can provide pills. Anything we possess. Before the Cold Moon Fairy could reply, a stern-faced elder interjected with a heavy sigh. It is already futile. Even if Clear Wind Valley were to change its mind now, it would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, the Cold Moon Fairy was taken aback, perplexed by the statement. What do you mean by that, Deputy Palace Master? You may not be aware, but shortly after your departure, our informants relayed news back. It is not the Thundercloud Pavilion collaborating with the Illusory Feather Sect, but rather the Lingxiao Sect. What? The Lingxiao Sect? The celestial maiden of the Cold Moon could hardly believe her ears. Her expression one of shock as if struck by lightning. How could it be the Lingxiao Sect? The despair she felt was already profound, having been cornered by two sects. And now, with the Thundercloud Pavilion aligning itself with the Lingxiao Sect, her sense of hopelessness deepened, leaving her heart feeling as if it were turned to ashes. Was there truly any salvation left for the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? It felt as though the heavens sought to obliterate them. Yet, this was not the most disheartening aspect. What about Elder Qingyang? After his departure, there had been no word from him, and the likely outcome loomed ominously, though he did not voice this thought. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the air, understood by all. Silence enveloped the hall, a grave stillness pervading as despair seeped into their souls. This situation was irrevocably dire, insurmountable. With the combined forces of the Illusory Feather Sect and the Lingxiao Sect, what could the Jade Balanced Sword Palace possibly wield to combat them? Their lives? Yet, even that would likely prove futile. At that moment, the celestial maiden of the Cold Moon abruptly lifted her gaze. Her countenance shifting as she soared from the council chamber without hesitation, standing outside the main peak with a furrowed brow, gazing intently at the horizon. The other elders hastily followed, their expressions immediately changing as they sensed a powerful presence approaching from beyond the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Among them, one aura surpassed 10 others. Activate the protective formation. Instruct the disciples to take their positions, ensuring the lower-ranked members hide. The forces of the Illusory Feather Sect and the Lingxiao Sect were arriving. They quickly made arrangements and rushed alongside the Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon to the mountain gate, but upon their arrival, they froze in shock. Before the mountain gate stood 3 figures from the Illusory Feather Sect. Though the sect leader was absent, the vice leader and others were present. The Lingxiao Sect had gathered a full 10 formidable figures, including their sect leader. The hearts of the elders and the Celestial Maidens sank, despair etched across their faces. Separated by the protective formation, the Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon took a deep breath, her expression resolute, prepared to sacrifice herself for righteousness. However, Before she could unsheath her weapon, she saw the Lingxiao sect's leader act swiftly. Though perplexingly, he bore no weapon. Instead, he retrieved 2 storage rings and, from a distance, offered a respectful bow toward the jade-balanced sword palace and the celestial maiden of the cold moon. Chapter 48. The astonished celestial maiden of the cold moon, the Lingxiao sect, and the illusory feather sect have complied with the request, delivering spirit stones totaling 20 million. We humbly ask you, celestial maiden of the cold moon, to accept these to resolve the misunderstandings between our factions. This statement, imbued with sincere apology, left all members of the jade-balanced sword palace, including the celestial maiden, momentarily speechless. What was happening? According to whose request? 20 million spirit stones for them. One elder from the jade-balanced sword palace stumbled, nearly losing his footing, his face a mask of bewilderment. Was he dreaming? The elders of the jade-balanced sword palace were rendered speechless, exchanging glances, each one equally perplexed. The individuals before them were indeed from the Lingxiao sect and the illusory feather sect, yet they were not here to cause trouble. They had come to offer an apology. How could this be possible? All the elders of the jade-balanced sword palace were engulfed in disbelief. Those who belong to the same family understand one another. They do not perceive any threat emanating from the jade-balanced sword palace that warrants concern from the illusory feather sect and the Lingxiao sect. To put it bluntly, when the factions of the illusory feather sect and the jade-balanced sword palace clash, it is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. After all, this is the Lingxiao sect, a force among the top 3 in the Zhonglu Empire. What could they possibly possess that would instill fear? Even the celestial maiden of the cold moon, along with all present, was left dumbfounded. As they beheld the storage ring being presented by the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, not a single elder dared to reach out to accept it. They even suspected it might be a scheme concocted by the Lingxiao sect and the illusory feather sect to humiliate them. Until the situation was clarified, none dared to act rashly. Seeing the celestial maiden of the cold moon refuse to accept the offering, the sect master of the Lingxiao sect and the deputy master of the illusory feather sect grew increasingly anxious. Fair maiden, please accept this gift. We approach with sincere apologies, hoping you may convey our regrets to the esteemed elder. This matter indeed reflects our ignorance of your connection with the jade-balanced sword palace. We offer this token of contrition, and we assure you that our sect shall henceforth maintain a respectful distance, never again daring to offend your esteemed presence. His words were earnest, yet the celestial maiden became even more perplexed. What esteemed elder? As the vice master of her sect, how was she unaware of such a formidable figure within their ranks? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. However, their ostentatious display of contrition could not be mere coincidence. Just as the celestial maiden was engulfed in confusion and hesitant to act, a streak of light suddenly dashed across the sky, and a figure materialized before them. It was Qingyang, the elder they had been unable to contact for so long. Elder Qin, you are alive? The elders of the jade-balanced sword palace were at once astonished and elated. Qingyang scratched his head and chuckled. Of course, my communication talisman was lost during a pursuit, which is why I had not been in touch with the sect. We shall discuss the details later. Vice Master, you ought to accept their offering, otherwise, they may not be inclined to leave. The upper echelons of the jade-balanced sword palace had believed Qingyang to have perished, and now they marveled at the chance to see him again, yet his words left them utterly bewildered. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? Faced with the confusion of his fellow sect members, Qingyang glanced at the external sect leaders and elders nearby, shaking his head with a smile. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. For now, please accept the spirit stones. I will recount everything to you in due course. In any case, the crisis facing our sect has been resolved, and in the future, the Lingxiao sect and the illusory feather sect shall no longer dare to trouble the jade-balanced sword palace. His tone was confident and carefree, yet it caused unease among the elders of the jade-balanced sword palace. The leaders of the Lingxiao sect and the illusory feather sect were still present. Speaking such words was akin to slapping them in the face. However, the subsequent scene left the elders of the jade-balanced sword palace once again in a state of astonishment. The deputy master of the illusory feather sect and the sect master of the Lingxiao sect exchanged glances, both revealing faint, bitter smiles. Indeed, we no longer dare to cause trouble for your esteemed sect. The previous incident was our fault. The sect master of the Lingxiao sect wore a pained expression, hastily agreeing. Given his demeanor, who would suspect he was the master of the Lingxiao sect? After a moment's hesitation, the celestial maiden of the cold moon extended her hand and ultimately accepted the storage ring. Thus, I have accepted it. The leader of Lingxiao sect gazed at the storage ring she had received, secretly sighing with relief. With the formalities concluded, we shall not impose any further. Farewell. He hurriedly left with the esteemed elders of the sect, while the Huanyumen, having lost their leader, found themselves bereft of even the right to speak, hastily trailing behind. A multitude of powerful figures transformed into streams of light, vanishing in an instant, leaving the senior members of Yuhing Sword Palace in a state of bewilderment. Shall we still open the protective formation for the sect? There is no need to do so anymore. Amidst the haste and uncertainty, the protective formation was deactivated just as it had been activated, while Qingyang was escorted to the conference hall. Faced with the eager gazes of the assembly, he promptly recounted his journey. During his expedition to Tsangnan, he spoke in detail, although in plain language. The audience could not help but feel a chill when they heard of his encounters with two powerful pursuers. Recalling the perilous moments, Qingyang himself was somewhat taken aback. Filled with gratitude, despite the danger, fortune favored him, allowing him to meet Senior Lin and the palace master. Otherwise, he feared he might never return to the palace today. He shook his head with a sigh, filled with trepidation, yet the attentive elders had keenly seized upon his choice of words. Palace master? They looked at the esteemed fairy Hanyue, half astonished and half perplexed. The elders present had been part of Yuhing Sword Palace for many years, yet had never seen the palace master nor heard of any of her deeds. All they knew existed solely through the accounts of Deputy Palace Master Hanyue. Thus, many had come to believe that the palace master had long since perished or perhaps never existed at all, merely a pretext devised by Fairy Hanyue to deflect the prying eyes of certain factions. Upon hearing the mention of the palace master, Fairy Hanyue's demeanor instantly transformed, her excitement palpable as she stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "Did you see the palace master? Have you truly seen her?" Qingyang, not daring to delay, nodded vigorously and detailed everything regarding his encounter with Lin Xian and her entourage. Among the descriptions, he elaborated most vividly on the appearance and demeanor of the white-clad palace master. Upon hearing Qingyang's account, a glimmer of tears sparkled in Fairy Hanyue's eyes, her joy and exhilaration nearly overwhelming her. The palace master is indeed the palace master. After so many years of absence, has she finally remembered me? Remembered that the Zhonglu Empire still has a Yuhing Sword Palace? As if the heavens had taken notice, aligning with the innermost sentiments of Fairy Hanyue. Just as her delight was about to burst forth, several powerful presences surged into Yuhing Sword Palace, descending directly before the main hall. Prior to this, not a single elder had reacted, until the external energies reached the main hall, catching them off guard. Who is it? Chapter 49, The Slots Revealed. All the high-ranking members poured forth, but leading the charge, Fairy Hanyue was left frozen in place upon recognizing one of the intruders. Qingyang, brimming with excitement, hastily commanded the surrounding elders to halt. Stop. Do not offend the palace master and Senior Lin. They are esteemed guests of Yuhing Sword Palace. The newcomers were none other than Lin Xian and her party. Due to certain circumstances, they had delayed their journey longer than anticipated. Otherwise, they would have arrived much earlier. However, it is not too late now. The Fairy of the Cold Moon was startled awake by Qingyang's loud call. Coming to her senses, she gazed at the enchanting beauty not far away, and her eyes reddened immediately as she knelt without hesitation. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Yun Li, the celestial sovereign, smiled gently, looking at the cool and serene woman whose eyes were now brimming with emotion. Her heart stirred with nostalgia, recalling the young girl from years past, now transformed into this remarkable figure. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible force gently lifted the Fairy of the Cold Moon, leaving no room for doubt. You have grown, she remarked, a simple statement that nearly brought tears to the fairy's eyes. The elders present were equally shaken, astonished by the celestial sovereign's formidable power, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a heartfelt reunion, they proceeded to the main hall, where Yun Li, no longer dilly-dallying, got straight to the point. She solemnly dropped a bombshell upon the assembly of the Yuhing Sword Palace. From now on, there is no need to call me your Majesty. She turned to the Fairy of the Cold Moon. You can almost drop the vice from your title. Before the fairy could respond with anxiety, Yun Li introduced the young man beside her, reigniting the astonishment among the crowd. This is Lin Xian, the master of the Lin Pavilion. I am now under his command in the Sword Pavilion, serving as the first sword master. As Yun Li's words settled in, the crowd was taken aback. This was the first time they regarded Lin Xian and his companions with genuine scrutiny. They had initially assumed these individuals were disciples or subordinates of the celestial sovereign, never imagining they were instead part of the opposing force. Was the sovereign truly one of his subordinates? The Fairy of the Cold Moon opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head, conceding, I will defer to your Majesty. Yun Li, slightly exasperated, looked at the now grown-up yet still somewhat rigid girl, chuckling softly as she shook her head. You have already said there is no need to call me your Majesty. Well then, to get to the crux of the matter. Another reason for my return is to request 3 slots from the Yuheng Sword Palace for Master Lin's 3 beloved disciples to participate in the Seven Nations Grand Tournament. As is well known, the Seven Nations Grand Tournament is a contest between the 7 nations, strictly limited to disciples of the respective sects, and slots are required for participation. The Yuheng Sword Palace, being one of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire, possesses a limited number of slots. The allocation of these slots depends on the strength of the sect, and the Yuheng Sword Palace has only 10 slots available. Upon hearing this, the Fairy of the Cold Moon readily agreed. Of course, there is no problem. Besides, you are the sovereign. This is a trivial matter that hardly requires the approval of a mere vice master. The other elders remained silent, clearly having no objections to this decision. It was a no-brainer. They were not foolish. Without the sovereign and this esteemed elder, the Yuheng Sword Palace might not even exist today. If they were only asking for 3 slots, they would have no qualms about granting them all. Seeing that there were no objections from the assembly, Yunli nodded slightly. If that is the consensus, then it is settled. Yes, they replied in unison, as a few days passed. In the martial arts arena of the Yuheng Sword Palace, a place where numerous disciples engage in combat, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as preparations were underway for a significant announcement concerning their future honor. For today marks the revelation of the representatives for the 7 nations competition. Silence. Qingyang, perceiving that the time had come, amplified his voice, using his spiritual energy to quell the rising clamor below. Standing tall and serious, he exuded an air of authority reminiscent of the second elder. Today, I shall announce the participants from the Yuheng Sword Palace for the 7 nations competition. Henceforth, all disciples whose names I call must ascend the stage. Ao Feng, present. Qingyu, present. Han Shuang, Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, Chu Yuming. Very well, the aforementioned 10 individuals should prepare diligently, for in a month's time, we shall journey to the Morning Dawn Empire to partake in the 7 nations competition. Qingyang, operating like an impassive name-calling machine, paid no heed to the reactions following the announcement of the 10 names, descending the stage with a sense of completion. However, his list incited an uproar among the gathered disciples. The first 7 names were expected, representing the renowned talents of the sect. Yet, when the names Su Lianxin and the others were called, astonishment swept through the crowd. Who is Su Lianxin? Is there such a person in our sect? Where is Xian Mo? How could he not be on the list? Mo Qingyun is absent too. This is unexpected. What is going on with Liang Chu? Who are these 3? Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and Chu Yuming. Why have I never heard of them? Are they truly disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace? The crowd was in uproar. Not only the others, but even Xian Mo and his companions stood frozen in disbelief, their faces reflecting profound surprise. They had anticipated their names would undoubtedly grace the list, yet what was this? Their names were entirely absent, supplanted by 3 individuals they had never heard of. How could they endure such an indignation? The trio found it hard to believe, casting incredulous glances at the unfamiliar Su Lianxin and her companions. Their feelings of discontent and defiance palpable. How could they possibly accept this? They had dedicated so much time preparing for the 7 nations competition, eagerly awaiting their chance to shine, and now this? What could be the rationale behind the sect's decision? Regardless of their astonishment and disappointment, once Qingyang completed the list, he departed without leaving any room for suspense. Xian Mo, his expression cold, stared at Su Lianxin and her companions for a prolonged moment before abruptly turning away. His demeanor icy. This matter demands clarification. Without hesitation, the other 2, fueled by indignation, followed suit, confronting Qingyang directly. Elder Chun, we failed to comprehend how those 3 could usurp our places. Xian Mo, suppressing his fury, fixed his gaze on Qingyang, seeking an explanation. Yet, to his dismay, Qingyang merely cast them a cursory glance. Why? Why are there so many questions? This is the decision of the palace master. I am aware that you harbor discontent in your hearts, but you must trust that the palace master has her reasons for such arrangements. Beyond this, there is no need for further inquiries. Qingyang, known for his amiable temperament within the sect, did not lose his composure even when these few disciples displayed some insolence. After all, the quota belongs to the sect, not to any individual disciple. It is the sect that determines to whom it is granted. However, Xian Mo and the others were nearly provoked to voice their grievances. How could this be fair? That was a quota that rightfully belonged to them. Yet, they understood that there would be no answers forthcoming, and they could only watch Qingyang's departure with sullen faces, their frustration palpable. They overlooked the significance of the term palace master in Qingyang's words. To date, the Yuheng Sword Palace has had but a single vice palace master, and many disciples privately refer to Han Yu as the palace master. Thus, the 3 of them instinctively assumed that the palace master Qingyang spoke of was indeed vice palace master Han Yu. Those who harbored doubts about this outcome were not limited to the three of them. In fact, the entire Yuheng Sword Palace was shrouded in confusion, including Chu Jianxin, the foremost prodigy of the palace and a direct disciple of the immortal Han Yu, who was regarded with high hopes and prioritized for cultivation. Distinct from Xian Mo and the others, Chu Jianxin approached immortal Han Yu directly, inquiring softly, "Master, there is something I do not understand. Why have you allowed those three to replace Xian Mo and his companions? Have you forgotten about our wager with the Yuxian Sword Palace?" The Yuxian Sword Palace was once a part of the Yuheng Sword Palace, specifically the first peak, Yuxian Peak. However, the peak master of Yuxian was rather radical, holding beliefs that starkly contrasted with those of immortal Han Yu, leading to a significant rift between them. Following a decisive break, Yuxian Peak declared its independence from the Yuheng Sword Palace and subsequently relocated to the Silver Frost Empire. Not only did Yuxian Peak depart, but it also took with it a number of formidable individuals from the Yuheng Sword Palace, resulting in a substantial decline in the latter's strength. Had it not been for this, the Yuheng Sword Palace would have ascended to become one of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire long ago, rather than awaiting this moment. Meanwhile, the independent Yuxian Peak has thrived, evolving over the years into one of the top 10 sects within the Silver Frost Empire. Although the two sects share a history, their long-standing animosity ensures that any encounter is fraught with open and covert rivalry. The master of the Yuxian Sword Palace has not forgotten the conflicts of yore. Even after all this time, he seeks to prove that immortal Han Yu was in the wrong. Thus, a year ago, during a friendly exchange between the two sects, a wager was established. For Chu Jianxin, that exchange became a source of deep humiliation. At that time, both the Yuheng and Yuxian Sword Palaces dispatched 10 disciples to compete, but regrettably, the outcome was less than favorable. The Yuheng Sword Palace suffered a defeat, with 4 wins to 6 losses against the Yuxian Sword Palace. This loss cast a long shadow over the entire Yuheng Sword Palace, leaving its members unable to hold their heads high in the presence of those from the Yuxian Sword Palace. It was following this event that the two sects agreed to a wager, planning a friendly exchange to take place at the sacred Silver Heron Mountain after the grand competition of the 7 nations, with the participating disciples being those who took part in the competition. Thus, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace has not only dispatched participants for the grand tournament of the 7 nations, but they also bear the heavy responsibility of overcoming the long-standing grudges of past wagers. Consequently, as the moment drew near, the sudden replacement of his familiar junior brothers with strangers left Chu Jianxin in a state of disbelief. He had prepared vigorously, eager to redeem the disgrace of the previous year and reclaim honor, striving to surpass the Jade Xian Sword Palace. Initially brimming with confidence, he was taken aback when his master unexpectedly appointed 3 disciples he had never heard of, replacing Xian Mo and his companions. For Chu Jianxin, this was akin to dousing his spirited enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Had it been Xian Mo and his 2 companions, he was certain victory would be within reach. However, the origins and capabilities of these unfamiliar individuals remained a mystery, leaving him with little assurance. Yet, in response to his frustration, the Cold Moon Fairy merely cast a fleeting glance at her disciple and gently shook her head. "In due time, you shall understand. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is resolute. Do not attempt to persuade me. Go." Understood. Chu Jianxin took a deep breath, recognizing his master's unwavering determination. He realized that no amount of further argument would be fruitful, and, concealing the disappointment in his eyes, he turned away in silence. Though his heart ached, he could not afford to express his anger and could only suppress his discontent, hoping that the replacements for Xian Mo would not prove inadequate. Watching Chu Jianxin's departing figure, the Cold Moon Fairy shook her head in resignation. Her disciple possessed considerable talent, yet he tended to be overly earnest and impulsive, which was not ideal. As for the upcoming contest, she felt no concern. With the presence of Lin's esteemed 3 disciples, this grand tournament of the 7 nations, or even the competition against the Jade Xian Sword Palace, was destined to transcend mere superiority. She had witnessed their prowess firsthand. Moreover, concerning the previous victory of the Jade Xian Sword Palace, while her disciples may remain unaware, she was certainly not. A cold glint flashed in the Cold Moon Fairy's eyes as her lips curled into a slight smile. Since the Jade Xian Sword Palace had chosen to disregard the rules, she, too, would not adhere to conventions with her old rival. She would seek external assistance. You call for aid, and I shall do the same. Let us see whose allies prove the most formidable. Chapter 50. Yuan Yi seeks to become a disciple with some time remaining until the grand tournament of the 7 nations. Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and Chu Yuming found themselves subjected to countless unfriendly gazes while traversing the halls of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Xian Mo, Mo Qingyang, and Liang Chu were renowned prodigies within the palace, firmly established among the top 10 of their generation and known for their chivalrous deeds, garnering a significant following within their sect. To the eyes of these followers, Su Lianxin and her companions seemed to have emerged from nowhere, usurping the slots that rightfully belonged to Xian Mo and his peers. Thus, it was no surprise that they received little warmth from their peers. However, Su Lianxin and her friends remained unfazed. While it appeared they had seized 3 coveted positions within the jade-balanced sword palace, in truth, it was the palace itself that had gained a remarkable advantage. The following day, Elder Lin, there is a matter I wonder if you might find intriguing. The cold moon fairy's figure flickered into existence before Lin Xian, her demeanor one of utmost respect. Before her stood a young man who, despite appearing to be of similar age, far surpassed her in both strength and status. Even the palace master was merely a sword master under his command. The ascension ceremony was about to take place atop the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, located in the heart of the Zhonglu Empire. Lin Xian felt a flicker of confusion at the mention of the ascension ceremony. The cold moon fairy paused, then recalled that this esteemed Lin was not a native of their land, and hastily began to explain. The ascension ceremony, she elaborated, was a grand gathering of the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire, aimed at recruiting disciples. This annual event attracted numerous talents from across the empire, all seeking the opportunity to join one of the 7 sections. These sects effectively monopolized all cultivation resources within the Zhonglu Empire and harbored countless advanced techniques. For independent cultivators lacking affiliations, being noticed by one of the 7 sects would be akin to soaring to the heavens. It would not only provide a prestigious background and ample resources, but also spare them from the perils of solitary cultivation. Moreover, they would gain access to many sacred training grounds reserved exclusively for the sections. Esteemed Lin, would you be interested? The Cold Moon Fairy spoke with utmost respect towards the formidable Lin, recognizing that, as per Chun Xiong's account, who could slay 2 kings with a single sword strike, he was not someone she could offend. Indeed, Lin Xian replied. His interest piqued as his eyes sparkled with intrigue after hearing her explanation. Presently, he had only 3 disciples, yet his disciple quota was 10, leaving 7 vacancies. The greater the number of talented disciples he could gather, the swifter his cultivation would progress. If he could recruit 10 exceptional disciples, his growth could be described as meteoric. Of course, they must be prodigies. With his system, Lin Xian could perceive others' destinies and experiences, allowing him to identify those with unique physiques or extraordinary talents that had been overlooked. The impending ascension ceremony, teeming with aspiring talents, was indeed fortuitous for him. Noticing Lin Xian's growing interest, the Cold Moon Fairy did not linger longer on words. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a token representing the jade-balanced sword palace. Should you be interested, esteemed Lin, take this token to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation, mentally calculating the time. With a fair distance still remaining until the 7 nations grand competition, this journey would not delay him unduly. The Cold Moon Fairy seized the moment to suggest. While the rules at the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain are few, having a familiar companion would facilitate matters. Let Qin Xiong accompany you. Lin Xian readily agreed to this arrangement. Then I shall prepare to set forth for the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Zhonglu Empire, a small spiritual vessel glided through the sky at a seemingly leisurely yet remarkably swift pace. At the bow sat an elegant woman with an ancient zither upon her back. Yun Yi, the foremost prodigy from the Lingzhen Empire, specializing in the art of music, had already comprehended the essence of the zither at a remarkably young age, leaving many in her wake. She had once crossed paths with Lin Xian and Su Lianxin within the depths of the Burning Heaven secret realm. That fleeting encounter, while seemingly insignificant to Lin Xian, lingered in Yun Yi's memory, etched into her mind as if branded there. The image of that girl in white, the sword-wielding prodigy who vanquished the bronze-armored wooden man with merely 2 swords, and her esteemed master. What caliber of a powerful being could nurture such an extraordinary disciple? Yun Yi found it incomprehensible, yet impossible to forget. This singular expedition into the secret realm completely transformed her intentions. Initially, she had planned to journey beyond the 7 nations to join the Qingyang Pavilion, one of the prominent sects in the Xian domain. However, after her experiences in the realm, her aspirations shifted dramatically. Once indifferent to the path of the sword, she now harbored an intense fascination for it, even contemplating the union of the guqin and the sword. Upon the emergence of this thought, Yun Yi found herself restless. She yearned to take that master as her teacher. Alas, her ambitions faced vehement opposition from her clan. Yet, she remained undeterred. The woman aboard the spirit vessel gently plucked the strings of her ancient guqin, her gaze lifting to the clouds that loomed nearby. What did it matter if they disagreed? Her will was impervious to external influence. The decisions she made were immutable, even to her father or the elders of her family. Previously, Yuan Yi had intended to seek a master at the Qingyang Sword Sect, but upon receiving news that Lin Xian and Su Lianxin had departed from the sect to the Yuhing Sword Palace in the Zhonglu Empire, she altered her course and journeyed to the Zhonglu Empire instead. How foolish was the Qingyang Sword Sect? The disdainful expression that briefly flickered across her face vanished as she gazed upon the approaching peaks of Zhonglu, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness. Save for the confident curve of her lips. Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, I have arrived for the Ascension Ceremony. Chapter 51. The Madwoman Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Located in the heart of the Zhonglu Empire, was the venue for the Ascension Ceremony held annually during this season, bustling with activity as throngs of people came and went. Almost every notable force within the Zhonglu Empire made an appearance, including the 7 great sects renowned throughout the empire. Yet, a curious absence arose this year. Why had only 5 of the 7 sects shown up? In previous years, none had ever missed the occasion. The ranks of the Huanyu sect and Yuhing Sword Palace were notably absent. Confusion spread among the spectators, prompting a flurry of speculation. I happen to know some insider information about Huanyu sect, one individual remarked. It seems they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances and have sealed their mountain. What? Sealing their mountain at such a time? What on earth has transpired, my friend? Pray share with us. Those nearby eagerly urged him on. Alas, that remains unknown. I had been considering joining Huanyu sect myself. Amidst the chatter surrounding Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, the cultivators were abuzz with lively discussion. The 2 sects most frequently mentioned were the Yu Su Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion, which held the esteemed ranks of 1st and 2nd in the Zhonglu Empire. Second only to the imperial family itself. The 2 esteemed sects, renowned for their profound heritage and formidable strength, have long dominated the top ranks of the Zhonglu Empire. In recent years, the Lingxiao sect has subtly posed a threat to the Qingyang Pavilion, yet it remains merely a threat. As powerful and venerable sects, the significance of these 2 institutions in the Zhonglu Empire is immense and deeply ingrained in the hearts of the populace. Countless prodigies and noble heirs aspire to become disciples therein. For the people of the Zhonglu Empire, the Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion represent the sacred sanctuaries of cultivation. Above the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, glimmers of light danced as elders and high-ranking officials from various factions arrived. Lin Xian and Chen Xiong followed suit, their presence quickly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. While they were unfamiliar with Lin Xian, Chen Xiong, standing beside him, was a figure well known among them. A formidable force within the Zhonglu Empire. The Yuhing Sword Palace had finally arrived. There had been speculation regarding their attendance this year. Traditionally, they were the most eager and prompt participants. It was indeed the 2nd elder Chen Xiong from the Yuhing Sword Palace, one of the 3 prominent figures within the realm of kings. The identity of the young man accompanying him was a mystery, likely a disciple of Elder Chun. Chen Xiong held a degree of renown, being one of the 3 kings of the Yuhing Sword Palace, and in the context of the Zhonglu Empire, he was undoubtedly a strong presence. As for Lin Xian, the crowd regarded him with curiosity but did not extend their focus toward him. Overhearing the disparaging remarks, Chen Xiong felt a twinge of displeasure and turned to confront the speaker, only to be halted by Lin Xian. There was no need for such confrontations. Lin Xian was indifferent to such trivialities. Chen Xiong, with a wry smile, remarked, "Senior Lin, you truly care little for these superficial accolades." Just as the 2 settled upon the elevated platform prepared for the Yuhing Sword Palace, a figure clad in earthy tones approached, appearing timid and apprehensive. "Elder Chun and Senior Lin," he greeted, adorned in garments bearing the emblem of the Lingxiao sect, a soaring cloud-piercer falcon, entwined with evergreen mystic vines. He was Elder Yan, dispatched by the Lingxiao sect to recruit disciples, and also a figure of the king's realm. Upon recognizing the youth from the image stone, he hastily came forth to extend his greetings. Lin Xian offered a slight nod in response. Although he was unfamiliar with this elder from the Lingxiao sect, the latter's warmth warranted a respectful acknowledgement. One does not rebuff a friendly gesture. The past grievances had faded, especially after the Lingxiao sect's leader had personally visited to offer apologies and reparations, closing the chapter on their discord. At that moment, the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain hosted representatives from the 6 major sects, with the exception of the closed-off Huanyu sect, predominantly comprising elder-level figures. As this was merely an ascension conference, it was customary for sect leaders to refrain from lowering their status by attending, as the presence of the elders of the king's realm sufficed. Elder Yan, cautious not to overly intrude upon Lin Xian, lingered beside Chen Xiong, engaging in casual conversation, which surprised those around them. Though distant, their conversation remains inaudible, yet the courteous and enthusiastic demeanor of Elder Yan is not lost on the crowd. Elder Yan, possessing considerable prowess at the 2nd level of the king realm, holds a distinguished status, hailing from the esteemed Lingxiao sect. second only to the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion. His position far surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner of the same realm, compelling even the leaders or deputy leaders of the less prestigious sects to treat him with utmost respect. It is indeed surprising that Elder Yin would lower himself to warmly greet an elder from the relatively obscure Yuhing Sword Palace. While the presence of the celestial maiden of Yuhing Sword Palace could be deemed somewhat justifiable, the astonishment and murmurs of those around him are not lost on Elder Yin, who chooses to disregard them. He is not oblivious to the current state of Yuhing Sword Palace. It is no longer the institution it once was, and he now finds it formidable. Not only he, but even their sect leader, and indeed the entire Lingxiao sect, cannot afford to provoke them. Following an incident of apology, their leader had sternly warned all members against offending Yuhing Sword Palace, and even encouraged them to seek amicable relations if possible. His affable demeanor is not merely an attempt to ingratiate himself with Lin Xian, but rather a hope to leave a favorable impression. As Elder Yin converses animatedly with Qin Xiong, he cautiously observes Lin Xian's expression, finding no signs of discontent, which reassures him that he has made the right move. However, just as Elder Yin revels in good spirits, an unwelcome presence disrupts the atmosphere. Who might this be? Has Yuhing Sword Palace truly fallen to such depths that they could only send a mere first-level king? The derisive remarks, laced with laughter, emanate from behind Elder Yin. As the crowd turns to identify the speaker, recognition flashes in their eyes. The voice belongs to Elder Feng, who represents the Qingyang Pavilion in recruiting disciples, and she stands at the second level of the King realm. While there are no significant grievances between Elder Feng and Yuhing Sword Palace, a notable animosity exists between her and the Celestial Maiden. The specifics of their discord remain unknown to outsiders, likely only comprehensible to the two female cultivators themselves. Each encounter between them is marked by Elder Feng's hostile demeanor, akin to one who has consumed gunpowder, often resulting in derision and mockery. However, the Celestial Maiden, known as the Ice Beauty, typically remains aloof, seldom engaging with Elder Feng. Yet, despite her indifference, the animosity in Elder Feng's gaze towards the Celestial Maiden is unmistakable. Each year at the Silver Egret Sacred Mountains Ascension Ceremony, attendees witness the classic scene of Elder Feng mocking the Celestial Maiden, and this year, with the latter's absence, Qin Xiong and Lin Xian from Yuhing Sword Palace naturally become her primary targets. Upon spotting Elder Feng, Qin Xiong's eyes flash with disdain as he turns away with a cold huff. Who we send from Yuhing Sword Palace is of no concern to you, Elder Feng. He was acutely aware of the animosity between Deputy Palace Master Han Yue and Elder Feng. In fact, aside from Lin Xian, it was likely that no one was oblivious to this discord. Consequently, Qin Xiong felt a heightened aversion towards the erratic woman who occasionally descended into madness. Elder Feng, looking down upon Qin Xiong, disdainfully rolled her eyes. Irrelevant to me? Aside from the absent members of the illusory Feather Sect, which of the 6 major sects has not dispatched at least one elder at the second level of the King realm? Only your Jade-Balanced Sword Palace has sent someone so utterly unremarkable, which diminishes the prestige of our 6 sections. What? That woman Han Yue did not attend. And your Jade-Balanced Sword Palace could not produce another elder of the same caliber? What of that old dog Lu Ming? Has he perished? She scrutinized Qin Xiong with contempt, her lips curling in a derisive manner, as if she had encountered something foul and unsightly. Qin Xiong clenched his fists tightly, casting a furious glance at Elder Feng, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps to her. However, he was acutely aware that such an action would be folly. Not only was this the venue for the Ascension ceremony, but his strength also paled in comparison to that of the deranged woman. Overwhelmed with disgust, he turned away, treating Elder Feng as if she were mere air. This woman, year after year, ranted like a lunatic, seemingly immune to fatigue, her tongue as venomous and foul as ever. At times, Qin Xiong even suspected that Elder Feng had not devoted herself to cultivation, but rather spent her years honing her verbal assaults, striving to ensure that her insults remained fresh each year. One could only wonder what grievances Deputy Palace Master Han Yue had inflicted upon her, whether she had slaughtered her family or stolen her lover, for such enmity to fester so profoundly, attacking like a rabid dog at every encounter. Reminiscent of a toad infesting a calloused foot, onlookers observed Elder Feng's tirade with a mixture of pity and disdain, casting sympathetic glances toward Qin Xiong of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Deprived of Deputy Han Yue's presence, Elder Feng unleashed her fury upon him. Elder Feng, perhaps you should temper your words, Elder Yin interjected with a furrowed brow. Though he harbored no personal grievances against Elder Feng and their sects, Lingxiao Sect and Qingyang Pavilion, maintained a cordial relationship, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. The Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was no longer what it once was. Lingxiao Sect could not afford to provoke it, and although Qingyang Pavilion held a slight edge in overall strength, it was still at risk of being crushed by the current might of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Should they inadvertently offend Elder Lin, even someone from Qingyang Pavilion would meet certain doom. Had it not been for the relationship between their sects, Elder Yin would have refrained from making such a remark. His intentions were good, yet it was evident that they would not be appreciated. Leave. Elder Feng shot him a venomous glare, offering him no semblance of respect. In that moment, Elder Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Publicly humiliated before so many, he concluded that this woman was beyond redemption. With a huff, he fell silent, having offered his counsel, only to be met with disdain. All that remained was for him to ensure that he would not be blamed for any misfortune that might arise. Senior Lin, let us depart and disregard this madwoman, Chen Xiong transmitted discreetly to Lin Xian. Sharing a similar sentiment with Elder Yan, he was disinclined to engage in a petty exchange of insults with a woman, and together with Lin Xian, they promptly took their seats. Elder Yan offered a slight bow before hastening to his designated position within the Lingxiao sect. As the 6 sects gathered, the incense for the ascension ceremony burned out, marking the formal commencement of the grand event. Atop the silver egret sacred mountain, the 7 sects were positioned in a formation reminiscent of the Big Dipper, occasionally accompanied by other first-rate powers lingering behind the 7. While these factions may not possess the same strength as the 7 sects, they were not devoid of forces governed by kings. Notably, a conspicuous vacant space at the summit of the silver egret sacred mountain drew attention. The absence of the illusion feather sect sparked much speculation and discussion among the onlookers, yet only Chen Xiong, Elder Yan, and a few others were privy to the reason behind their non-attendance. With the death of their sect leader, it would indeed be perplexing for the illusion feather sect to be in a celebratory mood. Following the demise of their leader, only 2 kings remained within the sect, rendering their strength insufficient to uphold the illusion feather sect, which had previously surpassed the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to the lowest ranks among the 7 sections. Many factions, including the Zhonglu Empire, were eyeing the positions of the 7 sects with keen interest. For now, the illusion feather sect should focus on preserving their precarious standing. Elder Yin pondered this with a mix of trepidation and relief, fearing that the illusion feather sect might remain absent from the public eye for an extended period. The procedure of the ascension ceremony was not overly complex. Despite being labeled a grand event, it resembled a collective initiation ceremony for the 7 sections. Once the ceremony commenced, there was only one segment, the assessment of talent. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude remained paramount. While other factors held significance, none could rival the importance of innate talent. In the center of the plaza erected atop the silver egret sacred mountain stood a colossal spirit monument, utilized for testing aptitude. This monument featured 10 luminous columns. The number of columns illuminated by the testers would signify their inherent qualities. The spirit monument was exceedingly precious. Apart from the foremost sect, the Jade Void Sword Sect, only the silver egret sacred mountain possessed one, intricately protected by formidable formations, rendering it nearly indestructible. The elder responsible for presiding over the ascension ceremony had taken the stage. Each year, a different elder was chosen from the 7 sects, with a rotation system in place to ensure fairness and impartiality. The ascension ceremony officially began. The spirit monument was activated, and all present were invited to prepare themselves. As the ceremony commenced, a profound silence enveloped the silver egret sacred mountain, leaving only the elder on stage reciting the rules. This was a customary procedure. Although the audience had heard it multiple times, no one interrupted, choosing instead to listen attentively. As you can see, the spirit monument comprises 10 luminous columns. Should you touch the monument and succeed in illuminating it, it signifies a talent for cultivation and an opportunity to join our sect and seize fortune. Conversely, failure to illuminate the monument is simply fate's decree. No grievances or disturbances shall be permitted. If 4 columns are illuminated, it indicates exceptional talent, qualifying you for our 7 sections. 5 or 6 columns will grant you entry into the inner sect as a true disciple. 7 columns are exceedingly rare. Our Jade Void Sword Sect's young sect master and the Holy Maiden of the Azure Phoenix Pavilion both achieved this remarkable feat during their assessment. Though they are still young, their extraordinary talents have led them to the 4th realm of Earth Mystic, solidifying their status as paragons of excellence. The elder presiding over this year's assessment hailed from the Jade Void Sword Sect, and his tone swelled with pride as he mentioned his own sect's young master. Chapter 52. Do you wish to die? A cacophony erupted from the audience below. Even the young sect master and the Holy Maiden of the Qingyang Pavilion could only manifest 7 pillars of light. The spirit testing steel boasts a total of 10 pillars. Is there truly anyone capable of achieving such a feat? This question lingers in the minds of many, presenting a perplexing conundrum. After all, The two prodigies from the Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion barely managed to illuminate 7 pillars. What of the subsequent 8, 9, or even 10? Can anyone truly attain such heights? The elder on the platform seemed to sense the collective curiosity of the crowd, and this age-old inquiry prompted a gentle smile as he began to elucidate. In the annals of the Zhonglu Empire, only one individual has ever succeeded in igniting 8 pillars of light, and that was the founder of our Yushu Sword Sect. It is said that he, in his prime, illuminated 8 pillars. This statement was primarily directed at the uninformed and the outsiders. As the elder's words resonated, the audience below erupted in astonishment. The founder of the Yushu Sword Sect, a legendary figure indeed. It is whispered that he had already set 1 foot into the Imperial realm, a realm known as Half-Step Imperial. In the present day, the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection have yet to witness a single individual of imperial stature. The existence of 8 pillars, indeed, is a staggering revelation that stirs the hearts of many. As for the 9 and 10 pillars, there are no records. Throughout history, no such achievements have been documented. Even if such beings existed, it is unlikely they could emerge from our Zhonglu. The testing elder sighed softly, pondering that perhaps only the talents listed on the Qianlong and Xian rankings possess such extraordinary gifts. The Qianlong and Xian rankings are well known to the people of the 7 nations. The Qianlong ranking lists prodigies under the age of 20, while the Xian ranking encompasses those between 20 and 30. Currently, not a single soul from the 7 nations has ascended to either list, underscoring the formidable challenge involved. The 7 nations of the moonlit reflection, when viewed from the broader perspective of the Xian domain, are but a remote and inconsequential locale. With idle chatter concluded, the testing elder refrained from further discourse, reigniting the incense of ascension and calling out with authority, "Let the testing commence. Testers, step forth." The spirit testing steel is both impartial and unyielding. Not only do independent cultivators attempt to use this opportunity to enter the 7 sects, but countless young men and women gaze longingly at the steel, hoping to soar to greatness through this path. Yet, Yucheng did not illuminate a pillar. Yang Wenmao did not illuminate a pillar. And Aijingzhen lit 1 pillar. Su Xier did not illuminate a pillar. Among the many who ascended the stage, those who could cause even a single pillar to glow were exceedingly rare. Illuminating a single pillar merely indicates a talent for cultivation. However, the 7 sects seek far more than such mediocrity. Even 2 or 3 pillars fall short of the entrance threshold for the 7 major sections. Then came Yunqingji, igniting 5 pillars. As time passed, the talents worthy of the 7 sects finally emerged. He was a young man clad in coarse linen, his skin darkened by the sun, yet his eyes shone with brilliance. The elders of the 7 sects regarded the boy's potential, casting their gazes upon him, and one elder smiled slowly, speaking up. 5 pillars. Nearly reaching the 6th. Not bad at all. Yunqingji, I ask you, would you care to join my Yuling sect? Upon entering the sect, you become a true disciple, receiving guidance from the master. Furthermore, you may acquire a pill suitable for your needs from our esteemed Dan Peak. The Yuling sect, ranked 4th among the 7 sects, possesses formidable strength. The other 6 sects have also extended their olive branches, all vying for your allegiance. Yet it is merely a matter of 5 beams of light, hence each sect has shown some reservation. Yunqingji, after a brief moment of contemplation, turned towards the elder of the Yuling sect who had spoken first and offered a distant bow. Disciple Yunqingji wishes to join the Yuling sect. The elder of the Yuling sect immediately beamed with joy, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Come, step forth to our Yuling sect. Once the grand ceremony concludes, I shall personally accompany you to select your pill. Following the elder's instructions, Yunqingji approached steadily, observing the attention Yunqingji garnered from the 7 sects. The other unsuccessful candidates felt a deep envy. If only they could also manifest 5 beams of light, they too might receive such treatment. Alas, after Yunqingji, it seemed that the feng shui of the Zhonglu Empire was unfavorable this year, as no further testers with 5 beams of light appeared for a considerable time. Lin Xian did not remain idle either. While the elders scrutinized the testing spirit tablet, he diligently scanned the area with his system. Unfortunately, the results were far from ideal. White, black, no green or blue. The scanning results left Lin Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. The system could not scan the entire area at once, forcing him to examine each candidate individually. However, half a day passed, and what he observed were only the most ordinary qualities, with even green talents being scarce, only one. And that was Yunqingji. Yet, possessing green aptitude was comparable to his former self, having cultivated to the high tier of the tribulation realm. Though not solely reliant on innate talent, green aptitude at least indicated that a cultivator had the potential to reach the heavenly profound realm, or even the tribulation realm. Just as Lin Xian felt disheartened and continued his scanning, He casually swept the system over the spirit tablet in the square, but suddenly froze. Wait, is that purple? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel intrigued, glancing at the youth approaching the testing spirit tablet. A purple talent, while not surpassing that of several of his disciples, was still noteworthy. Compared to the young master of the Yushu Sword Palace and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion, it was indeed superior. For the Zhonglu Empire to produce a genius with purple destiny was exceedingly rare. Lin Xian's interest was piqued. How many beams of light would he manifest? 8, 9, or even 10? On the high platform, the youth ascended step by step, placing his hand upon the testing spirit tablet, his expression concealing a subtle tension and anticipation. However, moments later, the testing elder glanced at him indifferently and announced the final result. Xuan, no light column has ignited. At that moment, Lin Xian couldn't help but sit up straight, looking incredulously at the elder. A purple talent, yet failing to illuminate the testing spirit tablet? According to the system's standards, those who could be detected with purple talent possessed immense potential to reach the imperial realm. It was simply inconceivable that not a single light column would shine. 8 beams of light could merely be considered ordinary, and even 9 beams were not entirely impossible. Lin Xian remained composed as he gazed at the information of the young man before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he comprehended the situation thoroughly. Name, Xuan. Age, 15. Realm, body refinement, 7th layer identity, a collateral branch of a third-rate family from Dongxuan City in the Zhonglu Empire. Fate, clear wind spiritual body. Unfortunately damaged during a childhood attack, requiring wind recovery pills or cloud 9 bamboo grass for restoration. Recent events, bullied by his family's direct line. He resolved to strive for excellence and journey to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, vowing to cleanse his humiliation. No wonder Lin Xian was not surprised that Xuan had failed to illuminate a beam of light. His constitution had been destroyed, despite once being a prodigious talent. The loss of his spiritual body rendered him no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. The clear wind spiritual body was exceedingly difficult to detect, and activating it required a substantial amount of rare wind-attributed treasures, not to mention the arduous task of restoration after such devastation. At least, the wind recovery pills and cloud 9 bamboo grass mentioned by the system were unknown to Lin Xian in the Xian domain. Furthermore, the testing spiritual monument could not assess his damaged spiritual body. Compared to Lin Xian's system, the spiritual monument fell far short. With a mere scan, no one could conceal their secrets from him. Observing the pale, despondent youth standing before the testing spiritual monument, yet harboring an undercurrent of unwillingness, Lin Xian nodded slightly. The boy exhibited considerable talent. Although his physique was ruined and the wind recovery pills and cloud 9 bamboo grass were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, they were trivial matters for someone like him who possessed a system. This youth could indeed be considered for apprenticeship. Without hesitation, Lin Xian stepped forward and inquired, his voice resonating with clarity. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The sound emanating from the high platform fell upon the boy's ears like celestial music, momentarily rendering him speechless, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Was it him? Was this esteemed elder addressing him? He trembled in disbelief, finally recognizing the envious gazes of those around him, confirming that it was truly him. He abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze toward Lin Xian's position, his eyes brimming with fervor and heartfelt gratitude. Although he did not know this elder personally, it was evident that Lin Xian stood in the position of the Qingyang Sword Palace, one of the 7 major sects. Although the Qingyang Sword Palace ranked at the bottom of the 7 sects, it was still one of the foremost sects of the Zhonglu Empire, with more than one king-level figure presiding over it. Regardless of which elder he could apprentice under, merely being accepted into their ranks would be a tremendous blessing. Xuan could hardly believe his fortune, to think that he, who had failed to illuminate even a single beam of light, was being noticed. Such incredible happiness felt as if it might overwhelm him. The envious and jealous gazes of those around him were palpable, wishing desperately to take his place. What kind of extraordinary luck was this? How could someone not even capable of illuminating a single beam be chosen? Had this boy perhaps been a savior in a past life? It was worth noting that some previous testers, having illuminated only a few beams of light, were ultimately overlooked by the 7 major sects and ended up joining lesser sects beneath them. Elder Yan from Lingxiao sect observed the situation with a hint of envy. Well aware of the circumstances others did not grasp, they merely perceived the youth as possessing mediocre talent, yet he had caught the eye of the 7 sects. However, what he truly saw was that this young man had garnered the attention of Elder Lin, which made even him feel a twinge of envy. Based solely on the record captured in the mirroring stone, it was evident that Lin Xian's strike that felled the leader of the illusory feather sect revealed not only his mastery as a swordsman, but also his status as an unparalleled sword cultivator. He undoubtedly wielded sword intent, and it was highly probable that he possessed more than one level of sword intent, perhaps even 2 or 3. Although both individuals were at the king realm, they were not of the same caliber. Were it not for his own lack of talent, Elder Yin would have shamelessly sought to become Lin Xian's disciple. The excitement within Xuan was palpable, and amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he took a deep breath, ready to kneel and pay his respects as a disciple. Just then, a shrill voice erupted beside him. "Young man, I am an elder of the Qingyang Pavilion, and I am equally interested in taking you under my wing. Would you be willing to join the Qingyang Pavilion? I can offer you a position as a core disciple." The voice belonged to Elder Feng, who had previously clashed with Qin Xiong. She stepped forward, her chin held high, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips as she glanced dismissively at the jade-balanced sword palace and then fixed her gaze on Xuan. Her determination unmistakable. The conditions she presented caused the audience to collectively hold their breath. The Qingyang Pavilion. A core disciple. The core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, ranked second among the 7 sects, held an unparalleled prestige. Even Xuan, who was on the verge of kneeling, could not suppress a gasp, his knees stiffening in shock. The Qingyang Pavilion, second only to the Jade Void Sword Sect in the Zhonglu Empire, was steeped in profound heritage and tradition, far surpassing the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, which ranked last among the 7 sects. To say nothing of Elder Feng's cultivation, which could rival that of the renowned Han Yu from the Jade-balanced Sword Palace. Yet here she was merely an elder, a testament to the might of the Qingyang Pavilion. Moreover, should he accept, he would possess a coveted position as a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion. How many would envy such an opportunity? Gaining immediate access to focused training as a core disciple was akin to ascending to the heavens. By simply agreeing, he could not only vindicate himself against those who once looked down upon him, but also elevate his family's status to that of a first-rate clan. With such an enticing proposition laid before him, how could anyone remain unmoved? Even among the 7 sects, the disparities were vast. Xuan instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting his inner turmoil and hesitation. Meanwhile, the gazes of those around him shifted from envy to intrigue. They had all witnessed Elder Feng's earlier altercation with the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, and it was widely known that she harbored deep-seated animosities with Han Yu. Elder Feng's actions were unmistakably transparent. She had no genuine intention of accepting a disciple. Her sole aim was to vex the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, to infuriate Qin Xiong and Lin Xian. The motives were blatantly obvious, a clear scheme to provoke. Otherwise, why would a mere youth, who had yet to even ignite a beam of light, attract such attention from the Qingyang Pavilion? Was it truly about securing a disciple, or merely an attempt to irritate? The answer was evident. Otherwise, why would she only mention the prospect of accepting him after Lin Xian had spoken? After Elder Yin listened to Elder Feng's words, a sudden jolt coursed through him. Instinctively, he glanced towards the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, and, upon seeing Lin Xian's displeased expression, he immediately abandoned the idea of persuading Elder Feng further. Truly reckless. He shook his head with a sigh. Even a clay figure possesses some semblance of anger. What more a formidable figure such as Elder Lin? Elder Lin had previously chosen not to hold her accountable, merely dismissing her as an insignificant clown unworthy of his attention. However, her repeated provocations towards Lin Xian could only be deemed as courting disaster, a sentiment Elder Yin was reluctant to elaborate on. Lin Xian had never anticipated that someone would dare to compete with him for a disciple, especially when that disciple was perceived by many as a worthless individual. He directed his gaze towards Elder Feng, only to find her unrepentant, her eyes sparkling with defiance as she disdainfully curled her lips in contempt towards Lin Xian. The intentionality of her actions was unmistakable. With a slight arch of his brow, his cold, piercing gaze narrowed as he regarded Elder Feng with chilling intensity. "You wish to meet your demise?" Chapter 53. No one to take in? Lin Xian's words were startling enough to render the entire assembly silent. On the high platform, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as all eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Xian's audacity. This unfamiliar youth was indeed audacious beyond measure. From Lin Xian's tone, it became clear to the onlookers that he was likely not the disciple of Qin Xiong, as they had initially speculated, but rather an elder of the Jade-balanced Sword Palace. Yet, how could an elder from the Jade-balanced Sword Palace dare to threaten Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion? Did he not witness Qin Xiong's humiliation and endure it in silence? Was he out of his mind? It was common knowledge that the Jade-balanced Sword Palace had only 3 kings, and while they could not discern Lin Xian's realm, they certainly did not associate him with the kings. Moreover, among the 3 kings of the Jade-balanced Sword Palace present, who did not recognize them? Qin Xiong stood there. Fairy Han Yue was a female cultivator, and Lu Ming had already turned into a white-haired elder. This individual was excessively bold. Even Qin Xiong beside him would not dare to speak so audaciously. The gazes directed at Lin Xian were filled with a mixture of pity and disbelief. To threaten Elder Feng, a woman known for her ferocity and volatile temper, could only lead to a dire fate for him. Did he truly believe that his affiliation with the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace would shield him from her wrath? A madman, indeed, lacking any self-awareness. Even if Elder Feng were to slay him, what could the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace do? Elder Feng had no fear of even the deputy chief of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Indeed, did the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace dare to storm the Qingyang Pavilion? Huh. The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter, while Elder Yin felt a chill run down his spine. He heard Lin Xian's voice clearly, though calm. It concealed an unmistakable hint of murderous intent. Elder Feng, too, grasped the weight of his words. She looked at Lin Xian in astonishment, never having anticipated that he would dare to threaten her. A smile crept onto her face, a smile born of anger. Her expression was unsettling. Her eyes fixed on Lin Xian, as a torrent of terrifying rage surged within her, barely contained. Everyone could perceive the wrath of the formidable Wang Jing, sweeping in like a tempest, directly targeting the location of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Fortunately, Chen Xiong reacted with remarkable speed, rising to his feet, his eyes wide with intensity. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his own aura, shouting fiercely, "Impudence! Is this not sheer audacity? To disrespect Senior Lin is to seek death." The energies of the two clashed midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent those around them staggering, squinting in the face of the overwhelming force. As the energy dissipated, Elder Feng disregarded the menacing Chen Xiong, fixating her gaze intently on Lin Xian. "If you possess the courage, repeat what you just said." Lin Xian merely smiled, uninterested in engaging with this madwoman. He raised his hand to draw his sword, preparing to strike. However, just as he unsheathed his sharp blade, the elder overseeing the assessment, who had been a silent observer, suddenly stepped forward and spoke with a hint of resignation. "Gentlemen, this is not the place for your quarrels or battles. If you must fight, please wait until the ascension ceremony concludes and relocate. Let it be for the sake of the Innate Sword Sect that we gather here today, not for personal grievances. I implore you both to cease." The aura emanating from this elder, at the pinnacle of the Wang Jing realm, spread forth with a weighty presence, calming the turmoil within the hearts of those present. As the most powerful elder among the 7 sects and hailing from the esteemed Innate Sword Sect, his words carried significant weight. Elder Feng snorted disdainfully, retracting her folding fan. While she could dismiss the sentiments of others, she recognized the authority of the elder from the Innate Sword Sect. Though she was somewhat deranged, she was not foolish. The Qingyang Sword Palace, whether it be the Cold Moon Fairy or the 2 men before her, could be offended, but not the Innate Sword Sect. Although she had tempered her aura, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xian as she pronounced each word deliberately, were it not for the presence of the Silver Egret Holy Mountain and Elder Li's intervention. "You would already be dead." Lin Xian, indifferent to her words, sheathed his sword and returned to his seat. In his eyes, Elder Feng had become a mere specter. He refrained from engaging in combat to preserve the sanctity of the ascension ceremony, as he still intended to take on a disciple. Elder Feng, feeling slighted and unable to maintain her composure, shot a resentful glare at Lin Xian's back before turning her gaze to the pale-faced youth on the high platform. Moments ago, the clash of her and Chen Xiong's energies had swept over Xuan. Despite the protective formations near the testing spirit monument, though he was at a distance, he had sustained some injury from the residual force. Such minor turbulence could injure him, Elder Feng thought with disdain. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her words simply to save face. "Let me ask you, do you wish to join my Qingyang Pavilion?" Xuan glanced between Lin Xian and Elder Feng, the turmoil in his heart reaching a climax. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Elder Feng. "Disciple Xuan wishes to join the Qingyang Pavilion." "Excellent," Elder Feng replied, a smile finally breaking across her face as she raised her eyebrows, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Xian. The anger that had consumed her began to wane as she gestured for Xuan to stand behind her. Observing the youth heading towards the Qingyang Pavilion, Lin Xian felt a peculiar indifference within. It was merely a matter of personal choice. He could only hope that the boy would not harbor regrets in the future. Rejecting his own path and turning to join the Qingyang Pavilion was not a loss for Lin Xian, but rather for the youth himself. One might wonder if the boy truly believed that by joining the Qingyang Pavilion and securing a position as a core disciple, the sect would expend its resources to nurture him. The larger the sect, the more coveted the allocation of resources. Ultimately, talent remains paramount, regardless of the setting. The youth's spirit body could only be mended by someone possessing a system like Lin Xian's. The wind restoration pill was something Lin Xian had never even heard of. It was likely an ancient elixir. Furthermore, regarding the destruction of his spirit body, it was not only true that the Qingyang Pavilion was unaware, but even their ancestral elders would struggle to perceive it. Only a celestial monarch might catch a glimpse of the truth. Yet even they would find it exceedingly challenging to offer assistance. Without a spirit body, Xuan was, in essence, akin to an ordinary person. This was the way of his life. However, Lin Xian would naturally refrain from voicing such thoughts. It would serve no purpose. Ultimately, every individual makes their own choices. Although Lin Xian maintained a composed expression, Elder Feng could not help but imagine the internal turmoil of the other, envisioning their suppressed frustration. Her cold laughter resonated, successfully unsettling the Yu Hung Sword Palace, which lightened her spirits considerably. The grand ceremony continued. Unfortunately, after Xuan, Lin Xian did not witness another prodigy of such caliber. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted before the spirit-testing steel, with beams of light soaring skyward. 3, 4, 5. 5 beams of light. This was already on par with the best performance thus far. Yet, it did not end there. The 6th, the 7th. The beams trembled and halted, extinguishing just before igniting the 8th, stabilizing at 7. 7 beams of light. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the usually impassive elders of the Yusu Sword Sect opened their eyes and directed their gazes, preparing to recruit disciples. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, only silence enveloped the arena. 7 beams of light. Yet not a single elder from the 6th sect spoke up. An unexpected stillness descended. Chapter 54. The 4th disciple. As the silence stretched, the tester on stage slowly lowered his palm, neither surprised nor disheartened, as if he had anticipated this outcome. When the elders recognized his identity, they swallowed the words that had been on the tip of their tongues, their expressions growing increasingly complex. It was Qin Feng. Others too discerned the identity of the tester, displaying expressions of understanding. It was he. Thus, it was hardly surprising. Yet Lin Xian remained perplexed. This individual possessed such extraordinary talent, rivaling the young master of the Yusu Sword Sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion. Why, then, was there no sect stepping forward to recruit him? This was decidedly unusual. It was well known that even those who had merely illuminated 5 beams of light were eagerly sought after by the major sections. Yet, this youth had manifested 7 beams, and yet no one showed interest? This was indeed perplexing. The stage was shrouded in silence, while the onlookers below engaged in hushed discussions, whispering among themselves. What was his purpose for being here? Did he genuinely believe that the 7 great sects would accept him as a burden? Alas, it is indeed a lamentable situation. Were I in his place, I would acquiesce to the Red Demon King. He is nothing short of a harbinger of calamity, and who would willingly entangle themselves with him, even to the extent of wishing to distance themselves as far as possible. The number of individuals acquainted with this young man is surprisingly high. They observe his unwillingness to step down, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Yet, the expressions they wear reveal that none can be considered a friend of his, all exhibiting a demeanor of avoidance and stealth. Even the elders upon the high platform avert their gazes, and the representative from the Yusu Sword Sect, responsible for recruiting disciples, has closed his eyes once more, as if he had never opened them at all. Only Lin Xian remains, his gaze fixated upon Qin Feng. Elder Lin, you cannot possibly be considering taking him as your disciple? Chen Xiong, situated beside Lin Xian, remarked with a wry smile upon noticing the direction of Lin Xian's attention. Though he understood the formidable prowess of Elder Lin, he felt compelled to voice a warning. Elder, I should not presume to speak out of turn. Yet I must caution you. It is best to avoid any associations with Qin Feng. Chen Xiong stated earnestly. Once entangled, one risks inciting a calamity. This individual has previously rejected the Red Demon King's offer of apprenticeship, thereby incurring his wrath. The Red Demon King has declared that anyone who dares to shelter Qin Feng shall be his adversary. The Red Demon King seeks to torment Qin Feng, driving him to the brink of desperation, compelling him to kneel and plead for acceptance. This is precisely why no one here dares to accept Qin Feng. Not even the Yusu Sword Sect, which wishes to avoid this troublesome predicament. Lin Xian listened attentively for a moment, and once Chen Xiong concluded, he posed a single inquiry. Who is the Red Demon King? Chen Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Elder Lin is unaware of the Red Demon King? Quickly regaining his composure, he recalled that Lin Xian hailed from outside the Zhonglu Empire, making his unfamiliarity with the Red Demon King somewhat understandable. Thus, Chen Xiong began to elaborate. The Red Demon King is among the foremost powers of the Zhonglu Empire, ranked 2nd, and he is highly likely to be the strongest within the empire. However, his character is exceedingly vile. He has committed countless atrocities, is capricious in temperament, and does not hesitate to annihilate entire families, treating people like mere livestock for his amusement. He revels in the spectacle of betrayal and the suffering of the loyal. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of the dark path, possessing terrifying strength, and in the Zhonglu Empire, no one can contend with him, not even the ancestral figures of the imperial family. In the past, the Red Demon King clashed with an ancestor of the imperial family, and both were left grievously wounded. Yet, it was that very battle that solidified his position of power, beyond the imperial ancestor. Even the ancestor of the Yushu Sword Sect could not stand against him. The imperial ancestor is a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 5th rank of the King realm. This implies that the Red Demon King possesses at least the 5th rank of the King realm, and it is highly probable he has reached the pinnacle of that realm. With such might, who would dare provoke him? Furthermore, the Red Demon King maintains a delicate balance with the 7 great sects, ensuring that they do not conspire against him. Whether they could defeat him is one matter. However, the aftermath of such an endeavor, how many would perish, and how the rankings would shift, is another entirely. Thus, even the Yushu Sword Sect is unwilling to offend the Red Demon King. Consequently, to this day, no one dares to take in Qingyang, marked by the Red Demon King, despite his remarkable talents. Indeed, even with his extraordinary gifts, Qingyang affirmed with unwavering conviction, whoever accepts Qingyang will inevitably offend the Crimson Demon King. I ask, in this Zhonglu Empire, who dares to do so? Observing the contemplative expression on Lin Xian's face, Qingyang quietly exhaled in relief. His words were intended to convey to Lin Xian that it was best to merely ponder this matter. Offending Elder Feng of the Sword Pavilion was inconsequential, but entangling oneself with the sinister Crimson Demon King was an entirely different matter. He was not a figure to be compared with Elder Feng. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Thus it was. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. No wonder he had wondered why those elders were unmoved by Qingyang's exceptional talents. It was not that they lacked desire, but rather that they dared not entertain it. Just as Qingyang believed he had sufficiently dissuaded Lin Xian from the idea of accepting Qingyang as a disciple. Lin Xian's voice resonated across the mountain summit. Qingyang, do you wish to take me as your master? At this declaration, silence enveloped the crowd. Even the previous whispers faded into oblivion. Everyone, including the elders on the platform, gazed incredulously at Lin Xian. Even Elder Feng, who had previously contended for discipleship, stood frozen in disbelief. Elder Yan, who feared Lin Xian's formidable strength, was equally taken aback. He knew all too well of Lin Xian's prowess, but still. That was the Crimson Demon King. Madness. Pure madness. Everyone felt certain that Lin Xian had lost his senses. How dare he utter such words? Did he comprehend the identity of the adversary he was challenging? That was the Crimson Demon King. To accept Qingyang as a disciple meant to oppose an individual of the 5th realm of the king's stage. Qingyang, standing beside Lin Xian, was equally stunned. Had Lin Xian truly not heard his warnings? Not only others, but even Qingyang, the very person in question, looked up at Lin Xian in bewilderment. He had come here merely in a daze, devoid of hope. Time and again, all his friends and family had perished at the hands of the Crimson Demon King. Those who still lived avoided him as if he were a plague, wishing for him to bow his head or hasten his demise. Yet, unexpectedly, someone was willing to accept him. He stared blankly at the dark figure before him and instinctively asked, "Senior, are you not afraid of the Crimson Demon King?" He certainly wished to be a disciple, but he would never want to involve innocent individuals. If this senior was unaware of the peril, he would have to decline in pain. Lin Xian, with a reassuring smile, replied, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply answer me, do you wish to? Or do you not? Do I wish?" He certainly did. Gazing into Lin Xian's profound eyes, Qingyang took a deep breath. "I am willing." "Excellent." Lin Xian responded without hesitation. "From this day forth, you shall be my 4th disciple." No one obstructed Lin Xian. All present stared blankly at the high platform, unsure whether it was Lin Xian who had gone mad or themselves. He had truly accepted Qingyang. Observing this scene, Elder Feng let out a cold smile, swiftly unfurling her folding fan to shield half of her face, concealing the malice that lingered upon it. Initially, she had planned to wait until after the ascension ceremony to personally eliminate this audacious individual who dared to offend her. It now appears that a considerable amount of effort has been spared. The Red Demon King, both in strength and ruthless tactics, far surpasses one's own cruelty. To dare disregard the Red Demon King's warning? Truly, one must possess the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. She is keen to observe whether he has the courage to accept Qingyang as a disciple and if he possesses the fate to teach him. However, Lin Xian remains unfazed by these matters. Were he to fathom the thoughts swirling in Elder Feng's mind at this moment, he could only chuckle. This madwoman wishes to witness how he instructs his disciple? Apologies, but once the immortal ascension ceremony concludes, it will be her demise. She may very well miss the opportunity to see another sunrise. As he summoned the reticent Qingyang to his side, the ceremony continued amidst an unusual atmosphere. It was then that a celestial vessel flickered in the distance, and an enchanting woman descended from the mountains, swiftly arriving near the square. Clad in a flowing pink and white dress, cradling an ancient zither, her eyes sparkled like rippling waters, and she gazed at the testing spirit monument still on stage, suddenly revealing a smile reminiscent of a fairy from a painting. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late to witness this. Chapter 55. Yun-E. Greetings to the master. The uninvited woman exuded an ethereal aura, and the ancient zither she held was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. As she traversed through the crowd, no one dared impede her passage. They instinctively parted to create a path. With her eyes half closed, she scanned the stage and instantly spotted Lin Xian, her slightly narrowed, beautiful eyes blossoming into a smile. Lin Xian, too, recognized her, momentarily taken aback. Is it her? His memory served him well at that very moment. He recalled this was none other than Yun-E, the most exceptional prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, who had comprehended the essence of the zither within the burning heaven's secret realm. What was she doing here? Just as Lin Xian pondered this with confusion, the girl, holding the ancient zither, stepped onto the high platform and approached the testing spirit monument. She extended her delicate jade-like hand and gently pressed it against the monument. In an instant, beams of light erupted. 1 beam, 3 beams, 6 beams, 8 beams, 10 beams. Without the slightest constraint or obstruction, 10 beams of light surged upward simultaneously, radiating blinding brilliance. 10 beams of light. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the scene before them. As realization dawned upon them, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Countless individuals rose to their feet, their eyes filled with fervor, fixated on the breathtaking young woman on stage. 1, 2, 3, exactly 10 beams. There could be no mistake, it was indeed 10. The founder of the Yushu Sword Sect, in her time, had only registered 8 beams. And she was a half step into the Emperor realm. The 9th and 10th beams were simply unprecedented. Could this not signify the emergence of the first 10-beam tester from our Zhonglu Empire? How extraordinary must her talent be? The words of the testing elder seemed to echo in the ears of the crowd, incessantly repeating the number 8. They gazed in astonishment and confusion at the ancient yet elegant woman, a hint of fear flickering within them. Fear of the unknown, awe of such dazzling talent. The 9th and 10th beams of light, heights that even the most formidable of the Zhonglu Empire, the ancestors of the Yushu Sword Sect, had never achieved, were effortlessly reached by a young maiden. What an extraordinary existence this is. Regardless of whether it was the silent elders of the Yushu Sword Sect, the eccentric matron of the Qingyang Pavilion, or Elder Yan, who had merely spectated from the sidelines, nearly all the elders present were driven to madness. They simultaneously rose, their eyes aflame with fervor and excitement, fixated upon that ethereal figure. Would you be willing to join our Yushu Sword Sect? I can take you as a disciple on behalf of our revered ancestors. Furthermore, you may select any elixirs or techniques you desire, and the sect will spare no effort to nurture you. Fearing that the young maiden might not grasp the value of their sect, the elder of the Yushu Sword Sect frantically presented an array of high-quality elixirs and techniques, continuously reciting their names. Each one was a coveted treasure. Yet he offered them all in a bid to entice the Guqin maiden. Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit with promises of her own. Her eyes glimmered with madness as she gazed at the Guqin girl, seemingly wishing to devour her whole. If they could secure such a prodigy, the Qingyang Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Zhonglu Empire. What was the point of merely vying for the title of the foremost in the Zhonglu Empire? They should strive for supremacy among the 7 kingdoms of Yingwei. Elder Yan was equally fervent. All the elders were competing for the girl, while simultaneously activating their communication talismans, desperately sending messages outward. This is a monumental event. Ancestor, sect leader, come quickly. This is a once-in-a-century, if not millennium, prodigy. We must bring her into our fold. However, the Guqin maiden seemed to have anticipated their reactions, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Upon hearing the frenzied offers, she displayed no signs of emotional upheaval. In full view of the bewildered crowd, she gently shook her head, raising her gaze towards the direction of the Yuhing Sword Palace, and revealed a faint smile. Senior, would you be willing to accept me as your disciple? Lin Xian, taken aback, had not anticipated that Yun-E had come for him, to take him as her master. He found it difficult to comprehend the young girl's intention. It was not that he doubted his qualifications to accept her as a disciple, but rather, the fundamental difference in their paths. He practiced the sword, while she mastered the Guqin. His comprehension lay solely in sword intent, whereas Yun-E had long grasped the essence of Guqin. Surely, she understood these divergent paths, so why would she entertain the thought of taking him as her master? Lin Xian was surprised, but for the others, it was nothing short of shocking. Had they misheard? The extraordinarily gifted Guqin maiden had disregarded the invitations of the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion To proactively seek a master at the Yuhing Sword Palace? And she was not choosing the renowned Qin Xiong, but rather the young man who had offended Elder Feng? Was the world gone mad, or were they? How could someone forsake the esteemed Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion for the lowly Yuhing Sword Palace? What was she thinking? Elder Feng was equally dumbfounded. What was happening? Had she miscommunicated earlier? This prodigy actually wished to take that fellow as her master? Blinded by folly. It was utterly absurd. The 7 elders of the sect promised numerous treasures and techniques, even offering to take on disciples in place of their respective sect leaders. Yet, she chose to forego these easily attainable benefits and instead sought a young man, who had not even spoken a word, as her master. Moreover, this young man belonged to the Yuhing Sword Palace, the weakest among the 7 sects. Was this not sheer folly? Elder Feng could scarcely believe that such a modest sect could produce any formidable talent. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Young girl, have you truly thought this through? The person you refer to is merely from the Yuhing Sword Palace, which ranks last among us, while I am from the Qingyang Pavilion, which holds the 2nd position. The strong abound here, do not trouble yourself." Before Elder Feng could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yun Yi. Not just anyone could qualify as her master. With a single statement, Yun Yi left Elder Feng momentarily speechless. Her intentions were crystal clear. She sought Lin Xian. Otherwise, why would she abandon the grand sect of Qinyin in favor of traveling thousands of miles to this place? Faced with Yun Yi's radiant gaze, Lin Xian did not hesitate to respond. "Very well, you shall be my 5th disciple." Simultaneously, the system scanned her details. Name, Yun Yi. Age, 19. Realm, Earth Profound Realm. 8th level identity. Disciple of the Sword Pavilion Destiny. Dual mastery of Qin and Sword. Orange grade 1. Recent events. Shaken by a prodigy in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. She defied her clan's opposition and declined the invitation from Qinyin sect to seek Lin Xian's mentorship in the Zhonglu Empire. Orange grade 1. Dual mastery of Qin and Sword. Such talent rivals that of Nangong Yaoyue. As Lin Xian's words fell, Yun Yi, cradling her guqin, approached him with a bright and cheerful smile. Yun Yi greets her master. She moved gracefully, disregarding the complex gazes of those around her, leaving many to sigh and lament. How could such a gifted disciple be so misguided as to join the Yuhing Sword Palace at such a tender age? What difference was there between this and a golden phoenix settling in a chicken coop? By accepting Yun Yi as a disciple, Lin Xian emerged as the clear victor of the ascension ceremony. Periodically, curious eyes turned towards him, drawn by the contrasting brilliance of the 7 and 10 beams of light. Even though the one who sparked 7 beams faced monumental troubles, it could not be denied that Qin Feng was a prodigy. How was it that this young man possessed such extraordinary fortune in taking on disciples? It was truly perplexing. As the ceremony concluded, Lin Xian did not encounter a 3rd disciple who met his expectations. While there were talents with 5 or 6 beams of spiritual light, even if Lin Xian wished to accept them, they were more inclined to seek mentorship from other grand sects rather than from a seemingly doomed individual like him. Everyone was aware of the enmity he had incurred with the Red Ghost King. As the ceremony wrapped up and the sects returned, Qin Xiong followed Lin Xian closely. His face a mask of concern, struggling to find the right words, his expression a mix of hesitation and unspoken thoughts. Elder Feng stood at a distance from the Yuhing Sword Palace, casting a scornful glance at Lin Xian, a smirk of derision tugging at her lips before she turned away. Originally, she had planned to confront Lin Xian after the ceremony, but the fool had unwittingly spared her the trouble by accepting Qin Feng as a disciple, thus evading her wrath. The Crimson Demon King would undoubtedly not let him escape. If she were to act before the Crimson Demon King, eliminating the target he sought, it would provoke his wrath. Not only would she be unable to bear the consequences, but the Qingyang Pavilion would also struggle to withstand the fury of the Crimson Demon King. A life lost is still a life lost, regardless of whose hand it falls to. "Come, let us depart," Elder Feng casually called out, leading a few of his disciples and Xuan away. However, she failed to notice that Lin Xian, though not looking in her direction, seemed to sense her resentful gaze. His fingers twitched slightly, and a shadow as dark as ink plunged into the earth, racing towards the direction in which the Qingyang Pavilion members had departed. Elder Feng's remark held a grain of truth. A life lost is merely a life lost. Indeed, whether it met its end at the hands of the true self or a mere avatar, it remains the same. Chapter 56. Do you know who she is? On the journey back to the sect, the spirit vessel of the Yuhing Sword Palace glided leisurely through the skies, its pace unhurried. Lin Xian sat at the bow, gazing serenely at the clouds drifting by. Behind him were Qin Xiong, his face etched with worry, and Qin Feng, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. Observing them was Yun Yi, who scrutinized her senior brother. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng could no longer restrain himself. "Senior, I believe it would be best if I reconsider my decision." while my talent is decent. The Crimson Demon King is undeniably a formidable adversary. If you were to accept me into your fold, he would certainly not let you off easily. At the mere mention of the Crimson Demon King, pain flickered across Qin Feng's brow, yet he endeavored to dissuade Lin Xian, unwilling to endanger his kind-hearted senior. Lin Xian did not turn back, holding a fishing rod as he fished among the clouds. I have told you, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Since I dare to accept you, I am certainly not afraid of the Crimson Demon King. Sitting nearby, Yun Yi, who was delicately polishing a guqin, listened with a tranquil demeanor to the conversation between her senior brother and master. Her curiosity piqued. Master, who is the Crimson Demon King? He seems rather formidable. Being from outside the Conglu Empire, she was unaware of his identity. It was not Lin Xian's role to explain. Qin Xiong seized the opportunity to elaborate, his expression grave as he recounted the heinous deeds committed by the Crimson Demon King, emphasizing that he was a powerful being at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the King's domain. After listening, Yun Yi pondered thoughtfully, observing the bitterness and dread etched on Qin Feng and Qin Xiong's faces, a bemused smile creeping onto her lips. Master, shall I send someone to slay the Crimson Demon King? Her words were startling, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from Qin Xiong and leaving Qin Feng utterly baffled, staring at his junior sister as if she had lost her senses. Send someone to slay the Crimson Demon King? Did she truly grasp the gravity of her words? The Crimson Demon King was a being whose strength could rival that of the ancestral royal family of the Conglu Empire, and after all these years, he might have ascended to an unparalleled level in the fifth realm of the King's domain, an opponent not to be trifled with. Yet, the tone of Yun Yi suggested that the Crimson Demon King was merely an inconsequential figure, a mere cat or dog easily crushed in her eyes. Was this even reasonable? Lin Xian, hearing the goodwill in Yun Yi's suggestion, merely smiled faintly and shook his head nonchalantly. There is no need for concern. This trouble was instigated by your senior brother, and I shall naturally handle it. Should he dare to approach, I will personally deal with him. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xian himself harbors no fear of the Red Demon King. Furthermore, his guardian, the esteemed Yuntian Zun, the first master of the Sword Pavilion, though not yet restored to his prime, possesses a cultivation level that has reached the realm of an emperor. After all, the Red Demon King is merely a trifling foe. To vanquish him is a trivial matter, devoid of any cause for trepidation. Of course, Lin Xian does not believe that Yun Yi is merely boasting. While others might be oblivious, Lin Xian is acutely aware of the truth. Yun Yi possesses genuine capability. After all, she is recognized as the foremost genius of the Lingzhen Empire, with an impressive background. From the information provided by the system, it is evident that the Yun family, to which she belongs, is a hidden, illustrious lineage within the Lingzhen Empire. Her assertion alone suffices to demonstrate that, in her eyes, the Red Demon King, a formidable presence at the fifth level of the King realm, is nothing more than an easily crushed existence. Observing Lin Xian's refusal, Yun Yi does not press the matter further. She remains by his side, resting her chin in contemplation as she gazes at the billowing clouds below, engaging in light conversation. The rapport between the master and disciple is harmonious. However, the exchange between them leaves Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, who stand behind, utterly bewildered. In their discourse, the Red Demon King is portrayed as a mere nameless pawn, an ant that can be effortlessly squashed at any time and place, rather than a terrifying figure that instills fear throughout the Conglu Empire. One speaks of sending someone to slay him, while the other declares intent to do so personally. Is this normal? The two are rendered speechless, their faces flushed with a plethora of unsaid words. Observing the expressions of Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, Lin Xian cannot help but chuckle. He shakes his head, asking, "Do you two truly think that Yun Yi is jesting?" Qin Xiong and Qin Feng remain silent. Would they dare to voice their thoughts? They not only perceive Yun Yi's words as jest, but also regard Lin Xian's statements as mere banter. After all, he is the Red Demon King, a menace that has plagued Qin Feng for an immeasurable duration, a being at the pinnacle of the fifth level of the King realm. As if sensing their thoughts, Lin Xian retracts his fishing rod, pulling up a cloud-winged fish and tossing it into an adjacent empty barrel, casually shaking his head. If you were aware of her true identity, you would not hold such doubts. Chapter 57. I have come to retrieve you. Qin Xiong, contemplating how to prepare a delectable dish for Senior Lin with the cloud-winged fish, a culinary treasure composed entirely of spiritual essence, instinctively responds, his mind swimming with questions. Could she possibly possess another identity? Yun Yi, the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, that is who she is. Leaving behind those words, Lin Xian gently sets down his fishing rod and steps into the cabin. Yun Yi, too, offers a slight bow to the two, smiling as she says, "I am Yun Yi, honored to meet Elder Chun and Brother Qin. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Though she does not believe they can truly offer her guidance, the necessary courtesies must be observed. With her words concluded, Yuan Yi follows Lin Xian into the cabin. Left behind are Chun Xiong and Qin Feng, entrapped in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Although Lin Xian and Yuan Yi have departed, their words continue to echo in the ears of the two. Yuan Yi is the foremost genius of the Lingjin Empire? She is Yuan Yi? Chun Xiong stands in a daze, murmuring to himself instinctively. The name of Yuan Yi may not resonate with the younger generation, like Qin Feng, but for Chun Xiong, it is a name that reverberates like thunder. She is a renowned prodigy within the Seven Kingdoms, on par with the esteemed Prince of Qingyang from the Great Jin dynasty. The presence of such an illustrious figure in their Zhonglu Empire, taking Lin as her master at the Yuhing Sword Palace, left Qin Xiong utterly astounded, nearly breathless. He inhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure, and after a few unsteady steps, he hastily gathered the few cloud-winged fish and departed. It was futile to ponder the complexities of the situation. He decided to focus on preparing the spiritual fish for his master. Once Qin Feng regained his senses, he was engulfed by a tumult of astonishment. Although he was unfamiliar with the name Yuan Yi, he recognized the significance of the Spirit Truth Empire, the foremost prodigy, and the weight of the 10 radiant pillars, leaving him momentarily speechless. To think that such a paragon could be his junior sister? Even now, he struggled to accept this reality. What merit or virtue did he possess to deserve such an honor? Thus, when Yuan Yi commanded the eradication of the Red Demon King, it was not mere jest or bluster. She truly possessed the capability. Qin Feng felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Yet, once he regained his clarity, the foremost thought that emerged in his mind was, what manner of being is his master? To have the foremost prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire come personally to seek him as her teacher? Were Yuan Yi privy to his doubts? She would likely shake her head with a wry smile. The term foremost prodigy merely pertains to the Spirit Truth Empire. She never took pride in her status, for she understood that her accolades were insignificant beneath her master's tutelage. To speak of her extraordinary senior sister, the sword cultivator she encountered in the Burning Heaven's secret realm, was to acknowledge a figure far superior to herself. Even after the passage of time, the formidable presence of Su Lianqin remained etched in Yuan Yi's heart. In the stillness of midnight, she would often dream back to the burning heaven, reliving the breathtaking spectacle of those two swords. This was also the reason she chose to apprentice under Lin Xian. Standing in the cold wind, Qin Feng hesitated for a considerable time, wrestling with his thoughts before finally steeling himself to enter the cabin, a hint of caution upon his face. Master, I cannot accompany you back just yet. There is a matter I must attend to. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he gazed at Lin Xian's impassive countenance, and, with a bitter smile, briefly recounted his personal circumstances. The matter I wish to address concerns the last remaining relative in this world, my sister. As he mentioned his sister Qinlan, a veil of guilt clouded his eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of debt towards her, one that words alone could scarcely convey. This feeling intensified after Qinlan married not long ago, a development that only exacerbated his remorse. Years prior, Qinlan was the young master of a noble family within the Zhonglu Empire, and at that time, both he and Qinlan believed him to be a commendable individual, which led Qin Feng to arrange the marriage. However, everything changed after Qin Feng's rejection of the Red Demon King. To Qinlan, he was once a gentle companion by her side, but suddenly his demeanor transformed, revealing a monstrous nature akin to a ravenous ghost. Not only did he hurl insults at her, but he also cast aside a decree of divorce, instructing her to distance herself as far as possible, fearing that any association would tarnish his reputation. The venomous words recounted by Qinlan left her brother and sister in disbelief. The terror of the Red Ghost King instilled such psychological pressure that people instinctively sought to distance themselves. While both Qin Feng and Qinlan understood the desire to sever ties, the drastic change in the young lord's behavior, his pestilent gaze, and the grotesque mask he suddenly revealed, made it hard to accept that love could be so feigned. Qinlan did not weep or wail. She simply departed from the noble household in silence, harboring no hatred for the heartless one, but lamenting her own blindness. Quietly, she returned to her brother Qin Feng's side. Yet for him, it was disheartening to see his once vibrant sister reduced to such tranquility and solitude. He pressed his lips together, unable to conceal the bitterness in his expression. It was my fault that Lanner suffered, and I have wronged her. Master, I cannot abandon her. I must first pave a way for her before I follow you back to the sect. For the first time, Qin Feng confided his feelings to another, his countenance filled with compassion and anguish. What he did not vocalize was the many times he had pondered whether to submit to the Red Ghost King, if only for the sake of his sister. The living are what truly matter. Outsiders labeled him proud and obstinate, unwilling to witness his kin suffer while refusing to bow. Yet they did not know of the countless occasions he had wished to humble himself before the Red Ghost King, only to find the king perpetually elusive. It was then that Qin Feng comprehended that the Red Ghost King was determined to torment him, to isolate him from all, and to teach him the consequences of rejection. After hearing Qin Feng's plea, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Since she is your sister, and you care for her, let her accompany you to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. It is merely one more person. The unexpected windfall left Qin Feng momentarily stunned, causing him to stammer in disbelief. But is that permissible? Aren't the 7 great sects known for not harboring idlers? This time, Lin Xian remained silent, simply nodding in affirmation. Once Qin Feng confirmed the reality of the situation, an overwhelming joy surged within him, prompting him to kneel before Lin Xian, gratitude overflowing from his countenance. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Had it not been for the reminder of their current presence on the spirit vessel, he would have eagerly rushed back to share this splendid news with Qingyang. As the various sects' spirit vessels swiftly navigated through the skies, the party from Qingyang Pavilion, represented by Elder Feng, was also en route back to their abode. Xuan, aboard the spirit vessel of Qingyang Pavilion, was filled with excitement. The vessel raced through the air with remarkable speed. Yet the protective formation ensured that not a single breeze disturbed those within. Not only was there no wind, but he could also sense that the concentration of spiritual energy inside the vessel was significantly higher than outside. This vessel must have been enhanced with a spirit-gathering formation. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the second-ranked sect, Qingyang Pavilion. As soon as he contemplated the prospect of becoming a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, stepping into the realm of immortals and embarking on a cultivation journey far beyond that of the vast majority, an overwhelming sense of excitement surged within him. However, as he cast his gaze towards Elder Feng at the bow of the boat, the joy on Xuan's face diminished slightly. He was, in truth, puzzled as to why he was being coveted by 2 sects, yet upon being brought back by Elder Feng, he could sense her disdain towards him. Following the initial thrill, a subtle, almost imperceptible worry began to take root in Xuan's heart. Watching Elder Feng's retreating figure, he parted his lips, intending to utter something endearing. But before he could take a step, he heard Elder Feng's thunderous shout from the bow. Who are you? Xuan looked up in astonishment to see a figure cloaked in black, having appeared from nowhere, blocking their spiritual vessel. The vessel came to an abrupt halt, and Elder Feng regarded the ominous silhouette with caution, sensing an ill omen arising within her. Who are you to dare obstruct the Qingyang Pavilion's vessel? I am Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion. If you have any sense, quickly withdraw, or do not blame me for being impolite. Though Elder Feng was known for her eccentricity, she was not foolish. Yet, the figure in black seemed impervious to her warning. No one could discern how the cloaked figure moved. He offered no words, merely advancing with a swift motion towards the Qingyang Pavilion's vessel, directly targeting Elder Feng's face. Elder Feng instinctively stepped back, her gaze landing on the shimmering protective array of the vessel, and in an instant, clarity returned to her mind. Foolish. Our Qingyang Pavilion's array is not so easily breached. The word breach became lodged in her throat, its unfinished echo transforming into a ghastly sound as several youths behind her stared on in horror and disbelief. Before their eyes, Elder Feng's face was ensnared in a large hand, her cheek flesh squeezed through the fingers, her pupils dilating in terror as she beheld the silent figure in black, who had effortlessly shattered the vessel's defensive array, leaving her no time to resist. In less than a heartbeat, the once reliable array, a bastion of security in Elder Feng and the youth's minds, was torn apart like fragile parchment. The elder, who commanded the vessel, found herself grasped by the neck with a force so immense that she was yanked from the vessel without so much as a finger raised in defense, and hurled downwards with tremendous force into the valley below. Elder Feng, possessing the strength of the second realm of Wangjing, struggled like a fledgling chick, yet escape was futile. During her descent, a blade of light shot forth from the black figure's sleeve, piercing her heart and pinning her to the ground of the low valley. A torrent of blood erupted from her mouth and nose, her heart pierced, and her internal organs shattered. She was beyond saving. Yet, her eyes remained fixed upon the figure in black, a desperate, blood-flecked howl escaping her lips. Who are you? Who am I? The one who will kill you. Came the figure's voice, faint yet resonant, evoking an inexplicable familiarity within Elder Feng. The black hood was lifted before her, revealing a countenance that caused her pupils to constrict in disbelief, her mind momentarily faltering. It's him. It is truly him. Chapter 58. What of the one I have killed? Removing his hood, Lin Xian's doppelganger gazed upon the contorted, despairing visage of Elder Feng, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. I recall, during my time atop the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, I once inquired if you wished for death, to which you offered no reply. I took that as your tacit acquiescence. At that very moment, Elder Feng struggled to draw breath, his eyes widening in hatred as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian's countenance, the spark of life within them extinguishing completely. Thus, a second-tier elder of the Qingyang Pavilion met his demise in the lowly hollow of the mountain, without even a chance to resist. Disinterested in the tragic fate of Elder Feng, Lin Xian casually brushed away the dust clinging to his black robe, his form vanishing from the spot. As for how the youths of Qingyang Pavilion would navigate their spirit vessels back, whether they would aid in collecting Elder Feng's corpse, or if the pavilion would trace the matter back to him, these were considerations that lay beyond his purview. A kill is merely a kill. Should the Qingyang Pavilion take issue, they may come seeking him. Then, he would simply eliminate them as well. It was nothing more than a transition from the second position among the 7 sects to the second position within the illusory Feather sect. Elder Feng's death stirred not a ripple in Lin Xian's heart. Upon Qin Feng's return with Qin Lan, and Lin Xian and Chun Xiong's return from the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, the Cold Moon Fairy made no inquiries regarding the recruitment of disciples, instead assigning all of them directly to Lin Xian's Sword Pavilion. This arrangement suited Lin Xian perfectly. He did not wish to offend the Cold Moon Fairy. For several consecutive days, he patiently engaged with her and the other elders to discuss the upcoming competition among the 7 nations. The subsequent agenda would be determined by the pavilion master. Henceforth, I shall speak no more of the 7 nations competition. Within the conference hall of the Yuheng Sword Palace, the Cold Moon Fairy's voice, cool and melodious like the sound of pearls cascading, abruptly halted mid-sentence as her countenance swiftly turned frosty, her head snapping toward the entrance. Who goes there? In a flash, the Cold Moon Fairy darted outside, confronting the powerful aura that rushed toward her. Upon seeing the white-haired elder hovering in midair, her expression froze in astonishment. Though aged and frail, the aura emanating from this elder was profoundly unsettling. In an instant, the Cold Moon Fairy recognized her visitor and quickly altered her demeanor. It was none other than the master of the Qingyang Pavilion arriving. She hastily extended an invitation. In the face of such a formidable sect as the Qingyang Pavilion, the Yuheng Sword Palace, being relatively weak, could only bow in submission. The master of the Qingyang Pavilion, possessing formidable strength and serving as a senior to the Cold Moon Fairy, lowering her head to her was not a matter of shame. However, the Cold Moon Fairy was perplexed. Their connection was minimal, so why would the master of the Qingyang Pavilion visit unexpectedly? Furthermore, the latter's expression was exceedingly grim. Despite her inner confusion, the appropriate courtesies were not overlooked as the Cold Moon Fairy respectfully ushered her into the main hall for discussion. The master of the Qingyang Pavilion, her face a mask of barely restrained fury, let out a cold snort as she took her seat. Once settled, the Cold Moon Fairy voiced her curiosity. I am unaware of the reason for your esteemed visit, revered master of the Qingyang Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the master's countenance darkened further. What is it? After the grand ceremony of ascension, Elder Feng vanished without a trace, and to this day, he has yet to return. I fear the omens are dire. Deputy Palace Master Hanyue, what do you believe I have come here for? Initially taken aback, Hanyue soon furrowed her brow. That madwoman has actually died? But her demise is of no concern to the Yuheng Sword Palace. Could it be that, due to her enmity with Elder Feng, the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion has mistakenly assumed that the Yuheng Sword Palace was involved? Absurd. Hanyue's expression hardened, and her tone turned decidedly unwelcoming. What is the meaning of this, esteemed elder? Are you here to hold the Yuheng Sword Palace accountable? Although she had her differences with that lunatic, it had never escalated to the point of murder. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. What could this mean? The leader of the Qingyang Pavilion, detecting Hanyue's impatience, sneered and laid her cards on the table. I have heard that at the grand ceremony, Elder Qin Xiong and another elder from your esteemed sect clashed with my sect's Elder Feng, and subsequently, my elder mysteriously disappeared after leaving the sacred Silver Egret Mountain. Deputy Palace Master Hanyue, I must ask you, if you were in my position, would you not have suspicions regarding the Yuheng Sword Palace? Hanyue opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Elder Qin Xiong, whose name had been mentioned, underwent a series of expressions, gradually revealing a hint of contemplation. Silence enveloped the hall as the elderly matron slowly rose, surveying her surroundings. I possess no concrete evidence, nor do I know who is responsible for the death of Elder Feng. The Yuheng Sword Palace may deny any involvement, and I will not force my hand, but you would do well to pray that I do not uncover any truths. Otherwise, as her words trailed off, a formidable pressure, emanating from the fourth realm of the king's domain, swept across the hall. The elders present, unprepared, were rendered pale by the sheer force. The fourth realm of the king's domain ranks among the most powerful entities in the entire Conglu Empire. Aside from the Yushu Sword Sect, there are virtually no rivals. The apex strength of the Yuheng Sword Palace resides in Hanyue and Elder Luming, and faced with such provocation and threat. Their expressions darkened as they struggled to contain the surging blood within, glaring fiercely at the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion. Yet, they found themselves unable to retaliate, enduring the oppressive force while striving to maintain their composure, silently hoping that the palace master, who was currently in seclusion, would emerge to resolve the crisis. Unbeknownst to them, while the revered Yun Letian sensed the aggressive approach of the Qingyang Pavilion leader, he paid it no mind and remained undisturbed, continuing his meditation to restore his strength. With Lin Xian present, a mere Fourth Realm king posed no significant threat. There is no need for an investigation. I was the one who killed him. What of it? Chapter 59. Draw your sword and fight me. No one anticipated that Lin Xian would suddenly speak up. However, more astonishing than his ability to converse under such immense pressure was the content of his words, which left the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion in shock. As Lin Xian's declaration echoed through the hall, astonishment gripped everyone, including the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion, causing her previously exerted pressure to falter for a moment. The leader had not genuinely expected to extract any confessions during her visit to the Yuhing Sword Palace. After all, would a murderer readily admit to their crimes unless presented with irrefutable evidence? However, she never anticipated that the disciples of the Yuhing Sword Palace would dare to acknowledge it so directly. The flicker of fear in the heart of the Qingyang Pavilion master was fleeting, swiftly dissipated by her own resolve. For in the very next heartbeat after the young man in white uttered those words, an overwhelming sword intent, accompanied by an oppressive force of terrifying magnitude, surged towards her like a tidal wave. The surging pressure caused the pavilion master's heart to plummet. Instinctively, she withdrew her own aura in resistance. But upon making contact with that colossal sword intent, her complexion paled. Such strength, even in a mere fleeting touch. She could ascertain that she was unequivocally no match for this individual. The Qingyang Pavilion master gazed incredulously at Lin Xian, unable to reconcile her previous sensations. How old could he possibly be? Sword intent. How could one possess such formidable sword intent? At this very moment, even though their oppressive forces were counteracting each other, the hall remained engulfed in the residual waves of sword intent, which bore no deliberate malice towards anyone. Yet, the pavilion master felt as though her heart was ensnared in the grasp of a colossal hand, rendering it motionless. This was the innate fear of confronting a formidable opponent. Leaning languidly in his seat, Lin Xian regarded the Qingyang Pavilion master, whose face had turned ashen, and inquired with measured clarity, "What? Do you wish to join her?" "I." The Qingyang Pavilion master gasped for breath within the council chamber of the Yuhing Sword Palace, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for her indomitable will, she might have succumbed and knelt before him. This left the pavilion master utterly incredulous. The young man in white had not even drawn his sword. Merely by the casual release of his sword energy, he had instilled within her, a being of the peak fourth realm of the Wang realm, an inclination to submit. What does this signify? What an unfathomable level of power. Even the ancestral figure of the royal family could not achieve such a feat yet, within the Yuhing Sword Palace. Such a divine being existed. With such strength, why do they remain at the bottom of the seven sects? With a pale visage, the Qingyang Pavilion master swallowed hard. Leave. The single, emotionless word felt like a great reprieve to the powerful, white-haired elder, who hurriedly departed without uttering another word. Her hurried exit bore a semblance of frantic escape. The Qingyang Pavilion master arrived swiftly and departed even faster. Before she left, despite having identified the true culprit, she did not utter a single word of grievance towards the Yuhing Sword Palace. The sole reason for this was power. Strength commands respect. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, no one dares to speak out against them. The elders of the Yuhing Sword Palace, though already aware of Lin Xian's extraordinary nature, were still profoundly impacted and shaken upon witnessing his prowess. The Qingyang Pavilion master, a formidable presence of the peak fourth realm of the Wang realm, was someone they all looked up to. Yet, she departed in such a disheartened manner, not daring to glance back. Even in the knowledge that Lin Xian had slain an elder of her sect. Power. This is the essence of power. With a rhythmic knocking on the back of his chair, Lin Xian sought to capture the attention of those present, stating, "From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion, emerging only before the great competition of the seven nations." With a casual command, Lin Xian rose and left. He sensed that the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. And this time, it was not merely a matter of transcending a single realm. Lin Xian's seclusion sparked a wave of isolation within the Yuhing Sword Palace. After witnessing how a mere word from Lin Xian had frightened the master of the Qingyang Pavilion, they became acutely aware of the significance of strength. Only strength is fundamental. Once he departed, Chen Xiong abruptly stood up and declared in a deep voice, "I will also enter seclusion." The remaining elders, about 16 or 17 of them, echoed this sentiment. If someone as formidable as Lin Xian was seizing every moment to cultivate, what reason did they have to remain idle? The Cold Moon Fairy paused momentarily, exchanging a glance with Grand Elder Lu Ming, revealing a hint of helplessness intermingled with a faint smile. This is indeed a positive development. Grand Elder Lu Ming remarked slowly. In that case, the Vice Master should also enter seclusion. We await the Seven Nations competition. The Cold Moon Fairy did not decline, giving a gentle nod. I shall entrust the affairs of the sect to the Grand Elder during this period. Naturally, it is my duty, he replied. With 2 months remaining until the Seven Nations competition, the time felt neither excessively long nor too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Within these 2 months, Lin Xian achieved a remarkable breakthrough, directly surpassing the 5th level of the Wang realm, shattering 3 levels in total. He reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, merely a step away from entering the 6th realm. Such speed is truly astonishing. It is worth noting that for a Wang realm expert, each level is notoriously difficult to transcend, often taking years or even decades. Lin Xian accomplished this feat in just 2 months, which can hardly be described as anything less than terrifying. However, the resources he had previously acquired had been consumed significantly. While his speed was impressive, the expenditure was equally substantial. As he observed the dwindling spirit stones within his storage ring, Lin Xian began to feel anxious. Initially, he had intended to use these spirit stones to purchase a high-tier spirit sword, which would serve as the foundation for the slaying immortal sword array. Now, it appeared that plan had been dashed, and he would need to seek alternative methods. The Seven Nations competition presented an excellent opportunity. The rewards for the top 3 were exceptional. While the first prize was remarkable, the second place would reward a 6th-tier spirit sword, exactly what he needed. Should he bestow this upon a disciple, it could yield at least a 7th-tier imperial spirit sword, if fortune favored him. Just the thought of it made Lin Xian feel a surge of anticipation. Over the past 2 months, his disciples had also made commendable progress. Su Lianxin steadily advanced, reaching the 9th level of the Earth Profound Realm, just a step away from the Heavenly Profound Realm. After successfully merging with the 9 Nether Dark Flame body, Wang Yan's aptitude significantly improved, and his cultivation soared to the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Chu Qiuming, leveraging her exceptional innate talent, benefited from the dual guidance of Lin Xian and the celestial master Yun Li, comprehending her own sword intent. Furthermore, after grasping the sword intent and cultivating the Qing Emperor scripture, Chu Qiuming's cultivation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, reaching the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Though she did not surpass Su Lianxin, it was understandable, as Su Lianxin's talent was extraordinarily monstrous. The Qing Emperor scripture had also been imparted to 2 newly initiated disciples early on. Among them, Qin Feng possesses the weakest cultivation level, having endured considerable tribulations that left him with little time to cultivate. Even with remarkable talent, 2 months of neglect has resulted in a noticeable deficiency in his cultivation, now standing at merely the 8th level of Qi gathering. However, this is understandable, although he is the 4th in rank. He is the youngest and has the least time dedicated to his training. As for Yun Yi, she is a prodigious talent in her own right, now sharing the same formidable strength as Su Lianxin, both having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth Profound. It is often said that understanding one principle leads to understanding all. With the assistance of the Qingdi Sutra and the insight she previously gained from her musical comprehension, grasping the essence of sword intent is not particularly challenging for this extraordinary talent, holding both the sword and musical insights. Yun Yi's prowess ranks just beneath Su Lianxin among Lin Xian's disciples. Yun Yi mused within herself that none of Lin Xian's disciples should be underestimated. She initially believed that with her gift and strength, she would at least place 1st or 2nd among them. However, she unexpectedly found herself outside the top 3, only slightly surpassing the newly accepted Qin Feng. This revelation left her astounded and reinforced her conviction that rejecting the Qianyin Pavilion in favor of joining the protagonist's sect was the right choice. Each of her senior brothers and sisters possesses the potential to ascend to the illustrious Xian ranking, if not more. The Xian ranking may merely be the beginning, especially for senior sister Su Lianxin. In the past 2 months, Yun Yi sought out Su Lianxin for sparring, only to be effortlessly defeated by a single stroke of her sword, leaving her without any room for resistance. Previously, during the Burning Sky Secret Realm, she had only glimpsed Su Lianxin's terrifying prowess without truly comprehending it. Now, she had gained a profound understanding of Su Lianxin's monstrous capabilities, which further ignited her competitive spirit. She was determined not to settle for 4th place under her master. She could not allow her master to feel ashamed. All of her master's disciples are prodigies, and she must not lag behind. Most astonishing to Yun Yi, however, was the imperial-level cultivation method bestowed upon her by her master. Even recalling it now fills her with awe. How could there exist an imperial-level cultivation method in the Seven Kingdoms, where even no Emperor Realm warriors reside? What kind of being is her master? When Lin Xian emerged from seclusion, he was greeted by the heavenly venerable Yunli. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she smiled softly, raising her hand in greeting. Welcome back, Sect Master. The Sect Master's timely emergence coincides with the impending Seven Kingdoms Grand Tournament, and we are preparing to head to the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire, the venue for this tournament, which is the foremost among the Seven Kingdoms. Lin Xian understood, but chose not to take on the responsibility of leading the group. You may proceed with them. I require a little more time in seclusion. Is that so? That is indeed splendid news. As expected of the Sect Master, Yunli remarked, genuinely astonished at how swiftly Lin Xian's strength had surged. Given her high realm, she could sense that although Lin Xian's advancement was rapid, it lacked superficiality. This was not merely the result of relying on pills and resources. Truly, he is a genius beyond her reach. After a moment of reflection, Yunli considered, in that case, let Han Yu lead the way first. I shall remain here to support the Sect Master in his breakthrough. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, seeing no reason to object. He exuded confidence, and after breaking through his limits, he was certain to arrive before the grand competition, given his extraordinary speed. Although Su Lianxin and her companions felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to accompany their master, they understood the essence of what truly mattered. Together with the Cold Moon Fairy and the 7 prodigies from the Yuheng Sword Palace, they journeyed to the imperial city of the Dawn Empire. This time, the Yuheng Sword Palace boasted 11 participants, with the additional contender being Yunyi, supported by the esteemed and reclusive Yun family of the Lingzhen Empire. Securing a spot in the competition was a trivial matter for her. Furthermore, having joined her master's sect, she naturally intended to compete under the banner of her master's current faction. On their expedition to the Dawn Empire, the Cold Moon Fairy led the way aboard the finest spirit vessel of the Yuheng Sword Palace. The vessel was not only spacious, but also rich in spiritual energy, making it conducive for cultivation, although last-minute efforts were hardly effective. Thus, during the journey, disciples from various sects gathered to engage in discussions about their forthcoming opponents. However, this discourse held little relevance for Su Lianxin and her companions. The 7 disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace, including Chu Jianxin, intentionally or unintentionally isolated Su Lianxin and her friends, exhibiting a subtle disdain that, while not overtly hostile, was rife with veiled sarcasm. Clearly, they had yet to come to terms with Su Lianxin's group having seized their spots. Regrettably, Su Lianxin and her companions were indifferent to the opinions of others and paid little heed to their petty thoughts. The veiled mockery and subtle ostracism they faced were of no consequence to them. As disciples of Lin Xian, they were acutely aware of their promising futures, which were bound to be extraordinary. The only adversaries worthy of their engagement would be the elite prodigies of the Xian domain, while Chu Jianxin and his peers disparaged them. Referring to them as frogs at the bottom of a well, they were ultimately just talents from a lesser empire and a marginal sect, akin to the most exquisite feather on a wild chicken's tail. In the end, they were merely feathers. Su Lianxin and her companions remained unfazed. Yet Chu Jianxin and his associates grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as tea spilled across the table. Chu Qdream halted her conversation, her delicate face as cold as frost, furrowing her brow at the individual who had audaciously struck the table beside her. She and her companions had been quietly discussing their techniques, and the lack of interruption from Chu Jianxin's group had suited them perfectly. To her dismay, an uninvited individual had carelessly intruded upon their space. You. The sharp sound of metal echoed as a sword was pointed menacingly at Chu Qdream's nose, the assailant's tone dripping with hostility. Draw your sword and battle me. I wish to see what qualifications you possess to replace Xianmo. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. 6th level of the Wang realm. The steam from the tea still lingered in the air. Chu Qdream's gaze swept over the spilled white tea, feeling an inexplicable sense of regret. The spiritual energy infused in the tea was secondary. What mattered was that the leaves had been shared by Yunyi, perfectly aligned with her palate. Such an interruption felt like a waste of a fine brew. She cast a sidelong glance at the aggressive young man, sword drawn. No. With a disinterested sigh, Chu Qdream rose, intending to depart. Frankly speaking, this individual lacked even the qualifications to compel her to draw her sword. They were simply not on the same level. Even within the same realm, he could never be her match, let alone the fact that this individual's cultivation was even inferior to hers. As she prepared to leave, the man first exhibited surprise, followed swiftly by fury. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I thought you were a formidable opponent, but it seems you are nothing of the sort. He was a close friend of Xianmo and had long been indignant over his friend's plight. Today, he sought to avenge Xianmo. As Chu Yuming refrained from engaging, his anger intensified. How dare someone too cowardly to face her in battle aspire to take Xianmo's place? This was utterly unjust. Beside them, Chu Jinshan, who had been observing the unfolding events, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had initially believed that these individuals possessed some degree of strength, but it appeared they lacked even the courage to fight. There was no hope of them contending against the Jade Xian Sword Palace. At that moment, Chu Yoming's response gradually emerged. However, unlike the anger or shame anticipated by the disciple, she calmly uttered a single phrase, "If that is what you believe, then so be it." Such a petty provocation held no significance for her and failed to pique her interest. She could hardly muster the enthusiasm to retaliate. Provocation was predicated on a parity of strength. Any challenge from an inferior was nothing more than a jest. Witnessing the folly of her own sect's members was neither necessary nor entertaining. She would rather preserve her intrigue for the prodigies of the Seven Nations tournament. Simultaneously, within the Jade Hung Sword Palace, the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan sat in her courtyard when she suddenly twitched an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement surfacing in her gaze. Immediately, she lifted her head and beheld Lin Xian before her. With flowing black hair and clad in white, he resembled a celestial swordsman, embodying the grace of jade. Before she could utter her congratulations, she noticed Lin Xian smile faintly at her, and then, in an instant, he unleashed a strike. This sword strike appeared slow and unremarkable. Yet when the sword intent was unleashed, it bore the sharpness capable of shattering the heavens. An inexhaustible wave of sword energy surged forth, inundating the modest courtyard. Despite her awareness that Lin Xian harbored no malice and merely sought to test his current prowess, Yunli Tianzuan instinctively felt her pupils constrict in alarm. She dared not underestimate him and vanished from her seat. She reappeared not far from Lin Xian, her delicate hand trembling as myriad runes surged like flowing spiritual light, coalescing into a colossal phantom. The phantom drew a bow and unleashed a fierce golden ray. The clash of sword light and arrow light erupted in a violent explosion, generating astonishing waves that tremored the ground. Fortunately, the area had been fortified by Yunli Tianzuan with multiple formations, preventing the residual shockwaves from disturbing the outside world. Otherwise, the aftermath of this single collision could have devastated a significant portion of the Jade Hung Sword Palace. As the tumult subsided, Yunli Tianzuan steadied herself, having been forced back several steps from her original position. Though uninjured, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. How could she find herself at a disadvantage? In this exchange, she had indeed fallen behind, while Lin Xian remained utterly unaffected. The shock within Yunli Tianzuan was nearly palpable. It is essential to recognize that, although her strength has not yet fully recovered, she possesses the prowess of the Imperial realm. When Lin Xian unleashed his sword strike unexpectedly, she did not hold back. Initially, the heavenly sovereign Yunli harbored concerns that her attack might inadvertently harm Lin Xian. After all, despite his prodigious talent, he was merely at the king realm. And even at the 6th level, he was still far from bridging the vast chasm to the Imperial realm, a distance of monumental significance, not to be trifled with. Yet, to her astonishment, her Imperial realm strike was unexpectedly suppressed. Coming back to her senses, she gasped in disbelief. Over the past period, Lin Xian had astonished her on numerous occasions. Each time she believed she had a clear understanding of his extraordinary capabilities, he would once again surpass her expectations. With a slow exhale, a genuine expression of joy illuminated Yun Li's face as she approached Lin Xian. "Congratulations, Sect Master, on your remarkable advancement. The elegance of your swordsmanship truly humbles me." Lin Xian, pleased with his own prowess, retracted his hand. He had nearly exerted all his strength in that strike. Apart from the immortal slaying sword array, he had utilized nearly everything at his disposal, such as the Qingyang Sutra and the primordial sword body. It was precisely this that allowed him to gauge his current strength with greater clarity. Presently, he could stand against the Imperial realm, and if he were to employ the immortal slaying sword array, he could potentially defeat an opponent of that caliber. Testing his sword once more, he found it satisfactory. As he spoke, he and Yunli made their way outside. How long had it been since they set off? Yunli smiled and said, "You emerged at just the right time. Han Yu and the others have likely yet to arrive at the Morning Dawn Empire." Lin Xian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed his calculations regarding time had indeed been accurate. Without further ado, as Yun Li, the Guardian, naturally accompanied Lin Xian, they spared no effort in hastening to the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire to participate in the grand competition of the Seven Nations. 2 streaks of light streaked across the horizon, moving with astonishing speed. They passed numerous spirit vessels along the way, drawing admiration from all who witnessed their passage. Soaring through the skies with such swiftness undoubtedly marked them as 2 formidable beings. A young man standing on the deck of a verdant spirit vessel gazed longingly at the fleeting lights, his fists clenched tightly, revealing the ambition that sparkled in his eyes. I wonder when I will reach such heights, he murmured to himself. No need to rush, with my current talents. I shall soon stand shoulder to shoulder with those powerful figures. If Lin Xian had noticed this scene, he would have recognized that this verdant spirit vessel belonged to the Qingyang Sword Sect, and the young man at the helm was none other than Lu Tianqing. Lu Tianqing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to before, both his strength and capabilities had seen a significant enhancement. With the aid of his ancestors, he had fully absorbed the potency of 2 one-pattern dragon soul pills, solidifying his foundation. His realm had also risen dramatically, nearing the 8th level of the earthly profound realm. This level of power had already positioned him among the elite of the 7 nations. Moreover, his experience in combat had seen even greater improvements. Thanks not only to the dragon soul pills, but also to the exhaustive training provided by the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. In the realm of various elixirs and sacred baths, the leader of the Qingyang sect has invested heavily. Lu Tianqing is acutely aware of the monumental mission he bears, yet he is unfazed, brimming with unwavering confidence. As he senses his current strength, he clenches his fists, filled with an absolute conviction. In this grand competition among the 7 nations, my aspirations extend far beyond merely entering the top 100. Chapter 61. 10 million. Too little. In response to Lu Tianqing's grand aspirations, the Qingyang sect leader, standing beside him, gazes with anticipation, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he offers praise. Indeed, with such ambition and a resolute spirit, you have shown remarkable progress, living up to our ancestor's expectations. The venerable ancestor, Xianjian, has not accompanied the group this time. He had already devoted immense effort into Lu Tianqing's training and is filled with hope for the latter's performance in the competition. Thus, after the conclusion of the Burning Heaven secret realm, he chose not to enter seclusion, focusing solely on guiding Lu Tianqing. Now, as the seeds he has sown are on the verge of blossoming, he can finally find peace to enter seclusion and mend the injuries he sustained in the Burning Heaven secret realm. The ancestor possesses even greater confidence in Lu Tianqing's potential achievements in the competition than Lu Tianqing himself. Hence, he need not attend the event in person, remaining within the sect, eagerly awaiting the return of his promising protege with the most favorable news. The Morning Dawn Imperial City, the venue for this 7 nations competition, has been inundated with a multitude of cultivators for over a month, filling the city to its brim. Spirit ships traverse the skies, continuously arriving, as disciples clad in sect garments pay their entrance fees and pour into the Imperial City. According to the prearranged signals with the likes of the Cold Moon Fairy, Lin Xian and the celestial venerable Yunli arrive just in time before the commencement of the competition and successfully reunite. The Yunli Inn, a prominent establishment throughout the entire Xian domain, is affiliated with the largest commercial organization, with branches in nearly every empire and city, making it the most suitable gathering place. However, when Lin Xian and the celestial venerable Yunli locate the Cold Moon Fairy and Qin Xiong, they unexpectedly encounter an uninvited guest by her side. A woman adorned in a fiery red dress, with fox-like eyes, approaches with a demeanor seemingly oblivious to the Cold Moon Fairy's frigid gaze, her smile laced with disdain. It has been quite some time, Cold Moon. You seem to have acquired a few new faces behind you. She chuckles lightly, her laughter tinged with subtle derision. It seems you have come prepared. Shall we engage in a wager? The newcomer is none other than the leader of the Xuan Sword Palace, whose striking beauty radiates like blazing flames, in stark contrast to the serene and chilly presence of the Cold Moon Fairy. However, their paths diverge, and upon encountering this seemingly amiable adversary, the Cold Moon Fairy's tone grows cooler. What do you wish to wager? Let us wager 10 million spirit stones, shall we? The leader of the Xuan Sword Palace eagerly interjects as soon as the Cold Moon Fairy finishes speaking. The 7 nations competition is the perfect opportunity. If any disciple from either of our sects ranks higher in the competition, regardless of the outcome, it would certainly be preferable to your persistent belief that the Xuan Sword Palace's previous victory was unjust. Clearly, the one who has truly come prepared is she. The very proposal of a wager seems to have been a premeditated scheme by the leader of the Xuan Sword Palace, who undoubtedly possesses the confidence to make such a suggestion. Her confidence stemmed from the youth who silently followed her, exuding an air of indifference. In stark contrast to her master's fervor, he displayed no inclination towards pleasantries, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd of the Qingyang Sword Sect, ultimately honing in on Chu Jianchen, his lips curling into a distinctly scornful sneer. Upon encountering him, Chu Jianchen's countenance darkened instantly, his fists clenched tightly. A year ago, he had suffered defeat at the hands of this very youth, an embarrassment he had never been able to forget. In preparation for this battle, he had invested an entire year. This time, he vowed to redeem himself. However, The attention of the other disciples from the Qingyang Sword Sect was captivated by the wager at hand. 10 million spirit stones. A few disciples gasped quietly, aware that this was no trifling sum, especially considering their sect was notoriously impoverished, ranking last among the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire. Would the deputy sect master agree to such a wager? The disciples turned their eyes towards the cold moon fairy, only to find her expression unchanged, entirely unfazed. She even allowed herself a slight smile, a rare and precious sight akin to the melting of early snow. Yet before anyone could bask in the moment, the moon fairy's words struck like thunder. 10 million is far too little. If we are to gamble, let us not be timid. 50 million. Do you dare to wager? 50 million. Not 500,000, nor 5 million, but a staggering 50 million. What does that imply? Even the large sects like Lingxiao would flinch at the thought of parting with 10 million spirit stones. To stake 50 million was nearly the entire treasury of the Qingyang Sword Sect. At that moment, those who heard the moon fairy's declaration were left utterly speechless. Even the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect and Chu Jianxin, her most devoted disciple, stared blankly at her icy visage, their minds echoing a singular thought. Master. Surely the deputy sect master hasn't lost her mind? How else could she utter such words? Despite Chu Jianxin's resolute determination to avenge his previous defeat, he harbored no absolute confidence in vanquishing his old rival. 50 million, a sum that seemed to wager the entire sect's future. Not only they, but even the master of the Xuan Sword Sect appeared taken aback. She had not anticipated that the moon fairy would display such audacity, yet she quickly regained her composure, regarding the moon fairy with evident skepticism. 50 million? I have no objections, but can your Qingyang Sword Sect truly produce such an amount? The moon fairy glanced at her with an unperturbed demeanor, coldly inquiring. What? Are you afraid? Huh. The master of the Xuan Sword Sect burst into laughter, her gaze shifting through various expressions before settling on derision. If you dare, why should I not? Your provocations hold no weight with me. Since you are willing to stake 50 million on behalf of the Xuan Sword Sect, I shall gladly accept this immense fortune without hesitation. This wager is accepted by the Xuan Sword Sect. She brimmed with unshakable confidence in her victory. Regardless of whether it was 10 million or 50 million, in the end, all would belong to her Xuan Sword Sect. The master of the Xuan Sword Palace, accompanied by her disciples, departed gracefully, although her followers remained silent. The disdainful glances they cast towards the Qingyang Sword Palace were unmistakable, inciting a wave of indignation among its disciples. Only Chu Jianxin wore a frown, waiting until the figures of the Xuan Sword Palace vanished from sight before he approached the celestial maiden of the cold moon with discontent. Master, your impulsiveness this time is unwarranted. He expressed his frustrations, though he could not deny the harsh reality. The celestial maiden regarded her devoted disciple and noticed the dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. She shook her head, having never truly expected much from him regarding this matter. As your master, I possess my own judgments. Now, return to your quarters and prepare diligently for the upcoming competition. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. My willingness to gamble signifies my confidence. Chu Jianxin felt a torrent of unvoiced thoughts welling within him, yet he found himself unable to express his ire. Gazing at his serene master, he felt a simmering frustration that rendered her words nearly inaudible. With a deep breath, he turned away, his footsteps betraying his discontent. The celestial maiden remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Su Lianxin and others who had yet to depart, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, radiating an unwavering confidence. Having lost previously, she felt a greater sense of dissatisfaction than any other disciple within the sect. If the defeat had been in a fair contest, she might have accepted it, but this time, she vowed to plunge her adversaries into despair. Chapter 62, The Sovereign Grade Spirit Artifact. The Seven Kingdoms competition is a grand assembly that gathers numerous prodigies. As cultivators converged upon the imperial city of the Morning Light Empire at the peak of dawn, the grand event was officially inaugurated. Enchanting light from formations illuminated the sky, and esteemed ancestors and elders, rarely seen, made their appearances. The territorial overseer deployed numerous formations, isolating the competition venue from the outside world, as time would not wait for anyone. Within the venue, each empire occupied its designated position, further divided by sections. Countless prodigies sat upright, gathering in unity for this momentous occasion. The prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms had assembled. As noon approached, the venue sealed completely. Above the arena, 3 royal elders of the Morning Light Empire emerged silently, their formidable presence sweeping across the entire space. Each of them possessed cultivation levels surpassing the 7th realm of the king's stage. In the entirety of the Qingyang Seven Kingdoms, such levels were indeed at the pinnacle. With solemn expressions, the elders donned royal insignia embroidered robes that billowed in the fierce wind. In unison, They raised their hands to summon an ancient mirror. The sight of the intricately patterned mirror caused the aura of some individuals to intensify. This mirror, some could recognize. A 7th-tier spirit treasure. A sovereign-grade artifact. The Morning Light Empire truly possessed great wealth and courage to wield such a treasure. Is this the 10 Directions treasure mirror of the Morning Light Empire? It is indeed extraordinary. Merely gazing at it feels as if one might be drawn into its depths. As the foremost among the 7 kingdoms, its profound heritage is indisputable. The prodigies from various nations and sects, possessing keen insight, immediately discerned the rarity of the 10 Directions ancient mirror, engaging in animated discussions. The murmur of their discussions reached the ears of the uninformed, revealing to a multitude of ignorant souls the extraordinary value of the mirror held by the 3 clan elders. In an instant, fervent gazes filled with astonishment and admiration ensued. An imperial-grade spiritual artifact. To them, anything associated with the imperial path was nearly akin to mythic existence. It is noteworthy that, within the current 7 nations, not a single imperial realm powerhouse could be found. However, not everyone was swept up in emotional tumult. The prodigies of the Morning Dawn Empire maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting little fluctuation in their expressions. After all, as the foremost empire among the 7 nations, the talents it cultivated could hardly be short-sighted. While an imperial-grade spiritual artifact was indeed rare, they were not entirely unfamiliar with such treasures. Lin Xian's disciples also wore serene expressions, revealing no excessive greed or awe. Having encountered and practiced imperial-grade techniques, what significance did an imperial-grade artifact hold compared to that? In their eyes, it was of negligible worth. Yet, their indifference did not imply that others felt the same. Coming back to their senses from their astonishment, Xu Jianxin and his companions glanced at the composed Su Lianxin and the others, their brows furrowing involuntarily, with some unable to restrain themselves, murmuring softly, "Truly, what a facade!" "Enough!" Xu Jianxin frowned and interjected, reproaching them with displeasure. "Regardless of the circumstances, we are teammates. Let us not be so harsh." As the senior brother within the sect, his authority was considerable, and though his fellow disciples felt disgruntled, they reluctantly fell silent. Apart from them, several others present were not only unsurprised but bore expressions of mockery. These individuals had evidently never encountered the wider world. A youth clad in silver light armor casually toyed with the tiger claw in his hand, contrasting sharply with the dignified postures of the prodigies from the 7 nations. He sprawled with legs apart, his demeanor replete with derision. An imperial-grade artifact, merely that. These wastrels from the 7 nations had likely seen little else. The 2 youths beside him laughed in agreement, their expressions rife with disdain and scorn. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, how truly wasteful of our time. Yet, in light of this mirror, we shall endure. The last individual's gaze fell upon the ancient mirror, his eyes flickering with avarice as he murmured softly. The lowly imperial-grade Shifeng ancient mirror, though somewhat inferior in rank, could barely be deemed worthy of me. Once our divine martial dynasty unifies the 7 nations, this mirror shall be mine. The thoughts of the prodigies in the arena were diverse, while the 3 clan elders had already collaborated to successfully refine the ancient mirror. The archaic and mysterious Shifeng ancient mirror emitted a faint glow, hovering above the crowd, reflecting no trace of human figures. Instead, the mirror's surface revealed shimmering waves, transforming into scenes of forests, swamps, grasslands, and other terrains, incessantly changing. At this moment, the rules were proclaimed loudly by one of the clan elders. Esteemed talents, the great competition of the 7 nations officially commences. I shall now announce the rules for this contest. The first match of the great competition will take place within the Shifeng ancient mirror. All prodigies must enter the ancient mirror within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, commencing simultaneously. Within the mirror's realm, countless ferocious beasts await. Slaying these beasts will yield points, and the more beasts one defeats, the greater the score attained. Time is limited. Once the incense burns out, everyone must immediately exit the ancient mirror and tally their points, ranked according to their scores. To advance to the second round, one must accumulate at least 10,000 points. Now, let the competition commence. With a wave of the clan elder's hand, the ancient mirrors radiate brilliant spiritual light. As the light surges, jade tokens soar forth, landing in the hands of various prodigies. In the blink of an eye, those holding the jade tokens are systematically drawn into the realm of the ancient mirror. These tokens will record the scores of the participating prodigies, synchronously displayed on the leaderboard for all to witness. Once everyone has entered, an elder sets up the inscription for the leaderboard. The grand spiritual monument, for now, bears no names. Another clan elder retrieves a long-lasting incense and ignites it beside the ancient mirror. As the fragrant smoke wafts upwards, the first round of the Seven Nations competition officially begins. All prodigies simultaneously engage in combat. Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, upon entry, find themselves separated, although they had no intention of forming alliances to slay the beast. Wang Yan feels a fleeting discomfort at being parted from his senior sister. However, as soon as he lands, he finds himself encircled by ferocious beasts, instantly dismissing any anxiety. They are all beasts. The weakest among them is at the Earth Profound realm, and their numbers are vast. Are these beasts? No. These are points. Tangible points lying before him. How could he not seize them? Wang Yan's eyes blaze with fervor, and without hesitation, he draws his sword and charges forth. A grin spreads across his face, excitement coursing through him. Having followed his master's teachings for so long, he seizes this opportunity to test his swordsmanship. He cannot afford to miss such a chance to gauge his true combat prowess. Yet, as he thrusts his sword forward, before he can channel his sword intent or engage in a fierce exchange with the beast, the fox beast, seemingly oblivious, fails to evade as he had anticipated and is instead pierced through, meeting its demise on the spot. Wang Yan is momentarily taken aback. Blood spills from the fox beast's wound, inciting the remaining beast's ferocity, and they charge at him recklessly. Witnessing this, Wang Yan dismisses any lingering thoughts and strikes again. With several swift blows, the ground is littered with the corpses of the beasts, and Wang Yan stands amidst the carnage, somewhat speechless. Are they so weak? No. It is not that they are weak, but rather that I am exceptionally strong. Realization dawns on Wang Yan, after sparring with his senior sister and her companions. Repeatedly facing defeat, he had developed the illusion of his own weakness, unaware that it was merely in comparison to them. A tearless lament arises within him. So, I am also a prodigy. Chapter 63. First round results. The thought flits through Wang Yan's mind. Wasn't it somewhat excessive for the seemingly weaker me among my peers to appear so overwhelmingly powerful outside? He hesitates briefly, casting his gaze toward the distant mountains, flicking the droplets of blood from his sword's tip, and strides deeper into the forest. Within the realm of the ancient mirror, waves of beasts continue to surge endlessly. As long as he moves, he encounters more of them. Soon, Wang Yan again faces a pack of beasts leaping from the dense thicket. The gathered cat-like demons, with their fierce visages and blood-stained fangs and claws, screech and pounce towards him. This is splendid. Wang Yan's eyes brighten, a smile gracing his lips as he draws his sword and charges forth. In an instant, the gleam of the sword flashed like a rainbow, and blood splattered, startling a flock of birds into a cacophony of cries. Within the ancient mirrors of the realm, there was neither the passage of day and night nor the flow of time. Everything was frozen in the stillness of noon. Even as time moved on, the shadows within the mirrors remained unyielding. All the exceptional talents were ensnared in an endless struggle, exerting themselves to enhance their scores. No one wished to be eliminated. Everyone aspired to secure a higher rank, except for Wang Yan and a few others. The blade of his sword was caked with a thick layer of blood. Wang Yan stood atop the treetops, casually flicking it clean, a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth, gazing at the indistinct canopy with a sigh. How dull. It was indeed exceedingly tedious. It had been a full day since he was cast into the ancient mirrors, and he surmised that a third of the everlasting incense, capable of burning for 3 days, had already passed. The first round of the competition was constrained by the duration of a stick of incense, which could burn for 3 days. For the first time, he felt that 3 days stretched on interminably. After a day of hunting, he was convinced that the beasts within this secret realm possessed little intelligence and lacked formidable power. Even when he had recklessly plunged into the throng of beasts and found himself besieged, the risk was negligible. Of course, on the other hand, Wang Yan also suspected it was due to his own overwhelming strength. Regardless, his objective of gaining practical combat experience from the first round of assessment had fallen short. All encounters were mere annihilation. Where then was the experience? It was uncertain whether the world within the ancient mirrors was vast, or if the internal space had effectively isolated all the exceptional talents. Regardless, after such a prolonged journey and slaying numerous beasts, Wang Yan had yet to encounter another competitor. Glancing at his jade token, which boldly displayed a score of 10,078, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. His senior sisters must have already acquired their qualifying scores, he mused, as he settled into a cross-legged position atop the treetop. In any case, with over 10,000 points in hand, he was more than prepared to advance to the second round. There was nothing in the first round worth clinging to. It was far more prudent to devote his time to cultivation. Engaging in pointless battles with these beasts was hardly worthwhile. The time could be better spent in serene contemplation and deeper study of the sword techniques imparted by his master. The world within the mirrors was constructed of the power of rules, where the sword intent was particularly profound. Upon entering, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. which seemed more suited for comprehending martial arts. Now, with a mere flicker of perception, he swiftly confirmed his hypothesis. Soon, Wang Yan closed his eyes, sinking into a tranquil state of cultivation. Similarly, Su Lianxin and her companions, upon observing their own scores exceeding 10,000, made the same choice. They too were unwilling to squander 3 days on meaningless skirmishes. After all, the first round was merely a screening process. Regardless of how high their scores were, they would not contribute to the final rankings nor yield any tangible rewards, merely hollow accolades. They were not individuals who sought the limelight, thus they remained indifferent. In this precious time, they could either delve into their martial arts studies or take a moment to rest and gather their strength. 3 days swiftly passed, as disciples under the Linxian sect began their tranquil meditation to rejuvenate their energies, while the remaining prodigies engaged in fierce combat. The rankings on the leaderboard fluctuated incessantly, with individuals occasionally ascending and others being displaced, creating an atmosphere of intense competition. The outside world remained oblivious to the realm within the ancient mirror, only able to discern the escalating fervor of the battles through the increasingly volatile rankings. As time progressed day by day, when the external clock finally reached the 3rd day at the hour of the snake, marking the eve of the conclusion of the first round of the grand competition, the leaderboard began to stabilize. At this juncture, the score of the individual at the top had soared to a staggering 100,000. Even those ranked in the hundreds boasted scores exceeding 60,000. However, a glance at the inscriptions revealed that the top 100 were predominantly occupied by the 3 great nations, the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, and the Great Jin Empire, with scant representation from other empires, mostly lingering in the 80s or 90s. The Zhonglu Empire, in particular, had none listed, having been left far behind. The leaders from the Zhonglu Empire, who had come to participate in the 7 Nations Grand Competition, gazed at the leaderboard that displayed only 100 names, lamenting the absence of their compatriots. Alas, it has become a familiar refrain, they sighed. This scenario had become a tradition in every 7 Nations competition, leaving them nearly desensitized to the disappointment. Yet, as they continued to observe, their eyes were inevitably drawn to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Throughout history, many prodigies have earned resounding acclaim among the nations. Figures like Qin Yuan and Xuan Li had firmly established themselves within the top 20, a fact that elicited little surprise from the onlookers. After all, these individuals were renowned as the elite of the 7 nations, their cultivation having already reached the celestial profound realm, a level beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. In contrast, the majority of prodigies remained at the 7th or 8th levels of the earth profound realm, thereby amplifying the advantage held by the likes of Qin Yuan and Xuan Li, who were considered frontrunners for the championship. However, apart from these familiar names, 3 individuals emerged unexpectedly and enigmatically: Ao Tai, Shi Zhen, and Lin Xingzhou. Who were these remarkable figures, whose names had never graced the ears of the audience before, yet who had managed to secure positions within the top 20? Moreover, they trailed the esteemed Chang Xie by merely a few thousand points. It was perplexing that such talent had only now surfaced, seemingly unheard of until this moment. As the crowd speculated about the 3 unfamiliar names inscribed on the stone tablet, exchanging inquiries yet arriving at no conclusions, the venerable elder, who had been seated in meditation above, suddenly opened his eyes. At that precise moment, a resonant chime echoed through the air, and the ancient mirror, quietly hovering aloft, erupted in a brilliant blaze of light. Following this, a multitude of individuals was abruptly ejected onto the arena below, expelled from the ancient mirror. Some individuals sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, others swung their swords aimlessly, and a few stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. One of the clan elders waved his hand nonchalantly, dispelling the chaos that almost erupted due to the sudden shift in the scene. Observing the array of proud yet disheveled talents before him, he calmly announced, "The first round of the 7 Nations competition has concluded." Chapter 64, Despair? In the center of the competition arena, the illustrious talents who had been transported back gradually regained their composure. Upon realizing their surroundings, most wore expressions of eager anticipation as they lifted their gazes. The disciples from the Qingyang Sword Palace were no exception. They yearned to assess the results of their hard work over the past 3 days. However, the moment they raised their heads and beheld the scoreboard, their expressions froze in disbelief. There, at the top of the leaderboard, the first-place score exceeded a staggering 100,000 points. How could this be? Gasps of shock escaped their lips, and the disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace were struck with dismay. They had fought tooth and nail against the ferocious beasts, sparing no effort. And yet they barely managed to accumulate over 10,000 points, just enough to progress to the next round. In stark contrast, the top 10 talents boasted scores all exceeding 100,000 points, an utterly terrifying realization. This initial round had starkly unveiled the vast chasm between them and the elite talents of the Seven Nations. Even with prior mental preparation, they were profoundly impacted by this revelation. At this moment, even Chu Jianxin found himself momentarily lost in thought. Lowering his gaze to the jade token in his hand, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of defeat and helplessness that lingered persistently in his heart. In the first round, he had achieved a score of 29,300 points, nearing 30,000. This score was considered commendable among the history of participating disciples from Qingyang Sword Palace. He had felt a modicum of pride, believing that while he might not stand out, he would not fall too far behind. Yet now, the pride he once held had crumbled into dust, replaced by a deluge of cold water pouring over him. A bitter smile escaped Chu Jianxin's lips. Well, I never truly expected to place in the top 100 anyway, he sighed softly, attempting to console himself. At that moment, several other participating disciples from Qingyang Sword Palace approached him, their faces etched with displeasure and concern. Leaning closer to Chu Jianxin, they lowered their voices and said, "Brother, did you see the scores of those three?" Chu Jianxin turned toward the source of the voice, noticing that the scores displayed on Su Lianxin and the others' tokens were just above 10,000, with Wang Yin barely scraping through to the third round by a few points. Chu Jianxin's mood, already somewhat dismal, darkened further, and his dissatisfaction with his master reached a boiling point. "Master, what on earth were you thinking? With scores just above 10,000, their abilities are hardly worth sending. If Xianmo had come, they would surely have achieved much more." Rubbing his temples in frustration, he felt a shadow fall over his eyes, accompanied by a particularly loud scoff. Previously, there was much boasting, and I truly believe there would be remarkable prowess displayed. Yet, the result is merely 29,000 points? How laughable indeed. Chu Jianxin's brow furrowed in a sudden gloom as he lowered his hand, his gaze fixed on the newcomer with a mixture of vigilance and suspicion. "Gong Yuan, what brings you here?" Gong Yuan, the foremost disciple from the Xuan Sword Palace, possessed a delicate countenance imbued with mockery and disdain. "I had anticipated, after a year of preparation, that you would present me with some surprises. Alas, I am sorely disappointed." With a mere flick of his wrist, a jade tablet fell into his palm, suspended by a shimmering golden chain that hinted at its extraordinary nature. However, the attention of all present from the Qingyang Sword Palace was not on the golden chain, but rather fixated on the jade tablet. 73,000 points. That figure exceeded Chu Jianxin's score by more than double. Furthermore, he had already secured a position within the top 100, and quite prominently at that. In this moment, the disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace found themselves engulfed in shock, struggling to believe their own eyes, while a profound sense of despair surged within them. With such a vast disparity, how could they possibly prevail? Yet, Gong Yuan chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you feeling despondent? You ought to. Chu Jianxin, do you recall how you lost last time? This time, it shall be even more humiliating." As he watched their retreating figures, Chu Jianxin felt as though he could shatter his teeth in frustration, yet the sense of helplessness within him was insurmountable. Could they genuinely claim victory this time? In their secluded corner, few were present, and even fewer paid attention. Only the elders from their respective sects observed intently. The elder from Xuan Sword Palace chuckled softly, turning to the side to address the cold moon fairy, her tone laced with mockery. "Well, haven't we been treated to a splendid performance? However, Deputy Palace Master, it appears you are on the brink of defeat once again." The reason the elders had taken the place of the usual attendees was due to the red-clad palace master of Xuan Sword Palace, having attained enlightenment, retreating into seclusion. While this elder, though also a woman, bore the marks of age, her beauty was tinged with a sharpness that was rather off-putting. What a pity, what a pity. Initially, you needed only to pay 10 million spirit stones, yet you've escalated it to 50 million. Pray tell, what shall we do with such an excess? Her smug demeanor was utterly distasteful. Beside her, the cold moon fairy bit her silver teeth, her expression tinged with a hint of gloom. "This is merely the first round. What is there to be so pleased about? These demonic beasts are so feeble that even if they were to achieve 70,000 points, or even 100,000, it would amount to naught. Your jubilation seems rather premature." However, any discerning observer could sense the underlying bitterness and insecurity in her words. The Grand Elder of Xuan Sword Palace chuckled heartily, his spirits elevated. "Indeed, I concur that these demonic beasts are indeed weak. However, if they are so feeble, why have you not managed to secure 70,000 or even 100,000 points? Do you find the figure 29,000 auspicious? However, since Deputy Palace Master Han Yue does not acknowledge the results of the first round, I shall eagerly await to see what strategies you may employ next. I hope they are ingenious rather than disgraceful." She laughed haughtily, turning with an air of arrogance as she departed. Observing the retreating figure of the Grand Elder of the Xuan Sword Palace, The anger that had once marred Han Yue's features gradually dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile that played at the corners of her lips. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, she whispered softly, her words barely audible, as a playful glint emerged in her eyes. Although the leader of the Xuan Sword Palace was sequestered in meditation and unable to witness the disbelief etched upon her face due to failure, Han Yue was already contemplating the expressions that would adorn the faces of those from the Xuan Sword Palace once the second round concluded. It was akin to savoring an appetizer before a grand feast. Surely, their expressions would be most gratifying and would bring her immense satisfaction. The results of the first round of the Seven Nations tournament had been announced. The disciples of each sect returned to their respective areas, some with their heads held high, while others bore expressions of dejection. Among the team representing the Qingyang Sword Sect, the disciples were flushed with excitement, their eyes brimming with admiration as they gazed at the individual who stood at their center, their joy and trust evident. Senior brother, you were incredible. As expected of senior brother Lu, making it into the top 100 in the first round. You truly are a role model for us disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The focus of their praise was none other than Lu Tianqing. He bore a relaxed demeanor, a smile gracing his features as he humbly acknowledged, it was merely luck. Yet, the pride in his eyes betrayed his true sentiments. Beside him, the master of Xianyang nodded slightly, his gaze filled with approbation for Lu Tianqing. Well done, Tianqing. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The first round featured relatively weak beasts, insufficient to showcase the prowess of a top-tier prodigy. The upcoming second round, with its draw-based duels, will present a different challenge, where you will truly face your peers in fierce competition. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. The events of the Seven Nations tournament were largely predetermined. The first round involved battling beasts, while the second round would see combat among humans. The rules of the competition for the Qingyang Sword Sect mirrored this format, featuring draw-based duels on 5 platforms simultaneously. Now, with all the prodigies having departed, only a few clan elders remained on the high platform, collaborating in unison to display their skills. 5 platforms rose from the ground, arranged like a constellation, occupying the center of the arena, awaiting the contenders. In the very heart of this setup stood the towering draw platform, alongside a spiritual stele displaying the information of the upcoming duels. Lu Tianqing's gaze swept over the scene, a confident smile curving his lips as he reassured the sect leader. Rest assured, Master, I understand. Acknowledgement aside, there was an underlying trepidation. The first round's beasts had not allowed the prodigies to reveal their true capabilities, yet he had not exerted his fullest strength. Lu Tianqing held an unwavering confidence in himself. He could not possibly lose. The second round would commence at the hour of the unseen. Once commenced, the Spirit Monument, after a dazzling display of names, swiftly determined the contestants. In total, there were 10 individuals paired for combat. Lu Tianqing possessed a modicum of fortune, for, as he had hoped, his selection to participate was extraordinarily early. His performance indeed did not disappoint the expectations of the Xinjiang sect master. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted upon the arena, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, on the second arena, there knelt a once proud genius, blood gushing from his mouth, utterly disheveled, while Lu Tianqing stood unscathed, his attire billowing gracefully. With a flourish of his sword, he sheathed it lightly, looking down with a condescending inquiry. My friend, do you wish to continue? The wounded genius, gritting his teeth, attempted to rise and carry on, but after several futile efforts, his trembling knees betrayed his inability to proceed. With a thud, he collapsed again, his complexion swiftly paling. I concede. A smile graced Lu Tianqing's lips as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. It was an honor. He watched as the defeated genius was assisted off the stage, then turned towards the direction of the Qingyang Sword Sect, greeted by a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. The senior brother has triumphed again. Senior brother, you are formidable. The entire Qingyang Sword Sect held Lu Tianqing in profound admiration, unyielding reverence filling their hearts. For the second round of advancement, there existed but a singular rule. To advance, one must achieve 10 consecutive victories. It was a test of both strength and fortune. Lu Tianqing had now secured 9 victories in a row. In response to the cheers of his junior disciples, he offered a modest smile, dismissing their exuberance. To him, his victories felt entirely expected. It was merely unfortunate that he had not drawn opponents ranked higher than himself. Lu Tianqing shook his head in disappointment. Among the 9 bouts, the 2 most formidable adversaries had ranked 98 and 97 in the first round, both trailing behind him. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a true opponent worthy of his full prowess. His appetite for challenge had begun to outgrow the satisfaction derived from vanquishing these weaker foes. Come on, Lu Tianqing mused internally. For the final match, I hope not to be disappointed. Grant me an opponent that compels me to take things a tad more seriously. At that moment, the spirit monument, which had captured his attention, began to flicker once more. Lu Tianxing's spirit lifted as he fixated on the name that was about to be unveiled. His next opponent was Wang Yan. An incredulous tone escaped Lu Tianxing's lips as he stared in disbelief at the name displayed on the spirit monument, his expression shifting dramatically. This name had long been a haunting specter in his mind. Could this Wang Yan truly be the one he feared? What qualifications did he possess to compete in the Seven Nations tournament? Yet, as he noted the score displayed beside Wang Yan's name, his demeanor fluctuated. A sigh of relief accompanied a slight curl of disdain at the corners of his mouth. The score barely exceeded 10,000, a considerable distance from the top 100. What was I so anxious about? Regardless of which Wang Yan it may be, I have long since transcended my former self. Should I encounter an old rival, it would be an exquisite opportunity to avenge the grievances of the past. The humiliations inflicted upon me by Wang Yan and his companions during the contest at the Qingyang Sword Sect's arena still evoke a surge of wrath within me whenever I recollect that day. Upon recognizing the true visage of the challenger before me, who was indeed the Wang Yan I had suspected, a smile graced my lips. Wang Yan, it has been an age since we last met. I never anticipated that you would once again stand before me. Alas, we are no longer inhabitants of the same realm. My tone bore a semblance of compassion, yet concealed within it was malice and scorn. Just months prior, I had suffered defeat at Wang Yan's hands, and that day remains etched in my memory. As the esteemed holy son of the Qingyang Sword Sect, I had plummeted from grace, becoming the subject of mockery among countless disciples. A mere nameless contender had bestowed upon me an insufferable disgrace, though I have since transformed into someone entirely different. The stain that Wang Yan left upon my honor shall never be eradicated, unless I am able to erase the memories of all who witnessed that battle. The scene of my dismal defeat will be eternally preserved in the minds of many within the Qingyang Sword Sect, disciples, elders, and even the sect leader. From that day forth, I vowed to reclaim my honor. Yet, I never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Wang Yan, unsurprisingly, did not find it shocking to encounter me at the grand tournament of the Seven Nations. Observing the malice in my eyes, he could scarcely be bothered to respond, merely raising his spiritual sword and gesturing for me to engage. He was but a former subordinate, and he had never been my equal at the Qingyang Sword Sect. On this stage of the grand tournament, he would be no different. While I remained unaware of the source of Wang Yan's newfound confidence or what fortuitous circumstances he had encountered, it mattered not. If I were to falter in this battle, I would be unworthy of being my master's disciple. My master has bestowed upon me so much. If I cannot even conquer this former subordinate, I would have no face to present to him. Today, I shall demonstrate that he was never my equal in the past, nor shall he be now or in the future. The chasm between us will only widen, leaving no possibility for convergence. However, Wang Yan's demeanor was misinterpreted by me as disdain. My expression darkened, and I let forth a cold laugh. Do you truly believe that I am still the same person I was on the arena of the Qingyang Sword Sect? With that, I relinquished all defenses and struck with fervor, a golden brilliance flickering in my eyes. After absorbing the potency of 2 dragon soul pills, my innate talents and attributes have undergone a tremendous enhancement. I am confident that today, I shall not repeat the mistakes of the previous sect tournament. The 2 figures on the second arena rapidly closed the distance between them. Then, with a resounding crash, one figure was sent flying, careening over the edge of the arena's railing and crashing heavily to the ground. This spectacle was not uncommon at the grand tournament of the Seven Nations and elicited little astonishment from the onlookers. Yet, the fallen individual spat forth a mouthful of blood, gazing at the unattainable railing with eyes brimming with disbelief. How could he have been struck down once more by a single sword? No, this is impossible. He refused to believe it. Regardless of whether Lu Tianxing believes it or not, Wang Yan slowly approached the edge of the arena, gazing down upon the very face that had haunted him with nightmares on numerous occasions. Wang Yan casually sheathed his sword, observing the defeated Lu Tianxing, whose visage was marred by humiliation, without a trace of disdain in his demeanor. He simply remarked, "You are indeed correct. We are no longer inhabitants of the same world." Chapter 66. Bad luck? Perhaps not. Wang Yan found no inclination to belittle a once-defeated adversary. Moreover, it was Lu Tianxing alone who remained ensnared in the throes of failure and despair. Wang Yan had never regarded him as a rival. His true ambitions lay with those formidable presences occupying the upper echelons of the rankings. Turning away, he did not spare Lu Tianxing even a passing glance, leaving him alone at the foot of the arena, his sword hand drooping in despondency. Defeat is indeed agonizing. Yet the greater torment lies in the realization that one's perceived rival has never acknowledged one's existence. A few months prior, though he too had tasted defeat, Lu Tianxing still possessed the strength to fight again. But today, A single strike had rendered him vanquished. This was the original plan Lu Tianqing had concocted, though he could never have anticipated that the one who would be bested by a mere sword stroke would be himself. Suddenly, Wang Yin heard the sound of blood being coughed up behind him and turned in astonishment to witness Lu Tianqing, blood gushing from his mouth. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, he was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that my strike held such power? That cannot be. My control should not have faltered to such a degree. Senior brother, what is wrong? Are you well? The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect rushed over, supporting the bloodied Lu Tianqing as they carried him away. Everyone assumed Lu Tianqing had been injured, yet only he knew the truth. He was engulfed in rage. Months had passed, and not only had he failed to catch up to Wang Yin, but the distance between them had only widened. How could this be? Why had it come to this? He had consumed 2 dragon soul pills and received invaluable teachings from the venerable Xinjian. What of Wang Yin? He and his master were but stray dogs. He could not comprehend how Wang Yin had achieved such prowess. Yet one thing was clear to him. It was highly unlikely he would ever catch up to his rival again. With this thought, Lu Tianqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, exclaiming before succumbing to unconsciousness. As he fainted, the sounds of cheers and gasps echoed in his ears. Yet his consciousness plunged into a realm of darkness, severing all ties with the external world. Wang Yin, moving further away, slowed his pace, lifting his gaze in surprise towards the number 1 arena not far off. It was uncertain whether Lu Tianqing's fainting was a blessing or a curse. Even if he had remained conscious and emerged victorious in this match, he would have garnered no attention, for a tremendous upset had occurred. Defeated, Xunli had been vanquished. How could this be? Who was this individual, and how could they possess such strength? As Wang Yin looked up, he caught sight of a young man, pale and staggering, retreating from the arena. The young man who was knocked out of the arena is precisely the reason for everyone's astonishment. A top prodigy from the 7 nations. Possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm, Xunli was anticipated by many as a leading contender. By all logical reasoning, even if he failed to secure a place in the top 10, entering the top 20 should have posed no challenge. Yet he was defeated? To lose in the second round is simply inconceivable. The bewilderment only deepened upon witnessing his conqueror, who was Lin Xingzhou from the Jialan sect. This sect had never been heard of before. The name Jialan does ring a bell, though. Wait, I recall now. What a trivial sect it is. Hardly stronger than the weakest, with not even a single king among them. How could such a prodigious talent suddenly emerge? If even Xunli could not contend with him, could it be that he is a wolf in sheep's clothing? The momentum is indeed formidable. Could he possibly breach the top 10? The murmurs of the crowd, unrestrained in volume, naturally reached Lin Xingzhou's ears as he descended from the stage to join his 2 fellow disciples. Listening to the speculations around him, a hint of derision curled at the corners of his lips. The top 10? What a jest! His purpose in coming here was not to vie for a mere top 10 placement. The 3 of them were determined to seize the top 3 positions, ensuring that the so-called prodigies of the 7 nations would only trail behind them, unable to catch up. They aimed to trample all the talents of the Innate 7 nations beneath their feet. Despite the audacious thoughts swirling within, Lin Xingzhou displayed little emotion on his face, relishing instead the adoration and admiration directed his way. Among those gazes, a portion undoubtedly belonged to the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace. The instinct to admire greatness is universal. They could not help but cast envious glances at the trio from the Jialan sect, their eyes filled with reverence and longing, wishing that one day they too could become such astonishing talents. But at that moment, disaster struck. Brother Chu has been knocked out of the arena. What? The prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Palace immediately turned their attention, startled, towards Arena 5, where Chu Jianquan was situated. Upon recognizing his opponent, the faces of the panicking disciples turned ashen. Lei Yuan, how could Brother Chu be so unfortunate as to encounter him? Lei Yuan, one of the prodigies of the Shenyang Empire, though not among the favorites expected to claim victory in the top 20, still ranked within the top 100. To face him was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Chu Jianquan. With a bitter expression, Chu limped back, shoulders slumped, his gaze filled with confusion and despair. What should he do after this loss? He was at a loss for how to proceed, and did not dare to meet the eyes of his fellow disciples. The competition among the 7 nations is ruthlessly unforgiving. While strength is crucial, luck holds significant weight as well. This defeat meant he would not even advance to the 3rd round. This signifies that the Jade Balanced Sword Palace has completely withdrawn from the stage of the 7 nations tournament. It further implies that Master S wager is destined to be lost. A tumult of emotions, unwillingness, fear, confusion, despair, and indignation overwhelmed Chu Jianquan's heart. He bit his lip until it bled, refusing to relent. Senior brother, a voice from a fellow disciple broke through, intensifying Chu Jianquan's agony. He dared not listen. fearing the next words would be accusations, yet he felt compelled to hear. What's the matter? The question escaped his lips before he could ponder, startling himself. In such a brief moment, his voice had become hoarse from profound sorrow. However, the disciple's response was beyond his expectations. She also faced Lei Yuan. Who is she? A member of the Jade Sword Palace? Confusion washed over him, and as he raised his gaze, he recalled that they had external assistants as well. But what use was that? On the arena, Lei Yuan looked at the delicate girl before him, scratching his head in resignation. Are you with that person from earlier? Oh, your luck is truly unfortunate. He glanced down at his own robust frame, reminiscent of a bear, and then at the seemingly fragile girl across from him. Feeling a pang of compassion, perhaps you should concede? It would save me effort, and you would avoid injury. What do you say? Despite his rough exterior, Lei Yuan possessed a heart that recognized the beauty in vulnerability. Facing an opponent devoid of malice, Su Lianxin merely smiled faintly, shaking her head as she drew forth her sword in a graceful flourish. I appreciate your kind intentions, but there is no need. Please allow me. Reluctantly, Lei Yuan shrugged. Very well, I have offered my counsel. In that case, roar. With a roar akin to a tiger echoing through the mountains, Lei Yuan's muscles tensed, and his eyes blazed crimson in an instant. Boom. Like a cannonball, he charged towards Su Lianxin. Lei Yuan followed the path of a physical cultivator. With a body as tough as iron, rarely susceptible to harm. When he entered a combat state, he became indiscriminate, unleashing chaos. Had it not been for Chu Jianxin's timely intervention, using his own momentum to absorb Lei Yuan's punch and propel himself off the stage, he would have certainly suffered more than just a broken leg. As Su Lianxin stood paralyzed, unable to evade, Chu Jianxin and others instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was all too evident how this contest would conclude. Boom. Bang. The sound of collision and heavy objects hitting the ground resonated. As they had anticipated, the muffled sounds fell upon Chu Jianxin's ears, causing him to purse his lips, too fearful to witness Su Lianxin's plight. Yet suddenly, a gasp escaped him. Heavens! What on earth? The chorus of astonished gasps and disbelief around him left Chu Jianxin momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why were they so astonished? Had Su Lianxin perished? No, the Seven Nations tournament forbade the loss of life in combat. What was going on? Instinctively, Chu Jianxin opened his eyes, and upon witnessing the scene on the stage, he was left bewildered. The figure sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise but failing, was not Su Lianxin, but rather Lei Yuan. How could this be? How was it possible? Staring blankly at the scene before him, Chu Jianxin was utterly dumbfounded. No, it was not just him. At that moment, everyone who was watching this battle was struck with astonishment. Chapter 67. Not out of fear, but indifference, Su Lianxin's strength, which she ultimately revealed, took everyone by surprise. The arena fell into an eerie silence, mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at the slender young girl on the stage. Lei Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth, streaking it haphazardly across his face, as he staggered back to his feet, his eyes bulging in shock. Good heavens! They call me a raging bear, but today, I have encountered the true embodiment of a raging bear. A girl, whose waist is no thicker than my arm, has just knocked me off the stage with a single sword strike, and even interrupted my berserk state. What does that signify? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Lianxin frowned, casting a displeased glance at the still vibrant Lei Yuan below the stage. Could it be that her blow was too heavy, leaving him dazed? Or perhaps he was simply a fool who couldn't speak, and hadn't yet been hit enough? No. Lei Yuan hastily waved his hands, shaking his head in dismay. I concede. Please, do not strike me again, I cannot withstand it. While onlookers were merely entertained, the discerning ones recognized the nuance. Despite only one strike, Lei Yuan could feel that Su Lianxin had held back. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of rising again. He was acutely aware of how sharp and unstoppable the girl's sword was. Thus, Lei Yuan managed to smile, bowing respectfully to Su Lianxin. You have won. Thank you for your mercy. I, Lei Yuan, humbly accept defeat. At last, Su Lianxin sheathed her sword, nodding calmly as she descended from the stage to return to her rightful place. All eyes around her were fixed upon her, each gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions. Yet Su Lianxin remained unfazed, retrieving a silk cloth to gently clean her spiritual sword, her expression serene. Nearby stood the proud disciple of the Yuhing Sword Palace, who had previously provoked Chu Yuming aboard the spirit vessel, attempting to challenge her, but was refused. Having witnessed Wang Yin and Su Lianxin's prowess firsthand, he felt a searing pain on his face, a mix of shock and disbelief swirling in his eyes as he glanced at Chu Yuming. This woman is exceedingly formidable. Aside from him, the others around felt a twinge of shame. Earlier, they had deemed Su Lianxin and her companions cowardly for not daring to compete. In hindsight, it was clear that they were not afraid. Rather, They simply deemed it beneath them to contend with the likes of them. It was rather embarrassing. Boom. Meanwhile, on the adjacent arena, a figure crashed into the railing, blood spilling from his throat as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. With a flash of spiritual light, the arena's formation dissipated, signaling the end of the match. The defeated disciple's companions rushed forward to carry him away, while the victor turned to the Qingyang Sword Palace's side, flashing a radiant smile at Su Lianxin and the others. This individual was none other than Wang Yan. Wang Yan had secured yet another victory. The celestial talent he defeated was ranked within the top 100. Incredible. He had already triumphed over one opponent, and now he has proven himself even stronger. Wang Yan, top 100. Indeed, this is the illustrious prodigy ranked 81st in the first round. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace, albeit somewhat awkward, have begun to adapt. As the first person called out to brother Wang Yan, a few others followed suit, learning from the example and addressing him as brother, regardless of past grievances. This moment belongs to the glory of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Even Chu Jianxin, momentarily forgetting his own pain, held his breath and gazed at the seemingly radiant Wang Yan on the stage, his eyes brimming with shock and excitement. The disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace, including him, finally recognized the folly of their previous thoughts. How utterly foolish. How shallow. These few individuals are far from mere decorative cushions. Chu Jianxin clenched his fists tightly, trembling with excitement. If this continues, there may still be hope for the wager with the Xuan Sword Palace. It was not only joy but also relief, considering that the stakes included 50 million spirit stones. Such thoughts were not confined to Chu Jianxin alone. The imposing figure of the Xuan Sword Palace loomed like an unmelting glacier, his brow slightly furrowed, enveloped in a heavy silence. However, he quickly regained his composure, lowering his gaze to conceal the fleeting intensity in his eyes. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for him, yet it mattered little. Defeating a prodigy among the top 100 signifies some merit, but it posed no significant threat. He was well aware of his own strength, and these two were not formidable enough to endanger him. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan descended from the arena, he appeared utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his demeanor reflecting profound fatigue. This being his 8th match, facing two opponents ranked within the top 100 consecutively had indeed pushed him to his limits. After he took his seat, Lin Xian gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. Well done. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Wang Yan felt a bit bashful, scratching his head before shaking it with a wry smile. Master, you flatter me. I am acutely aware of my own abilities, and compared to my senior sisters, I still have a long way to go. Lin Xian smiled gently. There is no need for comparison with others. In life and in action, one must only remain true to oneself. True progress is not merely surpassing others, but rather transcending oneself. After acquiring the 9 nether infernal flame body, Wang Yan's aptitude soared to become the second best among Lin Xian's disciples, trailing only behind Su Lianxin. However, the brevity of his training period and the lagging of his cultivation level rendered him somewhat strained when facing the top prodigies of the 7 nations. Given his relative lack of experience compared to the elite contenders, Wang Yan's accomplishments have already surpassed Lin Xian's expectations. Su Lianxin and her companions can aim for the top 3, yet Wang Yan remains slightly behind. This deficiency lies not in talent, but in time. Reaching this stage has already satisfied his master. Hearing the words of encouragement from his mentor, Wang Yan's fighting spirit reignited, and he nodded firmly. Master, I shall not disappoint you. No matter the opponent I encounter, I will exert my utmost effort. Almost instantaneously after his declaration, the spirit tablet at the center of the stage radiated with a new brilliance. The list of the next round's 10 competitors was unveiled, and Wang Yan's name was prominently featured. His opponent, Li Jingyan. Wang Yan's pupils constricted as he instinctively rose to his feet, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Li Jingyan, a prodigy of the Morning Dawn Empire and the scion of the Li family, was favored by the ancestral lineage, which had attained the pinnacle of the 8th level of the royal path. Within the Li family, he was exceedingly cherished, and in direct correlation to this favoritism was his prodigious talent. At a tender age, he had already reached the 1st level of the celestial profound realm. He was currently ranked among the top 20 contenders for the championship. This adversary was formidable, indeed, extraordinarily so. Chapter 68. What a coincidence. Gradually regaining his composure from the shock, Wang Yan rubbed his cheeks to dispel the lingering bitter smile that clung to him. It appeared that he had truly reached a juncture where elimination was imminent. However, the fleeting thought that crossed his mind was swiftly dismissed, replaced by a surge of determination as he straightened his posture, his spirit rekindled. Gazing at the platform with renewed vigor, even if defeat were to be his fate, he would never concede, nor would he succumb to trepidation before the battle commenced. Gripping his sword tightly, Wang Yan ascended the arena step by step, unflinching in his resolve. as Wang Yin stepped onto the platform. The crowd below regarded him with expressions of sympathy and regret. It was a pity that he was so close to advancing to the third round, only to meet his demise here. Had he not encountered Li Jingyan, with his strength, reaching the top 10 would not have been out of the question, alas. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Meeting this formidable opponent was indeed unfortunate. One could only hope he would be able to walk off the stage on his own 2 feet after the match. Few had taken notice of Wang Yan, but the notorious reputation of Li Jingyan drew considerable attention to this confrontation, especially upon realizing that Wang Yin was merely at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. The number of sympathizers for him increased. This was no longer a matter of favoritism. It was a contest of an entirely different caliber. Li Jingyan was renowned, but not for virtuous reasons. Rather, his infamy was well-deserved. He was cunning and ruthless, often leaving his opponents grievously injured, with many either dead or maimed after facing him. Relying on his status, he acted with impunity, disregarding all challengers. On the arena, upon seeing Wang Yin approach, a sickly excitement flickered in Li Jingyan's eyes, marring his otherwise tolerable appearance. Without any preamble, he launched his assault. The onslaught was fierce, as his heavy sword swung down upon Wang Yin with the force of 1,000 galloping steeds, intent on obliterating him. Kneel before this young master, he bellowed. Revealing his intentions, Wang Yin clenched his teeth and raised his hand to defend himself. As their weapons clashed, waves of spiritual energy reverberated from the point of contact, and Wang Yin was forcefully driven into the arena, his form noticeably diminished. Yet he held firm. The spectators were momentarily stunned, as was Li Jingyan. No one had anticipated that Wang Yin could withstand such a blow, not even Li Jingyan himself, who was aware that there existed a significant disparity between their realms. He was of the celestial profound realm, while Wang Yin was merely at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Failing to vanquish Wang Yin with his initial strike left Li Jingyan momentarily at a loss for composure. His expression darkened as he forcefully swept his heavy sword aside, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Clang, clang. The 2 combatants on the arena fought with fervor and intensity, silencing the crowd in astonishment. A full quarter of an hour passed. Despite being covered in numerous minor wounds, Wang Yin remained undefeated. This was a significant disparity in realms. Li Jingyan, fixated on Wang Yan's myriad of injuries, harbored a growing malevolence in his gaze. Good, good, good. You can endure this much. Let me see if you can withstand this next move. As the words left his lips, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Yan's heart. Before he could react, Li Jingyan's frenzied visage loomed large before him, his mighty palm crashing down. Boom. Wang Yan's defenses were utterly shattered, and he was sent careening towards the edge of the stage. Yet, Li Jingyan would not let him escape so easily. In that fleeting moment, as Wang Yin teetered on the brink of falling off the platform, Li Jingyan unleashed a renewed force, his pupils dilating with crimson veins, channeling the remnants of his martial prowess back into his arm, and struck fiercely at Wang Yan's chest. Puff! At the critical juncture, Wang Yin grit his teeth, propelling his body to evade the blow, but the momentum had dissipated, and he was swept away by the aftermath, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Thud! Completely devoid of the strength to fight back, Wang Yin collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Su Lianxin and her companions rose, casting furious glares at the arrogant and derisive Li Jingyan on the stage. The Cold Moon Fairy, unable to contain her wrath, spoke out in anger. In a sparring match, one should stop at a certain point. There is no need for such ruthless blows. Yet, Li Jingyan merely scoffed, indifferent to the discontent of others. Although he had defeated Wang Yin, his expression remained grim. It was a humiliation for him to have to exert his full strength to vanquish someone several realms beneath him. On the martial stage, where blades knew no mercy, even death would be a testament to his inadequacy. He had no one to blame but himself for his weakness. As Su Lianxin assisted Wang Yin back, she paused, a chilling aura in her gaze. Remember your words. With this remark, she returned to Lin Xian's side, her demeanor betraying a hint of concern for the battered Wang Yin. Junior brother, how are you? The other disciples of the Yuhing Sword Palace gathered nearby, their expressions rife with worry. Despite Wang Yan's defeat, they had long acknowledged his strength and were deeply moved by his unwavering perseverance, filled with admiration. They pondered among themselves. Had any of them been in Wang Yan's position on that stage, none would have lasted even half as long, given the vast disparity in realms. Yet Wang Yan, with his comparable realm, had managed to endure against Li Jingyan of the celestial profound realm for so long, even forcing out his trump card. This could not simply be described with the term genius. As for Li Jingyan, his pursuit of the vanquished opponent, even to the point of attempting to deliver a fatal blow, showcased a cruelty that sent chills down one's spine. Senior sister, master, Wang Yan, who had been brought back, gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, bowing to Lin Xian, yet could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Master, I have disappointed you. I am indeed of no use. Although he was prepared for defeat, he never anticipated it would come in such a disheveled manner. Lin Xian waved his hand, halting Wang Yan's continued lamentations. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into Wang Yan's body. Visibly calming his breath and improving his complexion, his injuries were swiftly mended. It is not your fault, Lin Xian reassured him. You have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. I have witnessed your efforts. The strength of Li Jingyan was such that, not only within the top 20, but even among the top 10, he could contend fiercely. Forcing him to exert his full capabilities is a testament to your determination. This was not merely a consolation from Lin Xian to Wang Yan. The disparity in realms was immense, compounded by the fact that although Wang Yan possessed the 9 nether infernal flame body, he had yet to grasp its application. Thus, his defeat was entirely foreseeable. Had Wang Yan been able to comprehend the 9 nether infernal flame to even a rudimentary level, despite the vast difference in realms, he would have had the strength to contend, perhaps even defeat Li Jingyan. Ultimately, one could only lament that Wang Yan's misfortune lay in encountering Li Jingyan before the 3rd round. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. Su Lianxin observed that Wang Yan was no longer in critical condition and breathed a sigh of relief, though she refrained from uttering words of comfort. Her enchanting gaze was fixed intently upon Li Jingyan on the stage. How dare this man inflict such cruelty upon her junior brother? Meanwhile, the matches on the arena continued unabated, with Li Jingyan already having drawn his next opponent. Upon a mere glance, he arrogantly proclaimed, "Who is Su Lianxin? Step up to the stage." At these words, Su Lianxin hesitated momentarily before turning to the flickering name on the spirit tablet. It was indeed Li Jingyan against Su Lianxin. In an instant, her eyes turned icy, and a cruel smile graced her lips. What a coincidence, indeed. Chapter 69. Render him incapable. On the arena stood Li Jingyan. While beneath the stage, Su Lianxin turned eagerly towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and permitted her with a calm demeanor. Render him incapable. His tone bore an unusual chill. Wang Yan's injuries were indeed a result of his own inadequacies. Thus, Lin Xian would not seek vengeance for him. However, as Li Jingyan had stated, in the arena, swords are blind to life and death. One cannot blame others for the consequences. He hoped Li Jingyan would not forget those words. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's lips curled into a slight smile as she clasped her hands in respect. Yes, master. Rest assured, your disciple understands. I shall not disappoint you. With her sword in hand, she ascended the stage step by step, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Li Jingyan. The warmth in her smile now replaced by an icy demeanor. Li Jingyan, too, narrowed his eyes. The young man he had injured earlier was the very one Su Lianxin had supported back to safety. You are that boy as senior sister, are you not? Quite a pleasing appearance. Here is a proposition. If you are willing to be my concubine, I might spare you and your junior brother. Su Lianxin remained expressionless, uninterested in his words, and without hesitation, she raised her sword. Observing this, Li Jingyan let out a cold laugh, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Though he feigned indifference to Su Lianxin, he held nothing back as he prepared for battle. Alas, the prowess of Su Lianxin transcended anything he could have fathomed. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed by. With a soft thud, droplets of blood splattered forth. Su Lianxin's gaze remained unwavering as her tightly gripped sword effortlessly shattered Li Jingyan's defenses. The unstoppable blade, in a serpentine manner, pierced directly through Li Jingyan's dantian. Then, with a forceful twist of her wrist, she applied pressure. A piercing scream erupted from Li Jingyan's lips, yet he was utterly incapacitated to respond. His dantian lay brutally shattered by Su Lianxin's strike. Simultaneously, Li Jingyan's aura swiftly waned and diminished. In the span of a heartbeat, his cultivation plummeted, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a feeble mortal. As Su Lianxin withdrew her sword, a cascade of blood droplets fell, blooming like crimson flowers upon the arena floor. Unable to withstand even this slight force, Li Jingyan collapsed to his knees with a thud. He paid no heed to his own disarray, his body trembling violently as he suddenly raised his head, glaring at Su Lianxin with a malevolent intensity, consumed by madness. How dare you obliterate my cultivation? Li Jingyan gazed at Su Lianxin in disbelief, not only astonished by her strength, but also appalled that she would dare to strike him so mercilessly. He roared in frenzied anger, clawing at her direction. Yet, bereft of his cultivation, his attacks were weaker than a mere kitteness. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, as they beheld the impassive Su Lianxin on the stage. An involuntary shiver coursed through them. This woman was undeniably ruthless. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Su Lianxin stood resolute, her icy demeanor fixed upon Li Jingyan. who now crawled before her like a defeated hound. When you poisoned my junior, you should have been prepared to face the consequences in kind. In the arena, where blades and swords know no mercy, even if one meets their demise, it is not the fault of another. Blame only your own inadequate strength. She enunciated each word, returning Li Jingyan's earlier taunts with precise clarity. At that moment, the spectators began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They exchanged glances, casting their eyes upon Wang Yin below, then back to the cold-faced Su Lianxin, who commanded the arena with her presence, and they could not help but be awestruck. That previously formidable young man was indeed remarkable, yet he had an equally extraordinary and fiercely protective senior sister. His fortune was truly exceptional, if they were not mistaken. This woman-esque cultivation was likely still beneath the celestial profound realm, yet she had so effortlessly incapacitated Li Jingyan. Battling beyond one's tier is not particularly challenging for certain prodigies, but the one surpassing is also a top-tier genius, which presents an extraordinary difficulty. After all, among prodigies, who isn't capable of easily overwhelming those of the same realm, or even surpassing them? Indeed, to use Li Jingyan as an example to instill fear in others, this female cultivator was audaciously bold. Upon Su Lianxin's declaration, the retainers of the Li family finally reacted, their faces filled with terror as they rushed forward to assist their young master. One among them, his visage contorted with resentment, bellowed at Su Lianxin. You will pay for this. You and your sect, your kin, all who are associated with you. How dare you lay such a vicious hand upon our young master? The Li family shall never forgive you. His hatred ran even deeper than that of Li Jingyan. Witnessing the young master being rendered powerless, their current thoughts centered on how to endure the wrath of the family head. It was not that the Li family lacked formidable warriors, they merely deemed it unnecessary. Who were they? The Li family, the foremost noble clan of the Dawn Empire. Even the imperial family of the Dawn Empire must show them considerable deference. Who would dare provoke them? Furthermore, this was still the Dawn Empire. It had always been Li Jingyan who oppressed others, unexpectedly. Today he found himself at the mercy of those he had once belittled, suffering a fate that left him blinded by his own arrogance. Not only had someone disregarded the Li family's authority, but they had also taken action, rendering Li Jingyan incapacitated. It was over, utterly over. They hurriedly escorted the frenzied Li Jingyan away, while the others gradually grasped the situation, casting sympathetic glances towards Su Lianxin. Li Jingyan was the most favored scion of this generation of the Li family, particularly cherished by the family's ancestor. A formidable being of the 8th tier of the Wang realm. His overwhelming might was not to be trifled with. How could this exceptionally gifted female cultivator, belonging to a mere small sect, withstand the wrath of the Li family's ancestor? What a pity. The members of the Yuhing Sword Palace were equally anxious. Yet, recalling Lin Xian's character, they regained their composure. The esteemed elder was certainly not a reckless individual. His willingness to suggest such actions to his disciples indicated his confidence. As for the Xuan Sword Palace, it had fallen into a deep silence, with their external allies scarcely daring to utter a sound. What could be said? It was Li Jingyan, the Li family's Li Jingyan, who had been so easily discarded. Would he dare to confront them again? That would be courting death. He was not foolish. As for the wager, a loss was merely a loss. It was not his own coin that was at stake. It was best to avoid conflict. In contrast, Su Lianxin showed no concern for the impending retribution from the Li family. Calmly returning to her seat, she smiled gently at Wang Yin and said, "Junior brother, I have avenged you." On the arena, she could not kill her opponent, but she could ensure that Li Jingyan would wish he were dead. To be reduced to a mere shell of his former self was no less torturous than death. Wang Yin felt a surge of emotion, lowering his head to discreetly wipe his eyes, and when he looked up again, his face radiated a brilliant smile of gratitude. "Senior sister, all right, let us set aside the sentimental words." Su Lianxin waved her hand nonchalantly. Lin Xian, of course, did not blame Su Lianxin. He offered a faint smile of praise, dismissing the Li family from his thoughts. What did the Li family or the Wang family matter? Should they dare to come, they would be annihilated. Chapter 70, Aiming for Third. The group of master and disciples enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, astonishing onlookers who could hardly comprehend how they could smile in the face of imminent danger. Truly insane. Suppressing their curiosity, the crowd tore their gazes away from the duo and redirected their attention to the competition. With 10 participants per round, a defeat meant immediate elimination. Thus, even with the abundance of prodigies, they were swiftly depleted. Those who secured victories steadily, winning 10 matches, would advance, their names crossed off the spirit monument, until ultimately, only 100 would remain to claim the coveted slots for the third round. The competition among the 7 nations truly lived up to its reputation as the arena for the chosen ones. A moment's carelessness could see even the most gifted fall behind. As the moment of advancement for the 100 contenders arrived, the arena underwent a dramatic transformation. The 5 battle stages emitted a deep rumble, shifting incessantly, while the spirit tablets descended, uniting all platforms into a singular entity. The third round, a chaotic free-for-all arena, commenced. The spectators collectively turned their gaze towards the 100 who had advanced, their hearts swelling with excitement. Each of these individuals was formidable, not a single weakling among them. All being the finest prodigies, each possessing unique strengths. Among the foremost were Lin Xingzhou and his 2 companions. The trio stood tall, their demeanor exuding pride, bolstered by their impressive standings, as all 3 had secured spots within the top 10. The third round allowed for unrestricted challenges. Contestants could challenge one another based on their rankings from the second round. A contender ranked 7th could challenge the one ranked 3rd, and upon victory, could claim the latter's position, while the defeated would be relegated to 7th place. This process would continue until no further challenges remained. Those with lower rankings held the privilege of initiating challenges against higher-ranked opponents. As the 100 faced each other, no one dared to take the first step. Just as curiosity swelled regarding who would initiate the first challenge, a figure boldly leaped onto the stage, drawing his sword and pointing towards a corner of the crowd. Yun-yi, come forth, let us battle. With his head held high, the man adorned in a golden dragon robe was none other than Qingyang, the prince of the great Jin Empire, renowned as the #1 prodigy of his realm, ranked 5th overall. The individual he had specifically called out, Yun-yi, was the foremost prodigy of the Jin Empire, currently ranked 32nd. According to the rules, a challenger of higher rank could issue a challenge to a lower-ranked opponent, who then had the option to decline. However, Qingyang was unperturbed by the possibility of rejection. He taunted, surely, you wouldn't refuse me, Yun-yi. We have long been compared by others. Let us settle this once and for all. Their rivalry had been simmering, yet they had never had the opportunity to clash. The 7 Nations tournament was the perfect venue for resolving their disputes. Yun-yi, cradling her guqin, stepped onto the stage, her delicate fingers dancing over the strings. Her tone imbued with a chilling confidence. Since you insist on exchanging ranks with me, I shall oblige you. What is there to lose? Her words were audacious, and the crowd largely doubted her, believing Qingyang held the upper hand. The reasoning was straightforward. Qingyang's high ranking in the second round, his considerable fame, and his superior lineage contrasted sharply with Yun-yi's. Provoked by Yun-yi's arrogance, Qingyang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming as he drew his sword. Arrogance. You should have been defeated long ago, merely fortunate to have lingered until today. Your sharp tongue is of no consequence. Today, you shall not escape. Previously, within the secret realm, he had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Su Lianxin, which had nearly shattered his resolve, instilling a sense of dread. Fortunately, prior to the commencement of the 7 Nations tournament, his ancestor had bestowed upon him a treasured artifact. The mere thought of the prized possession ignited a fervent intensity in Qingyang's gaze. With his augmented strength, he felt emboldened even to confront the shadow cast by Su Lianxin, let alone Yun-yi, whom he had never regarded with any seriousness. His gaze was resolute, and the corners of his lips curled into a slow smile, silently resolving to defeat the woman named Yun-yi before vanquishing Su Lianxin, thus shattering the demons within his heart. In the grand tournament among the 7 kingdoms, the victor would be none other than himself. In contrast to the fiery spirit of Prince Qingyang, Yun-yi maintained an air of nonchalance, her eyelids adorned with a delicate shade of purple that lent her an alluring charm akin to that of eyeshadow. She possessed a tranquil disposition reminiscent of the ancient guqin, devoid of any hint of bloodlust, embodying a serene elegance. Yet her silent, focused demeanor as she played the guqin thoroughly incensed Qingyang. Yun-yi, how dare you disregard me? Enraged, Qingyang struck out instantaneously, his sword radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Fueled by a force that could wither decay, hurtling towards Yun-yi. The audience held their breath, poised for the clash, but in the next moment, Yun-yi, still engrossed in her music, did not even glance up. The melody she played subtly altered, transforming into a haunting composition that resonated throughout the arena, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. As Qingyang unleashed his furious assault, every note morphed into a tangible blade imbued with lethal intent, exploding forth in an instant. One strike to defeat the foe. Qingyang barely had time to comprehend the situation before he was pierced by an onslaught of sword intent, entwined with the guqin's essence, shattering his defenses in a heartbeat. He found himself frozen in place, each slight movement causing blood to bead upon his skin. I cannot move. I will die. I will perish. Qingyang's body stiffened, his mind racing with alarm. Yun-yi's calm voice reached his ears. If I were you, I would remain still, otherwise. Should I summon the guqin's melody that resides within you, the sword intent will erupt and bring you to your demise. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Qingyang was formidable, yet Yuan Yi had already comprehended both the Guqin and sword intents, mastering the Qingdi Sutra, transcending their realm. She and Qingyang were no longer of the same world. Qingyang did not dare to test her. He was no fool. He could sense the sword light within him. Poised to break free. Move, and I die? I concede. The audience was left in shock. All were rendered speechless. There were no flashing blades, no fierce clashes, and certainly no life or death struggle. The first match of the third round concluded abruptly with Qingyang's surrender. Yuan Yi, untroubled, gathered her Guqin and turned away gracefully from the stage. As he felt the dissipating sword light within him, Prince Qingyang was left in a daze. How could she be this powerful? Meanwhile, the other talented individuals pondered, observing Yuan Yi as she descended from the platform. If they were not mistaken, she had not only demonstrated the Guqin's essence, but had also concealed a sharp sword intent within her attack. Two profound truths? How intriguing. Truly, she is a formidable opponent. It would be wise for me to hope that our encounter comes at a later time. Each contender harbored their thoughts, while Yuan Yi returned to her position, maintaining her composure. Before becoming Lin Xian's disciple, she had never regarded Prince Qingyang with much importance. Now, as his disciple, she paid even less heed to him. Rather than concern herself with such a conceited fool, she contemplated how to utilize the Qingdi Sutra to elevate her understanding of the two profound truths to an even higher realm. Boom. As the crowd pondered, another figure leapt onto the arena. A voice, brimming with arrogance and confidence, pierced through the dust. Jing Tsong. Come to the stage. Your third place is mine. As the dust settled, the face of Lin Xingzhou emerged, wielding a pair of dual swords, pointing them at Jing Tsong, the third-ranked contender. Chapter 71. The Pride of the Seven Nations, Unyielding in Battle. The youth who was called out, adorned in exotic attire with a poison jar hanging at his waist, slowly raised an eyebrow. Clad in gleaming silver armor, Lin Xingzhou had already ascended the stage ahead of him, exuding an air of haughty confidence. Even too lazy to extend his hand, merely lifting his chin in challenge. Come and fight. His demeanor was one of extreme arrogance and utter disdain. The boldness of his actions left everyone in shock. Jing Tsong, currently ranked third among the elite, had achieved the pinnacle of the second layer of the heavenly profound realm and was exceptionally skilled in the art of poison manipulation. In combat, he was a master of toxins, rendering opponents utterly defenseless, and could be considered even more formidable than those ranked first and second. Yet, the mere thought that it was Lin Xingzhou who had issued the provocation diminished the weight of this realization. After all, Lin Xingzhou was one of the dark horses of this competition, an unexpected contender in the grand tournament among the seven nations. Perhaps he possessed some hidden skills? While such thoughts crossed their minds, given the prior performances of the three, it was undeniable that they were indeed remarkable. However, amidst their banter, no one truly believed they could triumph, especially against Jing Tsong. Jing Tsong found the situation amusing, a slight, somewhat gloomy smile creeping onto his face. Think you can establish your reputation at my expense? You have mistaken your opponent. He accepted Lin Xingzhou's challenge without hesitation, acknowledging the latter's impressive previous achievements. He was resolute in his belief that he was not one to be trifled with. He would demonstrate that blind arrogance came with a price. Yet, with this mindset, Jing Tsong was brutally confronted with the truth. Not just he, but all who shared such thoughts felt a stinging embarrassment when they witnessed Jing Tsong being sent flying off the stage. Jing Tsong actually lost. This Lin Xingzhou was merely at the first layer of the heavenly profound realm. I didn't even see how Lin Xingzhou struck. It was too swift. Initially, everyone thought Lin Xingzhou's journey would end there. After all, he couldn't possibly continue his streak of victories. Yet now, even one of the top contenders, Jing Tsong, had fallen before him, and so effortlessly at that. Clearly, their strengths were not on the same level. This was simply outrageous. The shock rippled through the crowd. On the stage, Lin Xingzhou appeared dissatisfied, stretching his shoulders slightly as he scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on a target. You come up. As the crowd followed his pointed finger, they collectively gasped. This unexpected dark horse, having taken Jing Tsong's place, not only refused to relent, but grew even more audacious. The individual he indicated was none other than the second-ranked contestant. All who participated in the tournament of the seven nations were prodigies. And with such prodigious talent came an inherent pride. To be regarded as a stepping stone, to be trampled upon by another, would irk not just prodigies, but any person of normal disposition. The one who was called out could hardly relinquish his rank without a struggle. Fueled by indignation, he charged forward, only to tumble down in a fit of unspent rage. Lin Xingzhou, victorious for the second time. On the stage, Lin Xingzhou, who had just sent his opponent flying with a kick, laughed heartily, unable to straighten his back as he wiped away tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes. His laughter dripping with sarcasm. How utterly ridiculous. Did you see that? When he fell, he resembled a turtle. Such humiliation nearly provoked the challenged genius to rush back and confront him. However, having been thrown off the stage, he had no justification to return unless he chose to challenge Lin Xingzhou. But such challenges could only occur once, rendering any thought of revenge futile. Thus, despite the sting of humiliation, he clenched his fists, resolutely averting his gaze from Lin Xingzhou's face. Not just him, but anyone witnessing Lin Xingzhou's insufferable demeanor would struggle to endure. One could hardly tolerate such arrogance, not to mention the formidable strength he possessed. This dark horse had truly emerged, determined to charge forward relentlessly. After indulging in laughter, Lin Xingzhou wiped his tears and stifled his amusement, beckoning with a finger. You there? Come on up. I've grown weary of this second place. After securing victory in the second round, Lin Xingzhou opted to continue his challenges. His next target, Shi Ming, the top contender of the Tianqian Third Heaven, a paragon of excellence. Shi Ming. Even when treated with such disdain, Shi Ming remained unfazed. He approached the stage with an air of calm, his gaze towards Lin Xingzhou indifferent. Your strength is commendable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingzhou could not help but scoff. Do you know what I despise the most? Before Shi Ming could respond, Lin Xingzhou launched an assault. His fervent attack came alongside his words. What I loathe most are your haughty faces. Die. In the face of Lin Xingzhou's brazen declaration, Shi Ming remained unperturbed, letting out a derisive snicker. His contemptuous gaze unwavering. Just as he was about to retort, the sudden onslaught from Lin Xingzhou made him acutely aware that something was amiss. This was not right. Not at all. This guy possessed a strength that was utterly mismatched with his arrogant demeanor. Not only was his spiritual power remarkably pure and refined, but every strike he delivered was executed with seasoned precision, his offensive style like a tempest. I cannot withstand this. Shi Ming's expression shifted, and he retreated without hesitation. Yet, as he withdrew, he found himself persistently suppressed by Lin Xingzhou, who held the upper hand. All onlookers stood dumbfounded. Shi Ming was actually at a disadvantage? How could this be possible? In the blink of an eye, the battle on the stage shifted dramatically. With a resounding thud, a figure was hurled off the stage, crashing heavily onto the ground. The face of that individual was unmistakably Shi Ming. What? Shi Ming? How could this be Shi Ming? Shi Ming had lost. Impossible. Where did this dark horse come from to have truly defeated Shi Ming? Is it not a tad too monstrous? Is he truly at the first level of the celestial realm? On the stage, Lin Xingzhou raised his hand to tousle his disheveled hair, laughing heartily at the remark. Of course, I am indeed the genuine article of the first level of the celestial realm, but there are distinctions even within the celestial realm, you fools. Your so-called prodigies, in the presence of my fellow brothers, are as fragile as a sandcastle, utterly defenseless. Ha ha ha, worthless beings, unable to withstand even my single blow, utterly pathetic. Let me be frank with you, my prowess ranks at the very bottom among my brothers. How laughable, truly laughable. I had thought you might excite me. Yet you are merely a group of superficial wastrels. Lin Xingzhou spared no words, his tone dripping with disdain as he berated everyone. As the crowd gazed at the exuberant Lin Xingzhou, the humiliation resonating in their ears ignited a simmering anger, their fists clenched in frustration. Yet, upon glancing at the defeated Shi Ming and his companions, an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within them. Shi Ming was formidable, yet he had still succumbed to Lin Xingzhou. Was there truly no one capable of putting this man in his place? You are far too arrogant. Just as the crowd simmered with indignation and fear, a dispassionate voice broke through, followed by the graceful arrival of a young girl cradling an ancient zither. She lightly plucked the strings, the clear notes floating into the air. And as she raised her gaze, the zither partially obscured her face, revealing only the slight curve of her red lips. Let me see what strength you possess to utter such audacious words. Chapter 72. Inferior to ants? Yuan Yi versus Lin Xingzhou. The audience collectively held their breath, anxiously watching the confrontation between the two. Though they did not believe Yuan Yi could defeat Lin Xingzhou, Yuan Yi was indeed strong. Surpassing Prince Qingyang, how could she possibly rival the top contenders of the Seven Nations? Lin Xingzhou was a being who could easily vanquish figures like Jing Zong and Shi Ming. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Lin Xingzhou smirked dismissively, directing his gaze at Yuan Yi. You? Even the top prodigies of your moonlit Seven Nations cannot withstand a few moves from me. You? Unfazed by such taunts, Yuan Yi merely raised a silent question mark in her mind. Your moonlit Seven Nations? As a person from the Lingzhen Empire, she would never refer to them as your moonlit Seven Nations. Such a speech pattern suggested either a novice in articulation or that the speaker was not truly from the moonlit Seven Nations. No wonder the words were so brash. laced with mockery and insult. Not one of the 7 nations? Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead marking this fleeting thought in her mind. With her gaze lowered, her elegant fingers continued to dance upon the strings. The zither's melody had already resonated as she took the stage, floating around the audience. Lin Xingzhou paid it no heed, having witnessed Yuan's prior abilities. He was well prepared. However, when the music began to play, Lin Xingzhou's expression altered instantaneously. He had assumed it was merely a sonic technique, a form of illusion. Perhaps ordinary individuals might falter, but with his resolute heart, he had no reason to fear. Yet, when the sound of the zither resonated, Lin Xingzhou realized that his previous thoughts were utterly misguided. This was far beyond mere illusion. Each note was infused with a terrifying surge of spiritual power, a lethal force achieved only through profound comprehension of the zither's essence. As the melody unfolded, Lin Xingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping the arena. There was no means of defense, no way to counter. With a resounding thud, multiple notes struck Lin Xingzhou's chest, launching him off the stage with tremendous force. The outcome was clear. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the stage, where Yuan, with a furrowed brow and the zither cradled in his arms, gracefully descended. Fear was evident in the eyes of all who beheld him. Lin Xingzhou's 2 seniors, Ao Tai and Shi Zhan, rushed forward to assist their junior, their expressions darkening as they surveyed his disheveled state. They had anticipated that their arrival in this land of 7 nations would allow them to dominate and crush all opposition. Yet they found themselves bested in such an unexpected manner. How could they endure this humiliation? With this thought, Shi Zhan's figure flickered and he appeared on the stage, intending to confront Yuan, but before he could utter a word, Chu Yuming stepped forward and ascended the platform. Step aside. I have no interest in battling you. Shi Zhan's eyes turned icy at the sight of someone daring enough to challenge their brotherhood. Once I deal with that girl named Yuan, I shall turn my attention to you. Huh? Chu Yuming replied with a cold smile. She remained silent, raising her delicate hand slightly as spiritual energies surged around her, her actions speaking volumes. Observing her demeanor, Shi Zhan's gaze grew even colder. Very well, if you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full power, the oppressive aura of the 2nd level of the celestial realm erupting forth, causing many young prodigies surrounding the arena to change countenance. The 2nd level of the celestial realm? Stronger than Lin Xingzhou? Initially, when Chu Yuming ascended the stage to challenge Shi Zhan, the crowd held a glimmer of hope, believing that her audacity must be backed by some hidden strength, perhaps capable of replicating Yuan Yi's prior triumph and defeating this arrogant trio once more. However, with Shi Zhan's overwhelming presence now evident, those hopes vanished like smoke. Tian Ming and the others hung their heads in despair, unwilling to witness the unfolding confrontation. The 2nd level of the celestial realm, with its superior realm and lineage, utterly overshadowed the talents of the 7 nations. What chance did Chu Yuming possibly have? Boom. Shi Zhan, indifferent to the thoughts of the onlookers, unleashed his fury with all his might. Unlike Lin Xingzhou's agile and rapid assaults, Shi Zhan's strikes were broad and powerful, akin to a relentless drumbeat. Yet, his movements were also capricious and unpredictable, further complicating the challenge of countering his ferocious onslaught. Moreover, as his attacks flowed, tendrils of a peculiar, potent miasma began to spread around him, gradually enveloping the entire arena. This was a formidable poison. Beneath the arena, the spectators were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. Jing Tsang's eyes widened in disbelief. A master of poisons himself, he pondered how he could withstand the formidable venom unleashed by Shi Zhan. Moreover, there was a deeper strategy behind Shi Zhan's move. Even if Chu Yuming could initially evade the toxic mist as time elapsed, the potent venom would inevitably envelop the entire arena. At that juncture, the woman would have no choice but to confront Shi Zhan while enduring the venom, diminishing her already slim chances of victory to nothing. While Jing Tsang and the others believed Chu Yuming to be ensnared in a dire predicament, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, though her gaze towards Shi Zhan was tinged with disdain. Despite her lack of proficiency in poison, her keen instincts prevailed. Bolstered by the rigorous training she had undergone under the esteemed Yun Li Tianzuan in the art of toxicity resistance, rendering her nearly impervious to all forms of poison. Her expression hardened with disgust as she spat out words of contempt. Despicable. While using poison does not inherently diminish one's standing, the toxins employed by Shi Zhan contain the essence of the love flower. Chu Yuming's delicate features turned icy, and she resolved not to hold back any longer, denying Shi Zhan any further opportunity to act brazenly within the arena. With the swiftness of thunder, she launched her assault. Yun Yi's strikes were a blend of softness and strength. Su Lianxin's were fierce and unyielding, and Wang Yan poured every ounce of his energy into his efforts. In contrast, Chu Yuming, a disciple with a somewhat tumultuous background, executed her attacks with an ethereal grace, mysterious and unpredictable, embodying the essence of a natural-born assassin. Her movements were mesmerizing and elusive. Shizhen's attempts to maneuver before her appeared trivial in comparison. Although he possessed the formidable strength of the second level of Tianxian, he was no match for a true prodigy. The toxins he released failed to disrupt Chu Yuming in the slightest. Instead, she silently gathered them. And as her blade sliced through the air, the wound she inflicted upon Shizhen multiplied in intensity, delivering the toxins directly into his system. By the time Shizhen realized what had transpired, it was far too late. What was done could not be undone. With a resounding crash, Shizhen, flushed and burning with fever, found himself disarmed and sprawled at the feet of Ao Tai, gasping for breath. In the arena, Chu Yuming coldly sheathed her sword. Showing no mercy, Ao Tai first assessed Shizhen's condition, then glared furiously at Chu Yuming. How dare you poison my junior brother? What poison did you use? Chu Yuming retorted scornfully. What poison? You should inquire of your junior brother. The poison he bears is of his own making, untouched by my hand. Moreover, such vile and sordid toxins could only originate from him. With that, she dismissed Ao Tai's attempts at dialogue and turned to leave the arena. As Chu Yuming made to depart, Ao Tai's expression darkened further. Yet, before he could react, Su Lianxin had already ascended the arena. It seems that among you three brothers, you are the only one left with the capability to fight, she remarked, her gaze filled with amusement. Previously, the Ao Tai trio had displayed an arrogant disdain for the talents of the seven nations, viewing them as mere insects. Many present, including Su Lianxin, vividly remembered their haughty demeanor. Now, unexpectedly, only the eldest brother, Ao Tai, remained with fighting spirit. If the seven nations' talents are but ants, then what does that make you? Less than ants? Seeking death. A sudden change overcame Ao Tai's countenance. He abruptly rose, fixing a fierce gaze upon Su Lianxin, who dared to mock him. His eyes aflame with murderous intent. Very well, I was just seeking a target for my wrath, and you have conveniently presented yourself. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a low growl, Ao Tai unleashed his formidable aura, akin to a malevolent specter from the underworld. A pressure so overwhelming it surged towards Su Lianxin like a relentless tide. Below the arena, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. This was because Ao Tai, who had only just revealed his true power, had attained the third level of the celestial profound realm. Chapter 73. Regrets too late upon Ao Tai disclosing his true level of prowess. No one harbored any optimism for Su Lianxin. Even though she had triumphed in 10 consecutive battles, each effortlessly concluded, her own realm was merely the 9th level of the Earth Profound Realm. What does it mean to be at the 3rd level of the Celestial Profound Realm? The higher one ascends, the more arduous the journey, and the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. Between the Earth Profound and Celestial Profound Realms lies an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Ao Tai's record surpassed that of Su Lianxin, and he too had comprehended the essence of sword intent. With such a crushing advantage in both realm and understanding, how could one possibly contend? In stark contrast to the anxiety of the crowd, Su Lianxin remained as serene as a still pond, devoid of any trepidation. To her, Ao Tai was hardly a formidable opponent. Had it been in the past, during her time in the Burning Heaven secret realm, she might have felt some trepidation, but now, Ao Tai posed no threat. With no time for cunning or strategizing, Su Lianxin gripped her sword, and in an instant, the two clashed in a pure contest of swordsmanship and intent. Ao Tai, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, was undeniably skilled, possessing remarkable combat experience and technique. However, Su Lianxin, deeply tutored by Lin Xian, was by no means a weak contender. The clash of masters transpired in the blink of an eye. The spectators below failed to react in time, for the victor had already emerged within the arena. A trickle of blood wound down from the man's throat, staining the tip of the sword poised at his gullet, making even the act of swallowing a painful endeavor. As Ao Tai slowly regained his senses amidst the pain and the looming specter of death, he realized he had been defeated. Without granting him a chance to speak, Su Lianxin exhaled sharply, sweeping him off the arena entirely. She then blinked her weary eyes and turned to the astonished crowd below, calmly declaring, "The victor is determined." Indeed, the outcome was unmistakable, leaving others speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Su Lianxin, a female cultivator from an obscure sect, had triumphed over Ao Tai, who was regarded as the dark horse of this competition. Such incredibility. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, for these recent bouts had left them in a state of shock. Yet, did this not imply that the pinnacle would be determined among these three female cultivators? Who among them would emerge as the ultimate champion? This was the question that now occupied the minds of all present. The notion of dark horses has become a relic of the past. This time, the true dark horses are 3 female cultivators who have never revealed their prowess. Who could have anticipated that the top 3 contenders would not be those renowned paragons of excellence? The anticipation for a clash is palpable, although unspoken. It is evident that the onlookers are eager for the spectacle. Yet, the unfolding events may not progress as they have envisioned. Chu Yuming tilted her head to glance at Yuni, and then at Su Lianxin, her frosty countenance suddenly blossoming into a smile as she waved her hand dismissively. I concede. I am no match for either of you. Lianxin, my senior sister, and Yuni, my junior sister, you both pursue that coveted first place. As for me, I shall be content with a third. Within the Linxian sect, Su Lianxin stands as the eldest disciple, followed by Wang Yin and Chu Yuming, with Qinfeng next. And finally Yuni. Upon hearing Chu Yuming's words, the others were initially astonished that she had spoken so much, far more than she had against the 3 from the Jialan sect. As they pondered her words, a realization struck. Wait, senior sister? Junior sister? Am I mistaken? The crowd was left dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. The 3 of them were actually of the same sect? What sect did they belong to? The previous 3 were dark horses, and it turns out these were dark horses as well. Ignoring the shock and indignation of the crowd, Yuni shook her head resolutely after hearing Chu Yoming's declaration. I am not a match for senior sister Lianxin. Su Lianxin offered a wry smile and shook her head. Not overly modest, but acknowledging the truth. She also did not forget to seek the opinions of others. Is there anyone among you who intends to challenge us? In response to Su Lianxin's inquiry, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to speak. Even though Lin Xingzhou and the others bore expressions of reluctance, they could not utter a word of dissent. Who would dare to oppose the trio who claimed the top 3 positions? Who could possibly raise an objection? Even Ao Tai and Shi Zhen were no match, and those who had suffered defeat at their hands had no grounds to resist. Su Lianxin's first place was indisputable. Following her was Yuni in second, and Chu Yuming in third. Despite having already been taken aback once, the crowd could not contain their astonishment upon witnessing the results anew. A single sect sweeping the top 3 positions. What an astonishing feat. One can only imagine that after the competition's conclusion, the name of the Yuhing Sword Palace will resonate throughout the 7 kingdoms. Not only the outsiders, but even members of the Yuhing Sword Palace themselves were left in a state of shock. Chu Jianxin, nursing his injured leg, still felt phantom pains and could hardly comprehend the situation. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream. To claim the top 3 spots, surely this must be a dream. Chu Jianxin chuckled wryly. The Yuhing Sword Palace, to have achieved first place in such a manner? It was simply surreal. An elder from the Xuan Sword Palace was equally bewildered. Recalling the wager between the 2 sects, darkness clouded her vision. How could this be? She nearly fainted from the shock. However, should this news return, would the sect master not be overwhelmed with fury beyond her capacity to manage? Especially as she turned to glance towards the Yuhing Sword Palace, only to behold the rare and radiant smile of the Cold Moon Fairy directed at her, followed by a gesture of 5 fingers, a playful shake. 50 million spirit stones. Before the elder of the Yuxian Sword Palace, darkness loomed. What to do? Who could have anticipated that merely a minor sect of the Zhonglu Empire, the Yuhing Sword Palace, would emerge as the most resplendent force in this year's 7 Nations competition? Had I known, I would have refrained from betting. Regret fills my heart. The elder of Yuxian Sword Palace lamented. Yet, the most profound regret belonged not to her, but rather to Lu Tianxing and the Qingyang Sword Sect, who had not even progressed to the 3rd round. Upon encountering Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, all disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect fell into silence. Especially when witnessing Su Lianxin seize first place, they even held their breath in awe. Some of the talented disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect instinctively felt relieved that Lu Tianxing had fainted, otherwise he would have surely collapsed again. Among them, the one filled with the deepest regret was the master of Xianyang sect. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at Wang Yin and his companions shining brilliantly, feeling an immense sense of loss. Had they chosen not to abandon the disciples that day, it could have been the Qingyang Sword Sect basking in glory today. Surely, the top 3 should have belonged to them, not to the unworthy Yuhing Sword Palace. Regret. Remorse. The master of Xianyang sect felt as if his insides were twisted with regret. A bitter sensation enveloped his heart as he cried out internally. Ancestor, oh ancestor, you have made a grave error this time. He could vividly imagine the depths of regret the ancestor would feel upon learning this news. Yet, it was too late for regret now. Chapter 74. Perhaps the spirit stones need not be paid. The Zhonglu Empire, while the 7 Nations competition held great significance, was not a realm that showed keen interest in its outcome. For instance, the Zhonglu Empire appeared indifferent. Even after the competition concluded and the rankings were about to be communicated back home, the Zhonglu Empire remained largely unconcerned. They had long become accustomed to being at the bottom, and few paid attention. When the messenger bearing the rankings met with the royal steward responsible for receiving such news, he could not help but shake his head at the steward's somewhat aloof demeanor. You Zhonglu Empire have hidden your prowess well. This time you truly made a striking impression. The royal steward was momentarily taken aback. A striking impression? What does that mean? As he pondered, he unfolded the rankings he had just received, casting a casual glance. The royal steward's gaze froze. His mouth fell agape in disbelief, his mind echoing with two words. No way. What is happening? The top 3? From our Zhonglu Empire? Isn't that the prodigy of the Lingjin Empire? How did they become part of the Yuheng Sword Palace of the Zhonglu Empire? What is going on? Slowly regaining his composure, the royal steward of the Zhonglu Empire clutched the list tightly and swallowed hard. He had an ominous premonition that once this list was unveiled, a tremor would reverberate throughout the entire Zhonglu Empire, nay, the entirety of the 7 nations of Yingwe. Has the list been released? At that very moment, within the Morning Dawn Imperial City, the recently emerged leader of the Yuxuan Sword Palace was inquiring about this matter. Earlier, she had sensed something amiss and entered seclusion. And now that she had emerged, feeling rejuvenated, she believed it was time to receive the joyous news brought back by her disciples. The leader of Yuxuan Sword Palace strode forth from her place of retreat to welcome the returning participants from her sect. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with a group of disciples who had just disembarked from their spiritual vessel, their expressions vacant and devoid of joy. Even Gong Yuan, whom she had high hopes for, wore a face of silence and an oppressive aura. In that instant, the leader's heart sank. She composed her features and took a couple of steps forward, immediately spotting the equally despondent elders, and in a low voice, she inquired, "What has transpired?" Simultaneously, her mind raced with speculation. Given their appearance, could it be that they had lost the wager? This should not be the case. She was acutely aware of Gong Yuan's prowess. While not guaranteed a place in the top 30, securing a position within the top 50 was certainly a certainty. As for the disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace, not out of disdain, but they were unlikely to even breach the top 100. Looking across the entire Zhonglu Empire, it was doubtful anyone could claim a spot in the top 100, let alone the Yuheng Sword Palace. The elder remained silent for a moment before finally revealing a bitter smile and shaking his head slowly, painfully articulating the truth. "Palace Master, we lost." "Impossible." The leader's immediate reaction was disbelief, hastily pressing for details. "Did we fail to even enter the top 100? No. Our ranking in the grand competition of the 7 nations is 46th. Then why do you say we lost?" The elder's expression grew even more pained. His face a mask of despair as he lamented, because Gong Yuan did break into the top 50, but the Yuheng Sword Palace swept the top 3. What? It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck the leader of the Yuxuan Sword Palace, shattering her composure. She seized the elder by the arm, her demeanor frantic with urgency. "What on earth happened? Explain everything to me in detail. And the list, bring it to me. I must know the specifics." Dumbfounded and incredulous, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within the leader's heart. As she received the list and scanned the rankings, all remnants of hope evaporated. It was true, indeed. It was true. The shoulders of the leader of Yuxuan's Sword Palace slumped, her hands trembling violently, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could the Yuheng Sword Palace possibly achieve such a feat? How could there exist such prodigies of this caliber? And her 50 million spirit stones, gone in an instant. Just the thought of it nearly caused the leader of Yuxuan's Sword Palace to faint, overwhelmed by a wave of frustration that left her dizzy. "Palace Master! Palace Master!" The elder hurriedly sought to console her, fearful that she might succumb to the distress. At that moment, the elder suddenly recalled something of utmost importance, a spark igniting within him as he leaned closer to the leader of Yuxuan's Sword Palace and began to whisper urgently, "Palace Master, do not be hasty. The matter concerning the 50 million spirit stones may not warrant our excessive concern. It is possible that we shall not need to provide the 50 million spirit stones at all." The master of the Yuxuan Sword Palace, struggling to steady her dizziness, forced herself to inquire, "What do you mean?" The leading elder's lips slowly curled into a faintly contemptuous smirk, evidently having conceived of something advantageous for their side. Although the Yuheng Sword Palace has attracted considerable attention, they have also entangled themselves in trouble. Their external ally has provoked a significant foe, the young master of the Li family. The Li family? Which Li family? The master of the Yuxuan Sword Palace was momentarily taken aback, only to be gripped by a sudden chill, her disbelief palpable. "Surely, it cannot be the Li family I am thinking of." The leading elder nodded without hesitation, her expression revealing a more pronounced schadenfreude. "Indeed, it is that very Li family. the Li clan of the Morning Dawn Empire. The talented scion of the Li family was rendered powerless by a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Palace, known as Su Lianxin. The Li family will undoubtedly seek retribution, particularly the old monster of the Li clan, who dotes on Li Jing'an. The Qingyang Sword Palace stands on the brink of catastrophe, preoccupied with its own survival, leaving no time to concern themselves with our 50 million spirit stones. Having received the answer she sought, the master of the Xuan Sword Palace's lips slowly spread into a peculiar smile, which she could not suppress, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. It appears that the Qingyang Sword Palace is doomed this time. If we can merely delay for a while, we may indeed escape the burden of that 50 million spirit stones. However, in light of our past camaraderie, once their sect is annihilated, we shall merely offer them some paper money in remembrance. Wise Leader. Chapter 75. The Return of the Imperial Rank Spirit Sword. Following the Seven Kingdoms tournament, the members of the Qingyang Sword Palace prepared to return to the Zhonglu Empire. Just then, the communication jade tablet carried by Yuan Yi illuminated. Shortly after receiving the message conveyed through the jade tablet, Yuan Yi arrived at an inn within the Morning Dawn Imperial City. Yinner, you have brought great honor to our Yun family this time. As she entered the private room, the figure standing by the window turned, revealing a face that surprised Yuan Yi, accompanied by a gentle and graceful woman. Father, mother, what brings you here? She could not help but exhibit a hint of emotion, her cool countenance brightening with joy. Yuan Yi's father, Yun Donglai, gazing at his remarkable daughter, smiled as he stroked his well-groomed beard, nodding repeatedly. Although Yuan Yi did not represent the Yun family in battle, it was not a significant issue within the Seven Kingdoms. Who did not know that Yuan Yi hailed from the esteemed Yun family of the Lingzhen Empire? I have come to witness your participation in the Seven Kingdoms tournament. You have not shamed the Yun family's name, even if you did not secure first place. Second place is commendable, he remarked. However, after a brief pause, Yun Donglai turned his gaze toward the bustling street below, his words causing the joy on Yuan Yi's face to vanish entirely. Enough of this revelry. Return home. An elder from the Qingyang Pavilion visited recently and expressed great admiration for your talent. She has promised that if you are willing to become her disciple, you may attain the status of a true disciple and enjoy the benefits of the Qingyang Pavilion. Compared to the imperial level force of Qingyang Pavilion, this mere speck of land with its small sect, my father believes you know how to choose wisely. The smile on Yuan Yi's face faded, and she stared at Yun Donglai for a moment, slowly shaking her head. Deep down, she was fully aware of why she had secured second place in the grand competition. It was undoubtedly due to the guidance of her master, Lin Xian. Without the Qingdi Sutra and her master's teachings, it would have been impossible for her to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship in such a short span of time, and thus, she could never have attained second place. Moreover, since becoming a disciple of the Sword Sect, she had completely lost interest in any imperial-level forces. Imperial-level forces? Could they possibly possess imperial-tier techniques? Let alone imperial-tier techniques. They might not even have respect-tier techniques. Even if they did, it was unlikely they would allow her to cultivate them. Respect-tier techniques might still exist within some ancient forces with enduring legacies in the Xian domain, but for ordinary disciples, the prospect of cultivation was nearly impossible. Only the supreme elders, sect masters, or those of the Holy Sun caliber would have the opportunity to cultivate them. She would never engage in the folly of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. However, these matters must not be spoken of until she had acquired her master's consent, even if the other party were her closest kin. Nonsense. Upon seeing Yuan Yi shake her head, Yun Donglai's anger flared. How long do you intend to be obstinate? Do you truly believe that this insignificant little sect can offer you any advancement? Of course. Moreover, both Qingyang Sword Palace and the Sword Sect are far from being minor forces. The overall strength of Qingyang Sword Palace may not be formidable, yet its master is an extraordinarily powerful individual. As for her master's Sword Sect, there is no need to elaborate further. Yuan Yi silently recited these thoughts in her heart, yet remained silent. Enough, enough. At that moment, Yuan Yi's mother stepped in to mediate. She had always been a gentle and protective woman, and seeing Yun Donglai reprimanding Yuan Yi, she felt a twinge of discontent. The child has grown up and formed her own opinions. I have said that we should not meddle too much. We should trust our daughter. She smiled softly at Yuan Yi, gently stroking her head, which warmed Yuan Yi's heart. However, Yun Donglai's expression remained grim, marked by a hint of irritation. You woman, that is Qingyang Pavilion, not some ordinary force. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Yun Donglai furrowed his brow tightly, deeply dissatisfied with Yuan Yi's passive resistance. In his view, one was the imperial-level force of Qingyang Pavilion, aligned with Yuan Yi's path, while the other was an obscure sect he had never even heard of, whose strongest members were not even comparable to their family's casual elders. How could there be any comparison? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should know how to choose. Yet, his daughter. What on earth was she thinking? Seeing her parents embroiled in an endless dispute, having summoned her only for such trivial matters, Yunyi's patience wore thin. Father, mother, I will not join Qianyin Pavilion. My fellow disciples are still waiting for me. I bid you farewell. You, unfilial daughter, come back. After her brief farewell, Yunyi disregarded her father's furious outburst and turned to leave. Upon returning to the Qingyang Sword Palace's residence, the timing was just right, and no one noticed her brief absence. Reflecting on her father's words, Yunyi smiled lightly, casting aside thoughts of Qianyin Pavilion. Regardless of whether it is the Qianyin Pavilion or the Wanyin Pavilion, she has resolutely chosen neither. For she has already discovered the sect that is most suited to her, the Sword Pavilion. Beside the residence of the Qingyang Sword Palace, many individuals gazed with mixed emotions at the preparations underway as the spiritual vessel was poised to take flight. No one could have anticipated that the first place in the grand competition of the Seven Nations would be seized not only by the Zhonglu Empire, which ranked at the bottom of the Seven Nations, but also that it would claim the top spot. Indeed, it was not merely the first place. All three top positions were monopolized by this force from the Zhonglu Empire, known as the Qingyang Sword Palace. The news, though hard to believe, was undeniably true, and one could only imagine that in the days to come, the Qingyang Sword Palace would resound throughout the Seven Nations. Upon returning to the spiritual vessel, Yunyi found several fellow disciples already aboard, with their master, Lin Xian, seated at the forefront. You have returned? Lin Xian glanced at Yunyi, his gaze briefly sweeping over the information board above her head. He understood the reason for her excursion without needing to inquire further, instead gently tapping the table, revealing a hint of contemplation. You all performed admirably in this grand competition of the Seven Nations. As he spoke, he began to tally the rewards they had garnered from the competition. This included the accolades of Su Lianxin and her companions, who had all relinquished their rewards to Lin Xian. To them, their remarkable achievements were solely attributable to their master's teachings, and they felt unable to repay him. No matter how precious these rewards might be, they paled in comparison to the treasures their master had previously bestowed upon them, gifts they had never even dared to dream of possessing, such as the Qingdi Sutra. Only Wang Yin displayed a look of shame, lowering his head in frustration over failing to advance past the third round. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian had made a decision regarding the disposition of these treasures. The items awarded for the top three positions were indeed rare, but they held little significance for Lin Xian himself. Rather, they could serve as gifts for his disciples. However, an exchange was necessary. After all, if Su Lianxin received back the treasures she had obtained from the competition, it would not trigger a system return. Yet, bestowing them upon Yunyi, Wang Yan, and the others would. The first place winner, Su Lianxin, had received a 6th grade advanced pill for enhancing cultivation. Lin Xian promptly bestowed this pill upon Wang Yan, who had the lowest cultivation level and truly deserved the boost. As the vial containing the pill found its way into Wang Yan's hands, he looked up at his sisters, seeing only encouragement in their expressions. Resolute, he bit his lip and accepted it. However, Lin Xian did not return any pills related to cultivation. Instead, he received a reward in the form of a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in the 6th grade ascension pill. Receiving a rebate of the Extreme Dao Spirit Integration Pill, 9 patterns, 1. The Extreme Dao Spirit Integration Pill. An 8th grade spirit pill that assists in the fusion of the Great Dao, boasted 9 pill patterns. This was precisely what Lin Xian required. With this pill, he could fuse with at least 5 or 6 strands of the Great Dao, resulting in a meteoric rise in his realm. Lin Xian accepted the Extreme Dao Spirit Integration Pill without hesitation. As for the second place winner, Yunyi received a 6th-tier spiritual sword. Its hilt embedded with a spirit stone infused with the power of the underworld, making it a perfect fit for Wang Yan. Thus, Wang Yan also returned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the 6th-tier spirit sword, receiving a rebate of a 7th-tier spirit sword. The 7th tier, equivalent to an imperial-grade spiritual artifact, brought a sense of relief to Lin Xian. Finally, the foundation of the Xuan sword array no longer relied on that 5th-tier sword. He glanced at his own sword, the 5th-tier spirit sword that had accompanied him through countless trials and tribulations, and sighed inwardly. Old friend, it seems you have finally reached your retirement age. Chapter 76, The Power of the Clan. Having acquired 2 treasures, Wang Yin could scarcely lift his head, his face flushed as if painted with the hues of a sunset. Uncertain of what to do, even with his bold nature, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The rewards earned through the hard work of his senior and junior sisters, all bestowed upon him. Here, take it. In the future, strive diligently in your cultivation. It is only fitting that the master grants you this elixir. Lin Xian offered with a casual smile, providing some comfort to Wang Yan. Firmly grasping the elixir and sword in his hands, Wang Yin silently resolved that upon returning, he would earnestly enhance his strength, vowing never to be the one to hold others back again. Lastly, there was the reward received by Chu Yumeng. As the third-place winner, she obtained a Yuan sword pill. This elixir, a 6th-grade concoction, could assist cultivators in comprehending sword intent, enabling them to attain a higher level of understanding. A true treasure for sword cultivators. After a mere glance, Lin Xian handed the elixir to Su Lianxin, who had already grasped the first level of sword intent, now but a step away from the second level. With this elixir, she might elevate her sword intent to the second realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in the Yuan sword pill. Receiving a rebate of the Supreme Sword Heart pill, 6 patterns, an 8th-grade elixir, and of the 6-pattern variety. Once the rewards were distributed, Yuan Yi did not receive anything bestowed by Lin Xian. There was simply nothing particularly suitable for her. However, she felt no discontent. Compared to the Qingdi scriptures given by her master, the treasures earned from the grand competition seemed trivial. Moreover, without her master, she would not have attained second place in the competition. After distributing all the rewards and dismissing the disciples, Lin Xian took a deep breath. The returned treasures were all perfectly suited for his use. This time, his cultivation and strength were about to experience a tremendous surge. Were it not for the fact that he was currently aboard the spiritual vessel, he would have eagerly consumed the elixirs to enhance his prowess. Even with his calm disposition, he found himself eagerly anticipating a swift return to the Yuheng Sword Palace to begin his seclusion. The spiritual vessel traversed through radiant streams of light, and the Li family of the Morning Dawn Empire awaited the return of the vessel. However, bang! The head of the Li family slammed his palm onto the table, his expression shifting between dark and light, resembling an enraged lion. Who did this? How dare they cripple my Li family's young master? Who gave them the audacity? The immense pressure of the high-level Wang realm erupted, sweeping through the entire conference hall, overwhelming those kneeling below who could not bear it, causing them to spit out blood, staining the ground red. Yet, the kneeling individuals did not dare to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, instead scraping their knees against the ground as they crawled forward, wailing inconsolably. The elder beside the head of the Li family wore a similarly grim expression. For the moment, trivial matters could wait. The paramount issue at hand was whether or not to inform the ancestor. Gazing at Li Jingyan, who had been carried back in a state of unconsciousness, the head of the Li family furrowed his brow, recalling his father. His father, the revered ancestor of the Li family, was currently in seclusion and stood as the strongest entity of their clan, having reached the 8th level of the King realm. Merely a step away from the 9th level, he had always held a deep affection for his grandson, Li Jingyan. Should the ancestor learn of this incident, his wrath would surely surpass that of the head of the family. With a darkened countenance, the head of the Li family observed the servants who had brought back Li Jingyan, harboring a murderous intent within. His thoughts were tumultuous. He could scarcely fathom the extent of the ancestor's fury upon discovering this calamity. After a lengthy moment, he waved his hand dismissively. Go, inform the ancestor. Several subordinates scrambled away hastily, leaving only the head of the Li family and the unconscious Li Jingyan in a heavy silence. However, his contemplation was short-lived, for soon an exceedingly terrifying aura erupted from the back mountains of the Li family estate, sweeping across a significant portion of the Dawn Empire. Concurrently, leaders of various powerful factions within the Dawn Empire, regardless of their current endeavors, felt an unsettling sensation, furrowing their brows as they turned their gazes toward the Li family's location. Is that the old ghost of the Li family? TSK, his cultivation has indeed grown stronger. This aura is perilously close to the 9th level of the King realm. Once he steps into that realm, the landscape of the Dawn Empire may undergo yet another transformation. They resolved to investigate the cause of the disturbance that had summoned the old master from his seclusion. Those well-informed among them noted that the old ghost had truly emerged from his retreat, confirming the rumors that he held a particular fondness for his grandson, Li Jingyan. Meanwhile, the Canglu Empire and the Yuheng Sword Palace were poised for a spectacle. It was well known that even within the borders of the Dawn Empire, few dared to provoke the Li family, and the sects of the Canglu Empire were audaciously bold. The old ghost was indeed formidable. Not only did the Canglu Empire's sects pale in comparison, but the empire itself was but a mere ant before the Li family, easily brushed aside with a flick of the hand. With his most cherished grandson rendered incapacitated, the old master would likely be driven to madness. A gathering of powerful figures engaged in fervent discussions, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Given the lack of any significant ties between the two nations, and their utter disconnection from the Yuheng Sword Palace, what else could they do but observe the spectacle? As anticipated, shortly after the eruption of that terrifying aura, Numerous spirit vessels, carrying a multitude of King Realm warriors, soared forth from the Li family estate, their trajectory unerringly directed toward the Zhonglu Empire. Upon sensing the presence of the King Realm warriors aboard the vessels, one could not help but gasp in awe. There were no fewer than 50 of them. The Li family was mobilizing their entire clan. This seemed rather excessive, did it not? Yet, upon further reflection, it was not an overreaction. The incapacitation of the Li family's young master was indeed a cataclysmic event for the clan. This was the profound depth possessed by the Li family, a superlative lineage within the Dawn Empire, boasting formidable King Realm warriors who were among the elite across the 7 kingdoms. Some lesser empires, even when considering the combined strength of all their kingdoms, boast only a handful of formidable figures. In stark contrast, the Li family possesses over 50 esteemed individuals. Such a display of power is nothing short of terrifying. The strength of a single family can rival that of an entire nation. This is the essence of the Li family. As their ethereal vessels soared through the air, countless gazes were drawn to the heavens, hearts filled with awe. Observing these ships, laden with numerous powerful beings, the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation. The Li family had truly been provoked, especially on the foremost vessel, where an aged figure stood at the helm, instilling a sense of dread among those of lesser strength who dared to glance upon him. This figure was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Li family, the one known as Li Tiantong, famously referred to as Li the Old Ghost. He ranks among the 7 nations, at the pinnacle of Dawn, undeniably a formidable force. Typically, many never even catch a glimpse of his visage, yet today, he boldly and wrathfully advances towards the Zhonglu Empire. The Jade Balanced Sword Palace is about to face dire consequences.